Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. I'm very happy tonight because I've been following, I follow a lot of different people who talk about UFOs and UAP and all the goings on. And one of them we're going to get to talk to in person tonight, which I'm really excited about. He has a wealth of really great takes. I like his channel as well because we do long form here, an hour, 2 hour shows. He does very quick, concise, sort of hot takes on different things that people are talking about. I was really impressed with a lot of his knowledge and expertise, and I wanted to bring him here and have him share that with our audience here. So, friends, we're going to bring in our guest. There we go.
Stephen, everybody, hi.
Good to see you there.
Great to be here. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, I have been really impressed with some of your sort of breakdowns of the goings on and happenings. But the first question that I really have for you, because you seem to be incredibly knowledgeable about some military things and drone technology. So I wondered if you couldn't share with our audience some of your background that led you into this area.
Sure. Well, first off, I spent 12 years in the United States Air Force. I was not a pilot. I was basically ground combat. For folks in the military who know, security police. When stateside, we serve as law enforcement. When deployed, we're pretty much ground combat for the Air Force, like Air Force infantry, if you will. But I had an interesting job. I was attached to some interesting groups in the military, including JSOC, and then farmed out to the DEA for a little while and played with some of the other alphabet agencies around.
That's interesting. Yeah.
And then most recently, I've been working for a defense contractor that is very prolific in the drone space, building, maintaining, flying, operating, designing, integrating, all sorts of things with military drone systems. So when I make posts or talk about drones being able to do things that I'm seeing on videos, it's not because I'm just discounting wishful thinking. It's because I know that there are things that we have that are capable of doing some of this.
See, that is the expertise that I think that we're really sorely lacking, and why I sort of gravitated to some of the things that you talk about on your channel, because I don't have that insider's view, but I can do some research and find things like, flight times for military drones. And it seems to me that there's a lot of disinformation and people making these blanket statements like, well, the flight time was an hour, so it couldn't have been a drone.
Right.
Can we talk a little bit about flight times?
Historically speaking, when somebody says flight times in excess of an hour are not possible, it's because they are talking about small, cheap consumer drones that you can get from a hobby shop or Target or someplace like that. I've got some sitting over here. I've built some. They're dependent on weight and power and battery size and things like that. And 45 minutes is about the max that you're going to get out of some of those, unless you spend a lot of money on them. But if we're talking about another nation state or a terrorist organization or a state sponsored activity, that's tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of potential dollars that can be invested into higher end military technology. And even if it's not China doing it themselves, they are notorious for not caring who they sell their military tech to. So it is very easy for somebody or some organization to purchase military capable drones that have flight times in some circumstances of weeks, if not months, without having to land. Now, I do want to go on record and say that not everything is a UAP, but not everything isn't a UAP as well. I am fully convinced that there is something otherworldly and non-human that is flying in our skies, and I am not out to debunk 100% of everything. I am just wanting to limit the noise.
Yeah, and I think you've done an incredible job of doing some of that, especially with your background. And I want to thank you because I think really is a need for somebody like you that's more familiar with these technologies. Like, I can research things. One of the other things that I hear people say that drives me crazy is things like, these things defied the laws of physics because they did a 90-degree turn. And we don't have that kind of technology. And I found, for example, two different projects that were built in the mid 1980s that were sort of drones that could make 90-degree turns. They were designed to hunt and knock down nuclear missiles, incoming nuclear missiles. And those things can make 90-degree turns.
Well,
we had them in 1985.
Yeah,
so,
we have things that can make 90-degree turns, and I think one of the issues that we have with the five observables, I have a hard time saying that, is that when we talk about 90-degree turns, we're talking about 90-degree turns without a depreciation in speed, without a visible arc or radius. We don't have that. We don't have something that can make a 90-degree turn without pausing and changing direction. So if we're looking at something that is flying through the air and then it does a 90-degree turn by maintaining velocity, that's not us. We have, that's not even a law of physics. That's just a law of aerodynamics.
Yeah, interesting distinction, because I don't know, with the craft that I found, I saw video test flights. It's kind of up in the air. Did they stop before they turned? Yes, maybe. I don't know. I have to look at that footage again, but you're probably right.
Yeah, video is deceiving. And the human eye can't really. We don't have eyes that are calibrated to judge speed at distance over video. So without a radar track or something like that, it would be very, very difficult for us to definitively say that an aerial object was able to perform a 90-degree maneuver with no arc, no radius to a turn, and no depreciation in speed. We do have aircraft that can really pivot, and they look like they handle like they're on rails. But even our best tech that depends on the laws of aerodynamics, they must decelerate or otherwise maintain flight altitude or otherwise bank or do something.
Yeah, you would see it wouldn't be quite a 90-degree turn. Yeah. And the thing with the flight times too is, I did some research and I found out about nuclear batteries that are used in satellite systems, and then I found some mention of Lockheed Martin experimenting with them in early drones that was connected to the Blackbird project and drone that they were going to put on the back of that thing.
Yeah, I think that was the M21.
Yes, M21.
I believe it was.
Yeah, so they were going to put a nuclear battery in this thing, and then it was, going to be able to stay afloat, aloft for a very long period of time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that they ever got it to work, but my point is that there's certainly, and I agree with your assessment 100%. If you go to Kmart or Walmart, there's no Kmart anymore. If you go to Walmart and buy even the most expensive drone you can, you're going to get a 25-minute flight time. That's what these people are equating these things to, and it's confusing the issue.
Well, it's disingenuous.
Yeah, and it always appears to me that these statements, these blanket statements about, well, it had this flight time, so it couldn't have been a drone. It's always pushing the alien narrative.
Well, it is, and it's problematic. And I don't know, because I'm not them, so I cannot speak for these people. I don't know if they're pushing the alien narrative because they want to steer us away from finding out that we have tech that we don't know that we have, or if they're steering us towards an alien narrative because they want increased budgetary funding for defense projects based on a threat narrative, or if they are absolute true believers that they themselves don't know that we have this tech. So I don't know why they're doing it, but I do honestly believe, like I said before, there's some weird stuff in our skies that's not us. But at the same time, I think a lot of this is us.
Yeah, and the other thing that always it drives me nuts is that, like, I'm sure that we have great intelligence and spying on the Russians, spying on the Chinese, on Iran, and whoever we consider an adversary, and I'm sure that our intelligence agencies know a good deal about whatever technology they have or are developing. But don't you think it's naive to just assume that we know everything and it couldn't be, they don't have this or that? Like, we don't know that they didn't make a technological leap, right?
Oh, for sure. Our human intelligence capabilities were decimated in the late 80s and early 90s. We lost a lot of our human capabilities just due to internal politics in the United States. We were trying to build that back. I don't know the state of affairs now, but we're relying a lot more on technology and intercepts and things like that to judge the military value of foreign technology. The problem is that a lot of our technology that we use to judge what the foreign capabilities are, they're manufactured overseas. They're not our own manufacturing. So we're really beholden. It's a catch-22 that we're sitting in. And we also have to look at things like our politicians. We look at our politicians as somebody that can walk over to the Department of Defense and say, what is
Yeah, no
this?
way. Yeah,
But
no way.
they don't get that information. So if a politician tells us something unknown is flying in the air, they don't know anything because they've not been told anything either. Even in classified briefings, the Department of Defense is not going to tell the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence 100% of everything. Just by the nature of what a politician is. I mean, these are the guys that used to run the shoe stand down the street from your house, and they got elected to Congress. You know, and when their term is up, they're going to go back and run that shoe store again. So the system is not going to give them access to all of the secrets. It's just not built that way.
Yeah, and I guess we could touch on all these different black projects because, you know, that's another thing that, especially these California, off the coast of California sightings that have been taking place, because there's trillions of dollars being spent on developing black projects,
Yes.
aerospace projects, trillions.
Yes.
And so to me, it's not a stretch to think that somebody's testing something that's being seen. And there's also, I can't recall the name of it, but there is for sure a aircraft and drone testing facility right off the coast of California where some of these things took place.
It's in Palmdale.
Yeah.
It's Lockheed Martin's Skunk Works main operation site in Palmdale, California.
There you go. Which would only be a short hop away from the ships that were seeing some of these UFOs or UAPs. So to me, and I always kind of go to Occam's razor too. You know, I kind of think there's a drone testing facility like 10 miles away from where these things were seen. Maybe it's drones, right?
Yeah.
But it's frustrating to me that, because I don't know how it works, right? Because I've asked some people that I know who worked in aerospace companies, even on some secret projects, do they tell everybody we're going to be flying this thing on this flight path?
No.
On this day? And yeah, that's what I got back. No, we're not telling anybody. If somebody happens to see it, okay, you know, we may acknowledge that through proper channels if inquired about it.
The way that typically works is there will be a letter of operation or a letter of authority that is given. It's negotiated between, let's say that this is a Skunk Works project. So Lockheed will negotiate with the FAA to get a certificate of authority to fly an experimental aircraft in a very specific area at a specific altitude at a specific time. That's all they're going to tell the FAA, that we're going to fly something and we need a temporary restricted area.
And we're not telling you what it is. Could be anything, right?
Yeah.
Blimp, drone. The other question, having heard a lot of stuff on your channel that I wanted to ask you about is, do you know very much about anything about stealth blimps and stealth blimp technology? Because that's another one where I think a lot of these so-called TR-3B or maybe the Phoenix Lights case could well be attributed to these stealth blimp projects that I know for a fact were being developed in the early 80s, but we don't know whatever happened to them. They were sort of in Popular Science and Popular Mechanics. They were talking about these huge stealth blimps that could lift, you know, be used to transport troops and equipment. Sure. And there
are a number of different companies Boeing, believe it or not, is one of the leaders on the dirigible or blimp technologies. It's not actually even Lockheed in this case, but it would be on Boeing. But a stealth blimp is a little bit of a misnomer because by and large, for the most part, these things by their own nature are a lot more stealthy than an aircraft, simply because the term stealth equates to low visibility and radar signatures, visual signatures, and audio signatures. So a blimp is, as long as it's not an exoskeleton or a rigid internal frame system, it's not going to have a lot of radar return because the radar systems are going to, or the radar emissions are going to pass through the fabric. It's going to show a smaller return based on whatever is hanging below it that is reflecting the radar systems and things like that. And then you can take it a step further and you can design those hanging baskets. I call them baskets, but it's where the pods are,
Sure,
where the troops would be
stay.
held. Yeah, but they can be designed with specific angles to scatter the radar return, and they can be coated with the same type of special coatings that we use for the F-117 and the B-2 and things like that. So you can significantly reduce what is already a small signature for a dirigible.
Yeah, that's what I think that I was reading about some time ago, that they were trying to do, sort of apply the same stealth technology from a stealth bomber or fighter to a dirigible or to a blimp, and having some success, right?
Yeah, the only thing that you have to keep in mind, though, in something like this is a blimp is virtually defenseless. So if you do have a troop carrier as a blimp, you're going to have an armed support, armed aerial support that is rapid response or in the same vicinity, flying in advance and trailing something like this to maintain aloft security of that.
Yeah,
that
they were
aircraft.
pretty easy to shoot down, I could imagine.
Exactly.
Right? That's why it was funny to me to read about dirigibles being used in war, because I was thinking, like, geez, it seems like such a huge target, right? But
well, back then we didn't have AAA that was really able to reach up to a good altitude. So the anti-aircraft artillery that we had back in the day was very limited in its ability to target and bring something down.
Yeah, well, amazing technology, and I think something that could be an explanation for some of the things that people are seeing. Now, I guess we can talk about some of these recent photographs and video that have been released. I'm underwhelmed, and I'm not impressed, and I guess I'm getting to the point of, like, bitterness, not bitterness, but something. People come out with this stuff, and I go, this could be anything. This doesn't move it's completely unidentifiable based on the data that you've given us. It could be anything, and I don't think that it moves the conversation forward at all. I don't think there's any benefit other than to sell a story.
We have two very disparate things talking about the exact same event. We have witness testimony on one hand that is telling us that these objects are, there's 14 or 15 of these objects. They're glowing, they're hovering, they're coming in and out of the water. They're doing rapid and instantaneous acceleration. And then on the other hand, we have a video of a fuzzball that slowly descends into the water, and it shows us absolutely zero of the 5 observables. So the witness testimony, I believe witnesses. What I don't believe is that what the witnesses have been describing is what we have been led to believe is on the video.
That's a good breakdown. And also, in that video's particular case, I suppose it's really just the word of one person who's an anonymous source. And you, Jeremy, you can't talk to him or ask him any questions, and I can't talk to him or ask him any questions. We're just supposed to trust the person bringing the story forward. And I guess, I understand the need for anonymous sources at times, especially, and the other thing is that I reached out to several people who were Navy, in current active duty Navy or Navy veteran. And I asked them, can you go in the command center of a ship and take cell phone pictures or footage and then just give it to a reporter? And they were all like, that's a good way to get court-martialed and fired and thrown out of the military. You can't. So, pardon me if I don't trust the source here.
Yeah.
It seems implausible to me that somebody's going to risk their entire career to put out, to share what is essentially not even good evidence. It's just a fuzzball, it's.
Yeah. The Combat Information Center on a ship, and I was Air Force, I'm not Navy. So if there's any naval folks that are listening to this, please feel free to jump into the chat and correct me. But it is a limited access facility on board a ship. You do not go in there as a tourist. You do not go in there if you do not have a need to be in there. And I am fairly damn certain that you're not going to be authorized to take out a cell phone and record something in real time as it's happening, simply because the systems that are being used in the Combat Information Center, you don't know what is going to be happening outside of the ship. So you're not going to allow somebody to take a cell phone in there and record in real time, because you don't know if you're about ready to go to war. You don't know if it's one of your own secret technologies. You don't know if it's an enemy combatant. You don't know what is being displayed on the monitor. Therefore, it's going to remain in a classified status. The only way that you would allow somebody to video that is if it is on a playback after it has already been determined that it is not a threat, not a security risk, and that it is a known entity.
Great. So it looks like, to me, I'm so glad that we delved into this, because this is what has been bothering me about this latest video. I'm going, they're saying it's unclassified, which doesn't make any sense. And then they're saying an anonymous source gave it to them. And one of the, call it a theory, but one of the theories that I have about some of the stuff that is leaking out is that it's training videos to show UFOs that have then been identified, and how people can be so quick to say it's a UFO, it's a UFO. And then they're using these things as examples of, like, here's one that this ship encountered and it turned out to be X, Y, or Z, right?
Well, that's an absolute plausible and highly likely scenario, especially when you look at the Senate Select Committee's directive for the UAPTF report that I think we're 40 days, 50 days away from release now. That directive was not for the UAPTF to tell us what they know. The directive was for the UAPTF to explain what the procedures are, the policies and procedures for the intelligence gathering and the reporting of these incidents. So it's very, very interesting that at the same time an IG report comes up, that we're getting these videos that are being leaked, and the Navy is saying they're being investigated by the UAPTF. Well, one of the things that the UAPTF does for this directive is to explain the process of intel gathering. So now these videos are out there. The UAPTF is going to look at them. They're going to explain how they got them, who looked at them, what was evaluated, and what the final dispensation of these videos are. So the video may not be depicting anything wild or crazy. It's being led
or otherworldly.
Or otherworldly. It's being led to make us believe that way just because of the terminology that the Navy uses. So you look at Corbell's statements. He's out there saying that the Navy has authenticated these videos. Okay, so they authenticate the video.
Yeah, and see, to me, language is very important.
Exactly.
And people are saying they've authenticated them.
Right.
They're real. But
that means that the video is not fake. It doesn't mean that what the object on the video is, that Navy says they remain unidentified. Okay, that's fine. They remain unidentified, but we still don't know what the hell they are. Now, the other thing, I actually wrote to Susan Goff.
Me too. I got no reply.
Well, I wrote to her on Friday, so I'm still hopeful. But I asked basically the same questions that we're discussing right now. And I asked her to specify what the Navy means when they say that the video is authentic. And I'm asking her very specifically, does that mean that the Navy sanctioned the taking of the video and sanctioned the release of the video, or if by authentic it just simply means that yes, it's a video that was taken with a camera by a human being at some point in time. It's not CGI.
Yeah. Well, I hope you'll come back if you get an answer. I sat there in front of my. I got to tell you, Jeremy, I sat there in front of my computer for a while, and I wrote her a list of questions too. But then I was thinking, like, am I really going to email this woman at the Pentagon? Because like I'm not. I don't know that I consider myself a journalist, But then I said, I have a show and I have an audience and they want to answer these questions. So I sent it and we'll see. If I promise you, I'll share mine if you share yours. I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
Oh, I've made a promise a long time ago that any data that I collect, I do not hold back. It goes, if the data that I collect disproves my own personal belief, I publish it. If it proves my own personal belief, I publish it. I don't care what the data proves or disproves because it's data. And everybody deserves the same equal unfettered access to the data. And I do want to say one thing, because I know people get so upset when you appear to be attacking witnesses. I'm a witness. I saw something that I can't explain back in 1995.
They get so upset.
Folks like David Fravor, folks like the female wingman, Alex, these people, these pilots that are just coming out. These folks are out there putting their lives on the line, flying these multi-million-dollar aircraft and doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, and they're not able to visually identify something. I believe them. What I'm not having an easy time believing is the information and the data that we're being shown. I don't believe it corresponds.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. And that's why I'm frustrated with some of this stuff, because like we talked about the video and what people the videos that we're getting and the witnesses statements, they don't seem to jive very well. It's like one of these things is not like the other. It's frustrating to me because it's tantalizing. The witnesses are saying all kinds of stuff, and then the video that we get is nothing.
It's bunk.
Yeah.
It's bunk. It shows. I mean, Mick West, love him or hate him, he's kind of he's doing a service.
I love him.
He's raising questions. I think he goes a little bit too far on a lot of things. He does not. I've never seen him change his mind. I've never seen him take counterpoints and incorporate them into his theories. It's either his theory or it's no theory, and I don't like that aspect.
Yeah, but I do believe that he's performing a service, and I don't understand people being angry with him, especially if you really take a step back and you have to realize that in some of his debunks, he's 100% correct.
Some of them, absolutely.
And then people are getting mad at him because I guess he's literally bursting your balloon or whatever. They want to believe it's aliens. They don't like this guy coming along and saying not so fast, but I do believe that there's a place at the table for everyone, including him, if we're going to move the ball forward and really find out what this stuff is about.
If we're going to apply any kind of critical thinking to this entire phenomenon, we have to have all sides of the arguments. We have to look at absolutely everything. I think he's wrong about the Nimitz as well.
I do as well. So we can agree on that one.
But we don't have video. We don't have anything from the Nimitz that is in line with witness testimony. Yeah.
So it's just one of those things. It's like, this is what I'm saying with the frustration, because sometimes I start reading about one of these cases or whatever, and I say, you know what, I should not even read anything about this, because it's just, we're never going to know what this is. There's not going to be a definitive answer given. There's not going to be new data. So we're at an impasse, right?
Well, if you look, we have a very short memory. This is not the first time that we've done this. It seems like about every 10 to 15 years or so, this UFO flap happens. And right after that, somebody gets a lot of money to study something, and then we never get the data from their studies. I mean, the last time this happened, Robert Bigelow got $22 million to study it. So...
yeah, I was gonna mention that in this IG report that you talked about.
Yeah,
because it appears that the IG is going to be investigating, and there's a lot of confusion about that too. Because what does that exactly mean? right? It just means that they're going to be taking a look at how the money was spent, whether they,
Well, the initial
right or well, or whether they
Yeah.
wasted a lot of it, right? When the IG gets involved, isn't it generally because of waste and inefficiency? And
Usually,
Yeah.
I would say probably about 90% of the time, the IG's investigation. Now, there's a difference because an evaluation is different than an investigation. And currently, the IG is labeling this as an evaluation. So I don't know if it's going to be based around spending. My hunch, my personal hunch, is that at some point in time, there was a senator or a congressman somewhere who got their panties ruffled because they lost the funding for their nature trail. And then they found out that $22 million went to ATIP, and they launched a complaint 10 years ago about ATIP, and the IG is just now getting around to doing an evaluation to see if it warrants an investigation. I could be completely off the mark. I know that recently, I think today, there was, I didn't read the whole thing, but it was saying something about the fact that Lou Elizondo himself initiated a second IG investigation. I don't know what that's about or why. So my initial theory on how this happened may be completely wrong.
Yeah, well, and also this is what I'm saying. There's all this stuff that's sort of, it does appear to be like a UFO or UAP sort of flap, like lots of activity, lots of media coverage that we haven't seen before, and now there's a lot of talk and speculation about this report that's going to be coming out, and I kind of think that the excitement is not very well justified. Like,
No.
there's people that truly believe that the government's going to come out next month and tell us we got the aliens and we've got bodies at Wright-Patterson, and
that's not going to happen.
I think they're going to give us a little bit of data, and it's going to be mostly a nothing burger.
Yeah, I fully believe that for us, it's going to be a nothing burger because, again, if you look at the directive, first off, it's a directive. It's not a command. It's not an order. Nobody in the military has to comply with this report. They're requested to do so, but there's no enforcement. There's no teeth to this. And again, the report comes down to is a bifurcated report. There's a classified version of this that is going to go to Senate Select Committee for Intelligence, and they're going to get briefed on this. Then there is an unclassified version by request that is going to be supposedly a summary of what the Senate Select Committee is going to receive. I've seen these things before. I used to write intel briefings when I was deployed in the Middle East that would get sent to the JCS and things. So I understand the process behind this. We are going to get pretty much a 2-paragraph statement that is saying that they did their
Everybody's
best.
waiting all this time for a 2-paragraph statement.
That's all we're going to get.
Wow.
That's all we're going to get. There's probably going to be an extension on this. There's probably going to be a briefing that goes to the Senate Select Committee, but it's probably not going to be sufficient. And the briefing that they get is probably going to be the request for an extension. I don't see anything revelatory coming out of this UAPTF report, primarily because I don't think the government knows.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Yeah. And one of the other things that I wanted to ask you about, because you formerly worked for the government, and the narrative has been for 70 years, with Stanton Friedman and the Cosmic Watergate. So the narrative has always been that the government knows about what they're seeing and knows about aliens and is covering it up. And now there seems to be this switch that all of these former letter of the alphabet people that were in TTSA or other, efforts are supposed to be talking now, and we're supposed to trust what they say. And I have a real hard time with that. Isn't that strange?
I don't trust shit. I just don't. I mean, and to quantify or to qualify that remark, I've done things in my service that if I had been a civilian watching, I would have been shocked. So I understand what the government is capable of in my personal experience, and you can probably multiply that by a magnitude of 1,000 to the other things that they've done. So I don't trust the government. We have testimony about Operation Mockingbird that, and for your listeners that don't understand what Operation Mockingbird is, this was a CIA program where the CIA would pay people to write articles in newspapers and journals and submit movie scripts and do everything that they could to try to influence the zeitgeist of the United States population. That way they could control the process of thought and kind of direct a generation to specific ideas and thought processes. And we know this happened because there is testimony. There was a congressional inquiry back in the 1970s, which got the director of the CIA at the time to admit that they paid people to do this. There is zero documentation whatsoever that says that this was ever canceled.
Yeah. And a lot of people have speculated that a lot of these players, I'm just going to call them players, or UFO celebrities that are out there, are in fact maybe government disinformation agents, which is interesting. And when people say, I'm glad you mentioned Operation Mockingbird, because when people say, oh, that's ridiculous, I ask them if they ever heard of Mockingbird or some of the other things our government has done. My other favorite is Operation Midnight Climax. That's when they ran a house of ill repute and dosed people with LSD to see what would happen.
Yeah. we have done some very nefarious things to our own people. We continue to do it. And it's crazy what we're doing. So I without getting too conspiratorial, there is something in our skies. There is, in my belief, there is an off-world presence or an ultra-world presence or an interdimensional presence that is occurring and has been occurring for thousands upon thousands of years, but they haven't blown us up. And if they haven't blown us up or destroyed us or done anything else nefarious to our civilization, then I do not believe that they are now magically a threat. They show up over our nuclear carriers. They show up over our nuclear power plants. My sighting back in '95 was nuclear material related, but they don't do anything. They haven't shut down our carriers. We haven't lost a submarine because of them. Our power plants haven't gone offline. There is anecdotal evidence to say that they've shut down our missiles, but they didn't launch any. So it would seem that these are not it would seem to me that the threat is not something that would require 20 or 60 or 80 million dollar annual budget for a research group, or tens of hundreds of millions of dollars in increased defense spending. I mean, if these things can shut down our nuclear weapons, what the hell are we going to use to shoot them out of the sky with?
I think that too. And I also always think, with these people that are running around pushing a threat narrative, I suppose to try to get increased funding, play money to buy whatever it is they want. But my point is, if they truly are, from another solar system, for example, or from another dimension,
right?
That means they have technology that is a million years ahead of us, or 100,000 ahead of us, or something, and they'd have to have weapons that we could never even compete with. It would be like they could just exterminate us at the flip of a switch.
And more funding, it may not even be a weapon. It may not even be a weapon. There's a lot of hypothesizing that says that if a civilization can last that long and make it past its own great filter event, then it would be by necessity a benevolent society. But that doesn't mean that they don't have a technology that can be used as a weapon. I can stab you with a pencil, but the pencil is not inherently a weapon.
It's a tool.
It's a tool. So they may not have developed weapons specifically to annihilate Earth, but they may carry technology that has that capability. So maybe they're doing an ionization study and separating hydrogen from water, and they happen to have the ability to evaporate all the oceans on the Earth. not
No, that
designed as
would
a
be bad.
weapon, but
Yeah.
it's things like that. So, but I really don't believe that what is in our skies now poses an immediate and pressing threat to either our civilization or another's, with one exception. If this falls out of the sky, and it falls out of the sky in Russia or China or Iran, and they have the ability to reverse engineer it, or they have the ability to somehow figure out how to use it, then we are screwed.
Yeah.
And we are screwed huge. So the threat isn't the UAP themselves in my book, but it is the possession of a UAP by an enemy state.
Yeah. And, the other thing I was going to ask you about is I have a problem with people talking to absolutes, like we talked about. These couldn't be made on Earth. The other side of the coin is that I've heard, we've got like the Greer camp saying that all ETs are benevolent. And that drives me crazy too, because I can't get my brain around making such a blanket statement, right?
Yeah.
Like maybe some are good and some are bad, right?
Yeah.
Certainly there's got to be, if there is other species out there in the universe, some of them are going to be like us, like warlike, territorial, fight over resources, right?
Well, I think that we can disprove Greer right off the bat, because if we're talking about the phenomena and we're lumping in a little bit of everything into the phenomena, and take, for example, Skinwalker. Skinwalkers are a threat to whomever happens to be walking around. You don't necessarily want to be on Skinwalker when a portal opens up, because you might just be getting your arms and legs ripped off by something that pops out.
That would definitely not be benevolent. Yeah.
That is not benevolent. And when I've had several, or actually, I'm not going to say several because that's inaccurate. I've had 2 very long conversations with Colonel John Alexander. He lives right down the road from me here in Las Vegas, and I'm nurturing that relationship. But I asked Colonel Alexander if the phenomenon is a terrible thing, and he paused, and he licked his lips a little bit, and he thought very carefully before he answered my question. And he looks right at me, and he goes, "The phenomena itself is not terrible, but there are terrible aspects to it."
Well, that's kind of terrifying too, though.
Yeah. And this is the guy that started NIDS. This is the guy that started, studied Skinwalker. This is the guy that worked at the Los Alamos physics lab and knows a whole lot more than he will ever say. But for him to say that there are terrible aspects to this, I think Stephen Greer can go get bent.
Yeah, I kind of make fun of him. I did a parody called Dr. Stephen Greed here, because disclosure ain't free.
No,
right?
No, and I take
pay.
people to, yeah, absolutely. $333.33, and you get access to the truth, brother. I take people to task that sell access to information. And that's one of the things that I did when I started creating the Osiris. Is I went public and I said that whatever the data is that I collect, I will disseminate it to the world. I'm not
For those that don't know, can you explain this Osiris thing? Because he's got a video on his. This is an amazing thing that he built. Talk about that. It's cool. I want to come there and drive it around.
well, let me give you the whole backstory. Because if I tell you exactly what it is right off the bat, it still won't make much sense. After my sighting that I had back in 1995, I sat on this whole experience. And then I ended up, through a weird series of events, I ended up on the TV show Unidentified Inside America's UFO Investigation. I was in season 2, episode 3. Met Lou, talked to Lou. Hell, I spent a week at Lou's house at the beginning of this year. Anyway, I got to the point where I started convinced myself that we're never going to get the actual truth from this or any other government. So I started trying to figure out what I could do to find out what the hell is in our skies for myself. So I found an organization called Skyhub, and you can visit them on the web, skyhub.org. And they've designed, I should say, a very robust platform that will allow you to purchase certain pieces and parts and electronics from Amazon and places like that, and they tell you how to assemble it.
Cool organization.
Yeah, it really is. And anyway, the gist of this is the fact that I took my daily driver. I'm not rich. I don't make a lot of money. So
Yeah,
my daily driver
you.
was a 1999 Land Rover Discovery 2, a very capable off-road vehicle. And I started drilling holes in the roof of this thing. And I was running Cat5 Ethernet cable and mounting fisheye cameras and drilling more holes and putting ADS-B antennas on it. And all sorts of,
this is cool, guys.
It's an insane vehicle. So
it's created like your very own mystery machine.
Well, it's kind of like a four-wheel drive version of Ecto-1 from the Ghostbusters, really.
Yeah.
So I've got this vehicle that I cruise around in, and I go to hotspots, and I try to find scientific data that would prove to me the existence of off-world or otherworldly type of vehicles. So I've got the Osiris, and I forgot where I was going before we got in.
I just asked you to explain the Osiris and building it and its capabilities and what you're doing with it.
Yeah, so it's one of the things that I'm doing because I don't believe that we're ever going to get a straight answer, a valid answer, and a factual answer from this or any other government. So I'm trying to encourage armies of people in any state, country, territory, wherever you are, build a Skyhub, build a device, standardize the citizens' ability to collect data so that we're not using an iPhone 6 or a Galaxy 3 or a Nokia and everybody has different cameras and different processors and everything's the same with Skyhub. So you know how to interpret the data. And I think that once we get a couple of thousand of these things around the planet, we're not going to have to depend on the government to tell us anything. We're going to be telling the government what we're seeing.
Interesting. Yeah. And you've got the vehicle to do it, right? You've got you have like FLIR cameras and stuff on the roof or different stuff like that?
Not yet. Like I said, I'm not rich, so I am beholden to my budget. But I have incorporated, I have a fully functional weather station that's integrated into the vehicle now. When I was up with Lou Elizondo at his place, he and I were talking about some of the theories that Jacques Vallée had in trying to elicit dynamic responses from UAP. And if you don't know, Jacques Vallée was basically an inspiration for Steven Spielberg's Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah, I was aware of that. Sure, yeah.
And with the way that the military was using the flashing lights and the sound, that's a Vallée theory. So what I've done is just recently I've incorporated some extremely high intensity LED full 16.9 million color spectral lights on the top of this thing. And I'm programming them with very specific patterns. So in the event that my sensor stack pings an unknown, I can flip these lights on and attempt to signal to what end, I have no idea. And that's cool, I'm not stopping there. It's neat. It's neat.
And can I ask you, because what got me started is that I saw something when I was a child, and I felt electricity in the air. So I always ask people that are building these kind of things, or doing field investigations, do you have some scientific measuring equipment like magnetometers or electrostatic meters to tell?
Well, not only that, but I've built a Faraday cage in the back of my vehicle, which now houses all the electronics to isolate the electronics from any type of EMP. When I was up in Wyoming at Lou's house, I don't know what caused it. We were having a series of synchronicity events, and some really, really strange things were happening. But the sensor stack caught fire at a very inopportune time. Right in the middle of an incident that we were having. So I've hardened it. I've put it in a Faraday cage, and what I'm doing
just
now,
for the benefit of those that don't know, a Faraday cage will stop any electrical interference from damaging or taking out an electronics device.
Correct.
People commonly will put, I've got a Faraday cage at the cabin, It's part of my apocalypse kit, and I have
Exactly.
CBs and a ham radio and a few other things inside it, just in case of an EMP. I could go into the cage, take those items out, and they would still be functional after an event like that.
There's a comment in the chat from B Baker where he says Skyhub is dumb because it restricts use of info. I want to talk about that for just 1 second. It's not dumb. What they've done, and you have to understand that Skyhub does not restrict the data. So what I cannot do is I cannot monetize that data. It can be given away for free. I can show everybody what that data is. I cannot charge people to get access to that data. So to get access to any of the data that I've generated with my Skyhub, you have to go to skyhub.org, register, create the profile, and then you have access to all the data. So they're not restricting it. Their end-user licensing agreement simply prevents anybody from monetizing it because they don't want to become the machine that sensationalizes something that is not accurate. So what I'm doing is I'm using the Skyhub as my primary point of information gathering, but I'm also backing it up with disparate and ancillary systems that I can have full control of the data over, as long as I'm verifying that what I'm capturing outside of the Skyhub is also, it's redundant. It matches with the data inside the Skyhub. So I like what they've done. If I was a movie producer, I wouldn't like it because I wouldn't be able to pick up a Skyhub and put it in my Stephen Greer documentary. But
well, then he wouldn't make any money, and that's bad because praise the cash.
Right, and I don't make any money off of any of this. To date, as it stands right now, I have not gotten paid for a single interview. I have not sold data. I don't ask for contributions to do anything. I had a GoFundMe for a very short amount of time that helped me build the very first Skyhub, and then I stopped. And I think I raised, I think it was either $400 or $600 on that, and that was absolutely it. So if you see me on NBC or CBS or something like that, please understand I am not getting paid for any of that.
Yeah, well, good for you. I'm trying to get paid. I'm breaking even.
Well, even my YouTube channel, it's not monetized.
Yeah, they just turned ours on, and I have decided so far that I'm not turning ads on because that's really pennies, but we'll take the super chats.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
something like that, a phone or a webcam. That's what I use. Everything here came from donations and super chats. I will accept some help, but I'm not trying to make $1 million. In fact, I'd be really happy if I could make like Taco Bell wages. That's a goal.
You know, if I could
have a part-time job I hate, I might as well have a part-time job I like. And just some show business. FGraph72 is in the live chat saying that somebody posted to their channel a mere truth seeker stream. So let me know who's doing that, because I don't know that I've given anybody permission to simulcast our stream tonight.
Yeah, yeah. Stuff like that bugs me. But I will say that if I could do this and pay my mortgage, I would do this. But I would have to figure out a way that would force me to ensure the public that the money is not affecting the data in any way, shape, or form. And because I haven't figured out how to do that yet, I'm not getting paid for this. I mean, hell, I just broke my DSLR camera the other day. I broke a $600 lens, to be exact. My DSLR camera.
You could just see when that thing was going down. You're like, oh no, before it even hit. Right?
It made me sick to my stomach. So I'm out $600, and that comes out of my pocket. But I don't want to be accused of having money that's affecting a narrative. And just to clarify on this and expand on it, I am involved in a film production, but the film production, I am also not getting paid a dime other than what SAG requires to be paid as a per diem, which, and I will tell you straight up, $40 per day.
Yeah, I did some acting, so I was just going to say the minimum SAG per diem is nothing. It comes your day for your lunch if you're lucky.
Yeah, so they're paying for my expenses.
A lot of people don't realize this. Like, what a lot of people don't realize is they see people on television shows on the History Channel and stuff like a lot of these guys are doing it for free. Like there's a lot of guests on even Ancient Aliens have said, I'm sure I heard Richard Dolan say that he doesn't get paid to be on Ancient Aliens, but it's good for his book sales or whatever, so he does it for free.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and I haven't written a book. I don't have anything to pimp or promote or anything like that. I built the Osiris, and I'm doing this because I saw something back in 1995 that defies any understanding that I have of either aerodynamics or physics. Nobody has an answer for me that is a valid answer that can say, oh, it was ours, or it wasn't ours, and it wasn't ours, but it was this. Nobody can tell me anything. So I want to find out what the hell it was that I saw and what the hell everybody else is seeing. And I think that, doing things like this and doing citizen science and gathering actionable intelligence in a way that, 10 or 15 years ago, the United States government would have loved the sensors that are in my Osiris. But now I have them and they've got something better. But, we're getting to the point now where the citizenry can do what the U.S. government did 20 years ago.
Oh, Walter Bosley is here in the live chat, and he says, I'm doing a TV gig this weekend. Contract explicitly states that I do not get paid, only lodging, food, and transportation. Yeah, so, and listen, I'm just to be clear, I have no problem with anybody taking money, but there seems to be an extreme that some of these guys go to. It's always buy my latest course, even though, and the promises, we just covered David Wilcock is promising people superpowers.
Oh, God,
he's in the pitch video, he says, if you take his course, you're going to be able to levitate, telekinesis.
Well, then you got Nick Pope going out there and saying that, for $40, you get to speak to him for like 8 minutes, one-on-one digitally. If anybody wants to talk to me, first off, why? And second, I'm accessible as hell, man. I'm not going to charge anybody $40 to get my bad advice.
No, I think it was 4 minutes. You get to talk to him for 4 minutes for $50. So I joked on Twitter that if anybody wants to pay $50, I'll talk to them for eight minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm a bargain, right? Yeah, I'm an open book too. Like if somebody really wants to talk to me, my DMs are open. My Facebook is public profile. People can get to me, or they could email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com, and I reply to most people. I mean, some of the nutters I don't, like I get some crazy, strange emails doing this show for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Burger King customer, is that question for me or is that question for somebody else?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did he ask?
What exactly, or what did he see exactly? Has he told the story already? I don't know if he's asking me if I've told my story or not.
Mine is in an episode of my previous podcast called The Midnight Hour. It's called Encounter in the Forest, and I'll put a link to mine in the description because it's kind of a long story. But briefly, I saw something in the woods just above the tree lines. It was elliptical, saucer-shaped, metal, dull gray. I felt electrostatic charges. I saw animals running out of the forest towards me, away from this object. And it was so close that I could feel like I could climb a tree and smack it on the bottom of it. Wow. It happened for a while, and then it bolted off, and that started me down this rabbit hole. Every book, every video, it's this insatiable, and I don't know why, but, when you have that kind of experience, for me, I have this insatiable need to know what I saw.
Yeah. Yeah. Very similar situation with me. I was in the military. I was deployed to the country of Jordan. My story is told on season 2, episode 3 of the Unidentified TV show. And
I'm going to check. I think I've heard this. Yeah, I've seen this. It's a great story.
A host of other podcasts, but to be brief, I was deployed to Jordan. This was right after the fall of the Soviet Empire. There was missing nukes everywhere because when the Soviet Empire fell, overnight there was a bunch of nation states that were just created that had no allegiance, or the military had no allegiance to their new government, and a lot of these places had portions of the former Soviet Empire's nuclear arsenal, and there were nation states like North Korea or Iran that were attempting to gain access. By gaining access, they would either pay for nuclear missiles, or they would talk to a non-allegiant Russian general and trade him a bottle of vodka for a warhead. I am not making that up.
Yeah,
That
that's scary.
absolutely happened.
Scary.
So the short story is we recovered a nuclear weapon, and we were guarding it in the middle of the Jordanian desert. And one night that I was there, I was watching with night vision goggles, and I saw something that it wasn't right. It was able to go from horizon to horizon with a 90-degree turn, zero arc, zero radius, no depreciation in speed whatsoever. It started at my 12 o'clock, came up to my top dead center, and shot off to my left. Like I said, horizon to horizon in under 2 seconds, and it would repeat over and over and over again. And it wigged me out. It's just not something that.
Wow. Yeah. Dan Hogan is asking, this is a good question. If you found out that what you saw was really just some government secret craft, not UFO related, would that kill some of your passion for this work?
I don't know. I would tend to say no, because here's the thing. I am not a pilot now. I used to fly civilian aircraft, little single engine pieces of crap like Cessna 152s,
cool,
172s.
That's cool.
And to be honest, I wasn't prolific at it. I only have a few hundred hours of flight time as pilot in command, but I could fly a single engine aircraft, so I understood the basics of aerodynamics. What I saw, it didn't use aerodynamics and aerodynamic principles for flight control. So if it was a government secret craft, that is technology that to date we don't know that we have. So I think that one of the things that I would be really upset at is 24 years ago was 1995. And if we had the technology that could do what I saw happen 24 years ago, what do we have now? And what could we be doing for good with the technology that instead we're weaponizing? So my curiosity wouldn't be tempered, but it would certainly be redirected.
Yeah. And Rodrigo has a great question. He asked, Jeremy, did you feel that it was a solid machine or perhaps a light projection?
At the time, I was 24, 25 years old, chain smoking cigarettes, sitting on top of a sand dune in the Middle East, not really comprehending how the hell I had gotten there to begin with. So I don't know if that thought had really crossed my mind. I believe that because of the way that I saw it, I was using night vision goggles and everything. I think that if I was to see it again in the same circumstance, I would assume that it would be a solid machine. The night vision goggles would pick up even the smallest beams of light, even if they're IR, and I would have been able to see a projection with the night vision goggles, or at least I would assume that I would have seen a projection with the night vision goggles.
Yeah, people have a lot of great comments. The materials weren't around then. The principal is barely here now. Yeah, I've often thought that what I saw, because where I had my sighting was like literally a mile from McGuire Air Force Base.
Oh, wow.
But I had known, having watched, my father was sort of an aviation buff, and he used to bore me and my brother to tears. He would drive us to the front of the runways. There was like a little place you could park. This is before 9/11. They've closed the base off now, and you can't see anything. But
right.
We used to be able to go to the base, and my father would just sit there, and we would just watch like C-130s take off for 5 hours and land. And to me, the most exciting thing that they had there was training aircraft, which was F-4 Phantoms. That's
one of my favorite airplanes.
Yeah, but it's like that. To me, I discounted it could have come from McGuire, because what I saw was super high tech and amazing, and they had ancient aircraft and cargo planes mostly. Their support, I believe that they're like a support base. In other words, they're flying supplies over to Desert Storm 24/7 or personnel or whatever. Not very exciting to me. So I discounted it that it could have come off the base. But the fact that it happened a mile from an air base, a military air base, has always made me think maybe they were testing something, or maybe whatever,
We have a lot more than the normal population base of the United States will ever know that we have. And one of the things I've been taken to task for it, the vitriol that I have received in my
I've
DMs
seen
on
some
Twitter.
of this on Twitter. Oh man.
Oh my God. I'm not discounting that UAP exist. What I'm doing is I'm putting forth possible explanations that are prosaic in nature that could account for the data that we're seeing on the video. I am not attempting to countermand or undercut witness testimony because I believe the witnesses. But what we're seeing, what we're being released to us or leaked to us, is not what's on the witness testimony. And anything to date, actually everything to date that has been on a video can be replicated easily with prosaic known technology. Even to the point we do have flying submarines. We have
Yeah, I was going to mention that. That's another thing that they say. I've heard Jeremy Corbell say it couldn't have been Earth-made technology because nobody on Earth has that technology. And I found 3 examples of so-called transmedium craft developed by Lockheed and a few other companies.
Yeah.
And these are prototypes, and they had concept videos and maybe not flight videos. You know? So somebody argued with me and said, that's just an animation. It was a concept while they were developing it to visualize it and get funding for it. They make these promo videos and go to the military and go, isn't that neat? Wouldn't you like to have that capability? We could build it for you for a few $1 trillion, and then they get the funding. You know?
Sure, it's a resume for a black project, is what it is.
There's at least 3 examples of so-called transmedium craft that can fly both in the air and in the water.
We've had them ever since we've had sub-launch cruise missiles. That's a transmedium craft.
Transmedium craft, it comes out of the water and it flies in the air. Yeah. But there's statements again. It's like these generalized statements. When I hear that stuff, it irks me and drives me nuts. Like, did you even Google to see if anybody on Earth has that technology? And by the way, if we in the United States, I found 3 projects, then that certainly means there's probably 3 Russian and 3 Chinese projects just like it, or with similar capabilities. And it's sort of this naive, ignorance to act like all the technology on Earth because you study, I don't know, aliens and UFOs. But it's the narrative that they push. It's because
it
couldn't be our technology. Nobody on Earth has this, so they're pushing this narrative.
Well, it's because we have people that have come from the highest echelons of the United States government that are saying the same thing. And instead of people listening to these higher ups and saying, well, that doesn't sound quite right, I'm going to do a little research on my own, they just parrot back the same information and believe without question what their former government official has told them. And for a fact, I will tell you right now, and I can show you because I've posted it on Twitter at least 3 times over the past 4 or 5 months, we have a drone shaped like a triangle that is painted black that will be launched from a submarine and shoot out of the water. We have it. It's called the Coromant. It's named after a diving seabird, and it was created by Lockheed.
There's a 4th example then, because I didn't find that one.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter. I mean, it's
I'll take a look.
It was canceled in. It was canceled in 2008. Now, when something is in production and it becomes canceled, it's because something better, more capable,
so you got an even better one now. Yeah, so they have a better one now. I thought too that maybe we could take a little bit of time just to talk about the media, and it seems to me that the media keeps getting things wrong, and they keep doing this stuff. This also drives me crazy. These clickbait titles, really. And the best example I could think of is this story about Israeli space minister who said aliens are real, and there's a galactic council. And
Israeli space lasers.
Yeah, and so all these media outlets ran with that story that an Israeli space minister said aliens are real, Trump knows about it, there's a galactic council, all these different things. President Eisenhower met with aliens, and we had treaties, all these different things that the media printed. And then it turned out that guy said. He said those things, but he was repeating what his granddaughter told him that Laura Eisenhower told him, which is not a credible source of information unless you believe that there's some kind of demon portal on Saturn that's sucking our negative energy, and we have to. It's New Age nonsense that she talks about. So somebody repeated it to this guy. He mentions it in an interview, and then it becomes the narrative. That, oh, see, an Israeli space minister said aliens are real. And no, not so fast.
The reason that we are having this conversation right now with the 60 Minutes interview with Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo and the Sunday morning thing with Seth Shostak, and mainstream media has lost its ability to vet sources. Mainstream media is not nearly as concerned about protecting their reputation. It is more decentralized now than ever. And with the advent of YouTube and channels like yours and mine and 3,000 other ones and Twitter and social media, news gets out. And what has happened in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, is that because social media has gotten this, and UFO Twitter specifically, we have captured a thought process. And that thought process needed to be guided. It needed a guidance behind it. And because there were some people that were getting too close, there were some people that were way far away, but it needed guidance. So the United States government created this multimedia campaign from hell that uses a lot of truth, but a lot of subterfuge to help control a narrative, and knowingly so, because with the decentralization of the media right now, they knew that CNN and CBS were going to be picking this up.
Yeah. So do you believe that the portions of the government or someone within the government is consciously and with deliberate effort trying to manipulate perceptions about these subjects?
Yes. I don't know to what
simple answer. Yeah, I believe so too.
I don't know to what end, and I don't know if it's because they want to they want to false flag an alien invasion. I don't know if it's because they want to increase their defense budget. I don't know if it's because they want to actually drip us the truth. But it is an orchestrated narrative, but I don't know what the end goal of that narrative is. And that's one of the reasons that I'm trying to become off-grid with information gathering. I want to find my own data because I don't trust the data that comes from official sources.
Yeah, I'm sort of in the same boat as you. I live my life by a bunch of different rules, but my number one rule is that I don't trust anything that anyone from the government tells me is accurate. I got to verify it myself before I will decide whether I believe what they're saying or not. And, a lot of the younger generation, they have this sort of naivety that, like, well, why would the government lie to us, right? And they're just not aware of things, of the history of our government and how much they've lied to us, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Gulf of Tonkin. That's what I tell young people. Like, I had this discussion with a relative of mine, a younger relative, a nephew. He said, "Oh no, George Washington, and this is a great country. They don't lie to us." And I had him look it up, and then after he educated himself, I showed him 10 more examples of the government lying to its people.
Yeah,
or manipulating perceptions for sure.
Well, we had a story, my God, what was it, 6, 8, 10, 12 weeks ago, where it comes out, and forgive me for citing this incorrectly because I know that I'm going to get a detail wrong and somebody's going to chew me for it. But there was, I think it hit every single major news network where there was a psyop being run by the United States military on our congressmen and senators to try to get them to increase funding for the war in Afghanistan. The military
That's amazing.
the military was doing background investigations and pulling pertinent information on certain people and trying to find out what their weaknesses were, and basically cornering them in the hallways of the Capitol building and giving them misleading information in the hopes that they would vote for increased defense spending. And it was all crap.
It's amazing. Yeah, I think a lot of this stuff may be directly or indirectly tied to funding, and people are pulling the strings, because when I look at the black budget, I saw a chart of like how much the black budget has increased in the past, say, 30 years. And it is exponentially increased in the amount of money that, speaking of money, thanks to Rogue Status for a kind and generous $20 donation.
Hey, Rogue, you suck too, but you suck with $20.
No, he's a Philly. We talked about this last night. I'm from Philadelphia, and he's from Philadelphia. And in Philadelphia, a sign of affection between men especially is to bust each other's balls. So he comes here and sends me money and tells me my show sucks. But we appreciate your generosity and your support of the show. Thank you very much. Every dollar goes right back into the till to help the show keep going. And here we are. I got to thank you for doing this too, because I've been listening to you for quite a while. And I just kind of went, there's some people I don't reach out to, I just kind of listen to them. And then eventually, though, I'm glad that we got to talk, because you and I agree on a lot of things, because I think that you're like grounded and you're scientifically based and you don't jump to conclusions. And I love what you said about the data is the data. If it supports what I believe, great. If it shoots down what I believe, it's still valid scientific data that people should have access to, right?
Exactly. People should know the truth, regardless of what that truth is. And I'm divorced and remarried, but my ex-wife, the mother of my youngest daughter, she can't stand the fact that I don't lie to my 7-year-old daughter.
How dare you not lie, right? Yeah.
And it drives her nuts, because I treat my daughter, my 7-year-old, almost 8, like she's an adult, and I'll have adult conversations with her, and she'll ask me, Daddy, why do you freak out every time you see a police officer? I'll tell her the truth.
Or you have PTSD or something like that?
No, I
just don't trust the government. That's how I am.
I used to be a cop for 12 years.
Oh, I did not know that.
So that was my job in the Air Force. It was a military police officer.
Oh yeah. And by the way, thank you for your service.
Don't thank me. Thank
my dad
the families of the guys that didn't make it back.
My dad was a Navy guy. He wanted me in the military, but I just knew that I wasn't disciplined enough, and I would have flunked out. Like, dude, how many push-ups, bro? No way. I just couldn't do it. I knew I couldn't do it, so I never.
No, don't thank me. Thank the families of the people that didn't make it back. I came back.
Yeah. And you were in Desert Storm, I'm aware, right?
Yeah, I spent a total of 2.5 years in the Middle East. And wow. if I ever get the opportunity to go back there, I will throw myself down a flight of stairs and break both legs first.
Wow, it was really that bad for you?
That place is a shithole.
Yeah, I've heard that.
My
cousin was in Desert Storm as a Marine, and I was really worried for him, because he's just the kind of guy that, like, if you're in a bar and a fight breaks out, he jumps in. He's just that kind of, like, he likes, I don't know if he likes fighting, conflict. So we were terrified for him, because we figured he'd be charging people when his gun ran out of ammunition, with his bare hands. He's just that kind of crazy, but luckily he made it out mostly. He's got everybody that comes back brings something back with them, trauma, or,
We all do. People talk about hitchhiker syndrome from Skinwalker. Vets have been dealing with this mentally since there's been wars. Yeah. Every one of us brings something back.
Yeah. So it's unfortunate. Yeah. You see that kind of stuff, it's going to change you, right?
Rodrigo is saying, show us your ammo. Let me.
Yeah, sure. That's fine. You do what you need to do here. So, friends, we're talking with Jeremy, Unidentified. You can follow him on Twitter. I got to tell you, he's got a really good take on a lot of this UFO UAP stuff, and we need people like him, because the narrative is getting crazy with people pushing their narrative, And really, I want to get to the truth. Glad to know people like him who can help me do that, and I can share this conversation and journey with you. So
Well,
here we go.
what I wanted to do is just turn my camera around. So don't put me off. Let me just pick this up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Here, Rodrigo.
You got a little collection there?
That's a little bit of it. So
wow. Yeah,
thank God I'm wearing pants when I stood up.
Not so big a gun guy, but I noticed that it's getting real hard to find ammunition.
Well, I make my own. I reload my own ammo. I build my own rifles. I just like to have control of the tools that I use.
Yeah, I'm an archery guy. I like archery. So at the cabin I have both, but if I had to choose which one to use for hunting or whatever,
yeah.
Well, for personal defense, I would always choose a gun. But for hunting, I like the sportsman. I think it's like a little more challenging. And there's something ancient about that bow and arrow, Yeah.
There is. There's a connection. There's a huge connection between the action and the result when you have a bow and arrow in your hand.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's interesting. I noticed a lot of people are doing, like, I guess, prepper sort of things, right? Have you noticed this sort of change in the past year where people are sort of a little more paranoid than usual about not having enough things and hoarding things? And
if you're putting gasoline in a plastic bag,
I saw that. Couldn't believe it.
And if you're on my friends list, just go ahead and delete yourself. Do me a favor.
Yeah,
don't put gasoline in a plastic bag, folks. That is ridiculous.
I have a friend in Europe who sent me a picture of that, and he said, "Is this real? Are you Americans really that dumb?" And I went, "Absolutely. We're that stupid. We are that stupid." Yeah, I've had only one time where I had a line here. And then some of the gas stations, I think about half of them around here are out of premium or out of cheap gas still. You can only buy premium,
Out here in Vegas, we haven't seen a blip.
Yeah. I guess we're more in the line of that pipeline. So I asked a lot of questions about what, we were talking about these people pushing this alien narrative.
Yeah.
One question I want to ask you, having studied this thing for so long, because I'm always curious of what the bottom line is, or what people who have invested a lot of time studying these phenomenon believe, is if there are truly alien species or interdimensional species or something like that visiting us on Earth, why? Why do you believe that they're here? What is the purpose?
I don't know if we're capable of answering that question, because I don't even know if that's the right question to ask. When I was talking to Colonel Alexander, he took me to task a couple times for asking similar questions, and I would ask him, who's in the UFOs, who's in the UAP, and he's like, that's just not the right question to ask. And I was like, what is the right question to ask? And he goes, that's the right question to ask. We don't yet know enough about any of this to even begin to ask the correct questions. And we're not going to know anything until we figure out the questions that we need to be asking. And it sounds like a cop-out, but I don't think it is. I really don't think it is. And I certainly don't think, unless, the one exception is if UAP are us, and I'll define that again here in a minute. But if UAP are us, this all goes out the window. But I don't think that we can ascribe human traits or humanity's motivations to something that may not be anywhere near being human. That's like saying, why does an octopus punch a fish?
Yeah, I always thought it was interesting that aliens are always depicted as bipedal creatures with, hands and legs like us. I mean, for all we know, they could look like octopi or whales, and be intelligent life.
And I think one of the most inefficient things to do in the entire cosmos is build a craft capable of transporting biological entities. I think that these craft, if they are spacefaring craft, I think that they're most likely solid state, and there's no entities inside of these. These are
they
most likely.
They could be robotic probes, right?
robotic probes, solid state probes. There's a theory that I personally subscribe to. The grays, I think, are probably a biological housing for an AI.
Oh, that's an interesting theory. I have not heard that. You know, one of the theories I like about the grays is that they may be something like a dolphin, but evolved into a more human form.
Jazz Shaw would absolutely
Yeah.
love you because Jazz has this whole dolphin theory going on. So
Yeah, and what's interesting is that I've been reading about dolphins, and they're really starting to believe that they're just as smart as us, or just as cognitively capable as us, but
yeah,
because they're in the water or whatever, and they don't have opposable thumbs, they didn't develop technology, but they may be every bit as smart as us. So that's
it's
crazy.
we don't know.
Yeah, but
Anybody that says that they have the answers to what is going on is full of crap.
yeah, I agree with you 100%. And I really like people that are capable of saying I don't know, right?
Yeah.
Or capable of admitting that they don't really have the answers, but they hear some theories and I could speculate on that, or but I believe that you're 100% correct. Certainly, the most efficient way to explore other solar systems would be robotic drones, not sending people, right? Or
Yeah.
not sending living beings.
If you have to traverse light years of physical space, I don't think you do it with a biologic. I think that's if you've been able to stabilize wormholes or cross dimensions, then maybe sure, because you're shortening your trip. But if you're restricted to normal ballistic type of travel across the cosmos, I think you do it with solid state technology.
Yeah, and it would seem to be like reasonable to say that some other species would just say let's launch 500 robotic probes at 500 different solar systems. If it takes them 200 years to report back,
Yeah.
eventually we'll get some data from it. It seems reasonable to me. But I've often thought that, and this is again 100% speculation, but I've often thought that the phenomenon may be related to some sort of anthropology project. Like, for example, if we find some tribe that is 100% without technology, off on their own in the Stone Ages, our scientists would want to study them, because that's
Sure.
to see what some of our origins were. So I've often thought that they may be just observing primitive people because they're 100,000 years ahead of us, or however many years, a million years ahead of us, and want to see what part of their past may have been like that they may have lost through their own history.
There is merit in that, and when one of the conversations that I was having with Colonel Alexander, I proposed to him one of my theories, and he didn't shoot it down. This kind of ties into the consciousness aspect of it, but it ties it in with the conservation of energy and thermodynamics, that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, so that when we die, our consciousness continues to live somewhere, somehow. It goes somewhere. So potentially this is us visiting us.
That's interesting theory. Yeah, but why would it take the shape of a UFO? I guess. Well, who knows, right? Plasma balls have been seen. It could be energy. Consciousness turns to energy somehow.
Well,
Yeah, I sure like to believe that we go somewhere. I cannot wrap my brain around just blinking out and an end to my existence.
No,
I don't know if that's through religious teachings that I've had my whole life, or just because I don't want to believe that you just blink out when your body dies.
My daughter came to me about 2 weeks ago, and she was terrified of death. And I don't know if she had seen something on TV or heard something at school or whatever, but she was terrified of it, and the religious approach even scared her even more. So I sat her down and I spoke to her about the fact that you can't create or destroy energy, that the universe contains a finite amount of it, you may be able to pull it in from other dimensions or other multiverses, but there's still a finite amount. And when I relayed this to her and I told her that, our brains are based on energy, we are energetic beings. We need electricity to live, not the wall outlet at 110, but I mean the stuff up here. And after I finished telling her that, she's like, so when we die, we don't die. I was like, yeah, it's science. And she was like, cool. Okay. Thanks, Dad. Good night. And
Yeah, that's a good
she was
argument,
good with that.
because it's a general rule of the universe that energy cannot be created or destroyed. It just changes form. So maybe
Right.
our consciousness just changes into something else,
Yeah. And maybe it inhabits a solid state drive.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm through my list of questions, and I don't want to keep it too long, but I have one important one.
Sure.
Because I want to know what you think about some people's claims that the government actually has recovered some sort of alien spacecraft or one of these craft and has back engineered parts or all of it. What do you think of these stories? Because I used to believe them, but more and more lately, I don't find them to be credible. I don't, it's like people make claims, and that's great. Like we've had Mark McCandlish with this ARV story.
Mhm.
Bob Lazar, I don't believe one bit. After a really deep dive into that case, but there's others that have said that there's stuff at Wright-Patterson or Roswell debris got taken at Wright-Patterson, and we somehow have this stuff, and we're trying to figure it out. But to me, it doesn't hold water, because it would be kind of like handing an iPhone to a caveman and saying, "I'll give you as much money as you want, make me another one of these." The caveman would have no idea what he was looking at, let alone how to reproduce it.
Well, I think there's probably about a 50-50 chance that it's real. I think that my personal feelings is that Roswell was us, that Rendlesham was not us. And I think that we probably most likely have things from Rendlesham. I think we are reverse engineering technology that we obtained that was not created by us, and by us I mean terrestrial based, humans born in Poughkeepsie. I don't believe that everything that we have is us. And to expand on that, I think based on the conversations that I have had with people, and I'm not going to name them, but everybody knows who they are, and you've seen pictures of me hanging out with some of these people. According to internal theories, we know who is in the saucers. The black triangles are a combination of us and them, and we don't have a clue who's in the Tic Tacs.
That's interesting. And just to circle back, you mentioned spending some time with Lou Elizondo, and you were on this unidentified show. And, I'm really up in the air about him, and I was definitely very skeptical of TTSA. After all, Tom DeLonge famously basically promised people that they were going to build a spaceship while he was soliciting investor funds, and then he never built a spaceship. So huge problems with that. I don't have a problem with Lou leaving, and I don't have a problem with most of what he said, but I always feel like when he gets pressed and asked a really hard question, he defaults to an NDA. Which is it's frustrating for me, because it makes me think like maybe there's a reason why he's so gung-ho about this, but he can't spill the beans, so he's trying to find other beans that he's allowed to spill. What's your take on Mr. Elizondo and his efforts, and what do you see going forward for him?
I spent a week at his house. Lou was one of the most hospitable people that I have ever met in my life. I'm not going to speak bad about him, because I may well.
I wasn't asking you to, too. Yeah, don't get the wrong idea. I'm just asking you for your sense and your thoughts on him. So whatever, yeah.
I think that everything that Lou does, I think that he truly believes that he's doing the right thing. I honestly believe that Lou thinks that he's doing the right thing. If I was the United States government and I needed my population to believe a certain narrative. There's a script. There's a script to find somebody to get a man of the people and put them in a position and get them to sacrifice and get them to be drugged through the coals and then rise from the ashes and be proven right about everything that they say. That's a script. And it's happened before in UAP history in the United States.
Yeah. The Benowitz case for sure.
But I think that Lou believes that what he's doing is the right thing. And I think he's an admirable guy, and he served our country, and he kicked some ass, and he did some amazing shit when he was in the military. And I will never take any of that away from him.
Good. Rogue Status has a great question. How do you guys feel about deathbed confessions? Credible. What I would say is that there's some deathbed confessions out there that are garbage, most notably Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan's CIA deathbed confession. We've covered that here previously. We found out that the gentleman pictured in the video as this amazing guest talking about Area 51 and aliens was never in the military and never worked for the CIA. He worked his entire life as a grocery store person. He worked in a grocery store. So I think if you could verify their background as being genuine and accurate, and they're telling stories about aliens, there's a lot of Roswell deathbed confessions that I find credible, because why in somebody's last days would they suddenly just start making up things about aliens? What do you think, Jeremy?
I think I'll adopt the policy of the NSA or the CIA on that one. Trust, but verify.
Yeah, that's an excellent way. Well, listen, I can't thank you enough for doing this, and I hope that you will come back. We're rebooting our Revisiting Roswell series. I'd love to just pick your brain for an hour about Roswell and see what you think of Roswell.
Spooky has a question right there. He's asking if I'm a Mason.
Yeah. Oh no, Jeremy's one of those Freemasons. He's trying to rule the world. He can't be trusted, right?
Yes. I of course now I can't get it back on the wall. That'll sit down there for a minute.
It's okay.
Yes, I am a Mason. I was entered, passed, and raised back in the year 2000 at Vegas Lodge number 32, and I am a member of the Scottish Rite. I am a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason as well.
Yeah, I've had an interest in that, and I even almost attempted to join, but then things sort of got in the way. Did you find it to be very helpful to your life? Because everybody I know that did it said that it made them a better man, right? Isn't that part of the thing, making good men better men? Yeah,
making a good man a better man. Absolutely. It's not a religion. It's not even a dogma. It's just it's a philosophy.
Yeah. So you're not trying to take over the world or anything? Did you get that up that high? You can get the Illuminati secrets from them yet?
I wouldn't be driving around in a 99 Land Rover if I was being able to take over the world. So,
yeah, that's very good point. Well, I want to thank you for doing this. I'm going to throw you out and attend to some show business. I have some announcements to make. I'm happy that you could do this tonight because we just now got on all these different audio podcast networks. So people will be able to catch this replay of us virtually anywhere that they get their audio podcasts. And you're one of the first episodes going up because
fantastic.
I thought this is a great one. And also, I consider that part of what we do here is a public service, and I can't stand all the disinformation and false information and narrative pushing. And I knew that having somebody, an expert really like you, could really help educate the public. So,
well,
so much.
I'm not an expert on anything. I would encourage everyone to not follow. I mean, follow me on Twitter, but don't follow me. Do your own research, find your own information, and verify the things that I say just as much as I encourage myself to verify the things that the government say. Take nothing on face value.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good way to close out. So I'm going to throw you out, attend to some show business. Thank you very much for doing this. This has been one of my favorite shows on UFOs that ever, and a great conversation. I can't wait. Hopefully we can get you back, right?
Absolutely. Just give me a shout.
At your convenience. And I will put your Twitter, link to your Twitter, and the link to your YouTube channel is already in the description. So people should go over there.
Twitter right there.
Yes, and this is his Twitter right there, but I'll put it in the link to the video description as well. You guys, if you enjoyed tonight, you would really enjoy his content, and his Twitter battles are epic. All right. Thanks, Jeremy. Good night.
Thank you, Stephen. Enjoy.
Right. Bye-bye. All right, friends. Boy, what a great conversation. This has been one of my favorite talks or interviews so far. I did want to just attend to some show business, and that is I posted on Twitter earlier this sort of new graphic. I was joking before that opportunities multiply as they are seized, but they really do. We recently got monetized on YouTube, which enables our super chats, which is really, really, really a helpful thing. Let me share this announcement because this is big news. Many people have been asking me for a long time if I could get the show to audio podcast, and honestly, I didn't want to do it because I figured that the show is a video show. You could just listen and not watch, right? There's 3 distribution points already. But I thought a lot about it, and then I talked to somebody who's a truck driver who explained to me that if he gets pulled over and he's watching a show, he could get in trouble or ticketed or whatever. But if he's listening to an audio podcast, that's perfectly okay. So I heard him and a few others, and they want to see the audio podcast version of Truth Seekers. So I'm happy to announce not only are we going to continue to be a live video show streamed on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, but now the audio podcast version of Truth Seekers is going to be available on Apple Podcasts, Spreaker, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Google Podcasts, Amazon Music, Castbox, Deezer, Podcast Addict, Chaser, GeoSaven, and more. Basically, anywhere you get your audio podcasts, you should be able to find Truth Seekers. Just look for the weird guy with the sunglasses. That's in the profile. You'll find us, and you can listen to the audio version. But I do have to say that it's much easier to have the audio podcast as replays. So we're not going to be broadcasting this show live to all those. In other words, while you're watching the video on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook Live, you're getting the live version of the show. The audio podcast will be the replays. So in other words, as soon as I'm finished with the show, I upload it, and then the RSS feed takes it out to all the different distribution points. But you asked for it, we gave it to you. I also want to make sure that people listening in audio podcast land realize that we have a live chat when we have the live shows on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch that you can participate in. You've heard us take questions from the live chat tonight. If you would like to participate, we have an amazing community here of people interested in these subjects. We have lively conversations and debates and things that we would like you to come and participate. So if you'd like to be a part of the community here, if you'd like to come and ask me questions live, you can do so. Just search for Truth Seekers on YouTube. And again, look for that guy, that weird guy with the sunglasses and dark hair. That's me, Stephen Cambion, and you'll find us on YouTube, and you too can participate in the live chat. I will be looking into seeing if we can make the audio synchronize and all the audio podcast distribution points take our feed live, but that's a battle for another time. For now, I thought it would be good enough to get the audio podcast out to all these. Look at that. I believe there's some that I didn't mention because they're sort of up and coming and I hadn't even heard of them, but I believe that the audio version of the show will be going to 14 different distribution points. So this is a good thing, and I'm happy to make this announcement. For those that ask, not much will change from our show, our usual show that you've come to know and love. It's just that you're going to be able to listen to the audio podcast virtually anywhere on the internet in the replays. In other words, if you miss a live show, you can always catch it on any podcast network. Usually, they'll be there about a half hour after the show ends. So in other words, tonight, as soon as I finish with this show, I will be uploading the file, the audio file of tonight's show, to the main hub, and then it gets sent out onto all the different distribution points. And one other thing, I guess there will be a few, just some slight changes. Like I'm going to add a few more musical bumpers and things like that. And we have to be a little more conscious of dead air. So in other words, previously I would just put up a graphic that said thank you to our Patreon supporters. Now that's going to be a problem because it would be dead air for 30 seconds on a podcast. So little bit of adjustments, but we're gonna figure that out. For now, I would, instead of putting that graphic up and thanking our Patreon supporters, I would say, I would just like to thank our Patreon supporters, because you too, for as little as $1 a month, can support our show. The show you are hearing, no matter where you're hearing or viewing it from, is a viewer-supported show. There's several ways to support us. You can join Patreon for as little as $1 a month. I give a video journal, a behind-the-scenes look at what's happening with the show every single month. I'm uploading music every month from a new album. Basically, I'm uploading the demos from a new album I'm working on. We have something called the Mind Hack Project, which is sort of a self-help system designed to help you reach your goals. If you like self-help sort of recordings or motivational speaking, Mind Hack may be for you. And it includes a lot of binaural beats to help you get in the right brain state to get certain tasks done. I try to give as much as I can. We also post things on Patreon, like behind-the-scenes pictures of shows we're developing or upcoming guests. I'll be doing some writing there soon. So that's Patreon. There is also, we can accept a PayPal donation at truthseekershow@gmail.com. All you do is send whatever money you'd like to send to truthseekershow@gmail.com, and make sure that you add a note with whatever you'd like to say, and we shout out every one of those PayPal donations. In other words, you send us a PayPal donation and add a note, and whatever you'd like me to read on air, we do so. And then the third way, financially, is we have super chats and super stickers. You could come over to the live chat while we're doing a live broadcast. Just search for Truth Seekers in the YouTube search bar. Again, look for that weird guy with the dark hair and the dark glasses. That's me, Stephen Cambion, and you'll find our show. You can come in the live chat, send a super chat, send a super sticker. We read, thank, and acknowledge every single person that supports our show. The other final thing that I would like to say is there's one more way. I realize it's a tough economy out there. You don't have to just have some money to support us. The best other way to support us is to like, comment, and share. If you're watching on a video platform, like, comment, share, and send some of these video links to your friends. Share them on your social media. If you're listening on an audio podcast network, please give us a review. Write a review. Please give us 5 stars. That really will help more people find us in audio podcast land. We're brand new to that. It's funny, I've kind of come full circle because I started with an audio show. I started with a radio and audio podcast show, moved over here to the video space, and now we're kind of coming full circle, but now we've got an incredible amount more capabilities with the video streaming. It's really just more ways to enjoy the show. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, I was going to try this multi-camera setup, which I've been working on all day, but suddenly realized it's not going to work right with a guest. So we'll have to try that another night. There's lots of things to talk about as far as UFOs go. It seems to be a real increase in activity lately, both in discussion, reports, news stories, media coverage. So I thought tonight we'd bring in someone that I've talked to on Twitter who follows UFOs, and we're just going to have a real open and honest talk about UFOs. So for tonight, this will be our UFO report. Okay, friends, so without any further ado, let's bring in our guest there. Timothy, good to see you.
Might help if I unmuted the mic.
Yeah.
How's it going, man?
Waiting for the intro. That's good.
Sorry, my dog's running around, so you'll see that. But yeah, good to talk to you, man.
Yeah. So what do you make of this increase in activity lately, and as far as what's going on in the world of UFOs and people who are following UFOs?
I don't know it. I asked Chris Ratowski about it. He does the Canadian UFO survey. You probably know his name. He wrote an article on it, and a few other people have addressed it, and a few other people have addressed the same issue. So yeah, it seems like the sightings have gone up significantly. At least they did during pandemic, but more recently, I think there's been a drop off from what he said. So kind of a big steep increase, and then down below baseline, maybe even. I don't know. I mean, it's of course attention has shifted to the topic too, so it's hard to figure out which is the chicken and which is the egg, right? Partly.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have Jonaside here with a generous $2 plywood fund donation. Do you know plywood costs $60 for one sheet?
Yeah, I know you mentioned that. That's why I said, how about corrugated tin? Can you just? My dad built like a barn out of corrugated tin one time.
That's actually what I think I'm going to do for the porch roof, because then I don't need to worry about the wood. Tin will be just fine. I just got to figure out how to join that tin roof with the rest of the roof.
Right.
But thank you, Jonaside, for your kindness, your generosity, and support. And anybody can throw money at me. Just hit the money button in the live chat. Yes. We appreciate all the support. So, back to this. I have not seen this much media coverage about UFOs ever. I don't think.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm too plugged in, right? So I'm noticing it more.
Yeah, there's a couple of things, with social media, everybody can engage in the topic to a lot larger degree. So everybody suddenly wants to talk UFOs, I think. But the sightings are up and down, but they're always there. There's never been a year without a UFO. So, and then I saw your show where you had Stephen Greer on. Dr. Stephen Greed, I'm sorry. I appreciated that. I thought that was great. So, and David Halpern, who's one of my mentors, so to speak, or
I
aspire at least.
I'm always fascinated. You know what fascinates me about UFOs is that a lot of people think that people that are into UFOs are just straight nutters. But what fascinates me sometimes is the number of truly incredibly well-educated people that are into them. Stan Friedman was a nuclear physicist.
Yeah. And it's not uncommon even that, for people to in higher levels of academia to be interested. But in terms of actually being interested enough to do the research in the past hasn't really, but yeah, maybe with this new attention, there'll be something different that happens. I'm pretty skeptical of all of it, but
it seems like the media coverage has shifted in the last few years from just being like, it used to be they played the X-Files kind of music and they made fun of it. Like, some people saw it might have been aliens, and they made like the stories funny. or like
Yeah.
kind of ridiculous. And now it seems to me at least, that the coverage is shifting to be more serious.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's a good thing. Obviously, it is, regardless of how it comes out, what the explanation turns out to be, it's a public safety concern, if nothing else, right? I mean, well, if a pilot thinks he sees something, whether or not he even did, right? Whether he actually thinks, whether he actually hits something or averts a near miss, that's a safety concern. So I can't see that it shouldn't be addressed, right? And it's also more overarchingly, I guess, an existential kind of question about our place in the universe and all that kind of stuff. But the safety issues, right?
Yeah, and it also seems to be like this is a serious national security concern.
Right.
I mean, it's funny to me that the U.S. government basically says there's these things, we've filmed some of it, we've got sensor data and radar tapes, and we don't know what they are.
Yeah,
and, flying right over military assets like big ships, and carriers and destroyers, and
when they brings in a whole set of issues, right? But the drone stuff seems to be a weird subset. I mean, is that part of the larger UFO issue, or is that a ploy to allow them to talk about it in a way that they can do so without getting a lot of flack? I don't know, but it's hard to, you think about more modern stuff. You've got drone possibilities, and if those are drones, whose are they? Are they Chinese? Are they Russian? Is that separate from UFOs from the 60s or somehow related? Well, obviously there wasn't that kind of drone technology back then, but it's
actually, a lot of people don't know, but there was a special drone that was built in the 60s, late 60s, I guess, that was like launched from the Blackbird. So
really,
this drone technology goes back a lot further. It's just become, it took how many years for it to be like, I can go buy and fly a drone,
Right.
Government always has tech before everybody else gets it.
Yeah, and it's weird with some of the stuff that has been leaked or released or whatever. It's always stuff, of course, that's highly debatable. There's never anything where it's an obvious, nobody can dispute this. And the times that the public and public science has gotten getting the data, they've for many times been able to explain stuff it looks like that maybe military intelligence wasn't able to explain, which is kind of troubling. Either they couldn't explain it or they don't want to say that they were able to. I don't know. But that's kind of a weird thing to me. So anyway, it kind of reminds me of the thing with the Roswell slides, right? When guys we can't figure out what the hell it is. It might be an alien. And then they, of course, after they charged the money and released the photograph, the placard literally just needed to be enhanced so that it said this is a corpse of a Native American, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we covered that.
Some of these, this stuff gets solved. It can be solved immediately, if people just don't try to hide the evidence, or I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that.
Well, it seems to me that there's been just a tremendous, there's a lot of UFO profiteers out there. And if they find, and one of the things that's funny to me is like people still support Jaime Maussan or some of these hoaxers. They used human remains. Stephen Greer too. They used both Stephen Greer and Jaime Maussan and others used human remains to make money off of aliens and people's belief or desire to believe in aliens. And to me, you just used a human body. Like, have some dignity and respect for that poor dead soul, right? No, I'm going to use it to make some money because I can make a boatload. Both of them, I'm sure, thought, I'm speculating, but they can make a boatload of money before the truth comes out about it. And they don't give the money back once it becomes clear that this was human remains in both of those cases.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe donate a percentage to a Native American charity or something, but that's not going to happen, obviously. But, it's and for the most part, people on some of those extreme fringes in ufology, which unfortunately, Greer is among now, even though, he still got a lot of mainstream attention back in the day. But yeah, it's most serious UFO people don't really pay much heed to that. Speaking of which, I guess the reveal
there should be two separate columns, there should be UFO researchers and there should be UFO hucksters.
Right.
These people are just out there selling whatever stories they can, no matter how the witnesses aren't credible, or the witnesses turn out to be like child molesters or convicted felons, or like former burglars, or stuff like that. Like, let's run with the story. He'll say this stuff, and I can hype up this story. And again, it'll take some time before people figure out that witness is a joke.
Yeah, that little window of ambiguity where you can profit, right?
Yeah. What? I think I'm gonna make some money, Timothy, and here's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna drive down to Philadelphia, and I'm gonna load a van up full of homeless guys, and I'm gonna give them lunch and some beer, and I'm gonna feed them, right?
Right.
And I'm gonna give them a script. Like, here, you're a CIA, you're a former CIA person. And this other homeless guy, I'm going to be like, you worked at Area 51. And this other homeless guy, I'm going to be like, you were abducted by aliens. Here's your script. And then, come on, man. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And we'll see what happens. See if the story of these guys blows up. And then I could come out and tell the truth and say, this is how gullible
you have to along the way to say that the information was properly vetted or something too, right?
Yeah.
Properly vetted. Yeah. But it's, I don't know, the extreme fringes of ufology. Right?
But I would be funny as a social experiment to see how many of those stories really took off or got more media coverage. And then we could come out and tell the truth and say, these were homeless people. I gave them a few dollars and a script. And you people believe this,
Right.
Because this desire, this, I called it in another show, the hunger to believe this stuff is so strong in some of these people. And then, they've already made up their mind, and they're just looking for things to confirm their, pre-held hypothesis. These are aliens flying around in our skies. And I think it's a jump. It's definitely a jump, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and now it's a weird difference now as to, I've been, following UFOs for, I want to date myself, for 30 something years, but even with Roswell slides, there wasn't a lot going on back then, so people needed to hype something, right? Part of the problem there, but now there is so much coverage. It's easy to take that and kind of ride on it if you're looking to exploit stuff. But I think it has taken a more serious turn, right?
All around Arbiter with another $5 for the Wood Fund. If this keeps up, Timothy, I might be able to buy half a sheet of plywood by the time this broadcast is concluded. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support all around Arbiter. We do appreciate it. And I don't know. I think I'm going to go with tin, though. I really am. I'm not going to do wood roof. I'm going to just go buy the tin, and it'll come out way cheaper than plywood and roofing materials would.
Yeah, and I would think the tin would stay like cleaner and newer. You could keep that. Plywood's going to turn dingy and shit. I don't know. But I'm not a carpenter, but
I did rolled roofing on the rest of the roof, like tar paper, and then that rolled roofing, and you muck the seams, and that lasts for a good 15 years. So, but the tin lasts much longer. So that was a great suggestion, and I didn't even think of that. So thanks. See, that's why I like posting pictures of my cabin project.
Yeah.
Once in a while, somebody's got a great suggestion, like somebody helped me figure out how to do the drains out the cabin.
Oh, yeah.
Things like that. So I didn't have to pay a plumber, and somebody else helped me figure out how to wire electrical outlets.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, I wish I could. I'm in Arizona. I'd love to be able to like build something out here, or eventually get a camper and be able to, some outdoor stuff out here. But it's great.
Yeah, Arizona's great. You guys, it's warm. I would love it there.
Yeah. It's getting to the hot time of year, of course, now. So
no, this cabin is crazy. It's like 8 months out of the year is winter. I was just there last weekend, and it was 32 at night.
Oh man, wow.
And it's May, bro. It's May. I was
running my AC out. Yeah, I was running my air conditioner.
So we have this UFO report coming up that everybody is talking about, right? And there's so much speculation. Some people are saying they're going to tell us the truth about aliens, Timothy Brigham, and it's going to be a world-changing event. They're going to finally spill the beans and say, we know that there's aliens visiting planet Earth. I am much more skeptical. I think they're going to say, what I think it's going to be either a big nothing burger, totally a big nothing burger, or there'll be a little bit of interesting information in there, but nothing life-changing or earth altering, right? What's your
Right.
take on this report, and what you think is going to be in it?
Well, first, I do hope that it's not supposed to be an end product kind of thing. I think people have suggested maybe this should be an ongoing kind of issue where they issue a yearly report or something more comprehensive. I don't know what kind of depth they're planning on going into, with what they're coming out with. Some people have said there's just one guy doing it in his spare time, in his office in the Pentagon. So first, I'd like to see it not be
all
just.
These people are waiting on one guy to write this report.
I don't know. I've heard that, in his
crazy,
part time,
right?
that he's. So it's obviously not going to be comprehensive. My point, I guess, being I would at least hope that they just say that we don't know what the hell it is, right? And then therefore further research is needed. That would be, I think, probably the most honest and best case scenario. I don't believe that they're going to come out with any kind of, definitive evidence of any alien technology or anything like that. But
yeah,
I'd say I'm pretty hardcore skeptical. Like I say, I still am interested in the topic after 30 years of watching it, but I keep a window open of hoping that there's something, beyond human intelligence there worth chasing. But I'm pretty skeptical of it.
It's with me. I saw something when I was like a kid, and it was their typical, flying saucer, big, and I saw it as close as the treetops. It was hovering just above the treetops in this wooded area that I was in. And so my whole life, I wanted to know what I saw. And
right.
Yeah, I don't know that it could be. I don't know that it even could be something terrestrial. What it is that I saw, based on the sound of it, no sound,
No sound. Okay.
All these.
Let me ask you: did you notice any other sounds, like any other ambient weirdness, or was it Oz factor kind of stuff?
It sounded like static a little bit, but like low and off in the background.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I felt an electric charge in the air, like my hair stood up on my arms and my back. Well, I don't have hair on my back, but back of my neck.
Yeah.
And I felt like static, like when you rub your hair with a balloon or something. Like that's why I thought whatever the craft was, it had some electric form of propulsion,
right.
Or electromagnetic. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm pretty skeptical of the claims of like material debris and things like that, but I think people that report and have close encounters are probably a better source of, at least with witnesses, we have the report. We know that there's a witness. There's something there we can take a look at and study. I mean, did you have any long-term effects from? Beyond the obvious psychological ones, did you have any physical effects?
Really psychological. I dreamt about it for a while, but I don't think that was like aliens trying to make me relive it or make me dream it on purpose. I just think that was like I saw something so crazy that it was right in the forefront of my mind, and I couldn't. When I went to sleep, it was still there, and I like experienced what I experienced again and again. But after a while, that faded out, and I was just left going, I got to know what this thing was, and it started me down this rabbit hole of crazy. And I almost wish it never happened, because I don't know about you, but like a lot of us, we spend a tremendous portion of our lives like reading books about it and watching videos and podcasts.
It's a passion, right? It's a passion, But yeah, I hope that when they have the report, that, like I say, that they will just straight up admit they don't know what it is. I think that's probably the answer to what they know, honestly, is they may have a little more data, but I don't think they really know what's going on. I think if they started to reveal more stuff to open science or public science, you'd get a lot more answers by doing it that way than, trying to have one guy write a report or whatever, limits resources behind closed doors. So,
yeah. One of the other things I wanted to ask you your opinion about, and remember, we're just friends that have a similar interest. So I have this problem lately with this whole narrative for 70 years has been that the government knows about aliens and they're covering it up, and the men in black and all of this stuff. And now lately, there's all these former government workers, and we're supposed to trust that what they're telling us is true and accurate. And they're some of them are dancing around their NDAs and things, you know. It just doesn't make sense to me that for 70 years we were supposed to believe the government was covering this all up, but now we're supposed to believe former government agents when they're telling us stuff.
Yeah,
It
yeah, I
seems
got
like a
you.
psyop to me. That's what it seems like. It seems like the government put them on out there to say these things, and I don't trust any of them. I don't trust anybody that used to work for a former any of those letter of the alphabet agencies, the DIA,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
NSA, the CIA,
fair,
the
yeah.
FBI. I don't trust
But
any of them. I just don't
but
trust
there's been
the
a
government.
long history of people, jumping into UFOs as a retirement career or whatever you want to call it after
Mhm.
intelligence or so.
Yeah, maybe they
Yeah, but I mean,
do.
for
Maybe
obvious
I'm
good
wrong, and
reason.
they
What?
did have a
Yeah,
good interest. They had a really big interest in it, but they didn't
right.
want to, you know, be considered a nutter while they were still working. So they wait till they're retired to do this. I don't know.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is personal passion. At least that is the what I would hope is the positive reason behind a lot of these guys coming out and doing it. But um,
Yeah, we have some great
it
comments.
is difficult though when people. I'm trying to choose my words carefully, right? When people have worked in intelligence circles, and especially they've worked in UFOs and intelligence circles. So obviously it's,
Mhm.
but keep your expectations low, and then you'll probably be pleasantly surprised, I guess. Don't.
You know what?
Greg
I
Bishop has
also.
a saying, Greg Bishop, right?
Mhm.
He has a saying, listen to all of it and don't necessarily believe all of it, but take all the information in. But yeah, it is a different narrative, right? That you're saying they're spinning that now suddenly, oh well, we may or may not know certain things, whereas the old version was the what was it, the blue room where all the aliens were kept and all that kind of stuff. So I
Yeah,
don't know.
and I wanted to ask you. You said you want to be careful with your words, but sometimes we need to name names for
Sure,
clarity's sake.
sure.
So I wanted to ask you about Christopher Mellon and what your thoughts on him were, because
Yeah.
I just saw that Grant Cameron is adamantly saying that in 2014 he was on a panel with Christopher Mellon at Contact in the Desert, and Christopher Mellon said, "There's no aliens. If there were, I would know about it." And now he seems to be Mr. Believer. And it doesn't make sense. Like, what happened in this 5 year span to change his mind and make him do
Well,
such an
wait. First of all, let me
outrageous?
make sure I understand that right. Why would he be in contact at the desert to say that he didn't believe in aliens? I don't
I don't
really.
know. I'm sure that I heard Grant Cameron say that he was.
Right.
He
I
did
don't
a
know. I
conference
just
with Christopher
in
Mellon, and
yeah.
Christopher Mellon said, or maybe he just talked to him, but apparently, according to
Yeah.
Grant
Well,
Cameron,
what?
this is according to Grant Cameron, Christopher Mellon said, "There's nothing to this. If there was, I would know about it." And now he's doing Joe Rogan and TTSA and all this other stuff.
Right.
So that doesn't make
I
any
don't
sense.
know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, man. I can tell you just from what little bit I know, having dealt with Chris, seems like he's legitimately trying to get good answers about things. What's his motivation? I think it's a good motive. Now, having a good motivation, let's say, does not always make you a good guy or whatever, right? But I'm just saying, I think his motivation there. Chris Mellon does not need the money, right? He's to be involved in this. I think he does have an interest in trying to get some of this information out there. Maybe I'm being naive in that,
Mhm. Yeah.
but
Yeah. And listen, I'm
I'll
not casting aspersions at the guy. I don't understand, you know?
right,
And
right.
there's very few people that I can't get to get an interview with or talk to. It seems to be those high rung UFO celebrity types. They don't want to do my show and answer my questions. So,
Right,
you
right.
know, I kind of, I'm at an impasse with many people like Lou Elizondo. I've asked him, not that I'm bitter, but he did do like, he's done podcasts with people that have way less numbers than me.
Right. That's what I was going to say. That. Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
softballed him. Every one of those people softballed him, didn't ask him any hard questions, didn't press him on anything. And there's so many questions that need to be asked to that gentleman, but it seems like he's bobbing and weaving and only taking the interviews where this is, again, it's speculation. I could be wrong, but I just think like every interview that I heard was sort of softballed. And I can't get him, and I can't get Chris Mellon and a few other people.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
offer
Sorry,
open,
my
gentlemen.
dog's going. For some reason, my dog goes crazy when I smoke. I don't know. She is a German Shepherd, but she's not like
But
a
the
trained.
smell, it's
Yeah.
the smell. It's the smell.
But Yeah, I mean, and I don't know Lou Elizondo at all. I know Chris just from working with him a little bit on stuff with SCU, but I have of course concerns just like you. I've read stuff about what happened to Paul Benowitz and all that kind of crap. So it's always concerning, but without something happening, it would just be typical flying saucers like it was, forever. I would like it to see it, actually answer the question definitively once and for all, to at least as much as could be, right? Is there something going on or not? I don't expect them to do that in June, but if we put concerted effort at it as a human species, we could probably figure out a lot more what the hell's going on than we have.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just kind of rambling on.
I guess the other questions that I have, especially for Lou Elizondo, is that he's kind of going after UFO profiteers. And then I come to find out that, like, I don't think that he's had a real job in 5 years.
I funny enough, you say that. I just saw him on Twitter today say, "I have not made a dime from any of my UFO appearances. I have a day job." Whatever that means, I don't know. But
good. And see, we're getting to some part of the truth. But he was being paid by ATIP. And I've got to imagine he was being paid by TTSA, and he was paid by the History Channel to be on that television show. I would imagine. See, this is where we get.
Yeah.
I think that it's still murky there. Like, is he really saying he doesn't make any money at all? Hasn't made any money at all from UFOs? He's had to, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. I'm asking. Come on. I know.
No, but it's good if he has a day job, because the guys that have a day job, they don't need to make up stuff to keep the UFO ball rolling. And those guys that don't have day jobs, there should be like when somebody does any podcast or appearance or talks at a conference, they should have to answer if they have a day job or not. Right. Trust the day job guys more, Well,
no, legitimately, man. I mean, people, the people that I know that are serious are mostly people that aren't doing, conferences and stuff like that on the regular, at least, right? I mean, Robert Powell and people at SCU. Yeah, right.
I've only been asked to talk at one conference, and it was kind of before I got as skeptical as I am. And it was a local thing. Yeah. It was a local thing. I think it was John Ventry before he had his racist meltdown. He ran a conference in Philadelphia and asked me to talk, but I didn't make it. Yeah, but I definitely think that money tends to cloud people's judgment, and it seems to me that there's way too many people this is a serious question. What do you think? How many people on planet Earth should be making a full-time living from UFOs?
Oh man, well, I mean, as it stands, right, and this is one of the reasons that after doing this, probably I don't want to become like a talking UFO head, on the regular or anything, but shit, I got high and forgot.
You're going to be my talking UFO head, though, so
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, if you're going to be in UFOs, before I lose what I was going to say, right, you're going to be immediately, or at some point, you're going to have to go more extreme, right? I mean, you can't just ride for 20 years and talk sense, right? Nobody wants to fucking hear that, right? I mean, seriously, if you're doing it because you need a gig or money or whatever, then. And be honest about that. There's nothing wrong if that's your thing, man. Stanton Friedman, would remember him, and he told Jim, hey, nuclear physics jobs are down, UFO jobs are up. I'm taking it. Okay, God bless you. At least admit that you're, that's your interest.
Yeah,
of course, when you.
I talked to him a lot before he died. I used to call him once in a while and just talk to him, and he was very honest with me. He said, all of the physics jobs and the research that that's all dried up, and I knew that I could make a good living giving lectures, which is something that he enjoyed because he loved talking about UFOs and selling books about UFOs. And he said, I love lecturing about UFOs, I love researching UFOs, and I love talking about UFOs. So I made it my career. So I guess there's nothing wrong with it. I just think there's way too many people trying to do it.
Yeah. And it's gotten so extreme too. Again, with the thing where you're using human fucking remains, to get $30 for a pay-per-view ticket or something. It's beyond.
To me, that is
unbelievable.
Yeah, you would think that they too. Like, I did. Oh, speaking about people using human remains, I followed up on the Roswell slides, and I found out that that statue was actually interred. They buried it because there was a change. At some point, I think it was like the 70s or the early 80s, where people said, it's really disrespectful to leave this thing in a glass case. Let it be buried. I think some of the natives went to the museum and said, like, this is sacrilegious to us that you're just putting this thing on display. You got to bury it, and they did, to their credit. However, I believe that Stephen Greer's Atacama humanoid is not buried, and I would think, come on, bro, it's just a human now. Let it rest in peace. Don't take it.
Is that the tiny one? Is that the little tiny one?
Yeah, the little 6-inch one. Yeah.
I'm a shoebox, man. That's disrespectful. But I didn't even know that it had been proven to be what is it, like a fetus, or is it an actual that
depends on who you ask. Some people say the bone density was too high. It couldn't have been a fetus. It had to be born and lived for this long. And other people say no, it was a human fetus. It wasn't even born. But still, that's still a human being and the remains of a human being.
Sure.
So to me, Stephen Greer, I'm kind of like, come on, bro. You made your money off of it. Now let it rest in peace. Bury the thing. Maybe I should start.
Yeah, and even if you were going to pitch the angle that it was an extraterrestrial, wouldn't you want to still do something respectful? I have no idea what mindset you'd be in if you really believe that. But anyway, But I think
you'd still want to be respectful, especially if it was a sentient, conscious being. If it was an alien, you would still want to bury it. It creeps me out to know that Stephen Greer, and I don't even think he's the owner of it. I think he, rented it or something off the actual owner. But it just creeps me out to think that there's people running around, just leaving this thing sit in their house or whatever. Bury it. Have some dignity and respect for the dead.
Yeah. It'd be surprised, I think. Jim Mosley used to tell me stories about, back their grave robbing days in Peru, and you'd be surprised the amount of stuff that was, black market still, I don't know where you'd sell it and sell a small alien, but where'd you sell a 6-inch alien corpse?
Or where do you buy one of those Paracas skulls, those elongated skulls, because people do buy them.
I was thinking about like the crystal skulls used to be the crystal skulls were not as easily, now they're, machined and stuff, but it used to be, they'd sell those as collectibles and shit handmade.
Yeah. Well, that kind of makes sense to me. And I can understand, I guess, why somebody would want one of those elongated skulls if you're into aliens or something, but buy a reproduction, don't buy a real one and just have some dude's head sitting in your house. It seems disrespectful to me.
Yeah. Agreed.
I'd like a recreation. I can't lie. I would put that on a shelf, curiosity piece in here, like possible alien skull. I think that some of the prop ones are really bad, though. They don't look good. They don't look well.
I had one from Spencer's, like in the 90s. I took to a UFO conference, and me and Jim went out there, took it out to the beach, and carries this fake. And the guy that had the Star Child, what's his name? Lloyd
Pye. Yeah, that's another one. There's another one.
He was there. He was there. So I told Jim I'm going to take it down to the beach and throw it the fuck out there and wait for him to walk by and find it. Right.
Yeah. So actually, I know there was other people. That's at least 3 people now in UFOs, in UFO circles, who have done lectures, made DVDs, sold books.
What about Thomas Reed? This guy. Thomas Reed. Well, he's got a fake. Remember the guy that beat the alien to death with a stick?
He's got a fake alien.
He's got it in the freezer. Yeah. Of course, that's probably
ridiculous.
Just. He was on. I saw him on Facebook as recently as I want to say 2 years ago. Claims he's a child psychologist. By the way, first of all, there's a lot of disturbing possibilities there, but which I don't believe him at all.
No,
but he's still selling it. He's got a second story he's going to follow up with now.
Dr. Reed, and I believe that I checked, and his doctorate is like one of those ones that you buy from someplace. You know what I mean? Like, he's not a doctor. It's a joke.
Yeah. And then, but to some degree, it's like, do you want to even bother to go after the low-hanging fruit of shitty UFO?
Yeah, you can look at his videos and go, "This is fake as hell." But I'll give him credit, because I did magic shows for a time. He did a video of this supposed craft off in the woods, and he used a magician's trick to make it appear to be floating. And I recognized it as soon as I saw that he had done that. So I'll give him at least some credit. He's using magic tricks to sell his fake plywood spaceship in the woods, right? And then they had a fake body, and that case has been ripped completely apart. But he went down to Mexico, and they still believe him. They're like slow to catch on to the grips and the con artists.
I don't know if it's a cultural thing. Well, obviously, it's got. I mean, right? But
they're definitely a little more superstitious than and willing to believe in things like aliens, demons, angels. I think so, in my opinion, than Americans are. Americans are a little more skeptical, or like, is this thing for real? They're like, ooh, it's alien. Yeah.
I love how they always in the in the 60s and 70s they had contact cases with little hairy humanoids that would attack people. That was kind of their version of the Gray. These little hairy midgets that would attack. That's somehow mythologically cool to me. Mm-hmm. But but do I believe it? Of course, not particularly, right? But
I'll listen to the people. I'll listen to anybody tell their story about encounters with aliens, though, because you never know. Yeah. Some of them maybe have some kind of insight or some truth to what they're saying. So I used to not care about experiencers. I didn't want to talk to any of them. Alien abduction people, because all they have is their story. But some of them are pretty good stories, and I at least listen.
And going back to like what Hynek said, the UFO reports are real. The reports are real, and the UFOs may or may not be real, but the reports of the that people make are real, right? So focus the efforts on, instead of worrying about, to me, trying to capture a piece of something that crashed. I don't really see that reason. I don't know. We'll see. I don't really believe it.
What do you think of that stuff? Because there's a lot of people running around claiming that they got UFO material. But I think a lot of people seem to imply that what they have is alien spacecraft material, when it could have came off a Russian satellite. It could have come off of a missile that test. Or, UFO could mean a lot of things. So I think there's a jump to it's got to be alien material.
Yeah, I mean, there's UFO debris has been a thing for decades. And I think some of the same materials over and over again, so they're retesting some of these materials, time and time again. But maybe there's some, I don't hold out a lot of hope that we're going to find a physical, tangible piece of, I'll go on the record, and I'd love to be wrong, but I'll say that in our lifetimes, we're never going to hold alien technology. I don't think it's, if there is a real UFO phenomenon, I think maybe it's more some kind of weird, I don't know, consciousness related thing. I don't know what that would be, by the way, but I don't think that, still no incontrovertible evidence, no evidence of physical evidence of abductions and stuff like that. We're still in the same place after. But going back to the debris, right? I mean, that's kind of always been an end game for UFOs, right? At some point, we've got to have fucking something we can show people. Right? I mean, especially, and I don't want to say, I respect Jacques Vallée a lot and the work that he did with like Mcgowan, and totally one of the people I aspired to be as a kid. But I don't know what part of his end, how do you say this, his end journey must require some sort of tangible proof, maybe for his own story. I don't know. I don't want to psychoanalyze somebody else, but I don't have a lot of hope that we're going to find a piece of something from another planet or another star system. If we do, great. I've heard the claim many times before. I don't really see any reason to think it'll.
I remember many times where people were hyping up things that they claimed came off of the UFO, and by UFO they really meant alien spacecraft. We had that smelting thing. It really was just this weird piece of metal that comes from the smelting process. We had arts, and we've got Jacques Vallée. And we've got TTSA claiming that they have some sort of UFO materials.
And again, somebody commented to me, I guess more people read Twitter than I would think, that I said something derogatory about Jacques, and I do not want to be dismissive of him in any way, and say that I don't have a huge amount of respect for him, by the way.
I want to see the data. I want to see the tests. I want to see the data. I want them to be. I want him to open those materials up to other researchers so that whatever his findings are can be either confirmed or denied by, a second person looking at them, or third person, or get a metallurgist.
I'll mention one other
experts.
issue we saw that I think Gary Nolan was discussing some of the, but he's not a metallurgist, so I don't know why my understanding, he's like a neurobiochemist or something. So again, I guess I'm being too skeptical, but
then again, it's
why are you not having?
Who's qualified to look at a material and decide if it's aliens or not, right? I don't know.
And here's my question: why does it take so much effort to figure that out? I mean, wouldn't it be more obvious? Am I missing something? I guess maybe, but why shouldn't alien debris or
they should be able to look at it under a microscope and find out if it was manufactured or naturally occurring, and then they should be able to put it in a mass spectrometer and find out what the isotope count is, and if it's truly from another star system, they'd be able to easily determine that. And I don't think we ever get to it. We never get to
in ufology. There's a lot of things that start out big and then they just kind of go away slowly and taper away, without much coming out of them in the end. Hopefully this won't be one of those, but there's always some big story that turns out to be whatever.
Oh, look!
But you were asking about Chris. I'll tell you that.
You let me his NASA show.
You were asking about Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo. Chris helped us write the letter that we sent to Congress, and then people were actually.
I was going to ask you about that. Can you explain exactly what SCU is and this letter that you guys sent? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I'll do it from the quick version from the start. So SCU is just the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. It's just a group, mostly scientists, degreed people, reasonable people, about 100 members. Some of the member Robert Powell and Kevin Newth did a lot of work on the Nimitz case, stuff like that, right? But a group of us, and I'll say Robert and I got together. The idea initially was to try to give some feedback from one of the only kind of major UFO organizations remaining that had any sort of scientific credibility to lend some kind of feedback to whoever was creating this paper, or this what's going on in June, right? That turned into, and actually now it's okay to say this because a couple of things, right? If you read the letter that we sent to Congress, it does say respectfully to Senators Rubio and Warner, right? We're requesting you release the remaining footage from the gimbal video, right? Chris, I think, has come out on Joe Rogan and said there's a longer video, right? And I think Lou Elizondo implied there was a longer video, of which that gimbal video is just a segment, right? So if so, right, the assumption I would have would be that it would be a section of a longer video and there's more data there, right? I was seeing Mick West argue with SCU and go ahead.
1 second. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
We had a hiccup there or something for a second there, so I missed.
Somebody jumped in.
What you just said.
No worries. No. I got tired of seeing everybody debate this one segment of video, this gimbal video, right? Because it's like however long, and then the thing may or may not go to the side. Where's the rest of the video? People are burning up all this time looking at this possible jet or possible flying saucer. Or anyway, long story short, we turned our attention with Chris's guidance and help at requesting that they release the rest of that video along with the other videos that they recently talked about or acknowledged or whatever, leaked or whatever you want to call it, right?
Yeah, why can't we get the full video? Why can't we get the 25-minute version or whatever they have?
And especially if you read, their own verbiage says these videos do not release any classifiable information about methods or anything, right? So when they acknowledged it, they specifically said that. So therefore, the rest of the video can't really show anything different, right? I mean, there's nothing you could.
I wonder about this. It frustrates me. We're supposed to have Freedom of Information Act, but it's really the freedom of whether they want us to know act. Yeah, because you can file it for you. It should be. Yeah. They should have to release it. They should have to. Be forced to release it.
So Robert Powell filed the FOIA request requesting that they release the video and any radar data, anything, right? The official, usual way you would do that, request it be released, right? No luck. right? So the idea.
Did he get a reply? Did he get a reply though?
He got the usual. What did he say? No records, I think was the reply. I think it was just a no records reply.
Yeah. How could they?
I have to check to see what it was, what the exact verbiage was, but he didn't get much, right?
Like I said, the Freedom of Whether We Want You to Know Act or not.
Right, right.
Whether we want you to know or not act. It's not the freedom.
Yeah.
There's no freedom of information. So, they do what they want.
Yeah. Well, and this is where I'll give Chris credit. He said we should be specific in our requests if we're going to send something to Congress. So mentioning that FOIA is kind of, if this is what we're actually asking, just honor this FOIA request, right? People say there's a longer video. It makes sense there's a longer video. You've said that there's no problem with the video that's out there. I'm tired of hearing Mick West say that it's a jet 20 miles away. If there's another video, show me the damn video, right? That's pretty much what it comes down to. There was a lot of people arguing about why were the names censored on the letter when it was released. Well, I got with Robert and Chris, and we composed the letter, and Chris wrote a draft. And anyway, long story short, everybody that signed it, you can see it says we can release this publicly, after this date if we don't get a reply. We got no reply, by the way. We sent faxes, we sent emails, we sent voicemails, we sent certified hard copies. No response, not even a thank you, fuck you, goodbye. All right, thank you, Senator Warner's Rubio. Michael Fevzner of the Senate Subcommittee on Intelligence, I think is the title. Nothing, right?
They should
and this is what I want to emphasize is it's not just me, right? The goal here was to get something we could all agree upon as scientists or rational people and request it. And you've got, serious people there that some of them have active security clearances. First of all, why aren't they allowed to access the information anyway? Because there are laws that say you can't overclassify something. On a whole nother thing, right? But this was the kind of stuff that Chris helped guide us with. So I want to give him due credit on that, right? If you read the actual letter, and it does say, here's a law saying that you can't hold it, right? Yeah.
He works within the system, so certainly he knows how to navigate it better than some people would, being an outsider, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And, the request there is just we can open source figure this shit out if you release the data, right? I mean, if you put the video out there, we can figure it out just like people have figured out the Roswell slides or whatever else, right? But
and you know what?
Restrict it. Yeah.
The reason that I want to see the data is because I'm tired of relying on witnesses who say things like this craft had no visible means of propulsion, or this craft defied the laws of physics. I want to see the data that proves these statements, and the radar tapes would prove or disprove those statements, I would think.
Yeah, and you'd have to check. I would have to double check. I think Robert said that they pretty quickly said no data, nothing of it, from what I recall. I don't know if that's right, but he didn't get much. I'll put it that way. So,
well, and then it also begs the question, like, okay, so there's two possibilities. Either they're
I think you froze up. You're frozen. You can see me. Can't see you. I see you frozen. Should I jump back in? Wait. I'm going to leave and come back if you can see me. Hang on.
wow, sorry, friends. I don't know. We have some kind of hiccup, and that may be because my children are still awake and probably have 17 internet devices going at once. So, where were we at? Yeah, so Tim's muted himself. I guess he noticed the hiccup. So, I was saying that this doesn't make sense that there's no data. It makes absolutely no sense that there's no data, because if they've got unknown craft flying near aircraft carriers, they should have and have kept the data. And it doesn't make any sense to me. It makes no sense to me that there's no data. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was
No
just,
worries, yeah.
I don't know what this hiccuping is going on, but I try to, kill other stuff that may be causing bandwidth issues. So, what I was saying is there's two possibilities. Either they're telling the truth and they really didn't keep the data, or they're incompetent because it's okay.
Yeah, sorry.
If there's unknown craft flying near aircraft carriers,
Right.
they should have the radar data. They should have kept
A couple of things, yeah. A couple of things. Somebody said the data was taken by the Air Force, right? Somebody claims that. It is weird because it's almost on a surface level or a secondary level. They don't know what's going on, but there's a suggestion there's a deeper level at which someone might, because that data was taken by somebody, right?
Sure.
And again, the claim I think was made that the Air Force landed and came and Men in Black came and took it, basically, right?
Yeah. When in doubt, you got to blame the Men in Black.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it boils down to. I've seen it happen time and time again with some of these stories. It's like
it's saying something though, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
we had the proof, but the Men in Black landed.
They're not going to come in wearing fucking pink jumpsuits. They're going to be wearing black. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
Were there three of them?
Convenient excuse, though. That always pops up.
It certainly does, doesn't it? Yeah. Well, so even as a pretty affirmed skeptic, still, although people will sometimes say it's weird that you're a member of an SCU UFO group if you're a skeptic, but I'm an open skeptic. I want to see more data, right? So
people are pointing out in the live chat that there's more than two possibilities. Yeah, there's infinite possibilities, because one of the other possibilities is that they claim the data is classified, so they can't let it out. But they don't say that. They say we don't have it. We don't have any data. They should say this is a national security. This is exempted from FOIA based on national security concerns. We can't give you data,
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know, but. And I'm not even necessarily of the mind that it's just going to show anything dramatic, or I don't. We still, after all this time, don't have a good, reliable, non-disputable, even really close-up photo of something that we can all point at and say, hey, that's what it is. But
yeah, I
don't know, man. And with the motivation, I heard. Maybe I'm a sucker. I try to give these guys credit, like when we heard, or if you listen to Chris Mellon on Joe Rogan, it sounds like he's, hey, he's interested because he had a sighting of his own, I think, as a kid or something, right? Mm-hmm. If I remember the story. So seems like a fair enough story, right? But the more interesting thing to me is that he could be at the level he had gotten to and not really have seen whatever, unless he's seen something he's not, given any clues about. It sounds to me like. I don't know. I don't think that we're going to see anybody wheel out a dead alien or even a great photo showing something indisputable. I think it's a mystery. But, and again, somebody took the data, like you say, maybe, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Some of the things that he said, though, like, didn't he say that, like, it's probably not drones because drones have a short flight time?
Yeah.
But he's got to know, with his background, that there are drones that can stay in the air for like weeks at a time with these very advanced power systems that they have. I mean, there's nuclear batteries. That's what runs satellites, It's
weird because, who knows what somebody else knows, right? Especially in a certain position, we want to assume they know certain things.
I should assume, though, that he knows about some of these long flight drone projects that they have that, they've got drones that can stay at least for a day, a full-on day, can stay in the air. So sorry, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead. Yeah, I just mean that his explanation of like, well, it can't be drones because they have such a short flight time.
Yeah.
Like if I went to Walmart and bought one off the shelf, it would have a 25-minute flight time if I'm lucky. But the military has the good ones that can stay that can stay in the air for days, I think,
Yeah. And I don't know specifically what events he was talking about either, because I've heard like Lou try to tie, I've heard people try to tie in the Lonnie Zamora thing to the Tic Tac, and they kind of make that narrative. So maybe more generally, I don't know, man. I don't, but yeah, it would be surprising. And maybe I wanted to this. I've said this before to somebody else, but I found it interesting that in one of, I think, was it one of Jacques Vallée's Forbidden Science journal, we had the 3 journal volumes or whatever. He mentioned when he was working with Hynek and dealing with people at the Pentagon, he was surprised that the people that were actually doing this shit with him and Hynek, they opened their briefcases and like the sources that they were getting their info from was like, Brad Steiger's Star Children or Vallée's Anatomy of Fun. These were the books that they were using to figure out what the hell was going on as their resources, instead of, we'd like to think that they had a lab with a crashed alien and all kinds of data and all kinds of maybe.
Like recently, somebody mentioned in the live chat, he went a little too far because he was involved with Paula Harris, who is one of those people that believes every single alien story she hears.
I can't argue with you. Yeah.
And Melissa mentions in the live chat that military drones can flight for like 60 hours in a row. Yeah, so the statement that the flight time, it can't be a drone because their flight time is too short is confusing to me. Again, there's so many.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know specifically what event though there he was, but yeah, it's. I don't know. I'll be surprised if it turns out that there's a whole lot more information released. It'd be nice if they honored the request that we sent them. We had 52 people, half of them were PhDs, and Chris Mellon signed it. Plenty of other people, I won't just drop names, but legitimate people that would like to see the rest of the video if it's available. Then we sent the request via the mechanism in which this this government were supposed to request it, and now what, right?
Yeah.
So,
I'm just, it's frustrating to me because there's information out there, but so much of it needs like a second run of clarification so that
that was what I was gonna, we do have a lot of data already that we need to figure out a way to deal with. I'm thinking of like databases and stuff that could eventually be lost if we don't preserve them. Like Vallée's got all these large databases of sightings that he's collected over the years, but I don't think most of those old school UFO databases have been preserved by anybody other than randomly. But like the Larry Hatch database had these hundreds or thousands of sightings, when he went to the trouble of putting them all in an organized way. And so all that information is around somewhere, but there's no centralized mechanism or people that, kind of act as a repository. I know Jacques, didn't he get with, was it Stanley Krippner at University of New Mexico to start storing certain stuff?
Yeah, I think I had heard something that he was going to start archiving all of his old stuff and making it available online for other researchers, but then I didn't follow up or hear if they actually did that. A lot of these people have got all these paper files. It's only about an hour from me, the Stanton Friedman archive that they're putting in that college. The name escapes me of the actual college, but there's like 85 boxes of his papers that are in.
Yeah.
You could go there and go through that all. And I believe Grant Cameron has so far been the only person in there. And he just, has been dripping stuff out.
Well, it's long been the thing in UFOs to want to harass the government I shouldn't say that, to want the government to come up with the answers. And that's always been like a top part of the, UFO attention always goes to, they've got to tell us what they know about UFOs. It's always a big,
Yeah.
But yeah, there's plenty of stuff there that people could focus on, data that's available already, It's not as glamorous, of course. So
can you tell me about your educational background? What is your PhD in, and what are your degrees in? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no worries. I went my 4-year degree. I went in Pensacola, Florida, but my hometown, Gulf Breeze. Basically, that's how I got interested in UFOs. By the way, I grew up in Gulf Breeze when Ed Walters in the '90s was photographing all his nonsense. Right. So anyway, I went to high school, college in Pensacola there at the West Florida University, and then got my master's degree and my PhD at University of Georgia in Athens in cognitive experimental psychology generally. So a little bit of neuroscience, a little bit of judgment and decision making, a little bit of threat assessment. I worked in a flight sim lab for a while, and but from there directly, mostly teaching, right? So you know what they say, those who can't do teach, right? So I've been a professor. I've worked a little bit for biomed, trying to make some money, you know, private industry, and trying to go back into teaching. But yeah, so University of Georgia. One of my mentors had a flight simulation lab there that I, like I said, I worked in for very briefly, but that would have been the perfect kind of thing you could apply, you know, to UFOs, right? And if there was some interest or some funding, this was something I'd, you know, send it up the chain to somebody, right? If we could do some like 3D modeling or have some simulations done and have these guys that witness this, Fravor or whoever wants to volunteer, right, come in and do some perceptual testing, stuff like that. That'd be a route to go. You know, whether any that'll happen or not, I don't know, but be interesting.
Yeah, I would like to see more research into this field from, you know, more credible scientific sources and not so many crackpots running around accepting whatever, you know.
Yeah. And I'll give Lou Elizondo credit. I saw him calling out the thing about Greer with the flares and all that nonsense, you know. And
yeah, but don't you think that there seems to be this competitive backbiting between the top tier, you know, like the UFO celebrities are always like, that guy's full of crap, but I have the truth, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say there's always some, you know, I'm going to, you know, kiss you in the face and punch you in the balls at the same time kind of thing going on.
That's a good way to put it. That's a perfect analogy. Yeah. You know?
Yeah.
And they always do. Yeah. Some of them do it like with
you got to feed somebody. You got to feed somebody to the wolves, right? And I guess really, you know, if you do, the people that we're going to agree upon are going to be, you know, some of it's so obvious, but it's like any kind of what you might want to, I hate to use the term fake news, but misinformation or just displaying one side of any kind of, you know, it's can have obvious negative results, you know, but I don't know. Again, the request that we sent it's a FOIA request. Just please, people are arguing about what the hell this thing is, and you've said you don't know, so let people try to figure it out in the public realm. And again, when there's specific, you read I think on the SCU website, there's actual specifics about, you know, there is this law against overclassifying something. So if it's pertinent to that, you can't argue that, right? If it's because it reveals methods, well, you've already stated that it doesn't reveal blah, blah, blah. So again, Chris was helpful in putting some of that language together. So you know, there's no good argument for them not doing it. They probably won't. Having said that, but the only thing that I do again find it interesting that we didn't even get a form letter, right? I would think, because I know people that have sent letters to their representatives and they get a thank you letter or whatever, you know, and I've gotten them myself, but not even nothing. So it made me think maybe they were actually considering it, but I don't know, you know.
Yeah. You know, I'd be interested to see, though. You know, I would think that by law they should have to respond. This whole system is a joke.
Oh yeah. Of course, you know, that's the thing. If they say no records, there's no mechanism really by which, and this is where like John Greenwald and Robert, again, they know this stuff, right? That if they respond no records, you almost have to have something that already references the record that you need, if that makes sense, to display that it exists, right? So to show that you need, you know, this letter from this guy to this guy, you need to have something showing that he wrote the letter in the first place to prove that it's there. I don't know. I think FOIA requests are more patience than I have, you know, but
yeah, I've only filed a few, and I waited for like, I don't know, over a year to get nothing.
Yeah.
To get them to say, we have no records, you know, pertinent to your request. And I had several sources that said, oh no, they have the records. But what do you do?
Right.
You say,
exactly. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. You don't go.
That worked right. in or around this incident that said they seen the records and I want to see them. Like, you know, it's just a cat and mouse game at some point. Like, okay.
And going back to even the the thing in June, right? So one of the issues we have with the stuff that is available is people have signed NDA agreements that the people that developed the gimbal and the camera and all that shit, they signed that they're because Lockheed or Raytheon, right? You know, paid them all this money for their and trade secrets, right? I mean, they can't just go out and say, here's how the FLIR does this because whoever else is going to steal, you know. But if there was some mechanism, my point being, by which you could release people of NDAs for things that were not only, I don't know how you word it, right? But, you know, only related to UFOs, not our personal commercial shit. I don't know. But, you know, same thing with government witnesses. If you could actually convey to people that you're not going to prosecute them for. And having said that, there are a lot of people that for years have told stories about bullshit. Well, we just talked about the guy that went to Area 51, right, with a script, and so he never got prosecuted, as far as I know. I guess we're in the golden, you know. I don't know, man. I never threw him in jail. I don't know. So I guess you're, you know. But if I worked for Raytheon and I built the camera, I'd probably be hesitant about answering questions that you know, somebody was asking about how it worked because of UFO stuff. So understandable, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, time moves quickly when we're talking. I could talk about stuff for hours. So we're just past an hour. I have a musical guest to play tonight, so we could both take a very short break and come back, try to wrap up our discussion.
Cool. All right, man.
Let me see about doing that. I'm a little out of sorts today because I totally cleaned my studio and office room here
yes,
today.
I saw you were.
And I'm on a different computer than I usually am, and everything is, no
worries. I'm going to go check in here in the house real quick, so I'll be right back.
Sure. I'm going to drop you out as well. So, friends, we're continuing in this playing a musical guest. And tonight's musical guest is once again Jason Paul Elder with his excellent song, We Are One, that I actually recorded in my studio in Philadelphia quite some time now. I think this song is from, got to be 2004, maybe even 2006. So, yeah. And we're going to take a short break and bring you our musical guest, Jason Paul Elder, and we'll be right back to wrap up the discussion. Thanks for being here, friends. Hey, friends. So it would appear that I was wrong. That song is from 2010. I may have been mistaking another song that he recorded with me earlier. I think that was from his third album, actually. So we're going to bring our guest back here. There we go.
Man, hey, that was good stuff, by the way. That was good music. I like that.
Yeah, it's funny. I just reconnected with him. I used to record him at my studio in Philadelphia, and I needed musical guests, and he's got a huge catalog. So, nice guy said, you could use any song you want as long as you spell my name right and let everybody know what song that is.
Right,
I'm more than happy to do that. I think it's nice to be able to take a break, too, for sure.
Right on. Yeah, man.
And it's either pee break,
Sorry, yeah, my wife's making tacos, so I'm like watching the tacos, thinking about food, but yeah.
We got to wrap things up pretty soon.
But yeah, I mean, I've certainly, it's very interesting. But
I want to ask
go
you
ahead.
I always ask people this for their bottom line. You've been looking into this for quite some time. I'm of the opinion that a very, 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 very few, underline that 85 times, of these things may in fact be alien spacecraft or interdimensional or something truly paranormal or not earthly, but that's few and far between, and that most of it, I believe, is man-made objects, hoaxes, misidentified craft. What is your take on this thing, having studied it for so long?
Yeah, I'm pretty similar there where you're at, but as a going through watching UFOs for 30 years and meeting the people and seeing the evidence and it becoming educated in human psychology, and I'd say probably 80%, if I had to, I don't have any singular answer, but most of it I think is David Halpern does a great job of discussing as UFOs are from inner space or something, right? It's a human phenomenon based on, I don't know, right? That's one of the many theories. Doesn't explain, good sightings of physical craft, right? Then you've got the extraterrestrial explanation, which I don't know. I'm skeptical of it. I'd give it maybe 10% odds if I had to bet, right?
It's pretty out there. It's pretty.
I'd go paranormal before I went ET. Just I don't know, just and cut more. I don't know, but it's I certainly don't think we'll see any short-term answers. If we could get some promise to maybe keep getting some follow-up, to maybe have have an annual report, or have an ongoing team of people. But then again, you go back to having Project Blue Book, or I mean, how do you, it's like George Carlin said about the weather, right? It'll continue to change for a long time, right? And so UFOs will continue to be sighted for a long time. And that's, I don't know, that's my psychology angle. At least I'm interested in from that perspective, right?
Well, listen, I really appreciate you taking the time to just have a talk with me.
Yeah, man, keep doing what you're doing, man. And people, there's no, I like how you'll call people out, and people like Halpin will get on, I'll get on. It's not, you don't have to have this elitism attitude within fucking UFOs or whatever else. Just get on, shoot the shit, and be honest, man. I'll spread the word. So talk to Jeremy Mcgowan too. He does the Osiris thing.
Yeah, I'd like to get some other guests, and I was going to ask you if you could send some of your friends.
Oh yeah, sure, man. But yeah, thanks for the time, brother. Yeah, I'll keep. As Jim Mosley used to say, keep your eye on the sky, right? Keep watching the skies, right?
Keep watching the skies. We might just get some answers, right? I sure would like to. Yeah.
But all right, man. I'm going to sign off and go eat some tacos. I'm going to throw you out of here
so you can go eat some tacos. Sounds good to me, brother.
Take care, man.
Good night. All right, friends. So there we are. I just wanted to do sort of an informal talk with Tim and see where he's at on some of this stuff and what some of his experience has been studying it, and what his take on it was. And I wanted to bring you guys with me, and I got to do that today, which is it's always a good thing to allow to bring you guys with me, not allow. You're more than allowed. Okay, so I'm going to dedicate my full and total attention to the live chat now. So if you have comments or questions for me, please do put them in all caps. Let me see. Matthew says, yeah, but if random people on the internet can spot problems with their narrative, there's got to be trained spooks that can diagnose it. Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. It's kind of one of those things, right? Like, it's interesting. I would think that the government, I don't know, part of me thinks the government knows more than they're telling us. And then part of me realizing how badly the government is run, how inefficient, right? And how, like, look how well the DMV is run, right? Do you really think that the military is run better? I would hope so, but or these UAP programs, right? The government people, I don't know, government jobs, it's like they're not really on the ball, if you ask me, because it's kind of like a guaranteed job and paycheck, and there is definitely a lot of incompetence in government, which makes me think maybe they don't know any more than they're telling us, right? Because they haven't done the work that they need to do in order to, come up with some real answers, right? I would like to see real answers. But it appears to me that, like I said, they either don't know or they're not telling us. either of those, and there's probably more possibilities, of course, but these are some of the things that I think about. Like, what if they really don't know anything and there is no cover up? But I've seen enough myself to say that sometimes they just don't want to release the records, and there's nothing that you could do. If they tell you you can have it, then you can have it. If they don't want you to have it, they're not going to give it to us. And we should have laws in this country, and they should be required. They should. 1 second. Chat. Well, that's not good. Okay. Check. Okay. There we go. Now I think I got it. There we go. Sorry, friends. I'm really trying to do to fix some of these audio issues. So I apologize. It's not always going as planned. What can I say? Let me try this one more time. Sorry, friends. I'm trying to get I was going to see if we can't do a quick test of the multicam setup while I'm here and have some people in the audience. I've done some recordings of this and it seems to be working without a guest. I didn't realize, but if I use this setup with a guest, there's going to be 6 of me on the screen with the guest, and that that's really not the point of the multicam setup. Okay. Oh, 1 second. Yeah, so I spent all day today, actually, honestly, all day. All day. No, this is not going to work. Check 1. There we go. I think I got it. Okay, let me just check one more thing, friends, and please bear with me. I spent all day trying to get this multicam setup working, and I kind of wanted to check if it's working. Let's see. Sixth Design says, I don't doubt that there is a lot of people having given up on the government giving us answers, especially given the insane technology we have currently at Melissa. Yeah. All right. So what can I say, friends? I'm going to solo. Oop. Try to get this going. All right. So, I've been working on this multi-camera setup. I'm not quite sure that it's working and going to be synchronized, but I think Twitch TV is 20 seconds ahead of YouTube for some reason. Well, that's really is weird, right? It's definitely weird. But yeah, so here we go with this multi-camera setup, and I think it is definitely going to work. It's going to take a little bit more bugs to work out and make sure that we got everything synchronized and working. I'm kind of hesitant to make things more complicated like this, but I definitely think it looks pretty cool to be able to have the multiple cameras, maybe be playing musical bumpers, waiting for a guest or going back in. And it definitely seems like it's working. Different cameras, though, and some of these cameras are kind of crappy, but I wanted to try a multi-camera setup and see how it is that everybody likes it. If you guys like this, you do a portion of an interview this way. I've got this angle over here, and sort of a closer angle. Definitely would really like to have better webcams, though. Look at that. There's definitely a difference in quality, as you can see. We'll stick with the good camera. Excuse me. Pardon me. So, yeah. Got a couple of more shows for you coming up this week, but I did spend the entire day today just cleaning my office and studio here so that I could try to organize things and get a little more organized. And that's certainly, it was terrible doing this all day. Honestly, I don't like cleaning and organizing things, but I'm glad that I did it because I feel better in here now. Like everything is cleaned out and organized. It's organized. That's a 50-inch TV back there. I'm going to be playing like animations on that. I think if we can get this working, right? Yeah. So I guess I can have multiple camera angles like others, and I'm not sure if it's worth complicating things, though. I mean, one camera is enough, I would assume, especially if I'm just talking, But there you go. So the first live test of the multi-camera setup, and I'm not sure about the angles and this and that yet, and I may just get a couple more of these good webcams and just do 3, like one far away, one in front of me, and one on the side. Honestly, it's driving me a little crazy because although it does appear that this works, some of the cameras look good and some of the cameras actually look terrible. And it's so funny because these two are the exact same camera, but dead on, it looks terrible. Not sure why that is, but I think I'm going to continue to work on this for a little while, and we'll see if it is something indeed that we feel we need to use. It is. I kind of like it, but then I don't want to complicate things and be worried about switching cameras, But it's nice to have the capability. So, friends, I've got a bunch more shows for you. I feel like I'm way behind, and I'm going to do a show on this Jimmy Church and Sarah R. Adams interview because it's comedy gold. She got new superpowers, friends. She got new superpowers, and we're going to cover the new superpowers she claims she got. And thanks, Sixth Design. It pixelates a little on cam, transitions for a short time, clears up a few seconds later. Yeah, and I have a feeling that if I had good webcams like this Logitech that you're viewing me from now, that wouldn't be such an issue. At least I'm told use all the same cameras. But unfortunately, that's kind of, to me, it's expensive. It's like $100 webcam. And I don't, I was like, I don't know if I got $200 to buy 2 more, but I think I'm going to do that. I think I'm definitely going to do that because I like the other angles, right? And this one's funny because this one is not even a webcam. It's an old all-in-one computer that I threw over there so that I could get an extra angle. But it works, and I guess you get to see a little bit more of the studio. But this webcam is kind of crappy, so it works. That's another thing. I'm gonna have to adjust. Oh, you did it again, Melissa. I saw $100 and I was like, woohoo! That's 100 pesos. But we still absolutely appreciate and thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. It's really great to see, even though it's a little disappointing seeing 100 and then realizing that's 5 US. I think, what was it last time, right? 5 US. Yeah, you got me again. I was like, $100? Oh, 100 pesos. But I'll take 100 pesos, Melissa. And thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support of the show. Every dollar helps. Every dollar definitely helps, friends. And you'll also notice, look at this. I got that big honking microphone. I didn't want it right in the frame with me, but now that I went to a different workstation just so I can improve the audio because that iMac had problems with this microphone for God knows why. I don't know. Melissa says, I laugh my ass off. Love you much, Stephen. Thanks for the great effort. You're welcome. I'm glad somebody supports it. I'm here every day working really hard trying to improve the show. I mean, look, now we're going to have these multiple camera angles. You'll be able to see a little more of the studio, a little more of me. That might be a bad thing, right? Maybe I should have some camera angles that aren't on me, right? I'm not sure that anybody wants to see more of me, right? And there's the grainy one. And no idea why that one's grainy. Look, well, maybe that's better. Maybe it's better in the dark. I don't know. I've got a fader here. No, that's terrible. Terrible quality. No matter where I show it. Yeah. So there you go. Jonaside with a kind and generous offering of $1 US. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support of the show, and continued support of the show. It really does make a difference. It really does help. And we appreciate all of you guys throwing a couple of bucks in the hat so that I can maybe buy a couple more webcams and it'll look like these angles, but like not all shitty and, pixelated, or this one's way too dark. Look at that with the light off. It's like you can barely see me. And it's so funny because over here, it's still plenty bright. I don't know. You know, maybe I should work on the lights, and that's another thing. If I complicate this setup with these multi-camera angles, I'm going to have to be riding the faders to get it to not, look quite so dark. Yeah. Yeah, friends, I think maybe, that old rule, like keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple, stupid. Why do I gotta? It's one more thing to worry about for sure. But maybe we'll just use the main shot, and once in a while, like when we go to break, show another shot, right? Oh, you just made my day, Genocide. For slides, we need slides. DW has slides. I don't think I have PowerPoint, but Killboy says show more strippers. Those super chat donations could get me some new strippers. You never know, right? Maybe I'll blow the super chat load this month on like custom strippers. Like we could get girls dressed like aliens, like maybe alien masks, and they could dance and strip but be aliens, or like like that Jabba the Hutt alien girl. Maybe we could get one of those, right? Definitely need more strippers. That's what everybody needs. Need more strippers in my life for sure. Well, I want to thank you guys for being here and for indulging me and letting me at least give you a preview and show you this multi-camera setup. Like I said, I'm still working on it, and there's a lot of bugs to work out before I put it into every show, right? But I mean, the other thing that's funny is we could do this, and then if one of me is not enough, we'll have 4 or more of me. But I think that's a little overkill. So any other, AJ says, just get Sarah to show us the Stargate. Now she's going to have to show, she's not only going to have to show us a Stargate, AJ, she's going to have to show us her going through a black hole, because that's her new superpower. She goes through black holes and talks to the aliens on the other side of the black hole, right? CW needs money because he's being sued. He'll do it. If I could get him over here on a green screen stripping, I would. I'd get him to do a striptease. I would do it, and I would play it too, because I'm that kind of a guy. Yes. Yeah. So, friends, I listen. It's been a real long day for me. I was cleaning this place all day. Then I was testing these stupid cameras all day. And I got up to 7, believe it or not. I got up to 7 cameras working, kind of working. One of them is all glitchy, and I don't know why. But I try to get one like wide over there, all the way on the wall, so that you can see like most of the whole office. I don't know. Still going to keep working on this. I'm still going to keep working on it. And before I go, though, I am going to remind you all to do something for me, right? That would really help the show. And that is to like, comment, and subscribe. Yes, friends. So please like, comment, and subscribe, and send some of our video links to friends. Please share our channel link on your social media, and thank you for helping us grow. We're about to hit 100,000 views, and we've passed 1,500 subscribers. So thank you for your continued support. Thank you for liking, commenting, and sharing. It really does. I saw some YouTube statistics, and 20% of our views is coming from YouTube searches, which means every time you like, comment, and subscribe on one of my videos, or comment on one of my videos, or share it on your social media, it really does help rise us in the YouTube AI algorithm search engines. Praise the AI Google algorithm gods. Please keep us in favor. Please help us rise in the search engines. That's my daily prayer to the YouTube AI algorithm gods who hold my fate in their hands and the fate of our show. They really could. More engagement really does help to have more people find us when they search for, let's say, for example, UFOs or whatever. It really does help. Every time you like, comment, subscribe, or even dislike, it really does help. Please send our channel address to some friends that you know that may enjoy this content and ask them to subscribe. Oh, yeah, Steph, I forgot to talk about that. So tomorrow night, we're going to have Tarot Card Tuesday. And Steph, according to some people, I'm selling out because I have you doing tarot cards, and I'm a sellout. But, so be it. And Melissa says, praise the cash. Yes, I want to thank all the Super Chat donators tonight, all the people who support me on Patreon, and all the people who send a PayPal donation. Because we are building this show based off of viewer support, and it feels great. And I got to say, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, your support. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank God Almighty. People are sending me money. Praise the cash, Melissa. Absolutely. Praise the cash. Uh-oh. You better be here tomorrow night. Killboy says, need another reading. Steph, I got fired. Well, sorry to hear that, bro. That's rough. But I hope that you get a better job, that you enjoy more, where you make more money, right? Try to think positively and win. That's how you win when you get fired. Every time I got fired, I got a better job that I liked. Usually, I got a better job that I liked more, that I made more money at. Because to me, okay, you don't want me. Somebody else is going to want me because I'm worth something, and I'm, smart and driven, and I get things done, and I'm talented. Hope you keep those things in mind, Killboy. It's a tough pill to swallow sometimes, and it's easy to get a little, to get a little discouraged when life kicks you in the teeth like that. But don't do it, bro. You're talented, you're passionate, you're intelligent. You get things done, and you're worthy of a new, better job. And I hope you find it, right? Killboy says, amen. Yes, amen. I believe Killboy will get a better job. I believe. I believe in you, Killboy. Yeah, so, friends, it's been a long day. I got to bounce out of here. I got some other things. I'm still doing some other things tonight. I cleaned this place all day, and I worked on this stupid multi-cameras, and I moved all these computers around. Now we're running the show from 2 IBM ThinkPads, which I'm having a little bit of trouble reading stuff, so I got to make some adjustments. But I think this is going to run the show much better because we have these two laptops working together to run the show. One is really not enough for me anyway. And it helps to have that extra CPU horsepower to do some other things, so you're not just, blowing this whole thing on one computer, because sometimes StreamYard doesn't like that, and things get a little nutty. So, friends, once again, thank all of you guys for being here. I'm always happy when there's an audience. Thank you for coming here tonight. Thanks for indulging me and helping me at least give an example of what this multi-camera setup could be like for us. If you guys like it, let me know. If you don't like it and you think it's stupid, let me know too, right? I don't know. I think what we're going to do is use it, but use it very sparingly. Like when we go to break, I'll switch the camera view or something. It's not going to be like switch, unless I get some better cameras. That's another possibility. So I'm always happy when there's an audience, friends. Thanks so much for coming here tonight, spending some quality time with me. I'm always happy to see each and every one of you. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends. I can't tell you how happy I am to be here because I just drove through another nightmare storm to get to the cabin. And I got here with about 15 minutes before 9 p.m. So knowing that I had a very important interview today, this has been very stressful start to this to tonight, but I'm in my right place. I'm at the right time. And our guest is in our green room waiting. I can't tell you. I first started hearing about Michael Schratt when it came to Black Project research, and boy, I was really incredibly impressed. I was incredibly impressed with his work on both UFOs and Black projects. It seemed to me that he was a dogged researcher going through every lead to get to the truth behind some of these great mysteries. And I had to respect that, of course. So I began to follow him, and I would listen to every appearance. If there was a conference appearance he did, which was put on YouTube, I would watch it. And I've been following his work for quite some time. Most recently, we just discussed his brand new book, Dark Files, which is an amazing book which covers a lot of different little-known UFO cases. So his research has been inspirational, at least to me, and also knowing what it is that he does only made me more interested. And I began to hear some interesting stories about Mr. Schratt, and we're going to get to dive a little deeper into some of those things that I've heard. Some of them may be rumors, but some of them are true. Yeah, his most recent book is really, really probably my favorite book that I've gotten on UFOs in the last decade. It's called Dark Files, A Pictorial History, Lost, Forgotten, and Obscure UFO Encounters. Book 1. And it's interesting to me is that this is just book 1. He's got a treasure trove of information on these incredible subjects. So please bear with me, friends. I'm having a real tough time here. It's bad enough that StreamYard forces me to use Windows. Now StreamYard is forcing me to use Firefox on top of that. Windows and Firefox, I really think that is not fair whatsoever. And it's interesting that Paul Hynek wrote the foreword to his new book. And it's really, we're gonna dive into it more deeply. And one second, I'm just trying to get everything queued up here. Yeah, Paul Hynek about Mr. Schratt said, Michael Schratt has been an important figure in ufology for years, a devoted and, boy, big word, indefatigable researcher. In Dark Files, he has done for ufology what Ansel Adams did for Yosemite. He has brought it to life with the summaries, the engineering quality drawings that he created, and color illustrations he commissioned. These cases simply jump off the pages, and that I would definitely agree with. In doing so, he made these cases effectively available for more than a handful of researchers who have read or written descriptions themselves. So enjoy this wonderful work Michael has poured into Dark Files. Yeah, and I would have to agree. One of the best books that I've come across on UFOs in literally a decade. If you like UFO artwork and you like UFOs, you're going to love this book. So without further ado, let's welcome our very special guest, Mr. Michael Schratt.
Hi, Stephen. How are you?
Good. I'm happy that I didn't screw this up tonight. I had a real tough time getting here and getting everything set up. Everything's kind of temporary here. I'm not in my usual studio, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm a little bit out of sorts, but I think we're okay.
That's fine. That's okay.
So I'm gonna ask you some. I have a whole list of questions, and I hope we can get through most of them, because I've heard you interviewed before, but there's a lot of things that people that I know people haven't asked you. And one of the things I was most curious about is what got you started down this rabbit hole, because you are one of those people that, I see some of my own obsession in you. Like, you're obsessed with this thing. You're collecting things, you're writing things, you're drawing things, you're going on TV shows talking about this stuff. What is it that got you started?
Okay. Well, from my earliest memory, my dad used to take me to a place called Victory Air Museum in Mundelein, Illinois.
Oh,
and it
that's
was
cool.
Near Chicago. And what they had, Stephen, were these old World War II birds, but they were just parked out in this field, left alone. They were like stranded, and they were deserted, and they were derelict, and they were disrepaired, and they were forgotten and half broken down. And the skins were oxidized, and the windshields were cracked, and they had weeds growing up. It just had this ghostly, otherworldly appeal to me. That's what started it for me, and I've never looked back from that point forward.
So UFOs to you is just a strange, mysterious form of aircraft, then?
In a way, yeah, you can kind of say that. But from there, my dad took me to Oshkosh, which is the biggest air show in the world. Went there.
Yeah, I've mentioned previously, my father was a huge aircraft. He was a huge fan of all aviation, and he used to take us to McGuire Air Force Base every year, and we would see either the Thunderbirds or the Blue Angels, and then they had all these displays. You could sit. They would let you sit in a jet airplane, an old one like an F-4 Phantom, but it was still awesome to me. Yeah.
So that's really how it started for me. And then just going to Oshkosh and looking at all the warbirds, the ultralights, the kit planes, the antiques, just the whole part of it is just so impressive to me. And then things just led from there, being within an hour's drive of QFOS, 2457 West Peterson Avenue. Mark Rodiger, the director there, he gave me full access to the entire QFOS library for 3 years straight. And I went through 60,000 cases there. It really did go through all of them.
Wow, that's interesting. So when did the jump from regular Earth aircraft, let's call them, to UFOs happen? What was the first thing that really got you interested in actual UFOs?
I would say around 94. Right around 94 is when it really started going. I would say that time frame. Yep.
Yeah, and one of the things that's interesting about you is that you do these illustrations, or you commission people also to do these illustrations. And this book is like, if you like UFO artwork, and I sure do, this book is like every other page is this amazing. I almost want to blow them all up and make posters of them all. They're so good.
Well, that was the idea, because when you go through the cases at QFOS or the Gray Barker collection in Clarksburg, West Virginia, or QFOS or the Leonard Stringfield cases.
They read dry, right? So they need some sort of illustration. Yeah.
I only pulled out the ones that had a really good description, a really good illustration or a sketch, and a flight path. If it had those three, then I pulled the case. And so from there, a lot of these cases were rough. They needed to be cleaned up, brought into the 20th century. They had to really get cleaned up. So at that point, either I would do an AutoCAD drawing or a SolidWorks drawing, full color rendering, or if it was really biological looking, I'd have artwork commissioned and then make it come alive. That was the whole point of it.
Yeah. And you know what? I just think that, this forward is dead on, because a lot of these cases in this book, I heard of some of them I never even heard of, and I've been into this thing forever. So it's amazing, this work that you did, because you're going to open those cases up to whole new generations of people that may never have been exposed to them. And the use of this amazing artwork really brings them to life. It's not just words on a page, because sometimes these I'm sure you've got them. There's UFO reports and MUFON reports of sightings, and they just read like a bad science teacher wrote them, and they're not very engaging or interesting. But the addition of these illustrations, right? And you did these all right from the witness descriptions or original sketches, right?
Well, Tom Bogan gets the credit. He's in the book. He's in the forward part of the book. he gets the credit for the majority of the color artwork. Now, there's some in there that I've done and some of the line drawings I've done, but some of the, the best color artwork, that's his work. I want to give him credit for sure.
For sure, yeah.
No doubt. But what's interesting is when I did these illustrations with Tom, we used Google Earth, Stephen. So what that means is when we go back to these cases that are 40 or 50 years old, and someone tells you that they parked a quarter mile west of such and such an intersection, we take you there plus or minus 5 feet. So you're looking at exactly where these things took place.
Wow. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. And now, of course, because I'm in Firefox, I'm having trouble sharing this. But I'll get to it as we can progress with more questions. I have one big other question, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way.
Yeah.
But a few of people in my audience have said the same thing and wondered the same thing. I followed everything that I've seen you do.
Yeah.
But the one thing I saw you do that I went, that's weird. Why would he spend so much time on this? Was you did this, it was incredible work, I have to say. You did this huge illustrated drawings and sort of lecture with slides on the Dan Burrish case.
That's true. That's true.
And I wanted to ask you, was there something about him that you first found credible and later didn't, or how do you feel about him now too?
I think I've changed my mind on that case now for a number of reasons. One of them being the fact that allegedly this facility called S4 is there in Papoose Lake. However, there's no test pilots that have ever even admitted there being a facility there. They would know, right? Because they flew around that whole area.
And there's been recent flyovers allowed.
Yeah, there's been recent flyovers.
Yeah, Solar Marshall. He's got the goods on that, and there's pictures, and there's zero there. There's no guard shack, there's no road. And people like Bob Lazar or Burrish described taking a bus after they got off the Janet airline, and you couldn't get a bus through this desert sand for 50 miles to this remote location. It just
where's
road,
the evidence of the hangar bays with the textured exterior? Where's the evidence of that? Where is the evidence that pilots flying over it, they would have seen something after all these years? They never reported anything there. There's no operating facility there. There's just nothing there.
Well, yeah, and I think that we get into this situation of UFO profiteering that seems to be a problem, because then people start people are just making things up, to sell the story. They go, well, we've corroborated this story with people that we're sure and we checked into really worked at Area 51. And then I go, okay, what's their names? What was their titles? Can I speak to them and interview them and verify this? And you never get there. It's like all the information that's coming out about this so-called flying saucer base is very, very flawed. And Dan Burrish, of course, is very flawed too when we dig into his background. I mean, he was supposed to be a biologist there while he was a parole officer in Las Vegas. There's just everything is always like, this story sounds great. There's just one big problem with it, and the same for Bob Lazar with his education. And I know you've done a lot of great work on the Bob Lazar case as well, right?
Sure. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And is that one, when I was growing up, I loved that story. I wanted that to be real. I so wanted that to be real, just as time went on and it got worse and worse, and you get to like, okay, he's a convicted pimp now, and like his education is terrible, and fake. What was it about the Bob Lazar case that attracted you?
Well, looking into some of the things that John Andrews had collected, because he spoke to Bob.
Oh yeah, I wanted to mention that. Yeah, one of my other questions was going to be, or one of the other things we're going to explore is that you are a bit of a historian and a conservationist when it comes to UFO material. John Andrews, for those that don't know, is responsible for all those cool models that came out of testers when you were a kid. All the UFO models, the Honeyboo, the sport model, and all of the, like the stealth bomber. He did all the cool airplane models for testers. And somehow Michael got a hold of all of his papers, right, and everything, his whole archive of material,
That's
right?
correct. That is correct. Yes.
Yes, and the first time that I've ever communicated with Michael was because I was trying to find out how much exactly Bob Lazar made from the Tester's model deal. Yeah.
Good
So
question.
what are you doing with all this John Andrews stuff?
Oh, well, I've incorporated into a lot of different things for sure, but it was an honor. It was a privilege to acquire the collection. I mean, one of the highlights of my life, no question about it, because John was such a gentleman. I only met him once, but he was such a gentleman. He could take a photograph and derive a 3-view drawing from a blurry photograph 5 miles away. That's how good this guy was. He was the best of the best, really the best of the best. And there's a lot of correspondence with a lot of different people in there. And the guy was brilliant, no question about it.
People are asking about your latest book. So it's only available in ebook format. Is that right?
Correct. I am going to make a hard cover or a soft cover sometime.
I want a copy when you do. I'll pay you whatever you want for it. This is one of my favorite new books. I couldn't put it down until I was done, and then I read it again and looked at and now I just look at the pictures and go, wow. That's pretty much what I do. So the deal with John Andrews is that he was not just a model maker. He had an interest in like the Bob Lazar case and UFOs. He was corresponding a lot with Bob Lazar, right? And you have some of that.
The original audio tapes were a part of that collection. The original interview audio tapes that were used to create the model were a part of that collection.
Oh, that's amazing. I got to twist your arm and figure that thing out, because one of the things that Michael Schratt also did is do a side-by-side comparison of Bob Lazar's sport model and Billy Meyer's beam ship. And for those that don't know, Billy Meyer made fake UFOs out of trash can lids and hubcaps and things, and then he hung them on strings and claimed that he was talking to aliens, and he's been busted as a fraud. And it's interesting, a historical note is that Bob Lazar and Gene Huff got all the Billy Meyer material right before Bob Lazar decided that he was working on these things. And his flying saucer that he says he worked on looks exactly like Billy Meyer's, almost. Michael did an amazing photo
I couldn't say it any better than that.
Yeah, and if you look on my Twitter, I'm sorry, I'm having a real trouble with this screen sharing right now. If you look on my Twitter, I just posted that yesterday, the comparison video, the comparison illustration between Bob Lazar and Billy Myers. So do you think that Bob Lazar copied that? It's too similar. It's too similar.
We don't know, right? We just don't know. But here's the question I talk about. Bob talked about on a number of occasions in interviews where he had to reach above his head to touch the outer rim of the sport model, right? And if you know anything about the entry hatch on the sport model, it is integrated into that outer lip. So it wraps around the bottom just a little bit, and then it wraps around the top of the outer rim. But if the grays are 3.5 to 4 feet tall and the entry hatch is above his head, how do the grays get into the craft?
I know. I didn't see a ladder. Yeah, I didn't see a ladder. There's a lot of inconsistencies, and another thing, I think Solar Warden pointed this out, and this is great. And he got Bob Lazar to go, that's a great question, and Bob Lazar had to go away and figure out an answer. Bob Lazar claimed that when you turned this propulsion system on, you could throw a screwdriver at it and it would bounce off, and all these other things. And so his question was, well, then how did you turn it off? Because it was all, he had no answer.
And isn't that entire area of Papoose Lake irradiated?
Yes, that's another thing. And
there would be dose badges, right, Stephen? There would be dose badges.
Yeah, there would be dose badges, sure.
Yep. If you go to the Atomic Testing Museum,
you can go to the Atomic Energy Commission and get some data on how irradiated that area was. If the United States government were to be stupid enough to put a base there and make people spend a significant amount of time there, that would be a huge liability. People would be dropping dead left and right from, radiation-related sicknesses and cancer and things.
Because you can go to the Atomic Testing Museum in Las Vegas, and when you go through the exhibit hall and you wrap around, just before it ends, there's a glass case on the right-hand side. They've got like 30 different examples of dose badges there that people would wear on their lapel and on their shoulder area. There was never any mention of dose badges at S4, period.
But you know what is interesting is that I have at least a few sources, plus John Lear, who tell me with some confidence that Bob Lazar worked on radiation health monitoring equipment around Nellis and Area 51. So that's interesting. He should know better then. He should know about these dose badges.
Sure.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. So beside this, this dark files, can you tell us about the creation of that? And you got another whole archive of stuff that some of this stuff came out of, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I drew it from all different locations. QFOS, Orange County MUFON, certainly the Clarksburg, West Virginia archives, things that I've collected over the last 30 years. And that's kind of how it all got started. But I wanted to put this in a concise format that people could read in one day, period. I don't want it to drag on for 4 weeks. Get it done in one day and you'll have it. You got to be done in one day for sure.
Oh, finally. I finally got Firefox to work so we can share some of the stuff from the book. But what I mean is that a lot of these cases are little known. And didn't you have a certain archive that you were drawing some of the case files from? Yeah,
from QFOS, from the QFOS archives. Yeah. Some of those cases were buried there for 40 years. They'd still be there if someone didn't dig them out. And what I always thought was weird is going there for 3 years, nobody else was there. Nobody else used the library. They didn't take advantage of it, which shocks me, It just shocks
and
me.
we just talked about it. I don't know why, but there was a university about an hour from me that the Stanton Friedman archive first got sent to, and I was gonna go, and Grant Cameron went and told me that you would need a month to go through all of the Stanton Friedman stuff. They didn't have it very well organized, and now they've sent it on to Canada. So now to see it, I've got to go to Canada. But you've spent a lot of time going through weird sort of passed away researchers or people's archives, right?
Definitely, yes.
And I talked about these stories that I hear. I hear that you have this huge, monstrous collection of UFO related material. Like you got a warehouse full of stuff. Is that accurate?
More than one.
You've got, actually, I didn't want to say it because I didn't want to embarrass you, but I've heard you got 3. I heard you got 3 warehouses full of UFO stuff.
Well, no single point failure, right?
Wow, that's it. And where did you get it all?
Just been collecting it for 30 years, 35 years.
Wow.
Go to different archives. People donated things to me, and I just held on to it, Plus, I've been interviewing people and taking their notes, sketches, putting it all together, and didn't throw anything out. So there's enough material to last for the next ice age.
Wow. Yeah. That's really, really interesting to me that you really are obsessed enough to collect that much stuff. Because
somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, I guess for future generations, right? Like you don't want that stuff to go to waste. And a lot of times if somebody dies, their relatives might not know the significance or importance of it. So you go and kind of talk to the family and let them know that it's important to preserve some of that stuff.
I can give you an example. There was a researcher called Joel Carpenter. He's almost completely unknown in this field. He passed away a while ago. His father contacted me and said, basically he said, I've got 4 boxes waiting for you if you want them. So I jumped on a plane, flew all the way over there and got them. And he was going to throw them out. So that's how you have to save it.
Wow.
You have to save these things. We have to preserve an important part of our national history.
Yeah, and we talked about some other recent people that have passed away, and you basically, anybody that passes away, you try to at least see what you can do to preserve some of that stuff, right?
Sure. Yeah, definitely.
Wow. So, along with UFOs, you've also had this incredible interest in aviation and really high tech things. And you and I talked off air about about Mark McCandlish,
Mm-hmm.
right?
True. That is correct. Yes.
And you were kind of a fan of his?
A fan and a friend. Yes. I considered him a father figure.
Very good.
We did quite a bit of artwork together, and it was a highlight of my life doing drawings with him. Highlight of my life. It was just a religious experience. I'm just telling it like it is.
And how do you feel about the recent problems or the recent conspiracy land fairy tales about his tragic death?
I think it's a straightforward case. I don't know if I believe in what we're hearing. I just think it's a straightforward case. You know.
Yeah, because
what you presented that first time, I think I believe what you presented.
Yeah, and people don't know, but people like Michael Schratt and others did do some of their own independent work to see,
Right.
you know, if there was anything to these fairy tales and these conspiracy land, you know. But to me, it just seemed like people trying to profit from a man's death, which really rubbed me the wrong way, you know.
Right.
You know,
You
I
did a
grew
very
up.
good assessment. Very good assessment.
Yeah, thank you. And I grew up, you know, looking at Mark McCandlish high-tech drawings of airplanes and getting very inspired to build rockets and stuff. So, you know, it's a really tragic loss for the world, don't you think?
Oh, no doubt. I mean, I've said it before. There will never be another Mark McCandlish. No way. And, you know, you're talking about seeing his artwork and being inspired by it. Absolutely, I was inspired. Seeing the cover of Popular Mechanics and Popular Science, where he had these photorealistic color illustrations that jumped off the page and grabbed your attention. It's otherworldly. There's no one that can do that. Nobody
Especially
can.
photorealistic. It looked like a photograph. Yeah.
You know, you can go down to the Naval Air Museum in Pensacola. They have one of his original paintings there. The painting of the F-14 coming off the aircraft carrier. If you look at the starboard part of the boat of the aircraft carrier, where the water line meets the hull, Mark has this splashing wave that is like splashing up against the steel hull of the ship, and then he has this water that's still adhering toward the sidewalls of the ship, and it's like dripping down. Mark's the only one that could do that. I mean, the guy
would think to do that much detail on a splash.
That's right. That's
yeah,
right.
he seemed to be very detail oriented.
All of his lines were completely crisp. They were sharp. They were like pinpoint accuracy. And then his shading, he used to tell me like he would channel Da Vinci when he shades his drawing. Now, he was kidding, of course, but we were just talking about that. And it is the level of shading that he does on these drawings is otherworldly. There's no one that can do it. He just had this. I had some things where I gave him a concept. I gave him all the reference works, all the materials. But then there were things about houses that I wasn't sure about. I'm like, Mark, just go with it. And I'd sit there and watch him draw. And he'd just draw houses perfectly scaled from nothing, just from his own brain. It was incredible.
Yeah.
I miss it.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to continue to miss it. Somebody is asking what your opinion is on William Tompkins.
I met William Tompkins. Genius guy for sure. And if anyone wants to see his work, you can go to the Miniature Engineering Museum in Carlsbad, where they have his original ships, and they look like they were built yesterday. It's unreal. It's unreal.
But what do you think of his stories about aliens and stuff?
I just don't know. I've read the book.
I read the book, and it read like a horny old man to me. He was like,
I just don't know.
All the aliens were hot chicks that wanted to bang him, right?
I don't know.
Yeah. They were all like hot Nordic chicks with big breasts that wanted to bang him.
What do you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting character for sure.
Interesting guy, yeah.
And somebody else is asking, Michael, what do you think is happening in the exofield these days?
Can you be more specific about exofield?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
Maybe exopolitics? I'm not sure.
See, here's the thing. We're getting a lot of UFO people in here that just want to know what you think about different things. So Victor Caliero is here all the way from Australia, and he says, I'd like to know Michael's thoughts on the Westfall UFO case in Australia.
Yeah, we can cover that if we want to go into it. I have the book pulled up, but I have to share my screen, right?
Yeah, can you share your screen? Because I'm having a real hard time here. I just have to allow it once you share your screen. Like you can share one tab from Google Drive with the book on it or whatever.
Share screen.
I'm a terrible show host. I'm like, you do it, guest. I'm a loser. I don't know what's going on. I can't share from Firefox. It's not letting me.
Okay. So if I pull up my book.
Yeah, and then you go down to that middle button in StreamYard and it says share. And then you want to share like browser tab probably.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see if you can't figure it out because I'm having a real hard time. I apologize. I don't know what happened, but Google was not working for mine. And I'm getting the browser has blocked your screen.
Entire screen. Sure. Okay,
you can
so
share your entire screen. Just be sure that you're not sharing anything you don't want to.
No, right? That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, and I can see like a Windows desktop right now.
Good.
Pop up what you want to share.
So you can see this, right?
There we go. Yeah. There we go.
All right. Well, why don't we...
Oh, by the way, let me just say, there's a guy named Jonaside who watches my show and keeps asking me to make slides. Okay? Jonaside, we don't have slides tonight. We have a book, which is better than slides. This is amazing stuff. Better than I could do, Jonaside. So I hope this satisfies your slides.
All right. Why don't we... Okay, so can you see this, Stephen?
Yes. Yes.
You can see it. Okay.
Yes, and that means the audience can as well.
Why don't we...
And I'm sorry for making you do this.
Oh, no, that's okay, but we're with you, brother. We're going to hit you with the 22-inch rims right here. Okay. So UFO Magical Mystery Tour, and this will incorporate the book as well. So a pictorial history of lost, forgotten, and obscure UFO encounters. And quick announcement, here's where you can get this information, ladies and gentlemen. I want you to be able to verify this on your own. Don't just trust me. Go out and do your own research. The visual aids used in this presentation are computer-generated forensic composite illustrations which originated from actual UFO case files and eyewitness reports. So here's where you can get the material. QFOS, which is now under the jurisdiction of David Marler in Albuquerque. NICAP, APRO, MUFON, Invisible Residents. Have you read this book, Stephen?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That is one for everyone. Everyone must, I'm not telling you what to do, but everyone
that was one of my favorites.
Book. You cannot walk away from reading this book and think that there's nothing to this. There's just no way. I mean, when they released the Condon report, I'm sure you know this, 51% of all UFO cases are in point of fact USO cases. And they didn't even include one USO report in their entire report. They missed 51% of the phenomenon, which I can't believe. Uninvited Guest by Richard Hall, another monumental book. You can't walk away from that book and think there's nothing to it. David Marler collection, UFO News Clipping Service. We'll skip down to Leonard Stringfield collection, Gray Barker UFO collection. So just to give you an idea where this information came from. Now, this is a little bit too involved here. I put together a timeline. I broke this down really day by day, hour by hour. This has been authorized by Don Schmidt. So this checks out. This tracks with the Roswell event. And we're hearing more and more about UAP. We're hearing about the June 25th report in the Pentagon. We're all waiting for this. My prediction
is it's going to be a nothing burger. That's my
nothing burger.
Nothing.
You know, there's no droids here. Keep moving on, basically. So
these are not the UFOs you're looking for, Michael.
These are not.
I think that a great deal of what we're seeing in the media right now is drones. They may be advanced drones, but I think that it's a lot of drones. That's what I think we're seeing, not alien spacecraft. And therefore, I have I'm interested in drones a little bit, especially super high-tech drones with high capability, but not as much as I'm interested in seeing proof of alien spacecraft flying around,
Right. So this is a photograph, what you're looking at here, ladies and gentlemen. This was taken by Don Schmidt at the actual impact site. So this is July 2nd, 1947. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the next one. Now, this is Tom Bogan. You'll see we've got Mac Brazel on horseback, and then we've got a 7-year-old boy named Timothy D. Proctor. Now, the way they rolled back at this time, everybody, is that if you were old enough to walk, you were old enough to ride horseback, and that's what they did. So here it is on the morning of July 3rd, where his sheep would not cross this debris field. All this debris just spread over a large area, and then we do believe that there was a 10-foot wide by about 200-foot long trench or, gouge in the plains at this time. And so that's what we've illustrated here. So this is the morning of July 3rd, 1947. And I want to take you through the entire case, bring you to the site, bring you into the hangar as well. All right, so we got the crash retrieval operation, July 8th, 1947, and all the components in this story are represented here. So if you look at the back, we've got multiple eyewitnesses on downtown Main Street in Roswell that did see an 18-wheeler lowboy tractor trailer go right to Hangar P3 Building 84. There was also a ambulance truck. Now, according to Don Schmidt, there were 5 bodies recovered. 1 was still alive. Over here, we've got a Jeep section here. We've got a 6-by troop transport. Now, the impact site happened very close to a water retention facility or a water tank, and then also a windmill as well. So we've got there. Now, also according to Don Schmidt, the Roswell craft was not a saucer. Repeat, the Roswell craft was not a saucer. What it was basically an egg-shaped craft the size of a Volkswagen with a dome on top. And that's what you see right here. Now, they were approximately 4 feet tall. They had spindly arms and legs. Pappy Henderson said they were squiggly. They looked like Casper the Ghost. They were wearing a light-colored silver one-piece tight-fitting flight suit that they didn't know how they got in. So that's what we're looking at here with the crash scene operation. This is July 8th, 1947. Now, Roswell Main Street convoy, we've got the paperboy here, and according to Don Schmidt, and you can read this in Witness to Roswell, there are at least 2 paperboys and at least 20 separate eyewitnesses that saw this military convoy that had 2 Jeeps up front, 18-wheeler tractor trailer lowboy truck, and then 2 Jeeps behind that on its way down Main Street, Roswell to Roswell Army Airfield, home of the 519th Bomb Group. But they said that there was a tarp covering an egg-shaped craft that looked just like what they retrieved prior to, with ropes covering the tarp, and the whole thing was covered. You could not see anything below this tarp. That was going right to the 519th Bomb Group. Now,
and apparently this was not a common occurrence in
this was
the
not a
Main
common
Street
occurrence.
of Roswell. Yeah.
Right after all, because by the time it got July 7th, it was like electricity throughout all of Roswell. This story was burning up the whole town. Everyone heard about this. Now, there was a B-29 called Straight Flush that taxied over atomic bomb pit number 1. And what they ended up doing is they were loading a crate into the bomb bay. So they had this hydraulic cylinder that would lift up the atomic bombs, put them into the B-29. Well, they did the same thing here, but instead of a bomb, it was a crate. So what were they actually loading in the crate? And this is the illustration of what we believe could have been the autopsy as well. So this would have been after July 9th, 1947 at Wright Field, Dayton, Ohio. All within a matter of days. And my question is, if it was just a weather balloon, why do you need an 18-wheeler tractor lowboy trailer going down Main Street? If it's just a weather balloon, that doesn't make any sense. We also have reports of police operations, military police operations that were cleaning up the debris field. They were crisscrossing the debris field for 3 days, 2 teams of 50 men. And then when they got home, some of the people that were near the bodies, their clothes reeked of the odor so bad that they had to burn their clothes. Now, that doesn't sound like a weather balloon to me. So we should keep that in mind as well. Okay, now moving on. We always talk about June 24th, 1947 being the Kenneth Arnold originating point of ufology. Well, if you go back in time, it's actually the 1897 mystery airship wave that took place in Sacramento, also in downtown San Francisco. And what their people were reporting is this gondola-shaped craft with what looked like an airbag on top, and then a wing on either side, something that looked like a rudder, and then these powerful beaming spotlights that came down that caused absolute chaos in these cities.
Yeah, and I really love this this mystery airship. I've seen other depictions of it, but I think you nailed it better than anybody. And it looks so steampunk to me, you know.
Yes,
this
that's
thing.
right.
And it happened in
right.
1897. So for
It
people that
happened in
think that UFOs,
1897.
yeah, for people that think UFOs are a new, a new thing, or just started in the 50s or 40s, it's been around longer than that. We have the Aurora case as well. That's one of my favorites.
So there were people screaming through the streets. There were horses bolting. There were covered wagons that were flipped over. People didn't know what this thing was. I mean, it parked itself over Sacramento, San Francisco. It made it to the East Coast. There were thousands of eyewitnesses. There were hundreds of newspaper clippings. And if we go ahead and move forward, here's some of the original drawings that had gone to. Some of these craft had these anchors coming down. There were eyewitness reports of laughter coming from these craft.
That's
There were
funny.
big black dogs on the deck of these craft.
Big black dogs. This is getting crazier and crazier.
You can't make this stuff up. You can't make it up. There were big black dogs reported on the deck of these craft. And then right next to the dogs were these very eccentric, well-dressed inventor types that had top hats. They were on this craft too.
There's like the Monopoly guy on this thing.
That's right. That's right. So if you just look at some of the bullet items here. Number one, the wave actually began November 18th, 1897 in Sacramento. Number two, the object cast down brilliant beams of light on the city before it moved towards San Francisco. Number three, eyewitnesses described the craft as being 150 feet in length with 4 rotor-like arms. In some cases, anchors attached to ropes were dropped from the mysterious craft, and laughter could be heard originating from the interior. By May of 1897, virtually all the sightings ended. And so here we've got an enlargement here, and you can see the well-dressed inventor type just ahead of the description of the craft itself. But that's what they're reporting. A mechanical-looking machine with these wings on either side, suspending this gondola. I mean, this is what they're reporting.
Do you get any sense from aviation history? I mean, could this have been early Zeppelins or early blimps?
I have to give credit to Walter Bosley. I think he has nailed it. If anyone's read his books on the 1897 mystery airship wave, he makes a very good case for a man-made technology. And if you think about it, what were they doing on the West Coast, right? Because if you look at, Stephen, do you know how many people lived in the state of California in 1849?
Well, I could imagine because of the gold rush, it was a pretty populated place, right?
Well, there were only 12,000 people in the entire state of California back in 1849 during the gold rush. So what it looks like, if you put it all together, if there really was this NIMSA, the Sonora Aero Club, and they were a bunch of rich executive inventor types that were financed by groups from New York, it sounds perhaps like they were trying to figure out an efficient and covert way to transport gold from the gold fields of the West Coast, Northern California region to New York, but do it secretly. That's what it looks like.
That's interesting. So they could just, because I mean, they wouldn't be taking like thousands of pounds of it. So maybe a Zeppelin or a blimp would be, or balloon kind of craft would be a good way to do that, right?
If Charles Delshaw is correct, because he was the artwork person within this NIMSA group, the Sonora Aero Club, he said that they figured out a way to negate gravity. And it was something called NB gas that to this day we don't know what it is. That's what these things were filled with. And they could go 100 miles an hour against the wind back in 1897. That's what the reports are talking about. This is long before December 17th, 1903 at Kill Devil Hills in North Carolina, before the Wright brothers. They were doing these things.
Yeah.
All right, so April 24th, 1964, Socorro, New Mexico. Everybody knows about the Lonnie Zamora case. But I want to point out that before this thing even landed, because Lonnie was chasing after a speeder when this all took place, before that happened, there was a group that was on a family vacation. They were in Socorro, New Mexico, and either this craft or a craft just like it, probably this one right here, Stephen, this thing flew right over their car at about 1 foot altitude at high rate of speed. And this family, they stopped by the police department. They filed a report. And the report, if you read it, it says, "You people really fly your planes low around here." It's actually in the report. Yeah, it's in there. I'm not making this up. So Lonnie Zamora, he's chasing the speeder. On the corner of his eye, he sees this egg-shaped craft. He says, "You know what? I'm out of here." So he gives up the chase of the speeder. He goes after this craft. He goes over this kind of mountainous, rocky hill, and then parks his squad car, gets out, and what he sees off into the distance is about a 20-foot long elliptical egg-shaped craft. It was kind of an off-whitish color. It had 4 pogo landing gears sticking out, resting on landing gear. It had an exhaust nozzle at the back, on the bottom of it. And then he said that not only did it have an inscription on the side of it, which you can see right here, but then he said that there were small statured, you could say humanoid looking beings that were wearing a one-piece tight-fitting flight suit that were white in color. Now, if you read the report, it says that he got within 300 feet of the craft. That apparently is not correct. The actual distance was 24 feet. He got within 24 feet of this craft. Now, when these two beings saw that they were being observed by Lonnie Zamora, they climbed into this craft, and this is where it gets interesting. There was a banging noise, Stephen, and then 2 seconds later, there was another banging noise. And then out from the bottom of this rocket nozzle was a blue-colored flame, not a campfire orange flame, but a blue-colored flame. This thing took off, hovered there, and then slowly disappeared. But I want to drill down further, and just so that you know this isn't made up, here's the newspaper clipping, New Mexican, April 27th, 1964. Flying object visits region. And then here is the Socorro symbol. Now, for 55, 60 years, we've all heard about what this symbol talks about, what it looks like. So here's a representation according to the actual sketch, right? So if you take the one that we've known about for 50 years and you revolve it 90 degrees left hand, right? Then you take this TP thing, you revolve that 90-degree right hand, and then you take that small little dash line, you connect that, you get CAI. You invert this, you get CIA. That's what we're looking at here. However, there's a new book written by Ben Moss where he drills down really deep and he shows you what the actual insignia looks like. And that's what I want to show you right now. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the actual insignia. It was an inverted V with 3 hash marks. That is what Lonnie Zamora actually saw. So we've been kind of led down this road all these years. This is what it actually looks like. Now, I asked the question, why were we sold this bill of goods? So here's the question. Why did Lonnie Zamora sign off on a fake symbol? The symbol was changed by U.S. Air Force Major Holder for the simple reason that providing a fake symbol, if any other cases came up and a witness reported the fake umbrella symbol, then they would know that the witness was lying. By Lonnie signing the fake symbol, maybe drawn by Holder, Lonnie was signing a contract with the government to keep his mouth shut on the symbol. It was country, God, then family in those days. So this is what I was told by Ben Moss, and I wanted to reproduce it word for word. So what we've been led to believe is the actual symbol has not been all this time. It's just the inverted V with the hash marks. Okay, now I want to hit you with this right here. Can you see On the upper part of this thing, the upper left is Socorro. I hope everyone can see this. That's where this actually took place. So it's on the upper map of this section here. Now, just to the right, you'll see this dashed boundary line. That is the boundary line for White Sands Missile Range. Now, if you go down to the bottom right-hand section, you see scale in miles. So if you go from 0 to 5, and then you transpose that back up, and you plug that in between Socorro, New Mexico, and the boundary line of White Sands Missile Range, ladies and gentlemen, the Socorro, New Mexico 1964 Lonnie Zamora case took place no more than 5 miles from the northwest boundary of White Sands Missile Range. That cannot be a coincidence.
Oh, that's interesting.
Coincidence. It's within a stone's throw of a military installation testing area.
So do you think that it was some sort of U.S. government craft and not actually aliens? But how do you explain the little humanoids then?
Well,
midget pilots? I don't know.
They did use small stature test pilots prior to that. And we got that firsthand from Jack Pickett, who saw 3 flying saucers at MacDill Air Force Base back in September 1967. So it's not uncommon for them to use small stature test pilots. This checks out exactly what Jack Pickett would say. So
that's very interesting. And it's interesting to me that this sort of mistaking top secret aircraft that may be being tested for alien spacecraft seems to happen a lot. Like these recent drone footages with the Navy, all of that took place like within miles from a drone testing facility off the coast of California.
Doesn't it make sense that we exhaust a possible man-made origin first and then look at other options?
Well, I think we should, but we have a lot of people. It seems like there's these, Grant Cameron called them UFO messiahs that are out there. And, they think they're there to bring us the truth about aliens, but they make these irresponsible statements like no one on Earth has this technology, or these were exhibiting flight characteristics thousands of years beyond our technology. And why is that? Oh, they made 90-degree turns, but then we find examples of experimental aircraft that can do exactly that. Unmanned, but still we have aircraft that can make 90-degree turns. I
think you hit it right on the nail. Exactly. Here's some of the bullet items here. Object was seen within very close proximity to White Sands Missile Range. Number 2, object featured retractable landing gear. UFO featured inverted barn landing gear pads with sharp 90-degree straight corners. Now, I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. A mysterious metallic slam. This is right in the book. Everyone can read this. A mysterious metallic slam noise was heard just prior to liftoff and departure. Is that a door hatch closing? That's my question.
Could be.
Number 5, a second mysterious metallic slam was also heard prior to departure. Is that a latching locking mechanism engaged? A very loud roar was heard prior to liftoff. Change in frequency from low to high. Number 7, a blue flame was seen coming from the bottom of the craft as it lifted off the ground. Now, Stephen, if you know your UFO history, what other case do we know of where there was a blue flame coming out of a UFO from the bottom of it? It's very famous.
Sounds like Kecksburg?
Not quite. Try one more. One more.
Cash Landrum?
Cash Landrum. That's right.
See there?
It also had a blue colored flame.
That was very stressful. I didn't want Michael Schratt to think I was a dummy. I'm like trying to think here, like, okay, I thought of 2.
Yeah.
I actually, but that one was my second choice. But yeah,
you got it.
Do you know that Richard Doty? I interviewed him, and Richard Doty claimed that case was recovered alien spacecraft, but they ripped out the power system, the alien power system that didn't work, and replaced it with a nuclear power source. That's what he claimed.
I know. I've heard that
Interesting.
too. But I just think it's very interesting that we've got this blue colored flame coming out of 2 different craft, 2 different locations, 2 different timelines, but they check out. Oh, now let's get to the landing gear of this thing. Now take a look at this blown up illustration here. You can see it has this inverted barn roof configuration with 90-degree corners, straight angles, sharp faces, flat faces. Does this look like the landing pad of an alien spacecraft? Here's the actual indentation it made. Now, this is the female impression that it made into the ground. Now, you can see the dotted line. So what I did is I did a SolidWorks model, a male version. That gets you to here. This is the enlargement of the female impression here. Now, if we go one more further here, here is the Socorro, New Mexico landing pad. Stephen, does this look like a landing pad from an alien spacecraft to you?
Well, that would be hard to tell because who knows the way aliens think and engineer.
True.
Them. But I would think they'd have something a little more advanced than that.
Yeah, you would think so, right? So I went ahead and did a 3-view drawing. And, look at
and this is the left. No offense, Michael. Don't think this is an offense because I mean it as a compliment. But I just want my audience to see, like, this is the level of obsession that Michael Schratt has. He went, you know what? This couldn't be an alien landing pad. I'm going to draw it and make models of it and try to get more information on this.
You're not going to get
He obsessed over this. You did it like a week on this one tiny little detail.
Yeah.
But I love you, brother. I love you for doing it.
Ain't nobody else going to do this. No one's going to drill down to this level.
It's a tough job. Somebody's got to do it. Better you than me, dude. I can't draw. So you got to do it for us.
I could teach you to do this in 5 minutes, but I haven't seen anyone do this before, so I thought, well, we got to do it, right? So just look at the sharp corners, look at the 90-degree angles, look at the flat faces, like someone put this on a milling machine and milled it out of solid aluminum billet. That's what it looks like to me. This does not look like an alien landing pad leg at all. You would think it would be like fully integrated, seamless, and round and swept into the landing gear stands itself, but that's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing 90-degree corners, and anyone who knows anything about nature is nature almost never has 90-degree corners. Almost never will you see this. Very rarely will you see any kind of configuration in nature like this. So it's just another little piece of the puzzle. We're just putting it out there. Now,
so what do you think? Do you think this was like top secret, some kind of top secret experimental craft that they were flying around? And
absolutely. Yes, I do. Mm-hmm. They had plenty of time because if you look at the reference works, the reference paperwork from 1954, 1955, they were trying to crack the gravity barrier, and they had about 10 years to look at it. And then here we have 64, boom, we have it. So it looks like they poured money into trying to crack the gravity barrier.
Yeah, you know what I always found interesting is that you can find references, all kinds of references to all these different major aviation companies that were looking into electrogravitics and anti-gravity sort of technology, and then it just disappeared. They were all over it for a period of time, and it was in magazines and newspapers, electrogravitics, the future of aircraft, the future of aviation, and then it just disappeared. And I think that a good case can be made that it disappeared into the black budget world.
Well, it looks like it, right? I mean, if you really look at the newspaper clippings, and I think I've got all the most important ones, they were obsessed with cracking the gravity barrier, not interested in it, obsessed with it. They talked about how the first thing we're going to do is we are going to conquer electricity. Okay, so we've got that. Then they said the next thing we're going to do is we're going to conquer rocketry. So they got that. Then they said the next thing that we're going to do.
Yeah, and all we need is let's just get all these Nazis and whitewash their. Yeah, let's just whitewash all these Nazis' history.
There you go.
Hear how many thousands of people they killed with those V2s. We could shoot one of those suckers to the moon, right?
That's right. The next thing they wanted to conquer is gravity, and it looks like they've done it. They've done it. Okay, so let's move on here. Now, we've all heard about the JAL Flight 1628, Paris to Tokyo over Alaska.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite cases.
November 17th,
1986.
Now, the problem with this case is anytime you hear about this case, you never hear about the beginning part of this case. You only hear about the big mothership part of it. Well, prior to all this going on, the best way to describe this is pilot Terryuchi what he ended up seeing is it looks like two Campbell soup cans cut in half. Okay, they were 150 feet in diameter. They had a black plastic piece of electrical tape going down the center all the way down, and then on either side there were these stair-step staggered amber or red lights that were flashing in sequence. That was the first part of this sighting, not the mothership. That came later. They ended up tracking this thing for like an hour and tried to lose this thing. They called ATC. They were given authorization to do a full 360, and these craft paced the 747 going 500 miles an hour in a complete 360 loop. And this is all back in 86. All right, so here we've got the actual Miami Herald article, January 4th, 1987. FAA reviewing data from night Japanese pilot reported. Now, we do have Anchorage, Alaska. We've got the ATC and onboard TCAS. So there's 3 independent radar sources for this, which I think is very interesting. Here is his original sketch. This is from the pilot himself, the commander himself, the captain of the 747. Outside the windshield, this is what he saw, just like that prior illustration I showed you. And then if you look at the bottom, you can see this walnut-shaped UFO and then the size and scale of his 747 compared to this. So we're looking at, 4 times the size, 2 times the size of an aircraft carrier, according to the captain of the 747. Here he is right here describing it. Now, he lost his job reporting this.
Yeah, I remember this.
He was later reinstated. This is one of the first times this ever happened. Now, this case went all the way to Dr. Greer, May 9th, 2001, on the Disclosure Project. That was the first conference. This was brought up within that conference itself. Now, here's the illustration we put together of the JL 747 with this massive acorn or walnut-shaped UFO. He saw that out the port rear window. This is from the pilot. So
that's pretty. I always love this case because of the size of this thing.
Yeah,
because a 747 is no small aircraft, and for this UFO to dwarf that thing and be described as the size of 2 aircraft carriers is pretty amazing to me. Like, how could that thing even fly that big?
That's right. The Yukon Territory had a history of these large UFOs, so this is not unprecedented. This is something that has happened before. Okay, now I want to talk about this case, which isn't really known. Credit has to go to my friend Antonio Huneeus. If it wasn't for Antonio Huneeus, no one in the United States would know anything about this case, because he's the one who did the Spanish translation into English and nailed down all the points of this particular case. So credit goes to him for doing this. This is June 22nd, 1976, Canary Islands. And if you look at the right side of this graph, you've got a little dot there on the eastern part of the Canary Islands. That was a Spanish naval ship that first saw this. So what I want to do is I want to take you there right now. Here it is from the deck of the Spanish naval ship Atrevida, 3 nautical miles off the coast of Punta Lentilla, future Ventura. It's hard to pronounce all these things, but this is what they actually saw. And what I want to stress to everybody is I can tell you for a fact that former President Clinton knows about this case, and so does Hillary Clinton. She knows about it too. Now, how do we know that? How do we know that? Because it was the Lawrence Rockefeller Foundation that funded the research that put together the briefing document called the Best Available Evidence. Within that briefing document is this case. So this went all the way to the president, because the president was given a copy of this. So he knows about this.
And what people may not be aware of is that the Clintons had an interest in UFOs.
They do, yes.
Before they were the president and the first lady. So, of course, that carried over. And once they were in that position of power, both of them have commented that they tried to find the truth about UFOs and weren't given very much information. And I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to take a moment to thank Brian McLeod for a kind and generous $4.99 super chat donation. He says, "Keep up the good work, Steve. Been away for a minute, but the stuff you're doing is much needed in this field. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We're a viewer-supported show here, Michael. Everything every dollar helps, right? And helps us
Oh,
keep
sure.
keep the ball rolling. And if you want to see great guests like this, send me, tons of money, and then I can pay guests like, poor Michael Schratt. He is everybody's favorite volunteer. And I know your time is very short, so before I forget, I want to just take a moment to thank you and recognize you, because he's doing a public service coming to my little show here. We don't have that big of a reach. He's normally on much bigger shows. So now he's slumming it with us. But thank you for coming here and slumming it with us, Michael Schratt.
It's a crusade. You can't get paid for this. This is a crusade. You can't get paid for this. Anyway, so we'll move on here. Now, here's what's interesting. The town of Guay, Gran Canaria Island. Now, we saw the dot. That was the first part. Now, this thing headed westbound. It covered 85 miles in 3 minutes, equivalent to 1,900 miles an hour, and made no sonic boom. And if you look at what the people reported here, it's like a boring thing, right? It's just this common CE1 case. It looks like a bright light, a blob in the sky. No big deal. But what came from this light was very interesting. Here is the original sketch of what the eyewitnesses reported. This is June 22nd, 1976, Canary Island. This is by Michael Sword, so he gets the credit for that. But what they actually saw was this transparent soap bubble, Stephen, that had a platform on the bottom. It had 3 of these, you could call them monuments, that were on top of the platform. And then there was these 8-foot tall, you could call them humanoid-looking beings that have an oversized helmet. They were operating levers. They had a one-piece tight-fitting red diving suit. And then there was a clear transparent tube that went up with blue-colored smoke going up through this tube. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. And you know what? You know what? When I see this kind of stuff, we hear various examples that the exterior shell of UFOs can become transparent from the inside, or have some sort of cloaking technology. So when I see this, I go, yeah, maybe they let the cloak down and you could see right through this thing into even the occupants, right? Interesting.
It's possible. It's possible. So here's the final rendering that we put together of what this thing looked like. But this whole concept of a diving suit or a very tight-fitting flight suit, that keeps popping up again and again as well. Now, so here we've got 11 eyewitnesses, including the taxi driver, a doctor, and his patients. It was 25 feet in diameter. So there was multiple eyewitnesses that saw this particular soap bubble, you could call it, operating these levers. Very unusual. So we've got the gas but then we've got this central column, and I think we've seen that central column in other things that we can talk about later. But this was just something that I wanted to present as being something that both Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton are aware of. Okay, 1976, Dana Point, California. This one came from the QFOS archives. So the primary eyewitness was driving down the road. She had her 2 kids with them. So there were 3 eyewitnesses. All of a sudden, this quote-unquote fat Frisbee goes right past their windshield, and they got a real good look at it. Stephen, she said that this thing had thousands of these computer microprocessing lights that were flashing all these different colors, and it had a red blinking light on top. Here's the actual newspaper clipping article that talks about it, and you can see this thing going right past the windshield. And then here's my AutoCAD rendering that shows you what this thing looks like. Amazing, and this is not the first time this has happened. There are other cases of this fat Frisbee with these microprocessing lights, all flashing different colors.
You know what's always been interesting to me is this, is the lights on UFOs. But you know, I've heard Grant Cameron and others talk about it's the circus. They want to be seen because you gotta imagine, like, let's say, for example, Michael, we found a primitive civilization on another planet that we could get to, and we wanted to study them. I think that we wouldn't be, flashing big red lights on our craft as we're surveying these people. It's almost as if they want to be seen. They want us to experience them or have this encounter and tell other people. It just doesn't make any sense to me that they'd have all these and we hear this time and time again. It had flashing red lights that moved in a sequence, or it had, you know, a blue aura around it that flashed. It's like they want the attention of these humans that they're interacting with, if they are indeed alien or interdimensional or something like that. It's just interesting to me. What do you make of the circus? Is it a circus?
You're so correct, Steve. Well done, brother. Well done. That's exactly my thought too. Even Stanton Friedman, our good friend, the late Stanton Friedman, he even chimed in on that as well, because his direct quote was, "Lights on UFOs could only be for decoration. That's it. What do they need lights for? What do they care? Who are they going to run to? You know, who are they going to run into?" And not only that, is that when we see these craft, the lights are always in sequence, Stephen. Like the reds go off, the blues go off, the greens go off, the yellows go off. It's all in sequence. It's planned. There's an intelligent design behind this. But why would they need it? It's like decoration.
Chris Spaghetti is asking a great question. He's asking, what would be the size of this one?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's see. I don't know if I've got that down here. I think it was about 40 feet tall, 40 feet across. And I gauge that because of something I want to show you here. But here's the illustration that we put together with Tom Bogan. Now, when we do the cars, we give you not a similar make and model, but we give you the exact same make and model.
And color.
Yep, I don't know about the color, but this is the exact.
This is again the detail, the level of detail that Michael Schratt goes to give you the best rendering that he possibly can. Yes, I gotta admire and respect. Are you a little OCD or something? Maybe.
Oh well, we want to get you plus or minus 5 feet to where it actually took place.
Yeah, it is he goes to the end. Michael Schratt goes to the ends of the earth, down to every tiny little detail, to make sure that his drawings are as close to what happened as possible. And I gotta admire and respect that for sure.
So if you look to the right, Stephen, you can see that bend to the right sign. Now to the right of that, there's an electrical pole, a telephone pole. Take a look at the height of that telephone pole. It will become important in a minute here. What the witness said, she said that this UFO tipped up 90 degrees and rolled away like a wagon wheel. That's what she said.
Wow, that's pretty amazing.
That's what we've got here. And it basically matched the height of this telephone pole, maybe a little bit more. So we're looking at 50, 60 feet across, 50, 60 feet in diameter, something like that.
Solar Warden is asking a great question. And I'd love to know what you think about this, and also cars. You know, their electrical systems dying is a common occurrence with UFO sightings. But Solar Warden asks, Mike, what about cars becoming completely magnetized or showing anomalous radiation?
Yeah, well, if you go back to Cash Landrum, remember when Betty Cash, now this was December 29th, 1980, when Betty Cash went to go back into her car, she reached out with her hand, she got her hand on the car door handle, and she burned her hand on the car door handle. And it was December 29th of 1980. When she got in there, it was Vicki Landrum who put her hands on the dashboard, and her hands basically melted into the dashboard. So my question is, Stephen, do you know what the Air Force tried to do after all this happened?
I know that they dug up, well, I don't know if it was the Air Force, but one of the things that's always been crazy interesting to me is that the doctors who saw these witnesses said, you've been a victim of radiation poisoning. And then I know that for one reason or another, the entire section of road related to the incident was dug up and replaced shortly after the incident.
Well done, sir. Well done. Not only was the burn mark dug up by the Army Corps of Engineers, but they dug it up twice, Stephen. They did it twice. Can you believe that?
Twice. Yeah, and that could have been because of radiation levels.
Yeah.
Not
only that, the Air Force tried to buy Betty Cash's car.
Wow, you're kidding me. Yep. I never knew that detail.
Very few people know that. Yes, they tried to buy her car. Now, why is that? Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny?
Yeah, and it would stand to reason that if this thing was blowing out nuclear fire from the bottom of it, as described by the witnesses, onto the road surface, that the road surface would have been irradiated, and they would have wanted to get rid of that. I've often thought that because of the Chinook helicopters that were seen and all of these other things, that this was a military test flight. And I talked to Stanton Friedman about this before his death, and he thought that it was, and he worked on these things, so he would know. He thought that it was a nuclear jet or nuclear rocket powered craft in this case. And I just want to take a moment to thank Reemsey for a kind and generous $5 donation with a good question. Are these cool illustrations from Michael Schratt published in a physical book that I can purchase? Or do you want to let people know? Right now it's ebooks.
Physical book, but in the ebook format. And what I am going to do is I'm going to put all of these and more, because we got a boatload of this, in a hardcover book that you can put on your coffee table, and it'll. I
want this book. I want this
fully illustrated. They're all referenced, like everything we're talking about here. I've shown you the newspaper clippings of where I got this. I didn't just make this up. These are actual cases that we pulled from UFO. So
no, and I just wanted to take a moment to say that, Michael, I mentioned this on my show. Like, people ask me, because we bust balls on a lot of fakes and frauds and things like that. And then people ask me, like, well, is there any UFO cases that you believe? Yeah, there's plenty. And is there researchers? Yeah, people like Michael Schratt who actually have source material. And the hallmark of a great researcher, and this certainly applies to Michael Schratt, is that he gives you his sources, and you can go after him and find the exact same information he did. He's not using anonymous sources or made up whistleblowers with fake educations and things like that. And thank you very much, Reemsey, for your kindness and your generosity and your support of the show. Very much appreciated. Yeah, Michael, there needs to be two separate categories, I really think, of UFO guys. There needs to be the fairy tale hucksters that will sell you anything with terrible sources, with fake educations and, fake doctors, and people like you, I put into a separate category, or Stanton Friedman or some other people that I really like, because they show you their sources. And I've always liked that about you, is that if I'm interested in a case that you're talking about in a lecture, you give me the sources and I can go read more about it, and I can find out more,
That is the scientific method, right? So I'm supposed to be able to provide you with the references, and then you're supposed to do your homework and then get to the same results that I did. That's the scientific process.
Yeah, that's how I felt about this recent investigation into Mark McCandlish. I said, I have all the sources. I'll give them out. I'll give you the names of every person that I talked to, and you'll get the same answers that I did.
There you go.
That is the hallmark. And we want to thank Rilo704 for his kindness and generosity and support, $10 super chat. And he has an excellent question. Is it possible to determine the radioactive source by the radiation left behind? If so, then it's possible that removing the road was about concealment rather than safety. Government doesn't care about safety.
Yeah.
I think they were trying to cover their tracks. Why else would they dig up the road twice and try to buy her car?
They tried to buy her car, yes.
Somebody with a radiation monitor, a Geiger counter, could have certainly proven that car got irradiated, right?
That's right. There you go.
Yeah, and the signs of radiation poisoning to a doctor are very plain. They had every sign of radiation poisoning that people who are exposed to high levels of radiation get.
It happened immediately. Before they even got home, it started happening.
Yeah. So interesting. It's kind of scary to me, though, to know then that our government is just, endangering the public. Why wouldn't they fly that thing out in the middle of the desert somewhere? Maybe it had problems and went off course or whatever. But the fact that they would be flying it in populated areas and just like shooting radiation out on people and then covering it up, this is why I don't trust the government.
So if there were 23 double rotor Chinook CH-47s, and then there were a pilot and co-pilot of each one of those, we're looking at well over 40, 45, 50 people that saw this, in addition to the 3 eyewitnesses. So where are the pilots? That's what I want to know. What about the pilots of the helicopters? They know what happened.
Yeah, and that's another thing. They there's not like 6 Chinook helicopters flying around for no reason. That's very expensive aircraft to operate, I would think. A double-bladed, huge helicopter, usually used for cargo transporting and transporting, right?
They counted 23 of these things. So you know it had a pilot and a co-pilot, probably had maybe Delta Force or something. So we could be looking at 60, 70 people that know. Somebody knows the bottom line of this. You know they do.
Yeah, maybe someday we'll get more information. BS Alert Buddy is mentioning, and as far as I know, BS Alert Buddy, this is true. Richard Hoagland apparently canceled whatever he was up to with Morningstar, who was the originator of the Mark McCandlish fairy tales and conspiracy theories about his death. So if nothing else, that's good, because Hoagland's got a pretty huge platform, and we would prefer that he wasn't spreading false information. And Renee, Miss Jonaside, has an excellent, she's asking, do you know what happened to her car?
Betty's car?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think she kept it. I don't know where it is now, but she did not sell it. That's from what I understand. But I know for a fact that they tried to buy it.
Yeah. That's very interesting to me, and could be part of the cover-up for sure. I've never heard that little detail. Every once in a while, I hear a new detail about a case that I had no idea about. So And was this her testimony that you got that from, or
no? I got that long time ago when I was digging into the newspaper clippings about that case when I wrote an article on it.
Wow! So it was in a newspaper article. Great.
Yep. The case was thrown out. The judge wouldn't hear it, and they talked about how the Air Force tried to buy her car. Now, why would they want to do that? That's the question.
Yeah, and isn't it true that the family for years they try to like sue the government to get to the truth about what happened?
Yes, they did.
And they got stopped at every turn, right?
Betty Cash has passed. Vicki Landrum has passed. So Colby Landrum is the only one left.
Yeah, the son. And isn't it was just the 30th anniversary of that case, I think.
1980 is when it happened. So it's been a long time. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Or 40th, maybe. Yeah. I'd have to do the math. Interesting case.
So on this one, it's November 20th, 1956, Danielson, Connecticut, 25 feet across. Now, the woman involved in this case, she was hanging up laundry at the time. Now, we've got it a little bit later in the day so that you can actually see it. And what she saw is what I term the flying vanity light. You got to give these things a name for each one.
Just like Bob Lazar, the Jello mold, the sport model. Right. Yes, you learned from the best, Michael Schratt.
Well, sure. Yeah. Now, she said that on the bottom of this dome that was cut in half, like a globe sliced in half, there were these 24 sockets. Each socket had a bulb on it, and then 3 donuts as well. We'll look at that a little bit later.
This is another one with all kinds of lights on it. Yeah.
Yep, all kinds of lights. Now, this thing dropped down, went over the lawn, almost hit the clothesline, went back up, almost hit the chimney, and then flew away. But she got directly below this thing. She recently died about 2 years ago, so I missed her by just a bit. But if we'll do an enlargement here, you can see what these sockets look like. They were rotating. They had multicolored lights. But then if you look at these donuts or rings, we'll do a blow up here. That's what it looked like. So you've got the main dome or globe, and then you've got 3 of these donuts separated by a black band. Now, she also said that on the bottom of these donuts, she could see what looked like Aztec or Inca writing, or something that would look like a Peruvian rug borders. That's what she said it looked like. So I went ahead, and this is her original sketch. She did a great job. 3-page report and an original sketch with all the call-outs. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see. Beautiful job on the drawing of the socket area here. But she describes this whole thing, how it went down. So I took her drawing, did the model of it, did an AutoCAD rendering, and then I did an enlargement on the right-hand side that you can see here. So resembled an ancient Arabic language, also looked like the border of a Persian or Oriental rug. Reference design seen on Mayan or Incan pottery. That's what this thing looked like. And if you look at the components of a Tesla coil,
it looks similar,
looks very much like a Tesla coil.
Yeah. You know, you know what, Michael Schratt? I almost electrocuted myself building one of those.
Oh, really?
I'm not kidding you. I really did. I had no. I just did. I was not a very safe person.
Okay.
You know, there's very high voltage, so you got to be careful if you're going to build a Tesla coil. Just my advice.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Don't electrocute
Yeah.
yourself.
No, you got to be careful. We're talking about 30,000 volts here. All right, now moving on. January 1st.
This one is great because it's got a cone head.
You can't make this stuff up. All right, so the two skiers were going down a ski hill, and this cloud was following them. They eventually make it to this open area, and then from this cloud emerges this kind of like a flash. And what they ended up seeing was a dish-shaped craft with 3 domes on the bottom. And then I cannot make this up. What can only be described, Stephen, as a garden gnome, okay? A garden gnome that had a kind of a green tight-fitting flight suit. He was wearing green boots. He had kind of a crinkly face with a strange-looking nose. He had a cone head for a top hat. And then he had what looked like a optical device that looked like a camera, and he was moving it from skier to skier like he was taking photographs. Can't make this up. Here's the original sketch that comes with the article. Source is Gray Barker UFO Collection, Clarksburg, West Virginia. That's where I got this report from. And after about 4 minutes, there was a bright flash. The beam disappeared, the craft disappeared, and then immediately both skiers had these horrible sicknesses, and one of the skiers had to help the other about an hour till they could get back to the lodge where they were staying. So not only was it a CE1 or a CE2, this was a CE3. So it encapsulated all of the close encounter elements.
Interesting. And you know what, I've heard various reports of people getting sick or feeling sick or nauseous when they have some sort of encounter with, I guess, an alien or whatever the occupants or pilots of these strange craft are. Have you heard a lot of different stories that relate to that?
Yeah, I do. And, you were talking about vehicles being magnetized. That's one that we'll cover here if we have time. But yeah, it is common to have these close encounter of the second kind effects, because when you have a CE2, you're talking about physical effects, whether it's the car engine stalling, people getting sick, people getting nauseated, headaches. It's absolutely a CE2 case.
Do you have any insight into what you think may be the cause of that, of people getting sick around these people?
It could be the frequencies that these things are emitting. That's possible. Don't know for sure. Yeah,
I mean, anything we say would be speculation, but I just wondered what you thought, because sometimes informed speculation is pretty good,
Because we've got reports from Edwards Air Force Base with I think it was the Thunder Screech, which was allegedly the fastest piston-powered turboprop aircraft in the world, where even when it was taxiing on the ground, people could hear it from 5 miles away, and that people that were close to it, because the propeller was creating a shockwave and a sonic boom as it was turning so fast, the resonant frequency was making people sick that were near the craft. Just the propeller alone was making people sick.
Yeah, well, I know a little bit about ultrasonics, and we're talking about these crazy. It's funny. There's another conspiracy theory that just became reality, and that is energy weapons. And I know a little bit about ultrasonics, and with the right electronic equipment, you can make people sick. You can make people feel like they're going to have a bowel movement with ultrasonics. It's incredible.
Yep,
yeah.
I believe it. All right, so February 3rd, 1983, Mobile, Alabama, 210 feet long by 80 feet high. So the story behind this one, this comes from the APRO Bulletin. I want to give my source so you can check it out as well.
This is one of my favorites from the book.
Yeah.
Because it's so unique. We see saucers all the time, but this one is truly unique.
Yep. So the primary eyewitness was driving down the road. It was, a little bit later at night. This is Mobile, Alabama, and she hears this boom noise. Her car starts vibrating. So she pulls off to the side of the road. She opens up the car door. She leans under the vehicle to see if the transmission fell out, but that seemed to be okay. So she got back in the car. She drove another half mile down the road, made kind of a curve over to the left, and then off to the right, there was this clearing area that was completely lit up. So she looked a little bit further, and she saw this massive, you can't even describe the shape of this thing, very odd looking craft. As we mentioned here, 210 feet long, 80 feet tall. It had kind of this inverted wedding cake as it tapered back toward the aft end of the craft. Now, we'll go ahead and start at the upper section here, where there was this 1/3 transparent wraparound, clear transparent window, and she could see these humanoid-looking beings that were about 5'10". They were wearing a white-colored, one-piece, tight-fitting flight suit. So that's the third time we've heard about this. They were kind of like in an antiseptically sterile environment. Now she was.
Yeah, that's interesting. Why don't aliens like loose clothes? Because every time I've heard an alien described, it's always a tight-fitting jumpsuit,
right.
Flight suit.
That's right. Yep,
Yeah.
you got that right.
They must just like, it's like those dudes that like tight jeans, right? You know,
Who
they just-
knows? Who knows?
Yeah.
Now, below that section, there was another transparent section. Below that, she could see these circular, transparent portholes, you could say. Below that, she saw these 6-foot square by 6-foot square boxes with these, you could call it a shaft or cylinder protruding out, which I do not think are weapons. These are not guns. Now, below that section, she said that there was a door closing from right to left. And she said that on the bottom of the door, there was a black-colored asphalt road that led into the craft. On the left-hand wall of this craft, she said she could see what she termed as tubes, pipes, and cylinders. Now, it's the same tubes, pipes, and cylinders that we've heard of so many times before. The same pipes that were on the Belgium Triangle wave, that's 1989, 1990. The same pipes that were seen on the January 5th, 2000 Southern Illinois case. So that has a historical precedence as well. Now,
And when you're saying pipes, it's the bottom of the craft that you're seeing some sort of machinery.
Well, if you look on the left-hand wall of that open door, you can see pipes and cylinders and things that look. A lot of these people say that it looks like a Midas muffler plant when you look at the inside of these things.
Yeah, interesting.
That's what it actually looks like. Now, on the very bottom, she said there were 2 additional transparent gondolas with these same 5'10", tight-fitting flight suit humanoid-looking beings. Now, on the upper part of these gondolas, she said that she could see these 24-inch by 24-inch highly polished reflective mirror devices that were in the shape of a cross. Now, standing below this craft was awe-inspiring, and she could look through these portholes from one side all the way through the craft to the other side. And she said, Stephen, that when she looked into these portholes, she saw what was termed as a crossbeam and girder construction with bulkheads and stringers, like a shipping yard. This thing looked like something that you would see on the East Coast when they're laying the keel of a battleship with all these bulkheads and stringers. That's exactly what it looked like. And she also said that this whole thing looked like it was fastened by rivets, Stephen. We've got rivets on this craft, according to the primary eyewitness. Now, here's an enlargement of the front end of it. And if you look at the left wall, you can see these pipes and cylinders and things that look like silencers, maybe some type of a cooling apparatus for a nuclear power plant with some type of a liquid nitrogen being employed. That's what she's describing here, according to what the eyewitness had stated.
That's definitely an interesting looking craft and a little more unique among UFO reports because of its shape and its size as well, right? This would be something more like a mothership then because of the size of it. Do you think that each of those light portholes is one floor of this big craft and it's got multiple floors?
It could have like 3 different floors, but the fact that the door is opening is interesting to me because that looks like a hangar bay to me. So it looks like something can fly out of that hangar bay. That's what that looks like. This is the original sketch from the article. You can see the door opening. You can see the tubes, pipes, and cylinders. You can see the bottom gondola there. But This is what was reported. And the whole fact that this thing had rivets on it, that checks out too, because we've got 12 separate cases of these rusty bridge rivets that are holding these craft together. It just doesn't sound alien.
I was just going to say it. I didn't know that aliens would use rivets, right? Because a lot of UFO reports of flying saucers are always like that. There's no fasteners or rivets or discernible,
Correct.
human technology on the skins of the craft. But then there are reports of craft like this that they definitely have rivets. So maybe this would indicate this is some man-made thing. I think that this bears some resemblance to some stealth blimps that I've seen, but it's much more ornate.
Yeah,
it looks more advanced or more, I don't know, well put together with all these portholes and things like that.
That's right. Okay, so USS FDR, November 1958, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. Now, we should mention that this is not the first time that
I was going to say that. Yeah, they've had multiple.
Yep.
This particular ship, the USS FDR, have had multiple UFO sightings and reports.
Absolutely, and it was the first aircraft carrier to have nuclear weapons on
power,
board.
right? Oh, nuclear weapons on board.
Nuclear weapons on board. Yep. So that might be one of the reasons why it had this historical precedence for these UFO encounters. All right, so here's the scene. It's around 9 p.m. at night, and there's chaos below decks. All these naval personnel are running up to get to the flight deck. Something's going on. I mean, chaos and screaming and yelling and people trying to climb ladders they have got to get to the flight deck immediately. So what are they seeing here? Well, here is the original sketch from Chester Grzinski. He was one of the personnel on board the ship who actually experienced this. And what they saw was this yellow light approaching the aircraft carrier. As it got closer, and this is late 1958, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba area, it wasn't just this yellow light. It was this 200-foot-long cigar-shaped craft that had these square cutout windows, and there were 24 naval personnel on the flight deck here that could see these humanoid-looking beings walking back and forth between these windows, Stephen. That's what they described. Now, they also said
very freaky
that you can see these lines coming off the cigar-shaped craft. Those are heat waves, and they could feel the heat off this craft onto their skin. So right now, it is a CE2, it's a CE3 case, just by definition of this alone. Now, we went ahead and did a rendering, and this is the enlargement, and you could see that one of these beings that was looking through this window of the cigar-shaped craft, he raised his hand above his head like he was waving to the personnel back on the flight deck of the aircraft carrier. So that's what I spoke to this gentleman. That's what he said. So this is his original sketch. So we went ahead and did a full color rendering, and we got to here. That's the full color rendering of what this craft perhaps might have looked like. And if you look in the window here, you can see this being waving back to the flight tech personnel below the craft. Now we want to take you a little bit closer here. So we'll zoom in, and now you have an enlargement of what may actually have happened on the U.S.
And believe it or not, there is multiple. I have read multiple reports of beings in craft waving at people, which is kind of crazy if you think about it, right?
It is.
Maybe they're friendly, right? And this case is interesting to me because it does bear some resemblance, though it's much larger than the Tic Tac, that people are seeing in these Navy footage. Maybe it's just a larger version of the same technology.
That's very possible. But 25 eyewitnesses, that lends more credibility. Now, let's move on. May 26, 1979, Calusa, California. The primary eyewitness was in the house. It was 11:30 p.m. at night. He was watching TV late at night. All of a sudden, Stephen, the TV conks out. Concurrently, when the television shut off, the air conditioning conked out as well. Two things going on at the same time. He gets off the couch. He was still in his shorts at the time. He went over to the back of the house where the circuit breaker is, and there was nothing wrong with the circuit breaker, so that seemed okay. But he immediately noticed that the hair on his arms and the hair on his chest and the hair on his head not only stood straight up, but started crackling too. When he looked up, Stephen, he saw this 140-foot diameter dish-shaped craft. And we'll go to the top here. The top dome looked like a lemon squeezer, a lemon juicer with these ribs on it. That's what that looked like. Now, on the bottom of it, it had these conduit pipes that were tapered back to these frayed edges. So there were 3 on either side for a total of 6. On each side of this craft, there were these 2 prong devices that were coming down. And then when he looked off to the left, he could see a very similar shaped craft, identical to this one, but half the size. And it was pulling power off the 500,000 volt power lines, causing them to become cherry red. So that's a CE2 case right there. At this point, these conduit pipes retracted into the bottom of the craft. The second that happened, the prongs retracted 90% of the way into the craft. And then there was a door that popped open on the right and left-hand side. And this gooseneck light popped out, shining a light down to the barn and the house directly below. So that's kind of like the first scene. At this point, this is what the craft looked like. That's the technical engineering drawing. You can see the rib section of the dome. Looks just like a juice squeezer. You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, that really does. I have a lemon squeezer here at the cabin, believe it or not. So, because we don't have a lot of power things here, everything we have is like hand. Yeah, that's exactly looks like a lemon squeezer to me. That's interesting. Or orange juicer,
there you
whatever.
Go. Orange juicer. So what he ends up doing is he goes to the interior bedroom. He wakes up his wife. He wakes up his 2 kids. They go to the back room. They pull a blind back, and they can see that large craft flanked on either side by the 2 smaller craft, and they are pulling power off the 500,000 volt power line. So no doubt about it, it's a CE2 case. Now, according to the 12-page report on this case, the large craft in the center went from a dead standstill to approximately 27 nautical miles away to the rolling hills in the background of the scene, and then back again in less than 2 seconds, Stephen, with no sonic boom.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting.
Someone's got the technology to do this.
V is asking a good question because I'm not sure. Didn't this one have multiple sightings across miles, this case?
It very well could be. It very well could be. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. At this point, the father said, you know what, we're out of here. So what he ended up doing is he packed up his entire family. He loaded them into the pickup truck, and they go 90 miles an hour down the road. They're still in their pajamas at this point. The large craft that was pulling power that was in the background starts chasing them. It goes over the cab of the pickup truck, over to the left-hand side, then back over to the main cab, and then over to the right-hand side. This is all going 90 miles an hour. This is in the report. I'm not making this up. And they eventually, you can see.
Just for the benefit of of everybody watching live or listening to the replay, Michael's got sources for all this, which is why Michael's work is so much more valuable than the fairy tale huckster UFO people who just make stuff up or have terrible sourcing. Michael gives you all the sourcing, so if you want to learn more about each case, you can. And it's it's like this book is like an introduction to 100 different rabbit holes that you can go down. It really is. So I didn't know if I love this book so much, and I did start reading about each individual case more in some of the cases so far.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether to thank you for such an amazing book or punch you in the face, because I've been going down some of these cases I wasn't familiar with, or at least I was only, vaguely familiar with them. But I was reminded and inspired by the drawings, like, wow, this is a cool case. Let's read more. And you give us all the sourcing so we can do that.
Yep. You want to document the source so you can check it out and verify it on your own. So at this point, they pull up to the neighbor's house. They screech to a halt. They get out of the car. They slam on the door of the neighbors, and the 2 neighbors come out. So you have the original 4 witnesses plus the 2. So 6 people saw the end part of the large craft disappear. And that was, in a nutshell, the Calusa, California case. But this is a multiple eyewitness case, and it had CE2 effects. So
Yeah, and
Very strong
it's
case.
interesting to me that they seemed, in this case, they seem to be siphoning electricity out of the high voltage power lines,
That's
right?
right. That's right. You
Yeah,
got
we
it.
see various examples of things like that. I've heard of cases where UFOs hovered over water and they are like taking water from the ocean. Or I'm pretty sure that I've heard other cases where they were taking power from power lines, which is kind of bizarre, but interesting.
Yep. So it's something that we've heard on multiple different cases. Stigler, Oklahoma, 1961. Two women are driving down this road. It was kind of deserted. All of a sudden, they see this white light approaching their vehicle. This was no white light. This was a circular shaped, dish shaped craft that had a kind of an inverted dome that was lit up. And then, Stephen, the report states that it lifted the car about 16 inches off the ground, and it started making the speedometer go 110 miles an hour, but the car wasn't moving whatsoever. So this is another CE2 case, absolutely, because it had physical effects. And it also affected the power line nearby as well, back in 1961. So if it's true that they were researching in 55, they would have had 6 years to perfect a prototype technology.
Interesting. Yeah.
Here's the actual newspaper clipping article that talks about it within this report here. So we've got
And
that.
where can I ask, where do you get these ancient newspaper articles? Because some of them are not digitized. You got to go to those old machines. What are those old machines called? They had them at the Philadelphia main branch.
The microfiche machines.
Microfilm machines. Yeah, you could go through microfilm machines for newspapers back to the 1800s at the Philadelphia main branch library. And I used to go do that looking for UFO stuff.
Yep.
And Bigfoot stuff. Sure.
That's one way you can pull it. Yep. That's one way you can get it. Really briefly, we'll go over Jalen Hynek's classifications here. Close encounter classification. So close encounter of the first kind is a visual sighting, lights in the sky. Close encounter of the second kind is physical effects, landing trace marks, broken branches, car engine stalling. Close encounter is the third kind. That's when you meet them. Okay. So that's what we've got for the different classifications. So we've already covered CE2s and CE3s. The CE1s are already a done deal, so you've already got those. Now, here is one.
Well, I could stop to ask you what you think of this, CE5, and people have invented CE4 and CE5. Do you think that there's valid reason to add on to the original?
Well, it's a good point, but I prefer to stick to as close to the nuts and bolts that I can.
Yeah. So you don't think you can meditate and meet aliens for $10 if you
I
buy an app?
I just don't know.
Michael is very diplomatic too, and he's too kind. He's too kind. He is too kind. He doesn't want to tell you that you can't buy an app for $10 and talk to aliens. So I'll say it, and Michael can have his nice diplomatic. That's good. Okay.
All right. So in this case, this was an example of one that was pulled from the QFOS archives. I don't think it was ever published. It was never seen. And as soon as I saw the gentleman's original sketch, I said, oh, we got to do this one, because he had everything in there. So it's December 26, 1972, Venezuela. And the primary eyewitnesses was the father, the wife, and their young daughter. They're on the top of their 14th floor apartment complex, and they're looking off to the right when they usually could anticipate this airliner coming in for a landing at the local airport. So they look off to the right, and they're seeing this orange glow, and they're thinking, oh boy, what's going on here? Is this like an engine nacelle on fire? The guy actually thought that the airliner was on fire, and he was making some kind of an emergency landing. Well, as this craft got closer, this was no aircraft on fire. This was an elliptical shaped craft that had a very strange, you could call it a dual inverted globe section with a continuous spark gap going in between these electrodes. Now, on the back 1/3 of both the left, right, and rear of this craft were these quote unquote cast iron exhaust ports that had these violet-colored lasagna noodle flames coming out of them, Stephen. That's the best way to describe this thing. There's really no other way to describe it. They were like violet-colored. They were not flames, but he said that they were like an electrical discharge. So here's the technical engineering drawing I came up with that shows you what the craft looked like. You can see the direction of flight. Here's this electrical arc detail with these half hemispherical domes. And then on the center bottom, I've got the exhaust port detail that look like these twin, you could say them twin cast iron exhaust ports, and then the cross-section side view of this electrical lasagna noodle discharge. Now,
wait, say that again. Electrical lasagna noodle discharge, because that's not a term that I'm familiar with. Is that a real technical term, or did you just wait?
It came with a good
description. Yeah, how else to describe this? This is very strange thing to describe. Yeah, it's very strange.
The primary eyewitness said that when he saw the flames coming out of this, because he asked his daughter to go next door to the neighbor who had a pair of binoculars, and she did that. She came back within time of him being able to see that. Now, this thing passed about 300 feet away from the top floor of their apartment complex, so he got a real good close-up view of this thing through the binoculars, and he said that the flame coming out of these ports did not look like a campfire flame. It looked like an electrical discharge that had this S-shaped lasagna noodle wave to it. That's how it was described. There was another craft identical to this one that passed like a few minutes later. So there were two of these things that went by. So here's the enlargement of these two opposing half hemispherical domes with this electrode. Now there was this continuous blue colored corona discharge going between these two. And then here is the enlargement of these lasagna noodle, you could call them electrical discharges coming out of these ports. Very unusual craft. I tend to believe this eyewitness. I really do, because
this one is very unique. That struck me when I was reading through this. I go, I've read thousands of reports of different craft, and I've never come across a configuration like this. And I noticed that you tend to be like focused on configurations of craft and how you can compare them, like you just did earlier. You said, these pipes and this patchwork of machinery that's seen on some TR3B sightings and seen on this case and seen on this case. This one is pretty unique as far as a configuration of an aircraft go.
It's very unique. Yeah, it's very unique. It's certainly now.
Considering the talk of the electrical arcing, would you consider that this is most likely electrically based propulsion system?
I do believe it's a man-made craft. I do believe it, and I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. Okay, so we'll move on to May 16th, 1967, Falcon Lake, Canada. This is the famous Falcon Lake case. Everybody knows about it. 40 feet in diameter. So the primary eyewitness was Stephen Mcgowan. He was a rock hound. He liked to look for minerals. And so what he was wearing when all this was going on was like very thick jeans. He had kind of a thick shirt on. He was wearing gloves, thick gloves, and then he had welder's goggle on as well because he didn't want to get anything chipped in his eye or anything. So as the report had talked about, there were two of these craft that were hovering near his location. One took off. The other one landed about 300 yards from where he was. So he walked over to the craft. That's what we see here. Kind of had this polished exterior. And there was an entry hatch that opened up. And not too far to the entry hatch, if you look off to the left, there was this exhaust port smaller than the entry hatch. But Stephen, it had these perfectly drilled holes that were, you could say that it was a 2-inch pitch. So between each hole, there was a 2-inch gap. Perfectly drilled, like someone took a CNC and did this. So he walks over to this thing where this door opened up. He could hear this language that he couldn't decipher when he was looking in this. He could hear this. To this day, he passed away a couple of years ago, but he could never decipher the language that these quote unquote inhabitants were talking in. And if you look off to the left here, you can see this 2x3 hatch. That's what you can see here. And then the 6-inch by 8-inch vent exhaust is off to the left of that. That's the sight picture here. So he's looking in here, and then we've done an enlargement so you can see what it looked like as he was looking inside the craft. At this point, the craft lifts up and starts rotating counterclockwise, and that exhaust port with the hole pitch in it lined up with his chest, and there was some kind of a discharge. It ended up burning his clothes, and the hole pitch of the exhaust port matched up exactly with the burn marks on his chest, which I'm sure everyone is familiar with. It actually
and this case has always been interesting to me, because anytime there's physical effects, that's proof that it wasn't like hallucinated or imagined. There's actual physical burns.
That's right. Caught his shirt on fire. He started throwing up. He had to basically crawl back to his home location. He was disoriented. He had medical effects his entire life, continuing dots on his chest that occurred multiple times. Here's the enlargement here. He wrote a book about his whole encounter. Here's some of the original sketch artwork that went with you can see his welder's goggles on. He's got a whole face covering. And then this drawing shows you what the marks on his chest actually look like. There was some debris found at the site as well. And then what I also want to do, and this comes from Antonio Huneas. This is the official Falcon Lake landing site photo from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. I don't think a lot of people have seen this before. If you look closely, Stephen, you can see the circular outline of where the craft actually landed.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a CE3 case.
Yeah, and those to me have a lot more value for some reason. I don't know. There's something about, you can see the physical effects of the craft landing. You can see the burns on this gentleman, or,
right.
Some people even experience scars when they have this
Correct.
sort of thing that lasts, for a very, very long time. One of the things about this case that was interesting to me is the guy was so close, he could have just walked right into this thing. And I don't know that if this was me, I would have walked inside. But considering he got burned getting that close to it, I guess that scared him off maybe from walking inside.
Well, it's a split decision, right? You have no idea what you're getting into.
Or if you're gonna be abducted or something and never come back, right?
I don't think it was like a defensive thing that happened. I think it was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. He wouldn't have got burned if he was about 10 degrees to the other side, so he would have been fine. But it still goes down as one of these classic historical cases. Now, here's the actual newspaper clipping from the Edmonton Journal, May 24th, 1967. Foul smell persists. UFO sighter suffers chest burn. So again, it's a CE2 case because it has physical effects. No doubt.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And I'm sure, something like this would be hard to hoax unless you wanted to burn yourself. I just don't see somebody mutilating themselves to sell a UFO story. Except for being in the local paper, this guy didn't really profit from the story.
No, I don't think he profited, and he had medical problems his whole life, and these dots were reoccurring on his chest for his entire life. Difficult to hoax that,
Yeah. Great case.
All right, we'll do a couple more here. October 9th, 1972, Long Island, New York. This is kind of like near the Smithtown area. Primary eyewitness was actually two. So the husband was driving the car, and the wife was more bold. She got out of the passenger side and went on to oncoming traffic into the other lane. What they reported saying, I call this the flying iron. It was this black iron craft. It had these rectangular, elongated white lights on the bottom. There was a red light on the left-hand side. There was a green light on the right-hand side. But then the wife, who saw it clearer than the husband, because he was kind of had the window rolled down, he was looking out from inside the car. The wife said that she could see two poles on the back of this craft, and at the top of the pole, there was a wire connecting each pole. as this thing is flying by, basically almost completely silent. So I asked the question, does this really look like an alien spacecraft? Does this really look, is someone trying to sell us a bill of goods here?
This one actually bears some resemblance to like the X-37B, but that wouldn't be floating over a road,
Well, it's just interesting that it bears a lot of components to these high voltage electrical things that you see on lifters, different experiments that people who are in the community talk about, very similar components. Here's the actual UFO investigator report, February 1973. They go into this case in great detail. So, and plus we've got the original sketches from the primary eyewitness. It's a very good case. Here's your original sketch, and you can see her call outs here. Red light, green light, tall antennas. You can see the cable connecting the two poles at the top.
That's interesting. That's a little crazy. I've never seen that before on a flying saucer or UFO report. Why would there be two poles with wires?
That's right.
Connected?
That's right. Yeah. Okay, so let's go over a couple of these historical cases. Now, these are the Otto Binder reports. These were part of something called Our Space Age, which was a weekly column published between 1965 and 1969. And people from all around the world would write into Otto Binder. He would have a very good artist draw these cases, and then they would publish them. So I just want to go over a couple of these here. October 12th, 1796, on Columbus Day, over 170 years ago, Canadian observers reported an astonishing fleet of airships, UFOs, with portholes and visible occupants sailing over the Bay of Fundy from the Pacific Stars and Stripes. This is back in 1796. People are seeing these craft. This is happening. Now, what we've done now is we've taken this original sketch and we've gone color with it. And so here's what we came up with here. This shows you what may have actually people were seeing.
Could look like a fleet of Tic Tacs, right?
Similar to the Tic Tacs.
I hate to keep mentioning that, but everybody talks about that Tic Tac case like it's something new. And I have found so many different examples of a craft shaped like that in different cases going back. Not as far as you found, because you're a little crazier than me, Michael Schratt. You went back to what,
1796.
1796. Jeez.
Yep. They're being reported 1796. July 1868, villagers in Campezo, Chile, were frightened by a giant armor-plated machine covered with steel scales whose twin searchlight eyes stabbed down brilliantly. This is back in 1868. This is long before the 1897 mystery airship wave, and they're still reporting these beaming lights coming down. All right, so here we've got the original drawing. Now we'll go to the color. That's the color. And you can see the scales on this craft. You can see the beaming light coming down. This is all before the Wright brothers. So this has been going on. This is not a new thing at all.
Yeah, it reminds me of the legend of the Thunderbirds as well.
Yep, that's right.
The Native American legend of the Thunderbirds were that they were huge flying birds, and some people believe that what they were actually seeing was physical craft and not huge birds.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, you never know, right? Who knows? But it doesn't look like it's something that's not. It's not rare. It's been seen. Before.
Oh no! Somebody in the live chat is mentioning, because people keep asking me to do slides. Bernard says, "Great presentation tonight, setting the bar high for Steven's next slideshow." Yeah, I will not be doing anywhere near as good a presentation. I'm just warning you all. So, we're starting at the top with the very best slides and presentation possible, and it's only going to get worse from here. I'm just warning everybody. Can't do better than this, I don't think. So, yeah.
All right, this was one that also came from QFOS archives, September 4th, 1967, Greece, 25 feet in diameter. Now, the two eyewitnesses were brothers. They were on the top floor of their apartment complex. They were setting up stereo equipment when one said to the other one, "What is this?" And this 25-foot diameter dish-shaped craft hovered, and I kid you not, 10 feet above their heads. It was 10 feet above their heads, just hovering there. And this is how they described it. Quote, gliding on an oil pathway in the sky. That's how they described it. This thing was not flying. These craft do not fly using the principles of the Bernoulli theory that we know about aerodynamic flight. That's not how these things fly whatsoever. We're talking about a different technology here. They don't need forward flight to hover. That's what he's describing here.
They apparently don't need downward thrust, because people have been right under these things. They would feel thrust.
That's
and in
right.
most of these cases of these silent flying saucer type craft, people don't, people have been 20 feet. It's been 20 feet above them. They don't feel like the thing blowing downward thrust like a helicopter or a VTOL jet would be doing.
That's exactly correct. Now, here is his original drawing. He did a beautiful job on the drawing. When you see something like this, folks, you can pretty much bank on it. I mean, they're not going to write a 12-page report with a flight path and a technical engineering drawing that gets down to the minutest detail. This is a reliable report. The guy did a great job on it, just a great job. My drawing isn't even close to his, but he did a really good job. Now, let's move on to Father Gill.
This is a great
one. This is June 26, 1959. This is a great case. All right, so we've got multiple eyewitnesses, at least 25 of the local people in conjunction with Father Gill, who saw what they described as a 35-foot diameter double wedding cake. So the bottom layer is 35 feet in diameter. The upper layer is 20 feet in diameter. And they could see what looked like 4 human-looking beings. They were not alien-looking. They looked like human beings. There were 4 of them. There were 2 forward on the outer lip of the upper part of the craft itself. The other 2 were further back toward the center. They were a little bit more obscure. But they said, quote, "It looked like they were setting up equipment," end quote. Okay, so I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, why would they be on the deck of a flying saucer setting up equipment? That's odd.
Yeah,
and, interestingly, I grew up Catholic, Michael, and if you ask a lot of Catholic priests about UFOs, they'll tell you they're demons.
Yeah,
I've heard spirits and things like that.
I've heard that too.
I thought this case was interesting because it involved a Catholic priest.
Now, what happened next, though, is interesting because Father Gill, he waved his hand above his head and waved at the beings on the craft, and they waved back. That's what this case is actually called. They call it the "they waved back" case. That's what this is actually called.
Yeah, so now, here we see another example of aliens waving at people.
That's right. That's right. So there was
we
also,
don't know that they're aliens. They said that they were described as human.
They were described as looking like human men. Correct. And there was a light bluish white colored beaming spotlight that came off at a 45-degree angle. And we'll go ahead and do an enlargement here. You can see the enlargement and then the beam waving back. But what's interesting about this is, number one, the amount of eyewitnesses that saw it. And number two, a couple of years ago when I spoke to Paul Hynek, he said, "You know what, Mike? Father Gill came to our house in Evanston for dinner one night, somewhere around 1974. So it was Father Gill, Jalen Hynek, and his son Paul Hynek are at dinner engagement. And he said that Father Gill laid out the entire case, and he wasn't seeking fame or fortune. He just laid it out. And when I heard that from Paul, I said, "Oh boy, this is a real case."
Yeah.
He was just talking about
I don't know. Somebody is asking is critical thinking being applied here. Michael is using historical sources to create these illustrations and description of what people saw. So I'm not sure, what that comment is about, but just wanted to acknowledge it,
Well, I mean, look at the pattern recognition that we're seeing here. Okay, we've talked about tubes, pipes, and cylinders. That's being seen on multiple cases. We're looking at prongs and protrusions that we're seeing on multiple cases. We're seeing these beings with the tight-fitting flight suits. We're looking at people that waving back. This light motif, that keeps popping up again. And so this pattern recognition keeps on popping up on these different cases, different times, different locations. It's something that we should consider for sure. Just a few more here. Chicago O'Hare, April, May 2001. I spoke to the original eyewitness who saw, now in this view, it looks more like a cigar-shaped craft. The actual craft was circular, and there were about 6 eyewitnesses that saw this. This is at the Ozark hangar at O'Hare Airport. It It was early in the morning. It had rained the night before, so the tarmac was wet, and this circular shaped craft comes flying by, and he said that it had 12 of these elongated rectangular round edged lights on either side. He said it had a transparent bubble canopy. There was a circular port on top, but then he said, Stephen, that on the bottom of this thing there was prongs or protrusions sticking out, and then above that there were these octopus tentacles that were moving around like it was alive. And at the end
I like this part of the.
Yep.
This is
At the
great.
end of
Because that's
each
another
tentacle-
unique thing I've not heard about
Yep.
this kind of thing before. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Nope, that's fine. There was a highly polished chrome ball that was about 12 inches in diameter at the end of this tentacle. That's something that we've seen before too. All these prongs and protrusions with these balls at the end of them. Here is the original sketch by the eyewitness. This is the first pass sketch. I have his second sketch, which we've reproduced here. This is pretty much almost exactly what the craft looked like it was flying by. Now, what's interesting is when this craft flew by the Ozark hangar, it also flew by an active runway. And 10 seconds after it passed an active runway at O'Hare Airport back in 2001, there was this rumbling, low-frequency roaring noise on the other side of the airport. It was a 747 on takeoff roll. It had almost had a mid-air collision with this craft. If this craft would have passed a little bit later, there might have been a mid-air collision. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So, but this thing knew what it was doing. It flew on by, and they got a good look at this thing, and multiple eyewitnesses.
I just want to mention that Sixth Sense is commenting that there does. I'm curious of the sources. Google is failing bad. Very little, if any, information on these cases. The book is literally called Dark Files, like little known cases. So Michael has copies of this archive that he's taking a lot of this information from that is not mostly publicly available information. So, that may explain why you're not finding very much on Google. These are literally the book is called Little Known Cases, right? So
that's right. That was the whole point of the whole thing, is to resurrect these historical cases that are very obscure. That was the whole bottom line of the book.
Yeah,
itself.
A pictorial history of lost, forgotten, and obscure UFO encounters. This is one of the reasons why I enjoyed this book so much, Sixth Sense, because I hadn't heard these stories 100 other places. How many times can you hear Roswell or Rendlesham Forest? It just gets old after a while. The reason I enjoyed this book so much is because it is obscure cases that are little known, and there's not much publicly available information. But this archive that Michael has full access to, has a treasure trove of little known UFO information. And so I, for one, applaud him for bringing this stuff out. And this book is sure to be cited as sources for decades to come because of all the information. It's very data rich, but it's also very enjoyable because of all of these illustrations, all of these full color depictions. I highly recommend the book.
Thank you. That's great.
And Michael's he's not getting rich selling an ebook, friends.
Yeah, I do it for free.
What did you put into this book? A year of spare time?
It's together, all this together, 30 years. We have.
Yeah, and what do you sell? What does the ebook sell for? Like
I think
$8?
it's $7.99.
Yeah, it's $8, friends. Yeah,
I do it for free. I do it for free because it's a crusade. It belongs to everyone. It belongs to everyone.
Can you explain a little bit about what is it called? The UFOS collection?
Yeah, the Center for UFO Studies, that used to be near downtown Chicago, but is now under the jurisdiction of David Marler in Albuquerque, New Mexico. He's got the original 18 file drawers that make up thousands of cases. They basically had the world's largest private collection of UFO cases in the United States, period. But at this point, with that collection plus David Marler's original collection, he now has he's got the largest private collection, period, in the United States. There's no one
bigger than yours? Even bigger than yours?
I would say bigger than mine, because he's got the original file drawers that these
Yeah, and
things are
for those that don't know, like I just want to mention that there seems to be this multitude of what I call right-click researchers, which means
that's a good term.
yeah, if
Wow.
if there is so many people that if they can't find it on the internet, they're not going to be able to do anything with it, you know.
Mhm.
And conversely, there was people, and I would count like Stanton Friedman and Grant Cameron and you, Michael Schratt, an alien scientist, and a few other people that I'm aware of that will literally get on a plane and go to Chicago because there's a UFO archive out there that will let me dig into it.
Yep.
And this is the good stuff, friends. This is the good stuff. The stuff you cannot find on the internet so easily. So yeah, kudos to people like Michael Schratt and others who actually will get on a plane or get in a car and drive 8 hours someplace to go and get this information and translate it and bring it to the public. What a great job you did on this.
Thanks a lot. Anything for the research? Anything for the research? And I think we'll go ahead and do this one here. So this is my favorite Project Blue Book case. I just love this case. I love this case. All right, March 23rd, 1966, Temple, Oklahoma, about 5:06 in the morning. The primary eyewitness is a man by the name of Eddie Laxton. Now, he is an electrical engineer instructor at Sheppard Air Force Base. He's driving to work in the morning, and all of a sudden, Stephen, he encounters something that's blocking the road. It's like landed right in front of the road. It's blocking his car. And what he gets out of the car, he kind of walks toward the front of the vehicle. And how he described this thing is he said that this thing looked like a bowling pin. It also looked like a fish or a perch. Now it was about 75 feet in length. It was 8 feet tall. It had a bubble transparent canopy that looked like it was taken from a World War II B-26. Just aft of that, there were two high-intensity beaming spotlights going toward the front end of the craft and then also beaming toward the bottom. The whole thing was propped up on what they looked like these quote-unquote lunar landing gear legs. Now, aft of the forward lunar landing gear legs, there was an air stair door with a cutout leading in toward the interior of the craft. And there was I can only describe it as he described it. He said that there was a man, not an alien, a man. He was wearing a two-piece military green fatigues. He had a baseball cap with the bill turned up. He was shining a flashlight toward the bottom of the craft like he was inspecting something.
Like he's trying to fix it, right?
He's trying to fix it.
This is bizarre because the craft, if you just look at the craft, that looks like an alien spacecraft, right? But then the guy outside of it is in military fatigues and looks completely and totally human, which of course would indicate not entirely, right?
Well, what I'm saying here is not only did he look human, Eddie Laxton in the original report said that if he could see that guy later that afternoon downtown, he'd recognize him. That's how close he got to this guy. Now, if you look on the top of this craft, it has this spire or stinger that goes back to and terminates into about an 8-inch diameter ball at the end of it. That's the fourth time we've heard this now. This is the fourth time we've heard of these prongs with these balls at the end of them. Now, after the air stair door cutout entryway, there was another one of these 3.5 foot diameter clear transparent bubble portholes that was divided into 4 equal pie segments. Just after that, Stephen, were the letters written in black lettering, TL4768, written on the side of the craft. Okay, now as we go further toward the very back of this craft, it had flight controls that are just too small to be effective for this size of a craft. So I don't think they were actually flight controls. Now, when I move forward here, here is Eddie Laxton's original sketch. And if you look at it, number one, it's very rough, okay? Very rough.
Sure.
Number two, if you look at the dimensions, the top dimension for the overall length says 75 feet, okay? And if you look at the very right-hand side of the drawing, it says 8 feet. So if that represents 8 feet, and you project that dimension up to the top, then this thing is way out of scale. 75 feet should be way off to the left. That means the entire craft has to be stretched to the left to make it come into scale. So I spent 12 hours a day, like an entire day going over this drawing, trying to fix all the areas, clear it up. And this is what I came up with. Here's the final rendering of what the craft.
That looks more scale, right?
Yep, this is more to scale, more to scale.
And again, here we come back to Michael's incredible attention to details. He wanted. I know how. Look, I'm the same way, Michael. It bothered him that this drawing was not to scale, so he said, "I'm going to take 12 hours. Whatever I have to do, I'll do some math, and we'll get this thing to scale and get a more accurate representation of it." Great job.
Thank you. Now here's another thing that points to a man-made origin of this craft. Eddie Laxton said that he could see on the arm, the upper arm of this quote unquote man wearing the two-piece military green fatigues, and I've got the enlargement here. Enlarged view of military rank type symbols seen on sleeve of person near craft as identified by Eddie Laxton. So it had these ranking chevrons or military
like sergeant bars,
chevrons.
right?
Yeah, that's right. Now, what happened next is very interesting. When this man, this quote unquote man, who was wearing this baseball cap and a flashlight, when he saw that he was being seen by Eddie Laxton, boy, did he hustle up that ladder. Climbed up the ladder. Yep. He closed.
Like, oh shit! Somebody's watching me, right? Yeah.
Right. That's exactly right. So he closes the door, and then Stephen, in the report. Now this is not me talking. This is the actual Air Force Project Blue Book report. You can go to the National Archives in Washington D.C.
Yeah, you can read this report. Yeah.
You can pull this case yourself. It's a Project Blue Book case. This is official government report here. He said that when he closed the door, there was this high-pitched drilling noise, okay? Like someone is engaging a Wimshurst generator or powering something up. High-pitched drilling noise. Then this whole thing lifted off the ground. It hovered there for about 30 seconds and then shot away like a spark on a grinding wheel and made no sonic boom. This is back in 1966. And I will add, a truck driver saw it as well. So it wasn't just a single eyewitness case.
Yeah, it's interesting because it looks like it has some sort of tails. You mentioned the control surface, but it's tiny at the back of the craft. And that wouldn't be enough to affect it unless it used some sort of weird propulsion system. And, that was just needed for little adjustments or something, right?
So if you follow the logic and you follow the timelines and you look at the newspaper clippings that talk about a breakthrough being made in October 1954, they had a good solid 10, 11 years to work out a prototype. And here we have a man. He's wearing a baseball cap.
Yeah, unless aliens are baseball fans, I don't think this was aliens. Yeah,
there's a high-pitched drilling noise, and if you look at this spire that goes on the top of this craft with the ball end of it, what does that remind you of? Here's the actual index card of this case. If you go back to this drawing, this is exactly what the downtown San Francisco trolley cars used to use when they made contact with the electrical cables above them. This is high voltage electrical charge we're talking about here. Ladies and gentlemen, I would virtually bet everything I've got that this is a man-made craft. This is not an alien spacecraft. We just have to call it like we see it.
Not unless aliens have baseball caps and military fatigues with sergeant bars on them like we do, right?
That's right.
Yeah, this is really strange. Yeah.
Here's the Daily Oklahoma, March 1st, 1971. This is a picture of Eddie Laxton himself. Object sighting now rude. So what does that mean? It means that he regretted even talking about it, which actually adds credibility to the case because he was being ridiculed for even speaking about this. So, and the truck driver saw it as well. So it's not just Eddie Laxton, but
so there's multiple witnesses to the.
There were multiple eyewitnesses that saw it. Yep, it wasn't just him.
That always is a convincer for me. One person seeing something is something, but when you have multiple witnesses reporting the same thing, that's corroboration.
That's right. So Anyway, Stephen, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be a part of your
Hey,
program.
are you kidding me? This has been one of my favorite shows I've ever done. And by the way, I want to thank you because this was the most well attended. We had over 85, I think, in the live chat. This has been the most well attended live stream I've ever done. So thank you
That's
so
great.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah,
Excellent.
and listen, for those that don't know, I'm not sure, but I think that you've been sort of like not doing a lot of public appearances. I know you were on Alien Scientist recently, but before that, you were kind of taking a break. And I want you to know how much everybody in the live chat has enjoyed this and how much people want to hear from you, Michael. So I hope you won't be a stranger here. I'll do anything but blow you if you come back and do this again. Okay? I got to have you as a guest again. I'll do anything but blow you. Anything you want.
We can do it.
All right. Good.
We can come back and we'll do another segment we got more to do. But yeah,
we're done sharing the screen, right? We're done sharing the screen. Okay, good. There we go. Yeah, I want to thank you so much because you were one of the people that watching you taught me that government secrets don't have to remain secret. And I could go and look into things and in some cases force the truth out of them, whether through FOIA or through good research or talking to people that worked on different projects. So yeah, thanks very much for inspiring me and so many others because you do this amazing work.
No problem.
All right, I'm going to throw you out of here and we're going to do a quick wrap up. Thanks so much, Michael. I hope that you won't be a stranger. I can't wait to do this again.
We'll do it for sure. Yep.
All right, you have a great night. All right, friends, there you have it. Boy, what a data rich. This has been an amazing show for us here. So I hope you will. Please do me a favor, really, especially in this case, because this one's so data rich. There is so many great stories here, so many great illustrations. And Jonaside, I might not have slides, but Michael Schratt's got amazing slides, and I brought him here to show you his slides, right? Great presentation. What an amazing researcher and author Michael Schratt is. So glad to get to finally speak to him in person and take you guys off on the journey with me. Listen, friends, you hear me say it all the time. I'm always happy when there's an audience. And tonight we had the biggest audience that we've ever had here. I can't tell you how happy I am that I could take you all on this journey. I talked to Michael a little bit off air, but said, no, let's talk on air and share it with my friends here at Truth Seekers. So glad that I could do that. I want to thank the super chat donators for tonight, which is Rilo 704, Reemsey, and Brian McLeod. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and support. I want to remind everybody in audio land, please come and look for Truth Seekers on YouTube. Just put Truth Seekers, one word. Look for the weird guy with the sunglasses. That would be me. And come and join us in these great discussions that we have during the live chat. Until next time, friends. And listen, I am so happy. What a great audience. What a great show we had tonight. I want to once again thank our special guest, Michael Schratt. I hope he won't be a stranger. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Greetings and salutations, old friends and new. Welcome, all truth seekers. I am Stephen Cambion, your host, and tonight we have a very special show for you tonight. Tonight, my friends, we are going to be presenting another of our UFO reports, where we bring in some of the world's leading experts on UFOs. And this, you're watching Truth Seekers, my friends. Truth Seekers Live. We are broadcasting live on YouTube, live on Facebook, and live on Twitch. You are watching Truth Seekers. We're glad you are here. And this, my friends, is tonight's UFO report. So welcome to Truth Seekers, my friends. This is a very special night because tonight I will be sharing our virtual stage here with a new YouTube channel favorite of mine. It's called Cosmic Neighbors, and we have the person who runs that channel tonight, a very interesting fellow. He has been investigating UFOs for quite some time now, and I can tell he has an intense interest, some would say passion for this, which I certainly can appreciate. Some might say he's a little obsessed, but then again, so am I. And I gotta tell you, his YouTube channel, Cosmic, it's just a great YouTube channel. The link is in the description. It's Cosmic Neighbors. And tonight we're gonna be having a long form interview, but it's really just a conversation between two fellow content creators about the strange, mysterious, and esoteric subject and mysterious subject that is UFOs. Without further ado, friends, let's bring him in here. My guest tonight will be, from Cosmic Neighbors, Ron Mason, ladies and gentlemen. There is Ron.
Hey,
Good
everybody.
Good to see you.
Good to see you, Stephen.
I don't even know where to begin, but we were talking we got started just before we went live, and I was saying that we were going to have a conversation off air, right? We were just going to talk about UFOs and our mutual interests, but I thought selfishly, why not bring an audience along with us, and we'll do it right on air here. So I don't know where to begin, except I ask everybody this: what is it? What is it, Ron Mason, that got you started down this crazy rabbit hole?
First of all, thank you for having me, Stephen, and hello to everybody out there. I was thinking about this earlier today because I figured you would ask that question right off the bat, right? It started with astronomy, and I'm not gonna draw this out, long story, but it started with astronomy when I was 10, 12 years old. I wasn't thinking about UFOs, anything like that. But my dad told me about UFOs probably around the early 90s, and then it really clicked in for me, I believe it or not, from Bill Clinton. I was probably, I don't know, maybe 23 years old, 24. I gave away my age there. But that's what really got me going with it, when Bill Clinton was out there really trying to find out about UFOs. And that's when, I know a lot of people don't like him, but that's when Dr. Greer was on the scene, right around then. And that piqued my interest, and I switched over from just astronomy, and I really started looking into cases. I just did it privately. It really wasn't, there was no YouTube back then. I don't even think there was MySpace then or whatever. Right. Yeah. Like that. But that's basically it. It wasn't nothing like that. I have had sightings, but from the 2000s and up, nothing happened to me that made me like it. I just was drawn to it, especially with astronomy. My parents weren't pushing me towards it. It was just something I was drawn to, and I just been passionate about it my whole adult life. So
Yeah,
I know it
something
sounds
about
pretty
that.
boring, but that's just the truth of how it is.
Well, we all come into this thing from a different. I like that though, that different people come in from different vantage points or different experiences that they may have had, or different levels of interest, or why they got hooked on it. Right?
No, definitely. And let me tell you something. Um, there's a lot going on up there in the sky. The thing is, everybody's looking at their phones and looking down. If you pay a lot of attention and look up, you'll be so surprised, like what's going on up there in the sky, especially recently. I've been capturing stuff on video that I can't explain. And it's just strange. Like I'm seeing little, like, I have this thing. I know I jump around, Steven, so I'm just letting you know.
No, that's all right. We can go way off the rails tonight.
I have this. That's, you got the right person. Let me tell you. I also had this thing. I used to always love watching airplanes, and
Me too. My dad used to take me. He used to take me all the time.
I just love watching airplanes. I don't care if they're military, commercial. I don't know what it is. I just love watching them. Well, now I tend to film them once in a while, especially if I buy a new lens or something. And I have this interest in those planes. What is it? The chemtrails? Because something about right over here, every night around 6 p.m. or just before it gets dark, they're out in troves, right, with their trails. And the last few times that I've been filming them, and those planes are like 30, 40,000 feet up. They're way up there.
Mm-hmm.
When I dump the data on my drive, I've been noticing these little dots way above them, like coming out of a top cloud. Like, but the thing is, because I didn't see them at the moment, all I get is this, me going by it, but it's there.
Sometimes the camera catches things that your eye misses.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I try to zoom in as best I can, but there's a lot going on up there, you know?
Yeah, I have a cabin in Pennsylvania that's at the highest elevation of the state. It's in the mountains. It's way in the mountains. And it's interesting filming stuff there because it's just the elevation is so high that you could see like the ISS and some satellites with the bare naked eye. Without even binoculars, you could see some things. But there's a lot of strange sightings there because of the elevation. I write a lot of it off to satellites and other things, but there's things there that I can't explain, and I've been filming some things, but I've been hesitant about sharing that because I don't want to be one of those guys that's not sure and just says, look, it's a UAP, you know.
Exactly. And it's a line of airliners coming in for landings or something like that.
There's an airport at Pocono, a small Pocono airport that's mostly private planes, not big commercial planes. That's about 10 miles, 20 miles from the cabin. So I think a lot of it is that, but there are some strange orbs and lights in the sky that I've been seeing, especially in certain hot spots. And, people know I'm into that. Some of my neighbors found out what I do on the show. So people just, call me or email me and say, hey, I'm near your cabin, and send me pictures. Yeah. And so you're very close to an airport as well, right?
I'm literally a 10-minute drive. I'm by LaGuardia Airport.
Oh, that's a busy airport. Yeah.
I'm between both. I have LaGuardia behind me, and in front of me, I have John F. Kennedy.
Oh, geez. So, yeah, you got lots of lights in the sky. You got to be careful to separate those, right?
Yeah, definitely. But let me tell you something. There was something, I don't know, I had sent you something about Google Drive. There was a video I uploaded recently, and it was kidding in my title. I wrote, is it a UFO? With a question mark. Originally, I put, is it a spaceship or something like that? But I make sure there's a question mark there. I'm asking. I'm not saying, look, a spaceship. Because what happened was, I'm in Queens, New York. And no matter what, that's still considered New York City, the 5 boroughs. This is a Border 9. You know what I mean? So I don't care if there was a blackout. I'll still get glare from the pollution or something. I don't know, right? So I just lost my train of thought.
Oh, you're talking about light pollution and this video that you took that you called.
Oh yeah, no,
Israel
yeah. Thank you,
spaceship.
thank you so much. See, that's why you, off the rails, man. I'm telling you.
I'll
That's
pull you
me.
back. It's okay. Relax and listen. Relax. We're just two friends having a conversation
You
here.
you got
Your
it.
new friends, right?
So, yeah. So I made this video because what happened was, I'm a late night person. If I'm
Me
in
too.
if I'm in bed by midnight, that's like a real early night, right? So, but usually I'll turn in maybe 2ish. So this one night, I also have another habit of I check the skies, like I don't know, out the bathroom window just before I'm going to bed, and I look out and I see these like this sparkling way up there, and right away I come and check the weather. It says 0 cloud cover in New York. That's rare, 0 cloud cover. Then it
Sure.
says
Yeah.
the moon is not coming up till just before 7 a.m. So that's another rarity, like having 0 clouds, total clear skies. And even though it's New York City, I said, I just ran out there. I grabbed my tripod. And as I'm going to my backyard, I see the other squawk is Jupiter. And I'm taking photos of that. You can see all the moons and everything. So I decide, you know what? Because I told you about my memory, as I'm coming back in, I said, "Oh wait, I came out here to photo this other thing, the seven sisters, the Pleiades." I thought it
Yeah.
was.
What did I get this camera out here for again?
Yeah, exactly,
I've done
exactly. So I plant it, and I'm like, I can't find the sparkling anymore and I didn't even pull out the app like to see where it is, but I did see the blue tinted star up there, so I just started taking photos of it. And I start taking a little video, but the mosquitoes see me as an all-you-can-eat buffet. So I just I hightailed it in, but I got a bunch of photos. I zoomed in on these things about 2:30 in the morning because it was a quick shoot. It wasn't a planned shoot. And I got to tell you, I don't know what you think about it. I don't know if you've even seen it. I sent you a link to the Google
Yes,
Drive.
I did. Yeah,
Now,
I thought it was
know if-
interesting. I thought it was interesting and hard to explain all of what's in there.
Exactly, because I don't know if it could be a satellite or it could be space junk. It could be an aberration from cameras. But the only thing about with the camera thing with focusing, it was on a tripod, and I have over 20 something raw photos that I uploaded also to Google Drive for people. I left it public because usually everybody says you're editing something or doing something. So I just dumped the raw files up there. And I found it a little hard to digest to say like, oh, it's because of the camera focus, but I took over 20 something pictures individually. I wasn't using an intervalometer or nothing like that. And they all look the same. And I don't know. It just didn't come off as a star or a planet to me right off the bat. I just don't know what that thing is. But strangely enough, when I posted it, everybody's always like, they get excited when somebody like Stephen Corbell posts videos of 2 lights that the pixels are bigger than the lights. They get all excited over that. But then I post this where I'm thinking that somebody's going to say, oh, let me take a look at the pictures, see if I could do something and maybe sharpen them up and we could find out. Dismissed it outright like it was a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked.
I just want to mention that, listen, guys, I do see there's, we have welcome to the show with kind and generous 99, I don't know, that's still cents, super sticker, 2 of them. So thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. We're going to read those a little bit later in the show today, but I will read and recognize every single person for their kindness, their generosity, and their support. It is much, much appreciated, but I don't want to interrupt our talk every few minutes to read them. So we're going to read them sort of towards the end of the show, but you guys know I will read every single one of those super chats and praise the cash.
Yes.
So, yeah, this some of this stuff with Corbell and others, it's just like it's reached a point of ridiculousness where like everything is a UFO, and that I have some problems with. You seem to differentiate, and I want to mention to people is that one thing that Ron is doing that I don't do very much of is he's pulling into his show videos and pictures and sort of going through them, and he's correctly, I feel, identifying a lot of misidentified UFOs that are drones or stars or planets or things like that, and this is much, much needed, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, for an example, and again, you'll hear me refer to her like a video I uploaded, and I'm not doing that like to just say that so people could go over and look. I mean, of course they feel free to, but that's not why I'm keep referencing my videos. But that's how I remember things, right? So if we think about it, this last thing that Corbell was involved with, you remember it was the swarm of drones. It was from 2019. The USS Kidd off the California coast. And
Well, that's what we're told, but the Pentagon won't even confirm that much. They only confirm that it was taken by their personnel.
yeah, and I have dialogue going back and forth with Susan Goff. We've been emailing back and forth. We were over it, and I'll tell you what happened with that in a second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, right. So,
Because it seems like the more questions you ask of that woman, the more the narrative that some people push falls apart.
yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. She hasn't come off as nasty to me or anything like that.
I've heard she is to some, so you're lucky.
Well, here's the thing.
She's a busy lady. She's trying to answer all these UFO nut questions all day long.
First of all, she's a career military person. If you look at her, go to LinkedIn, look at her profile. She served in just the Army for 25 years. So she's been serving in military and for the country for her whole adult life. So probably like at least 40 years. So
yeah, and those people are no nonsense.
She's hardened.
Yeah,
she's
they're
hardened.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
That's a good word for it. That's a better word for it.
So picture this: when you have all this stuff going on, and you start getting these emails coming in saying, like, "I really want to know, were those lights UFOs? Were they aliens?" Like, I mean, you know how it is when you get bogged down with work and everything, and you start getting questions. I'm not saying she's dismissing it. I don't think she has the intel on this stuff like that. I think she has to probably go and
ask somebody what to say. Yeah.
And say, look, this is what they keep asking me. What do I tell them? It's not like she's going into files, looking up reports and all that stuff. I doubt that very much. She's a spokesperson, right?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, when Corbell released, remember the first one this year? It was the green triangle, right? It was like whatever. And they corrected me right away, people online. They said it's not a triangle, it's a pyramid. Right?
It's an airplane. I'm sorry. Unless alien spacecraft have FAA compliant running lights, it's an airplane. Yeah.
That's exactly what I was saying. I did a show on it saying that I have a little problem. And look, Mick West is a skeptic. He's a true skeptic. And sometimes he could be an annoying little gnat, the way he just... And I because I know he does a lot of it because he knows there's clicks there. But you know what? Who is in it to make money or whatever? So be it, right?
I say praise the cash.
No,
Ron Mason.
I know.
Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Send me your money. Yeah.
Well, start subscribing to me, people, because so I can start saying that. All right. Like
yeah,
right?
We got to get you over the hump and get you to the super chats.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
It's very difficult now, but anyway. Mick West actually made a great point on that video. He brought up the bokeh effect.
And people tested it going outside with the similar setup, filming an airplane, and it looks virtually identical to what Corbell showed us.
And did you see, I'm trying to look at something here. Let me see this piece of cardboard I use. So when the triangle was here, right? Mm-hmm. And then as the camera's moving and the triangle's like moving because of the camera, you're seeing two other ones here, identical, but they were smaller. They were like lens flare or reflection.
That's what I think they were, yeah.
People were trying to claim that those were other ones up there. But if you look at it, they're all moving like this. And they were trying to say, well,
there you go. You got one sub so far. So yeah, please everybody go over.
Solar Marshall, thank you very much, Solar. Thank you, Solar. But
he's a good guy. He's the world's leading expert on Bob Lazar being full of crap. That's who Solar Marshall is.
I got to check out Solar then.
Great friend of the show.
I got to tell you what, my mind recently, and we'll be able to talk about that, recently changed on Bob Lazar because I used to be 100%er years ago. Then it went down to like 70, 30, and now
Me too,
right now I'm probably at 90. He's full of crap. like that, and I always leave that little bit up for you never know or whatever. Maybe I should say 95 or whatever.
If it's a great story though, and if I think if I had to pick one UFO story that if I could pick one to be real, it would probably be his story, right? But it's just too good to be true. His education is fake. So much of his background is fake. He's a convicted pimp. That's a problem.
Believe it or not, no, you're right. But here's the thing: I could have got around a lot of that because, with regard to the school records and everything, if the government can do a lot of stuff, right? Now, I'm not suggesting that they did. I'm just saying they're capable of erasing you in multiple ways. You know?
Yeah, but there's one argument against all that, and that is Michael Schratt's very excellent observation that in order to erase Bob Lazar, his educational claims, you would have to. The Men in Black would have to crawl into everybody's dusty attic, dusty garage, steal all the yearbooks, erase Bob Lazar, and put a perfect copy without Bob Lazar back in everybody's garage. And people, that makes sense. Michael Schratt got copies of all the yearbooks, and there's zero mention of Bob Lazar anywhere.
I'm going to take notes because I want to, and I'm not doing it to doubt it. I want to just find out more.
Yeah, Michael Schratt.
Oh, I know who.
And there's a video on my channel called Bob Lazar's Educational Claims Destroyed that includes his talk about that. It's great.
All right. You know what? I'm going to tell you, and it's going to sound silly, but probably not. What really did it for me with him, Joe Rogan's show, right? He's on Joe Rogan.
A migraine. Yeah.
That's it. But two things happened there. I got a migraine because Jeremy wouldn't shut up, right?
Well, he's his handler. He has to help him remember the story and stay on the rails.
Yeah, it's just that
it was very obvious that he was handling him and helping him get through the interview.
Yeah, it felt like one of his documentaries where the director's in the film over 60% of the time, and then once in a while he'll put an actor or somebody in there, and then he films himself again, right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. So I'm somebody that has suffered from migraines or serious headaches and everything from past stuff, right? So,
yeah, my mom did too, and when that's what seems stupid to me.
You don't get a migraine for certain questions, and then it goes away for other questions, and then migraines don't just come and go between questions.
And migraines are so debilitating, at least in some people's cases, like my mother, that she would lay down and cover her eyes, and she couldn't do anything until it was gone. Yeah,
it's devastating. I've had that, and it's devastating. And there's different levels of migraine, but a migraine is one of the most serious headaches you can get, no matter what level it's on. But when he was asked certain questions, there wasn't even a warm up before him going like this, during the questions he was answering, going, "Hey, you have an answer or something? I'm starting to get a headache." Nothing like that. He just went from blah 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 blah. I have a migraine, like that. Just that did it for me right there. What's that?
Yeah, we're writing a book. We're writing a book. It's going to have all of the. You'll get to 100%. Solar Marshall said you'll get to 100% once we finish this book. You'll get to 100%. I'm sure I will.
I'm probably there already. I'm just always a person that.
No, I leave open that
I always
could be
try
wrong.
to leave a little bit.
I leave the door open a little bit and say, I could be wrong, but the evidence to me is overwhelming. There's just too much evidence that the things are fraud. Bob Lazar always says things like, "Oh, people get lost in the minutia," but he's made stupid amateur mistakes. Like on the Larry King show, he said that the craft was 52 feet in diameter that he worked on. But in his original drawings of this S4 facility, he showed the hangar bay doors as being 40 foot wide.
Yeah.
So how does a 52-foot flying saucer get out of a 40-foot hangar bay door? These are the little things, but there's hundreds of them, and they add up over time to be very convincing. And then recently we had Victor Caliero did an interview with a real-life Area 51 security guard that we can verify really worked there because he's in court documents suing the government over his work at Area 51, and he checked all the logs. Anybody flying in or out of Area 51 have to be logged.
Hey, who's the gentleman?
There's no Bob Lazar.
Who's the gentleman, Steven, the one that you're doing the book with? What's his name?
That would be Cal Korff and Solar Marshall.
Solar Marshall, that one. So
yeah.
Is he the one that came up with that thing that in the movie about the hand scanner?
Yeah,
It was
like
in the Close Encounters or something
he
like
showed
that.
that kind of evidence as well. Yeah, I mean, it was in the movie Close Encounters, right? And the other thing that was stupid about that is, you know, Jeremy Corbell in this so-called documentary just shows him the picture and he says, "Is this the hand scanner?" Well, why didn't you show him like multiple hand scanners and make him pick the one, or something? It was just like, just total
And the whole
confirmation
FBI
bias.
debacle, how like that was because a guy murdered his wife and they were
Yeah, and I talked to the
this
sheriff.
chemist.
I talked to the sheriff and one of the FBI agents that were in on the raid, and both of them confirmed for me they weren't under surveillance. They weren't surveilling Bob. Nobody heard any conversation. And most of the people in on the raid knew nothing about Bob Lazar and his flying saucer stories. The sheriff was in all of the briefings before the raid. So was the FBI agent. He said nobody mentioned flying saucers, Area 51. We were there for this murder investigation to get sales records for this chemical that Bob Lazar was selling that allegedly, the case is still pending, somebody ordered from his business and used to murder their wife. That's what they were there for. But Corbell saw that as an opportunity. Like, get some pictures of those FBI agents. They're looking for the Area 50, looking for the Element 115 flying saucer fuel. This is a conspiracy. No, it's not.
Yeah,
I talked to the people, and they laughed about it. They laughed about it actually, the sheriff laughed about it. The FBI agent that I sent the stuff to, he was pissed. And then I sent him clips of the documentary, and he was more pissed because he said, "I don't appreciate being used in a con job to sell flying saucer stories."
It's disrespectful to look. People work hard for their money. I don't care if you charge $1 or $20 for something. You're asking people to hand you their money for a product, right? And when you BS them like that and do that and insult their intelligence, and it's going just back to that because the Jeremy Corbell, remember we were talking about the triangle, right?
Yes.
That thing, right? And I said the Boca effect, and he said they tested it and everything. Now, I specifically said on that one because they show other ones of a thing going in the ocean or whatever, splashdown I called it. But the triangle one, I specifically said there's no way that can be an alien ship or anything. Do you know? Because Corbell, everybody, they all have their followers. People pick sides, and it doesn't matter what you say. I don't care what you put.
They're very hard to convince.
Do you know? And I kid you not on this, Stephen. And this was the reason for my latest video because I've been holding it in for a while. But
I can tell. For those who don't know, Ron's been holding a lot of things close to his chest and hasn't been very public with some of his observations, but he kind of exploded in one video, and I loved it because I was like, that's him coming to the conclusion that a lot of us have come to, that a lot of this stuff is garbage.
And I agree with you that I feel like I'm not in their club. That's it. And I don't want to be in their club. All right, what? Because
maybe people like me and you should start a new club because you're right, it's a big club and we ain't in it.
That's exactly. But check this out. Look how sick this is, right? So I make that video. Of course, when you are in the public arena, you should have thick skin because you're going to get good comments, you're going to get bad, you're going to get dumb comments. But when somebody goes out of the way to email you personally, and
I try to respond to everybody, but some people are just
some person sends me, but they emailed me with one of those disposable emails, the ones that disappear in 10 minutes, and tells me all this stuff about Corbell, how I'm an idiot and everything, and says, P.S., your kid should die of cancer. This is what people are telling me. There's one person.
And I had somebody tell me something like that, and then I just block. Like at that point, I'd block them. Yeah.
Well, I don't know who this was because it came through an email, and it was
and there's so many people that's like nameless, faceless accounts or brand new Twitter accounts. They just signed up for Twitter last month. They got an alien picture for their profile picture. They're not real people. I can't engage with those kind of people.
But
anymore.
These people, like, this is what my view of them is they put on fingertip boxing gloves. right? When they're gonna type, like,
Yeah,
that's your fight, right? Like that.
Yeah, F this guy. I'm gonna tell what I think.
They're roasting s'mores in between while their game is paused on PlayStation, right? Yelling, "What's that, Ma? The meatloaf!" Right? Like that.
Bring the meatloaf, Mom.
Yeah, and that's what they do, and it's like there's no interest. It's like a lot of stuff. Not to get into the craziness of cancel culture and all that, but it's some similarities of that because people are arguing like Lou Elizondo. I could give a crap about Lou Elizondo. I mean, okay, so
well, you know, it's interesting. He said that he would be on anybody's show, and I've asked 10 times, and he won't come on mine.
No,
but that
he's
may
been
be
on
because,
Fox.
Yeah.
He's only been on Fox and some other ones, and on shows. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bud.
No, I'm just saying that, like, I don't know what I think about Elizondo. I was going to make my conclusions after I asked him about 10 very important questions that I have based on research I did into his background, and he won't come on my show, and because I think he knows that I know a little more about him than most of these.
Oh, of course.
People play ball. They play ball.
You're not going to give him.
He comes on their show. Yeah, he comes on their show. He says whatever he wants. They don't challenge him. They don't know about his background in the Gulf War or what he was doing for 10 years before he was running this UFO program.
Mm-hmm.
That's the rumor. Those are rumors and speculation. But I wanted to ask him about some of that stuff directly. And I even have information that his father was involved in counterterrorism.
Yeah. And what is counterterrorism? You're a professional liar.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not saying that's all the job is, but that's a prerequisite.
Counterintelligence.
Yes.
And speaking of counterintelligence agents, we have Walter Bosley in our. He was a former Air Force Office of Special Investigations officer, and well-known UFO researcher, author from the Walter Bosley channels here. See, folks, you never know. Sometimes we get some famous people like Walter Bosley. He's slumming it in our live chat right now. But we're happy to see him there.
Hey, Mr. Bosley.
He can tell you all about. He was in the movie Mirage Men. You ever see that? Great
way.
Movie. Yeah, he was in the documentary Mirage Men. Yeah.
Wow.
And CICE for almost 20. You got to tell me what that means, Walter Bosley, because I don't know all the letter of the alphabet agencies. I just know they're all evil. So Walter Bosley's evil because he worked for those letter of the alphabet agencies, right?
What's that? Is that something in?
I think counterintelligence, espionage for 20 years.
Okay.
Right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Walter Bosley.
Espionage.
Yeah, Walter Bosley's mentioning when he was in the Mirage Men, he looked a little different. He says, "Yeah, now I'm fatter, pasty white, and had hat hair." Okay.
Oh, I just realized that I could click on comments to see what people are saying. I didn't realize that. I had it on private chat the whole time.
Oh, no, that's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm pulling up some comments and questions, and maybe we'll take comments and questions.
Yeah,
so where you're at in your channel is that you just kind of exploded and said, I'm not going to hold back what I think, which I think is very healthy, right? I had to come to that. You know, I used to kind of try to play the game, and early on I started an audio podcast, and I didn't know what to say when some of these guys were saying stuff that I knew was fake, but I was like, I'm not going to let them just sit here and you know, talk smack. So I started checking people, and I'm glad I did. And now I say, you know, whatever I think.
Well, that's where I'm at now because I got to tell you, I did the same thing.
Shots fired, Ron.
I'm serious because here's the deal: is that I didn't start the channel like with a thought of, oh, who thinks they're gonna get rich in ufology like that? Especially
I knew better. Right? I knew better. Oh, you know what's funny? People call me a sellout since I got monetized and I could take super chats. I feel like telling them like I can make more money at Taco Bell some nights.
Get
like,
what
come
you
on,
can,
man.
bro.
I'm getting what I can. I'm buying microphones and equipment, whatever I can.
Because let me tell you, every one of them that say that will do exactly what you're doing right away once
if
they're monetized.
If they could,
they would.
Some of them can't.
They just like that's the ones you say just save it, but like I didn't do it for that, and I was doing. Believe it or not, I did some crazy research. I have folders of newspapers going from the late 1800s, all kind of stuff.
Oh, that's kind of cool stuff. We're gonna have to get a Google Drive share going on that. I love stuff like that.
Brother,
I got some stuff too. We'll share
I'll
up.
share it all with you. I have no problem with that. Because here's the deal. Like, so I started making the videos, and people are just dismissive if you're not the in crowd, like the people of prominence, the Jeremy Doorbells, the Lou Elizondos, or the Stephen Greer. Like, here's the deal. Like Stephen Greer, I told you about when Bill Clinton, that's around when I started really looking into UFOs more. And
yeah, I used to think that Stephen Greer was the bomb, and then some weird stuff happened. The guy says, take it. Yeah, just an example. We're almost up to Taco Bell minimum wage. We're 37 minutes in, and we're at $7. But you got to remember that YouTube takes 30% of that $7, so we're not quite at the Taco Bell wage yet. For people who think you're going to get rich. But I'm thankful for every single one, so thank you guys.
What you're saying, Stephen, for the cash? Praise the cash.
Praise the cash. Yeah, praise the cash. Thank you, Lee Guy. Here, we'll do that. We'll do one of the praise the cashes for just for him. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
I got caught vaping. Is that a problem?
No, that's better than smoking. I smoke here. I'm trying to vape. I have all these vapes, but I can't get used to it. I vaped for years, and then I went back to cigarettes like a dummy.
I smoked cigarettes for 22 years, and because I'm an IT, like besides the UFO.
Me too. Yeah,
I'm an IT person. Going on next year will be about 30 years. Right.
God bless you.
Right. Yeah, I know. Right.
You started in DOS. God bless you.
Exactly. I used to have dark brown hair. This happened when I like that real fast, and I smoked for 22 years.
Yeah, I'm getting some gray on the temples there. I got to get the bottle out.
I need a bucket.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I didn't have any gray hair, and then I had children. Computer work didn't do gray hair to me, but as soon as I had children, they just start popping out. You know.
Well, I'll be honest. I'll probably get attacked for this, but it really happened because I had a really crazy ex. She was. That's a good story. I should tell you, not about the ex, but about a sighting. It was in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you familiar? So I'm in New York, Lake Luzerne, because we used to. Her parents and her grandparents had this. I'm talking about a girlfriend. I'm not going to obviously mention her name, but
doctor.
It would be
She's an ex-girlfriend. Who cares?
I haven't spoke to her in 2 years, and for some reason, I have a feeling she knows about this podcast right now and is watching. So I got to be careful like that. But anyway, her grandparents had a nice cabin and property up in Lake Luzerne, and it had a natural beach on it. Like the beach was small, maybe 100 feet wide or something. So, and that's like a Bordeaux 2 up there. I mean, it's insane, right? So we're laying down on the beach, and I'm showing her what you were talking about earlier when you talked about how you could see the satellites with the naked eye. So I was showing her, like, see that? You could see like satellite going by, and we're out there, and I said, it'll come back in another hour and a half or so. You'll see it. And then I was showing her other ones. She got bored of that pretty fast, right? And wanted to go inside. And of course, I didn't have enough. So she storms off. I'm just chilling out. But now I know it's going to lead to
You broke up with the woman because you were too busy looking at UFOs?
No. It happened after, a while after. But no, I wanted. So now I'm thinking we're going to end up fighting because I'm still out here. So let me go inside. Just as I'm getting up, I take a look, and I'm thinking I'm seeing the last satellite. But this one stops like that. And now I'm thinking, I've been out here too long. I forgot what they call that when you're staring at the sky too long, your eyes, it plays tricks on you.
Yeah.
So I keep looking for about 2 minutes, and no, it's not moving. But it was near like the Andromeda by Perseus or something like that. So that's how I knew exactly where it was, by the star. And so now I say, and just when I'm going in again, it starts moving again, but it's going back the way it came from. Now I drop I have everything I have. I drop because now I'm like, no, I'm not bugging out. This is happening, and it just zips off like gone. So I go in to tell her, of course, she has to take it as I'm trying to treat her like an idiot. She thought I was lying about it. And I'm just like doing it to bother her and all this. So we had like the biggest fight.
We're to say like, see, you shouldn't have went in because you missed this.
That's what I said. I was like, I said, you ain't gonna believe it. I says like 5 minutes after you left, thing. I told her what I just told you. And I'm waiting for her to say, oh, man, no. She cursed me out and everything. In her mind, I was treating her like an idiot. I don't know what that meant. Like that. And so, but.
Yeah, my wife doesn't care anything about this stuff. Unless there's like aliens right at our cabin. She's like, just leave me alone. I'm going to sleep.
Well, that's what. Oh, and remember from the beginning, I told you off the rails, I jump around a lot.
No, that's quite all right.
What did it when you have to check out, look, like I'm going to promote as much as I can Steven's channel because I don't know how it got recommended to me, his channel.
Yeah, I'm glad that it did.
But I got to tell you, I started binging on it because first of all, I was listening to it and the soda went across the room because of his laugh. Like, I don't know why. It just
get that a lot. And I get a bottle of it.
It flew out of my mouth, the soda, like that. And I started, and I, like you guys, I got hooked on it. And the thing I like is that Steven, I told you, like, I feel he's a straight, honest, straight shooter. Even if he says some things that I don't agree with everything probably that comes out of your mouth, or I may not in the future, that doesn't mean anything because if you're shooting straight from the hip and you really mean what you say, that's all that matters. Like that, I don't like the full of crap people. Because speaking of full of crap people, I want to talk about for a second David Wilcock, right? Is that his name, David Wilcock?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know you laugh because you know how I spell it. I don't know.
Ron sent me an email. He's like, "Are you listening to this garbage right now?" I'm like, "Yes, I am, Ron Mason, and I'm going to cover it."
He doesn't know what he did. He gave me high blood pressure because when he started making videos about David, and I started because I only remember that guy from Ancient Aliens. I didn't know he was doing all this stuff. And when I started seeing what Steven was talking about, I'm going, this guy's a scam artist. He reminds me of one of those televangelists.
Like the one scam artist. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
You know, but so I was telling you, like, I'm not I do 3D printing. Like right behind, well, I'm not going to move the camera. I have a CNC router, 3D printer right behind me.
Oh, I got to talk to you off air about some projects. I'd love to have both of those things for.
Look, I'm going to show you because see this little thing right here, right? Mm-hmm. So I did this purposely for the show. This is a tiny model. It's a 2-piece thing this guy designed. It's called the Cyclops something, right? And it's 2 pieces. He made it like that so it could print in 1 piece, no supports. But I'm trying to. Oh, you know what would work? I did this.
Yeah, that looks familiar there, Ron.
Doesn't that look familiar? Here, let's just use the first.
Well, first of all, it looks like the bat plane, but then it looks exactly. It really does look like David Wilcock's printing stuff,
right?
Now, and I'm glad you're here because you know about 3D printing. What did you think of his 3D printed G.I. Joe toys?
I am going to break it down for you guys. I'm going to let you know.
It's going to get good, yeah.
Yeah, right? But so just so you know, right? Remember I'm showing you this. So, and by the way, I got to plug something. I'm doing a 6-week course. I'm going to let you meet aliens, and I have proof. I 3D printed one.
Yeah, there you go. There's proof.
I'm just kidding. That's basically what he's doing.
You could get $333 for this, Ron Mason.
That's what I'm saying. And I'll tell you what, if you pay up front the first 3 weeks, I'll give you 1 week off like that. But this is basically what he's doing. He's saying, I have the trick and the truth about anti-gravity and all this stuff. So how does he keep that going without showing proof? So he knows
he's already got the money and he moves on to another scam.
But he's trying to grab more because he keeps extending the deadline. So
yeah, and that alone, I checked in. Listen, I don't know in all states, but I checked in with the Attorney General in the state of Pennsylvania. And according to a source that I got now at the Attorney General's office in the state of Pennsylvania, It's illegal for you to say this is a limited time offer and keep extending the deadline every day, because that's what he's been doing.
Yeah.
And he sends out, I got 12 spam emails since I signed up for his email list.
Yeah, and they
So
have
that
like
was an
those
email
sweepstakes laws and all
Mhm.
that. It's similar to
Mhm.
those sweepstakes laws that like you can't say you have to say no purchase necessary or whatever. But this guy, it's not a sweepstakes. He's actually extending it. But what he's doing is he's grabbed everybody's money, but now he's trying to work to get as much as he can. So what's the best way? What is he doing? He's gonna print out things like this, right? And tell you their prototypes to show you that they're actually working on it. Because if he just keeps talking and not showing you anything, people are going to be like, eh. But now there's people, believe it or not, that see
Yeah,
those
I have a
things.
problem with him calling a 3D printed G.I. Joe toy a prototype. It's two different
Yeah.
things. It's a model. That's not a
Now-
prototype. A prototype and a model are vastly different. I've developed some electronics products, and there's a huge difference between
I do that too, just so you know,
model.
Stephen.
Yeah, I would for a circuit board, a custom circuit board for something. I drew it out on a piece of cardboard, and I would show the people working with me on the project, this is where this chip is going to go, this is where this chip is going to go. Now we'll lay out the board, but that's a model. That's not a prototype.
I made this one. See this light?
Yeah, that's
See that
cool.
little circuit board with the
Yeah, pretty
AT85?
cool.
But that's what I'm saying. I do that too.
Microcontrollers. Oh man, yeah,
That's
we're
what I
gonna be
work with.
buddies.
Yep.
I'm a big fan.
I
of
have a bunch of
Arduinos.
Arduino stuff here, brother.
Yeah, me too. I'm a big fan of that stuff.
Oh,
So
boy.
back to David Wilcock though. So you also pointed out, I'm not sure, was it you that showed me there's a website.
The website. Yeah.
Yes, Ron pointed out this is something great, and it's a great find. There is a website that Ron gave me. I'll try to locate it and put it in the text description after the show. I'm sorry I didn't prepare. Bad show host. But there's a website where there are models that are strikingly similar to the models that David Wilcock was showing that he 3D printed, that you can buy them.
Where
And
do you think I got
it really
this?
looks, it really looks like he bought some 3D print models, the source files from this website, modified them slightly, printed them, and then said, these are our prototypes. And they're all on this website that anybody can buy the models that has a 3D printer and print them.
Stephen, not to put you on the spot because I don't know how you have your stuff organized. Is it possible to show the one of his models, or you don't have that? I mean, I don't mean. I'm sorry.
I don't really have it right now.
So any of you do this?
Let me see if I can find it. I'll see if I can find it while we talk, though.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to the audience for a minute so they can remember. Like, if you go to his video, the one that Stephen was talking about, remember where David Wilcock's holding up the model, it's all black, and he was talking about two filaments and everything. Look at it really good. If you notice on a jet, the back of a jet, the tails, they're up like this on the back, like on an F-14 and all that. If you look at his model really good, it looks like the person that was modifying the model took those and went like this, laid them flat. Because it looks like the tails are just laid flat onto the surface. And it looks like the fuselage was there from like an SR-71, and all they did was add the ends. Because if you notice, how he never showed you detail. He held it like this. He never showed like a picture of it real close to show you the windows or anything.
And here's the website. And there's some strikingly similar models to his that you can buy. Look, he might have spent upwards of $50 on this scam, Ron, because that one model is $10. He showed about 5 different 3D printed models.
But if you go in there, if Stephen, it's up there on the top, right? So just for messing around, when you type in like spaceships, right? There's actually people, creators on there that are selling like maybe for $100 a whole set that has all parts that you can just do what you want with. There's like 30 different ships. So they can actually, because in 3D printing is actually like an art. It's not where it's just a printer that you click print, you load. Yeah, look, I even brought this with me because I figured we'd talk about it. This is the filament right here. See this? It looks like spaghetti, rubber spaghetti right here. This gets fed into the printer, and the spool just turns because the extruder pulls it in, and it just turns, and it melts this plastic, and it melts it in. Remember, he talked about layers, that it created individual special layers.
Yeah, and this is all of the spaceship 3D printed models that you could
Look
get.
at that.
And some of them are strikingly similar to some of the stuff that he's showing. You know, some of them are obviously from Star Wars or Battlestar Galactica, but like,
Well, you have to look at
there's
the one.
Flight of the Navigator. Oh, I remember that growing up. Flight of the Navigator UFO.
Yeah, there's
You
a
can
lot
3D
of
print
models.
that. There's
look at the-
thousands of them, and look at this one. This one looks pretty. You know,
That's
that one looks
all
pretty close.
But
to
that's
the one
all
that
they
he showed.
need. Remember, all they need is one that has a long fuselage. The stuff, everything can
Look
be
at that.
added.
That looks so much like that one that
All
he
they have
showed.
to
He just
do is
extended the
stretch it out.
engines. Yeah.
They have to
out
stretch
a
it
little
and
bit.
bend it. And you know what? You do that. I was trying to mess with it the other day in Fusion 360. I'm just not, that program, I never learned it that great. So it's difficult, Autodesk Fusion 360. But in that program, the mesh, you could just literally.
Yeah, you just grab it, you click on it and you stretch it. That's all.
That's
I've
it.
seen it. Yeah. I don't have a 3D printer, but I got lots of friends that do, and I've played with their toys.
Mhm.
So I'm afraid to get a 3D printer because everybody that I know, most of the people that I know are constantly complaining and working on theirs or buying parts to keep it going. And
They not. I got to be honest with you. It depends what kind of printing they're doing. It is, like I said, it's an art. It's like you have to make sure the best thing you can do is keep it clean, and you have to level it constantly. Because if you don't level the bed, whether it's a heated bed or a non-heated bed, every time.
Well, he saw Jesus. He saw Jesus because he didn't clean his 3D printing bed. I've had 5 people email me and say, "That's not Jesus. He didn't clean the bed." Right?
What happened is when you look here, here's something else I printed out to show you in case that came up. So this little model, see this little dog? See underneath his chin, that plastic? That's support that you have to add to it, because when it melts the plastic, gravity, when it melts it, how's that under his chin? How's that plastic going to stay up? It needs to lay on something, so it has to add support for it. Like that. So that's all that's happening there. I mean, there ain't no Jesus. What happens is when you build what's called a raft, that's so it helps us stick to the bed, because there's nothing worse than printing out one of these. For this one is solid. This took 14 hours to print.
Wow.
When it hits the 12th hour and all of a sudden a breeze comes in, there's like cool air coming in, and all of a sudden it starts warping. Now the whole print is shot. 12 hours went out the window. So you put what's called a raft. It lays down this little thing.
This kind of looks like his hover car model right here.
I'm telling you. Why do you think he didn't show details? But just to finish on the cross, all that is a raft, a support raft. And what is it going to look like? It's going to look like this for the length of the plane, and it's going to look like this for wings. That's all. So it doesn't need other support. But he and you notice too, and how you know he's again totally full of it, was he showed a whole bunch. He made a point of 2 filament printer they have, so it means that you could use 2 colors at the same time or whatever, or without swapping. You notice he showed a picture that had a whole bunch of models that he said, yeah, we ran it all summer it took, and it shows the fuselage, but on the top it shows white. Did he ever bring one and go like this? Hey, look at this, and show you? You figured those were the good ones. He would want to show you that. No, because there's no detail. They took probably an SR-71, added 2 things called pipes in Fusion 360, and pointed them, and just smoothed it out. And just
what a great education we're getting. This is like behind the scenes, how he may have perpetrated, or, this is. He could have taken this one and just extended pulled the engines further.
I wouldn't be surprised that's
and curved them a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the model either. Yeah.
And they're not expensive. And believe it or not, there's another website called Thingy. I can't talk. Thingiverse. NGI Verse.com. That's free models, and you can type
Yeah,
in
yeah.
spaceship, and I won't be surprised you'll find this there. You know what I mean?
That's great. That's great.
Yeah, and it's just that's why I said, Stephen, you like awoken a sleeping monster with me, because as I'm watching those videos on him, now he starts talking about stuff that I know about. I've been 3D printing probably the last 6 years. Like
A lot of
steady.
my friends are amazed that I haven't bought one yet, but I keep going. I'm waiting until I could get one that a monkey could run, and that doesn't require a lot of maintenance and stuff like that. So I was going to wait for a while until the generations got better, you know?
Stephen, I have 3, and that's not. I'm not a rich dude, because I have the Papa one. That's the big one that I could print stuff maybe like 10 inches around diameter all around, and I have 2 that are duplicates because one broke. So it was $200, so I bought a new one, and then I was able to fix the other one. So now I have one that I took a couple of parts off. If I get that fixing, it would be my pleasure to just send it to you, bro. And you can have it. It's a mini.
Wow, that would be fun. Yeah,
It's a great starter one. I have
That's
no
my
problem
favorite
doing it.
price. The only thing I like better than cheap is free. So
Free
that
is
would be
free.
worth a little bit of money. Buy some of the supplies, and
All
give
I
it a
need
try.
to do is get the extruder on.
Ron, maybe if you send me that, I'm going to start my own hover car company.
Oh gosh.
All I got to do is print some models, and people will send me money. I'll
Then
say
you
they're
go-
prototypes.
And then they could pick up my aliens.
Oh my
Right?
gosh, what a bunch of nonsense this is,
Mm.
right?
Yep. And that's it. And I guarantee you those models, I bet you if he went like this, like squeeze it like if you would a marshmallow, I bet you they will crush. Because see, these are 2 of the same model, right?
Yeah, and you can also pull in textures into the 3D model, because his looked a little textured in spots, but you can pull in a texture.
Yeah, and it depends on what filament, because see, this filament, you see it says PLA plus.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember right now what the PLA stands for. It's a certain plastic, but you have ABS. That's the plastic that prints out super smooth and shiny. Like that.
That's
He
another
made-
thing I didn't like about 3D printing. When I try to 3D print like an all-in-one keyboard computer case, like a Commodore 64, but update it. And when I figured out how much body putty and sanding you had to do, I said, forget it. I can't sell this, because I
Yep.
wanted to make 1,000 of them or 3,000 of them and sell them.
It's not cost effective with the materials,
Yeah.
and
It's good for
resilience.
prototyping, right? It's good for prototyping.
That's what it's made for. And like you could do things like I'm working on something now where my sister actually has been pushing me towards it, and she's right, because recently lost a pet on September 1st. You've seen him on the on my
sorry to hear
background
that.
before. You remember the
Yeah,
white
but that's
people?
so 3D print a model of your dog, right?
I'm gonna because buying the actual 3D scanner like thing, they start the hand ones are starting at like 20 grand, but they have apps. If I could figure out how to get models of people, I want to like start doing their pets and everything like that, because I enjoy doing this. It's like relaxation.
Yeah, it's great.
for me.
It's a fun hobby, yeah.
But let me tell you, when you print these out, right, and don't make fun of my painting thing, but this one was from myself. This took 14 hours, but the infill, meaning the inside, how it's filled up, is 100%. So this is
Here,
solid.
I'm gonna solo you so you can show that better. Here,
All
let me
right.
get the
Yeah,
get the
sorry
comments there.
sorry about the painting job, but this is a solid one. This one right here, the same model. I'm so bad with the coordination with the camera. I apologize.
No,
But this
it's quite all right.
this
Relax.
one right here, the infill, this is light. It's only 20%. There's no reason, if you're just going to print something out to show something, you use the least amount of filament, right? Like that. So I guarantee you his was 10%. His planes with the support probably took maybe 3 hours to print each one. So it didn't take a summer to print all those things.
No, well, he was running his printer all summer, printing stuff like a guy who was brand new to 3D printing, probably. I mean, he just mentioned buying a 3D printer like a year ago, and suddenly he's an expert. He's going to tell everybody all about 3D printing, like he's suddenly an expert. He's an expert in all things, right?
It's
look, Here's the Battlestar Galactica thing that looks strikingly like one of his models, right? Oh,
You know, you said something before about because of the materials, the way it looks. You know, sometimes what we do is we'll clean them with acetone.
mhm.
That's one of the chemicals that you could clean 3D prints with. A lot of alcohol.
Oh, this one looks surprisingly like one of his as well.
Excuse me.
It looks like his close support. We're going to have to do a side-by-side comparison as I look through these more, because this looks strikingly similar to one of the models that he showed. And he could have just bought it for $19, and then people are sending him $333. It's great. Great
So what I'm
business.
gonna do, Stephen, I'm gonna send you a link in the private stuff because I don't know if
Yeah,
your,
yeah, go ahead.
your chat
Sure,
is
yeah.
modded where it like blocks links or whatever. So I'm just gonna send it here. Watch this. This is that
Gem
other
Head,
website.
Oh, okay, yeah.
This is
Yeah,
that.
well-
I typed in spaceships, so it's just
Yeah.
already on the search for it in
Let
case
me
you
get-
wanted to
let
go
me
through
get
it.
that. Yeah, let me get that here.
This is. Wait, let me see something. Yeah, Thingiverse.
Yeah,
It's called.
Thingiverse. Yeah, I could share that. Yeah, absolutely. Let's share that. People need to know, especially if this. And I want to just make sure that we preface what we're saying here with this is speculation. We don't know for sure, but it seems that there are some strikingly similar models, even on free 3D model sites, to the models that he's using, and showing people he could easily have taken these things and some things from these sites and modified them. Look at this.
These are free, by the way. These are free.
These are free models. That one
Free
looks a
models.
lot like one of his. I'm telling you. Oh, look at that guy that was the Birdman from Battlestar or not Battlestar Galactica. Buck Rogers.
Buck Rogers. Oh my God, I remember
Yeah.
that.
Look at that.
Jeez.
There's a 3D model that looks strikingly similar. It's Buck Rogers Fighter. If he used Buck Rogers Fighter, I gotta say that's some balls, Ron.
I gotta
Like-
be honest with you. The stuff that comes out of his mouth, I don't think he cares.
No.
Like, that guy, it's shocking what he says. I'm trying to find something. This is the other one. It's called Spaceships. I'm not. You don't have to show this, but this is the other.
No, we'll show it.
this is
Yeah,
the
that's
other
what we're here to
website.
do. Give some people some insight into 3D printing and this
Hey, yeah.
this garbage that he's putting out there, telling people he's going to build a hover car in a year, and all he's got is 3D printed models he may have gotten from a website for free.
that all he did was this. It's not like he said, "Oh, and this and this." He just said, "Look," and that's it. He showed you a printout of something and then put it down.
And just to remind everybody, he also said that his hover car is going to have an ion cannon for propulsion. I think he meant ion engine or ion thruster, and those don't work in Earth's
Yeah,
atmosphere.
that didn't
They
make
only
sense.
work in space. They only
didn't
work
make
in
sense.
space, friends.
And
So,
here's the thing.
He has
his
that
next
little
video.
understanding. He's saying that this is going to have an ion engine, and he doesn't know that those don't work in Earth's atmosphere, but he's going to build this thing in a year.
But
Good
I
luck.
guarantee,
Good
guarantee you that's going to be his next video, showing another update. He'll probably shorten the fuselage and do something that keeps showing progress. So the people that are hanging on and want, like, imagine what is that thing called, where people like crowdfund, they go online, GoFundMe. I think it is.
GoFundMe. He's
Like
run GoFundMe scams in
Okay,
the
so
past for his friends.
GoFundMe.
Yeah.
So basically, when you go on GoFundMe, you want to see progress. Well, that's what he's doing. He's asking people for money. He knows he's just waiting to get the max amount he can. Once he sees that he's not going to get any more, then he won't extend the deadline. And then every once in a while, he's going to show a 3D model with a little modification to show this progress. And eventually, out of sight, out of mind, and he moves on to the next. That's what he is, that guy. That's why when I see new videos,
We've
it lit
got-
a fire.
We've got him dead to rights. He ran something called Convergence Pictures LLC, and he collected, I'm told, 3 rounds of investment capital for that. For 4 years, he was collecting money. And then he never made a film. And nobody knows where all the money went. The company went belly up. It's listed as inactive. So they just let the company go bankrupt after they collected money for 4 years and spent it on God knows what.
Yeah,
And that's
I
just
mean,
one of them. There's a bunch of different scammy things that he's been involved in.
And the thing that happens with people is that time goes by, and they think about it this way: well, the trouble I'm gonna go through and the money I'm gonna spend suing this guy and doing
Yeah, it's
this
not
and all,
worth it. Yeah, I'll just.
and he knows this, but he's gonna run into that person that's gonna have deep pockets, that just makes a mistake or something, and it's gonna backfire. And
Oh, I think he missed this one. Would be a good one. You know, like this looks like
there's
a
so many in there.
Japanimation fighter. You know, it looks like an anime, like a All Star Blazers fighter or something. Yeah, there's so many here that he easily could have found one that was close to what he wanted and modified it. And I gotta say, I can't blame him for that part of it, but the scam part of it, because I've always found it's much easier for me to build on something that's already there than to start from zero. But I mean,
Why
everybody's
would
different.
why would you start from zero so everybody can steal you? So all he's doing is, like, I'm looking at this other site that's called, you know what? I forgot that I'm getting old.
Veggie.com spaceships, yeah.
It's called Cults. This is fitting for him. It's called Cults. CULTS 3D.com. Right? And here, I'm gonna send you this link. And this will show you on this one model, it has multiple ships and parts. So
yeah, so you could just copy and paste stuff, right?
Yeah, see, when you buy a file like an STL file, once you import that into Fusion, you can just turn it into a mesh file or like a BREP, and you could just manipulate it as you like, or you could buy multiple models and just take parts from each one that you deem what you want to fit on there.
That's
you don't have to use the
crazy,
exact same model. You can use
you can interact. You can use a bunch of different.
But the guy has no idea. A matter of fact, when he was explaining the 3D stuff, he was just told that day. He said, "Do me a favor, give me a summary about 3D printing," and they did it. He spit it back out. That's all that was.
Oh,
he has no
no
idea what he's talking about. He said, "Give me the buzzwords." That's it. Because he knows there are people out there that are going to give him money that do 3D printing, certain buzzwords. They're going to go, "Wow, he really did do the work," or maybe this and that. No, a layer is a layer. If this thing, I sent you a Google Drive thing. I don't expect you to start downloading stuff, but just in case, if you wanted to, I sent a little video I made of this, showing you when I loaded into the 3D software, it shows you this particular model has 999 layers, and it prints one layer at a time, and then goes up one layer at a time. That's where you see all those little tiny rings. It's just the one I have is the microns. It's the thickness between spaces. It's really great for that little printer. The one that I said I'll send you, it's like awesome. It's a great beginner one too, Steven. You'll love it. But that's all it is. So he was using just buzzwords.
Yeah, and people are asking in the live chat where they can see the Wilcott model they're talking about. It's in his second to last video, not his last video, the video before that. And I'm gonna cue it up so that we can see some of that stuff.
It's in your video, Steven.
Yeah, it's in my video too, but it's going to be easier for me to. We'll just keep talking, and I'm going to locate that as we talk. So we like to share things here. Boy, what an education! I'm glad that we got somebody that knows something about 3D printing, because this is some things that I suspected, and I asked some friends. I sent some JPG images, which now, of course, I can't find. And they said, yeah, that looks pretty generic to me. Like maybe he got that somewhere, or even if he did design it, it would only take a few hours to design that. Oh no, it's even further back. It's this video titled "The Revealing," I think.
Free Energy and Other Cars Part 3.
That's my video. We're trying to find his here.
Oh, okay. So. I actually saved yours at the point with Jesus thing.
Oh wait, yeah. Here we can. You know what? I'm gonna play his. I'm gonna play his where he starts showing the models, and then we'll just continue the conversation, and people can watch these models that he's gonna be pulling out. Like, look at this. I got a prototype. No, you got a 3D printed GI Joe toy, bro.
Yeah. If there's anything I could explain.
They really do. I don't know. Listen, they really do look like G.I. Joe toys I remember from my youth. They really do. I'm not being nasty when I say that.
They were the best, too.
Cobra had some cool looking stuff, you know? They had some cool looking 3D printed stuff. Well, those were, you know, plastic injection, but it looked so similar to G.I. Joe toys that's the first thing that I thought. Like, he just 3D printed G.I. Joe toys, and he's calling them prototypes, which is kind of kooky and crazy, you know?
What is? I'm sorry, Stephen, because I was looking at one of your audience, Fred Tetsu. He says, "Show the Jesus next, Ron."
Yeah, we're gonna show the whole. We're gonna show the whole thing.
Oh, he means the video. Okay, I thought he was talking about one of the 3D things I have here. I was like, I got to
No,
print
yeah,
that
you
out.
don't have the Jesus. He's talking about David Wilcox showed what he claimed was an image of Jesus in a 3D print, but people who know about 3D printing said he just didn't clean the print bed.
Yeah, here,
and that was residue.
While Steven's doing that, look, you
Oh,
see the
yeah,
bottom of the
here.
dog? That's support on the bottom. That's
Yeah.
a raft. That's a raft. That's what came out on the 3D print. But
And I just want to cite fair use. We're citing fair use because we're educating the public about David Wilcox's ridiculous claims. He's saying here that he has a 3D printed version of a space-capable craft. So we're going to be able to see that. And let me put my fair use banner up here. This is definitely fair use. We're educating the public. This is allowable by law. And we'll be commenting on what he's showing. There we go. There's one of them, right?
Oh, wait.
There's one of them. I'm gonna hold it there because that's a good
Steven,
still.
this is what I want to tell you. I'm glad this is the pitch I wanted you to show. Remember, I was telling you on a F-14 how the tail, you have the wings like this in the back. You know, like on the very back by the burners, it has those flaps, the tail, whatever it's called. Look at, I'm pointing like you can see at the very back of the plane. Let's say those are two engines at the very end. See those two pieces that are laying flat? It looks like they took the tails, the things that were up, and just laid them flat.
Yeah, and the other thing is that the engine can't get thrust through there if those are flaps that go up and down to control the aircraft. So this is not aerodynamics. This is garbage.
In anti-gravity, it makes zero sense what he's showing us. You should be able to fly in a bubble.
Yeah, and Out of Mind is sharing the video in the live chat for anybody that does want to see it. It's right in the beginning where he shows all these 3D printed models. So
He calls him Shillcocks.
Shillcocks, yeah.
That's
Shillcocks video, yeah. Oh,
That's
you know,
great.
listen, I do think he's a con artist and a scammer, but this, I think, is a bridge too far. And I'm concerned that when this comes crashing down, either the law is going to become involved or he's going to go bankrupt trying to make this thing work because he's a double down kind of guy that's not going to want to admit he was wrong about all this stuff. So, you know, what I see in the future for him is bankruptcy, a lot of humiliation, and maybe criminal charges because he's telling people, give me $333, I'll teach you the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy, and you'll be able to do it too. He said that. So if I pay the $333 and I can't build my own hover car with a free energy engine, that's consumer fraud.
Do you know anybody? I mean, do you know of anybody that you are friends with personally that may have purchased this? And the reason I ask that is,
but I hear that alien. Yeah, I heard that alien scientist, and he's got a real he's a physicist, and they have something called the APEC conference. It's an alternative propulsion and energy conference, and they have really big brain scientists, and they all get together in these conferences, and I think they're buying it as a goof to see what he's going to tell people. So I'm going to get with him if they do, right? You know.
Yeah,
and we're going to find out exactly what he's telling people. And then the other thing that's ridiculous, really ridiculous, Ron, is he's telling people he's basing this stuff on these Salvador Pius patents, which most scientists say are garbage, number one. And number two, if you can't just copy somebody's patent and then sell a product based on their patent. And that's what he's saying he's going to do. He's going to base his on their patents.
I actually did a video on that one. On that with that Pius guy,
yeah,
because I found all the those patents. He had 3 because I think it was the electric magnetic field generator,
Yeah.
the superconductor. That was a super cool superconductor. So that, because that's the problem that they
A
have.
room temperature superconductor.
The room temperature.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Super cool. I said super cool.
And I forgot to put my fair use banner, so I'm just reminding anybody, especially David Wilcock, who may try to copyright or privacy strike me or whatever. This is fair use. We're educating the public and we're critiquing the video we're sharing. This is covered under fair use and is allowable by law. I'm going to let this video play because then he shows more 3D printed models, which is funny to watch.
Okay.
Because they look like, this one looks sort of spaceshipy, but the rest of them look like G.I. Joe airplanes. He's so excited to show everybody his prototypes, which are really just 3D printed toys. Yeah, and now he's showing the SR-71 Blackbird. He's saying that he's going to come up with the next version of the SR-71 Blackbird. That's what he just showed us.
That's what he's printed out.
He printed out. Oh, jeez.
I won't be surprised.
Yeah, there it is again. He's so proud of his SR-71 Blackbird, prototype. He calls it a prototype. Yeah, GS Crippler says he copied them from Battlestar Galactica remake Cylon fighter. We're going to look that up.
That was this. This is the Cylon fighter. The thing that I printed out. Wait, let me make sure. Hold on, because there's a lot of similarities. Where's my thing here? What was the guy's name? David. I'm not trying to overcut you, Dave. Sorry.
Wilcock.
No, the gentleman.
I'm sorry. Who were you talking about?
No. I meant the gentleman that just said Cylon fighter. That I said. Oh, I was showing that before. I think mine is a different name. I apologize. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost the comment already. The live chat is moving too quickly.
Yeah.
Here. But look at this. These look like that he took a H.R. Geiger texture and slapped it onto an SR-71 and pulled the engine further and made a few changes.
That's all simple stuff to do. That's just like a layer or two that you can add on top of the mesh file. Just like put it right on top, and the 3D printer, once they convert it to G code, because that's what a 3D printer reads, like a CNC router. It reads G code. Once they convert it to G code, the printer doesn't know anything. It's just going to follow that math. I'm trying to find the ship.
Lee Guy sent a kind and generous $1.99 super chat, and he says he 3D printed his forehead.
I was keeping the calm. I was going to say something like that before.
Well, that's a little shallow, messing with the guy's appearance. I think there's enough to make fun of him about. I tend to avoid his appearance. But I do love to say that he lies through his big fake teeth. Did you know that? He said that he ground his teeth down because the cabal was stressing him out. Fighting the cabal and the men in black and all was stressing him out so much that he ground his teeth down in his sleep from stress. So he had to get new teeth.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stay quiet on that stuff. Because, but by the way,
Marshall sent me that. Yeah, Solar Marshall says he copied this from cigarette-style boat racing. I have an image of the same vehicle, almost exact. Oh no!
Look at that.
Yeah, I'm not playing. Somebody's mentioning I'm not playing the audio. We're not playing the audio. We're just interested in these. We're more interested in his 3D printed toys. So I'm stopping the video every once in a while, and we're commenting on that. And thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support, Lee Guy. Much appreciated. Burger King customer says he probably 3D printed his teeth. I don't know if that's possible, but...
Oh, it's possible. Everything's possible. It's just...
Wally Tango Foxtrot says, the bigger the teeth, the bigger the lie.
Oh, God. By the way, to that user, the one that said it was the Cylon Raider, that's what this is. Just look, the model is the Cylon
Raider
from Battlestar Galactica.
I'm going to look that up. Yeah.
That's what this one, it says it is.
Oh, there's two versions. There's the one from the old series and the one from the new series. So, 1 second. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I don't know because I don't remember this one, and I really didn't watch the whole Battlestar Galactica, but the author of this model named it that Cylon Raider.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Hero
there it is.
Collector. There it is. It
Yeah.
looks it's a Silent
Okay.
Raider.
I'm doing it again here. That's it. Looks
Yeah,
like
here.
Venom or something like that.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool looking spaceship, though. I didn't like the new Battlestar Galactica series because the old one was cool with the robot looking guys. Now they made them like androids, and that was cool, but I like the original, I guess, you know?
Sometimes
like-
it's better leaving things alone.
Yeah, it's kind of like Star Wars and the, the remakes. You like the original that you grew up with the best, so it's just natural. Yeah, that's pretty similar. That's crazy. Yeah, we'll go back to sharing his video here, and we'll let it play so we could see more amazing David Wilcock anti-gravity prototypes that just look like GI Joe airplanes.
Yep. Made with this. Made with this.
Yeah, boy. Yeah, I don't understand how he thinks he's like. Some people are suggesting that he's really that gullible, that he really thinks he's going to be able to do all this stuff. But in his video, he claims that they're making like 6 different aircraft and the hover car and free energy and the new SR-71 spy plane, space plane. I mean, Elon Musk couldn't do that. Here's another one. Here is another one. This is a transport plane that looks like a GI Joe toy
and
I
he
had when I was
glued
a
it
kid.
upside down.
Yeah, and then he glued the wing on upside down on this thing. Why would you show that? You're going to be the father of anti-gravity?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It's
But look at the
backwards
back.
and upside down.
Well, look at his tail. The tail's upside down. Because look
Yeah,
at the
it could
front. That can't be the way the tail is built like that. Now, remember I told you? See, I'm pointing again at my screen like you can see what I'm pointing at. Look at the planes in the back laying down. Remember I
Yeah,
told you the
yeah.
wings that they laid them flat?
I don't know if can you see my mouse cursor? I don't know.
Yes, I can see
Okay,
it.
so yeah, these are the ones in the
That-
background. Yeah.
Look at the one right there, the one you're pointing at. Yeah, that one. See the tail sticking out, the things? That's
Yeah,
what they
there's-
did with their model. They just laid them flat. And that's why you see the Jesus model thing underneath the one.
That's funny. I'm gonna let this play a little bit further.
And that was another thing he did purposely. He brought the religion thing into it because people,
Ron, I don't know if you know this, but so far, the Egyptian god Ra, Jesus, and the Archangel Michael all told him and are helping him to build this hover car, according to him.
what, Buddha doesn't like him?
I guess not. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, he's not very Buddhist. So, but Jesus
That's
and
incredible.
the Egyptian god Ra and the Archangel Michael are all helping him. He's dreaming about them, and they're telling him he's on the right track building these hover cars.
Do you ever notice these people, like even the Stephen Greers and all that they are picked as the channelers, like that things must happen and all that?
Yeah, I call that the chosen one syndrome.
We can't tell you, but for a small fee, I'll get you closer to it. Though we're all gonna go. We need to transform very quickly, but I can't tell you like that. Like that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
this guy is just ridiculous.
Do you know? Because I felt like that wasn't a big thing in my pocket. You know, I bought that CE5 app because I wanted to see what he was peddling.
You bought it. Oh, we got to do it. Me and you. You're only in New York. I'm coming, or you could come to my house. We're having a CE5 night, and we're going to summon aliens. Ron
I'll bring
Mason.
a 3D printer, and we'll 3D print and summon aliens.
Oh man,
But
this is a crazy
bought it.
world we live in.
I
And
bought
actually, you know what? If you're in New York, you're probably closer to the cabin than you are to my house in Warminster, PA. We'll have to check that out on the way. Look at, and he's got this whole setup of all his GI Joe toys.
Now,
It's
here's
like,
the
look
thing.
at my GI Joe toys, Ron Mason. I'm gonna build a hover car. But these just look like regular airplanes. How are they going to be anti-gravity? I don't get it.
What was the purpose of all of them? That's what I'm getting at. Is he going to send one to each person
No, because
that pays?
no, he needs them to fly around his house with and have battles. And I just want to mention a big shout out to Alien Scientist, who I mentioned has an APEC conference. Alien Scientist, are you buying this $333 anti-gravity course to make fun of it? Because if you are, I'm sending you a donation, and I want in on that, alien scientist. We're going to show everybody what he's selling for $333, right? Alien Scientist wants to come to our CE5 event, and he's going to bring cameras and equipment. You're
Come right
invited.
down. I'll bring some
We're all
myself.
invited. We're all invited.
I'll bring extra filament.
I can't believe these GI. He's showing people GI Joe toys, telling everybody that he's going to be the father of anti-gravity. It's just so ridiculous. I almost feel sorry for him because this is going to come crashing down, man.
But it's the people that actually eat that up is scary.
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, I know you believe something. But
Oh, Alien Scientist did. He bought it. He bought it. He bought
we're
the
on
course.
the inside. We're on the
He bought the
inside.
course. Oh, I can't wait to hear his breakdown. I got to be a guest on your show. You be a guest on mine. Jeremy, we're going to bust this thing wide open.
I was hoping for somebody like him. Yes.
I don't have the $333 or whatever, or I was going to do it just to goof on it, you know?
Yeah.
But that's a lot of money to spend to goof on something. So I was hoping that somebody else would buy it and, you know, share a
Me
little
too.
bit.
I spent my money on filament.
Oh my God, I forgot. He's going to have Q&As, Ron. An alien scientist, a real physicist who has been studying and going after anti-gravity for 10 years, is going to be in his live chat. And he says, I can't wait to ask him actual technical physics questions in the Q&As. He's a real
not gonna know what to
physicist,
say.
Ron. Oh, God, this is going to be great.
You know what? He's gonna come off. He'll probably interrupt and like say, "Oh, we're gonna cover that later on. We'll cover that later on." The guy, but I really would love to be there. I wish I was here's one of you.
Yeah, and
Sorry, the chat's coming so fast.
Get him, my
Sorry
friend.
about
Yeah,
that.
they're coming in pretty fast. We've got a good audience tonight, and I'm thankful for that. And thanks for being here, Ron, and helping me to do this.
My
Because we're
pleasure.
helping the. Hey, listen, I always look at it like this: is like I wasn't really doing much tonight, and if I could stop just one person from wasting like a week's pay, to me, like I was poor growing up, and some of my jobs didn't pay that much. It's like a week's pay for some people to pay for this garbage. It's garbage.
He's robbing them. It's just, I mean, and like I'll say what you say allegedly. I don't want to just say.
Yeah, I will say allegedly. Yeah.
Yeah.
An alien scientist says, I figured it would be worth the money just to embarrass him and take any of his followers actually interested in learning real physics.
That's awesome. That really is awesome.
Jeremy Scientist is the real deal. The only listen, if Jeremy came to me next week, if Alien Scientist came to me next week and said, Steve, I cracked anti-gravity, I'd believe him. Because he's been in this for 10 years, you know? And he's got real scientists and labs, and they're doing all these experiments and recreating old experiments from Thomson Brown and Tesla. Like, if somebody like him with 10 years of experience looking into these strange scientists came to me and said, I think I'm going to build a hover car, he's the one guy on planet Earth I wouldn't laugh at. But David Wilcock, come on, man.
Yeah, one of your audience said, and you're correct, it went by already, but he said it's like arguing with flat Earth people.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that.
They're
You're
convinced.
absolutely.
Don't bother me with the facts. My mind is made up.
Yeah, I'm curious about something. Can I bring something up about flat Earth real quick?
Yeah, sure.
I'm curious if any of you ever had an argument and asked one of them this, because I don't give them the opportunity to argue with me because they annoy me. But if ever you do get in, ask them this question. If the Earth is flat, how is it if you're one person standing on the coast of California, one is standing on the coast of New York, and one flies east, one flies west, how do you end up in the same location, let's say Australia, if you go in a straight line?
Yeah, none of
they'll come up with something probably to defeat that,
none
right?
of flat Earth makes any sense. And even though there's been a few of those guys that came up with experiments, and then they said, if this proves that the Earth has curvature, I'll drop this. And then they do the experiment, and then they come up with an excuse.
They're just annoying.
They
just
keep
annoying.
going, yeah.
You know.
But I'm a big fan of these G.I. Joe toys of David Wilcox. Like, it makes me want to get my G.I. Joe toys out again, you know, try to find some new G.I. Joe figures and put them in the cockpits, right? And have some battles. These look like the bad guy ones, like Cobra, right? Because they're black.
All it looks like is, it honestly looks like he took on these an F-18 model or something.
Yeah, and he just changed the wings around a little bit or something, right?
And that's it. But the point is, like,
I'm gonna
he
let
was
this keep playing.
talking about anti-gravity, and he printed a bunch of fighter jets.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Why would an anti-gravity craft? It doesn't. If it has anti-gravity, it doesn't need to be aerodynamic. It could be anything. It could be a box. It could be a incredible synchronicity. This is when he starts talking about the Archangel Michael, I think, or so. Oh no, he's going to show the Jesus print.
Oh, let's see. Let's take a good look at that.
Jesus is telling him that he's on the right track, building these anti-gravity crafts.
That bothered me a lot, because that's like really trying to dig his hooks into people, and it's just like, you got to be a real
It's
douche.
the big tent syndrome, though. He tries to bring in the Christians. He tries to bring in
It's disgusting.
We don't say that letter of the alphabet, but he tried to bring in all those letter of the alphabet people. We don't even say that letter, the 17th letter of the alphabet. He tries to bring in the Christian. He tries to bring in all those hippie crystal new age chicks. He tries to bring in the people that believe in Edgar Casey. He tries to bring in...
Didn't he say he's a reincarnation of Casey or something
Edgar
like
Casey,
that?
yeah, but then he wouldn't pass the test. He wouldn't take the test that the foundation has that determines whether he really is or not. And Edgar Casey's son and the president of the Edgar Casey Foundation had lunch with him or something and said, there's no way. And then they asked him to stop saying that, and he didn't.
Did you see, remember the other day I sent you an email, Steven, saying, are you watching this right now?
Oh, the bugs, the anti-gravity bugs.
Yes, but you know what he went on to say? He went on to, out of nowhere, he comes out and says something to the effect of, and about all the haters and everybody that says, oh, this and that, they're just like that. Don't pay no attention to them. He made sure to say that. He, like, out of nowhere, in the middle of, like, talking about...
Well, not only that, in a previous stream, he said that anybody that makes fun of him in this life will suffer terribly in their next life and maybe even get castrated. He said that. They're going to be castrated in their future life or something to that. I'm paraphrasing terribly. But he said something like they're going to be castrated, in their next lives for making fun of him.
If I ever see him in person, I'm going to walk up to him and go, hey, like that, and see what he says. That's incredible.
You better not. You might get castrated in your next life, Ron, and I wouldn't want you to be like, well, yeah. It's just so ridiculous. But it shows some part of his psyche is thinking about, look, there we go. Like, this is supposed to be Jesus. It's like,
okay, let me tell you something right now.
He didn't clean the print bed.
No, let me tell you something right now. That thing right there, that's a piece of, remember I told you the support like this?
Yeah, right? It's a piece of the support.
No, that round piece is an extra piece that he put on there.
He actually, he just made this up.
Support doesn't print out like that. Support prints out in the shape of your piece. It depends. Like if something is round, let's say this, my Canon cap, right? So let's say I want to print one of these out. I
thought that looked like an add-on piece.
Yeah, you create a brim and it creates a raft. So it'll create it in this shape. It won't do this and then all of a sudden decide it's going to create a cross or something. That's laying on top. And it even looks like it's warped a little bit, the round piece.
It looks like he printed out a round piece and glued it on it to make it more convincing or something.
It's just.
And I think he holds it up next. I might be wrong, but I think he holds it up next, and it's even more obvious that he didn't clean the print bed, and this is just garbage. But to him, this is a sign from Jesus that he's on the right track. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Mr. Anti-Pot has a pot lighter. Am I wrong? That's a pot lighter.
Oh, you're right.
What's he doing with a pot lighter, Mr. I don't do drugs? Why would you have a pot lighter?
What's in the dish? I'm trying to make that out.
It's probably incense.
And what's the deal with Jesus holding feathers? Is that a dream catcher in his hand?
It looks something like that, yeah.
This guy has a weed lighter. And that's all good. You want to smoke? Go for it, man.
No, I didn't catch that before. Yeah. No, but at various times he either speaks positively about cannabis or he talks about it like it's the devil and it destroyed his life. And he went to, Marijuana Smokers Anonymous and they helped him clean up his life. It depends on when you get him, what story he tells about cannabis. But there's various reports that all he did in college was sit in a room and smoke pot all day.
Yeah, and eat Doritos, probably.
Well, good for him if he cleaned up though. He claims that he doesn't do any drugs or drink any alcohol or any of that stuff. But why would you have a pot lighter? Maybe his wife smokes. I never heard her comment on that. But yeah, so here he
look
is
at
holding
this.
it up.
Okay, so first of all, the black part around it, the outer part, that's called a raft. You know it's a raft because you see the lines through it, the support piece. That could be, you see the white piece on the thing?
Mm-hmm.
He could just be having that right behind the raft, and it's just coming through like that.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't print out like that.
But isn't something like this just, it could be dust on the print bed that he didn't clean?
No,
or it could
won't
be
come
residue?
out like that. I mean, it's possible because what I use, I put painter's tape on my print bed, and sometimes I use the almost stick glue. It'll help it like adhere more to the bed. That's when I'm using the non-heated bed, because there's ones that the bed heats up and there's ones that it doesn't. Just the nozzle gets hot. So it tends to warp.
Oh, this is so much fun. I'm glad that we have somebody that actually knows about 3D printing. You've got a lot more experience than him, so you can explain this to us, right?
Look what this prints out at. See the print temp? Read this print temp right here. Let me
I can solo you. I can't read it. Hold on. I'm going to solo you so we can. Yeah.
I'm not used to that.
Maybe can.
Oh, wait. I'm trying to. Oh, there we go. See this?
It says PLA plus.
But see the print temperature above it?
205 to 225
Celsius. So
that's hot,
I use
right?
Hot. That's probably in Fahrenheit. I don't know what the conversion is, but I know it's hotter. It's much hotter than 225 in Fahrenheit.
It's 401 Fahrenheit.
There you go. I print out at 218. That's what I melt my filament at, 218.
This is great. My point is that there's a very reasonable explanation for why this shows up. Either he manufactured it, didn't clean the print bed, or other.
No, you want to know what too, Stephen? They could have been print. You can start a print and stop it. Like, so you don't have to let it go through. You can let it print a couple of layers and then peel it right off. They could have printed that out with that shape. And then say, oh, this appeared out of nowhere. No, it didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Al Warrior saying you have a cool background. Actually, Ron has his whole room is painted green. So he can make his walls, his door, everything into anything he wants. I'm so jealous. I want that.
Yeah, I got tired of like
moving backgrounds and
moving it and like adjusting it and a stand hitting me in the head. So I just one day went to Home Depot and I bought a certain green paint, and I just painted most of the walls. That's it.
Yeah, and somebody mentioning the image is the same as the bed. That's so funny. Yeah.
I wish he would move his. Oh wait, the pot light is still there. I want to see what's on that dish. If he made
Yeah, that's funny. I missed the pot lighter on the first run through his video, and I'm normally pretty good at spotting things like that, but I wasn't really paying it. I was more listening to what he was saying, which was
mostly
a lot of garbage.
Shocking. It's shocking when somebody says stuff like that. Like, it's just, I don't. Yeah,
now he's showing his spaceship now.
See, but that's the
front side of it.
Yeah,
right.
When he goes back to the other one, the spaceship is on the other side, and it's like you said, Stephen. That could be residue from the glue, or he could have put that in there. Like, look on the dish. That's actually a prototype plane that's there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got a little one. Yeah. That's what's on the dish.
I guarantee you that white support is for that white plane. I bet anything that's where that white support came from. It's not connected. He's just holding it behind this one.
Ron, that's Jesus, okay? And Jesus is showing David Wilcock a sign that he's going to be the father of anti-gravity, and he's going to make a hover car. It's Jesus. Who are you to question David Wilcock and signs from Jesus and the Egyptian god Ra and the Archangel Michael helping him build hover cars? I gotta get a graphics person to make an image of the Egyptian god Ra working on a hover car with Jesus and the Archangel Michael and David Wilcock standing there like, they're building it for me. Because that's what he's implying to the people that are buying this garbage.
Can I grab something right here? I want to show you something.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Do what
it relates to Ra.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. VCMD Propulsion is here, and that's another person that's working on alternate propulsion systems. He's got a very promising prototype, right? And he says that looks like a P mark on your browsers if you whip it out too fast. Oh, man. And Al Warrior says, I could do that in a tortilla.
So I just printed this out. This is
Nefertiti. Oh, here, I'm gonna solo you. No, you're soloed now. So
this is Nefertiti.
Oh, that's beautiful. I like that.
I just printed her out. This is my attempt to practice painting. So I just started.
Beautiful. Yeah, I like that.
And if I got my fat fingers out of the way, it would look better. But
yeah, beautiful.
And here, you want to see something crazy? So my sister has these little Shih Tzus, so I just made this one.
I like those dogs.
I got to clean it up. See the layer lines? See those lines going across?
Absolutely.
Those are the layer lines. You have to sand that out and everything. But this is this was actually bigger than I thought it was going to be. This took I don't know. Yeah.
Lee Guy is here and he says, can we turn David Wilcock videos into a drinking game? Ron, I'm going to do this. I'm going to cover one of his newer videos, and I'm going to get a big bottle of vodka. And every time I'm sure that he lies, and I can prove it, I'm going to take a shot. But I'm afraid I might die by the end of a 4-hour video of his, because he lies a lot.
Don't get a shot glass. Just get a big straw and stick it in the bottle.
Take a sip every time, yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that you're here to kind of educate my audience about 3D printing and that. Listen, I made some assumptions, but I think I feel more correct in the assumptions that I made about his 3D printing models and the garbage that he's been, spewing about. It doesn't make any sense. Like, just because he can 3D print plastic models doesn't mean he can actually build anything.
No, it doesn't. It's like I said, because I printed out this alien, and you don't have to make it a solo. Because I printed this out, that doesn't mean that I've seen this alien.
Oh, I'll do it.
You know what I mean?
Fine. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, this one
it's got scary eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that because I actually painted her one color, and it's a her for some reason.
Oh, Anjali. That looks like Anjali's purple being that she saw.
She was on my mind when I painted it.
Oh,
I'm not kidding you.
I'll have to show her.
I'm not kidding you. She was on my mind. But you know what? That's something also that I thought we would talk about and not go into a long thing because it's been pretty much beaten to death for a while about her. But I was just...
No, we can talk about her if you want, sure.
Yeah, no, and I'm not going to ask anything about like the stuff because I think you did outstanding work with the research, which a lot of people just don't do it. They talk the talk, but when it comes
I got a lot of crap for hosting her because here's something, and I'm going to say it again, just because I host somebody doesn't mean I believe everything they say or I believe their stories. What I know about her is that her background appears to be real. Everything else I'm very suspect of. Do I think she's going to show us alien proof in December? No. But I'm willing to give her the few months and not divulge her sources and her friends that want to remain private until after December. Fine, I'll play and
But that's the thing that's what I said in my one of the things in my last video, because what I don't understand is the woman comes out, holds a press conference. I know the press didn't show up or whatever, but she went out, put herself out there, and she said clearly by the end of the year or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah, we're already in October 6th, so we have
right away they're calling her again, Ma, the meatloaf. The ones playing PlayStation in the basement are already calling her that. She's schizophrenic. They're diagnosing her and everything like that. The thing is, we're not at the end of the year. When the time comes, I don't recommend being disrespectful to her or anyone, to be honest with you.
Yeah, my thing is, I'm willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, especially because she's now saying I'm not making any money. She's canceled plans. People were pushing her to make a book and things and a documentary. She canceled those plans. So my thing is, people are saying she's a con artist. she's a fraud. There's not proof of that yet. You can't jump to that conclusion yet. She hasn't. It's not been definitively proven that she's a fraud or fake or that her story's fake. But I think the chances of it being fake are pretty high. But you can't jump there. You got to wait and give her the. You know.
I do too, but the thing is this: is like you said, because people don't feel it's fast enough, so now they think by bullying her and calling her all kind of disgusting things that's going to make her faster. But the thing is this: when the time comes, then you'll know. But I'll tell you this: if she's able to show the smallest amount of verifiable proof, then she can make all the money in the world she wants.
Well, I tell you this, the guy that she's talking about does own a mountain and a mansion. So that's real. Her background and education appear to be real. Her employment history appear to be real. But, you know, the rest of her story is quite suspect. My leading theory is that she had a DMT trip. Whether knowingly or unknowingly, she had a DMT trip because so many people who have a DMT trip, including myself, see a purple being. I saw a purple being, you know, but I interpreted it as.
What do you think? She ate some mushrooms or something up there?
Somebody dosed her. You could dose somebody. You could have liquid DMT and roll a joint in it, and she could have smoked a joint unknowingly, knowing that it was dosed with DMT, and had a DMT trip in near this mountain, and this is all.
But wait a minute, though. But wait a minute. Yes, that makes sense. But when she was talking with you, as she does with other interviewers, she says they're talking to her right now.
I know.
She was saying that
and they visit her at her house and things like that.
Yes,
so it got more suspect. And people were very critical of me because I didn't do it. Like, I didn't know what to say when she said the aliens were telling me hello. I'm like, what do I say to that? Like, aliens? You know?
Me personally, I would have asked her, and this is me, I would have said, can you do a 3-way call?
Yeah, that's good. But see, that's one of those things where you think of a comeback like weeks later.
I know. Oh, yeah, I didn't have that at that moment.
And Christy is suggesting, this is a great comment, and this is what I agree with. She's just going to play kick the can down the road. She's trying to hook people right now. It's a long con. Could be. But the purple alien is cute. Yeah, she's got pictures of the purple alien on her Twitter feed right now because first she said it was, but I'm a little suspect of that too because first she said it was a mantid alien. You know. I'm checking in here. I'm trying to find her. I'm trying to find her picture of the blue alien because she posts a lot of stuff on Twitter. It's kind of difficult to see all this. Oh, here I got it. We'll see her picture of the purple being that she claims that she saw. Right?
I've never seen it.
Yeah.
I'm curious now what it looks like. I heard her talk about a purple being.
It looks kind of like a gray with a bigger head. Right, with an oblong head or something like that.
Or it looks like an alien that has a phone with Snapchat or something that they could do. Yeah,
filtered. She says, rather than mantis form, this is the typical form my lavender higher density friend takes, in varying heights between 3 and 8 foot tall, depending on where he is physically manifesting. The radiant smile in response to a song I was singing brought tears of joy to my eyes. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. It goes beyond. But the thing is this. I know because we've never experienced anything like it. I mean, in reality, not on a trip, nothing like that. But what if it really is freaking true?
I know. That's why I said, I almost flipped a coin on doing the interview. I said, look, first of all, it's an interesting story. Because she really did work for the government and the military, and she's very, very well educated. I think she got master's or maybe even a PhD, at the very least a master's degree level of education. So why is a woman that worked for the military that has at least a master's degree, maybe more, and worked for the DIA suddenly coming out and talking about all these aliens and her talking to aliens and meeting aliens in an alien base? And then I said, on the 1% chance that this is real, I want to interview her because if she does come through with the proof, everybody's going to hit that interview that I did. You know, I want to be part of the story, and it's like a fellow show host, C.W. Chandler, says, don't just read this stuff. Don't just be in the live chat. Like, become part of the story. So I'm part of her story now. I did this interview, and everybody will remember that. And I don't
Stephen,
regret anything.
Stephen, let me just give you my thought on it. You don't
Sure.
owe anybody anything. I think you did an excellent job personally.
Thank you. I appreciate
And
that.
I mean, you were respectful. I can't say that for a lot of other people. And other people interviewed her, and the only thing in their mind that you can tell was just clicks, because there were people ragging on her, but then they would have her right on the show. But I know you said, but you apologized right away when you.
Yeah,
said-
and I got. Listen, that's another funny thing. People went after me for apologizing to her, but I said factually untrue things about her on a previous show. So what am I supposed to do? Lie about
Wait,
somebody
you
and then
mean-
not and then
You
not
mean you
apologize?
were being an adult? You mean?
Yeah,
Or-
I was apologizing for things I said that were untrue, and correcting myself and admitting to the audience that I did not have facts in hand before I put my mouth in gear, and that's a mistake that you shouldn't do. You should do the research. I didn't do the research first. I just said, "Oh, her employment's probably fake, or education's probably fake," because we've seen so many of these guys and ladies that come out and say these fantastical stories, and then it turns out that their whole background is fake. So I assumed that she was another of the long line of those kind of people, and I said a lot of bad things, and I thought it was appropriate, especially to my audience. I was more apologizing to the audience for getting something like that wrong, than to her, but also to her, because I said about her, yeah.
Because it did sound batshit crazy off the top. So I understand a lot of people's reaction, because when I heard it, I actually just felt so bad for her when no press showed up. It really bothered me. I felt bad for this woman, but then once she gave that date, that time frame,
Yeah,
I just shut it up.
We'll wait a few months,
and that's it.
and then we'll see what happens. And I've told everybody, I sent all the research. There's there's more than 9 pages. There's like 20 pages of research materials about her background, her education, her employment history, verified stuff about where she worked and who she worked for, and the military records. There's information about her friend Wayne and his mansion and his mountain that he owns and all this stuff. And I'm going to release it right after December. If she doesn't come through, and I thought that was fair, because I found the mountain and, or we believe that we did, and Wayne, and we're going to release all of the research, giving her the benefit of the doubt. If her story is real and she comes through with the proof, then I won't really need to release that research, but I will if it goes south. And then we'll do a follow-up show and talk about, her not providing the proof or evidence that she promised.
Let's hope it's
December.
a follow-up show of her actually providing evidence. That would be awesome.
Yeah, somebody's asking for the link to the Anjali interview. It's in the channel here, Lauren. Maybe one of the moderators. I'm a little busy. Maybe one of the moderators can get it to you. But it's not too long ago. It's a month or so ago that we did that interview. Alien Girl is here. Alien Girl 111 says, Wayne's Mountain, excellent. Yeah. Well, I just noticed that we're coming up on the 2-hour mark. See, we
Wow.
This is very easy and so much better than we were going to talk off air. We probably would have had a very similar conversation off air.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Without
Definitely.
without the visual aids, though. But
Exactly. Yeah, me and
I
my
sure hope-
green room.
I sure hope that you will come back, and I want to encourage everybody. Ron's channel, Cosmic Neighbors, is great, and he does a lot of analysis work of videos out there and pictures out there, and covers all things UFOs. So if you're interested in UFOs, and I know everybody here is, go and give him a bump. He deserves a bump, and his channel link is in the description of this video. And mods, please put his channel link right in the live chat. I can't do it right now from here. And everybody should go and give him a sub and hit the notification bell. You're doing production videos too, which are pretty well edited, and you take some time to think about what you're going to say. I'm a slob and just do it all live because I can't.
I'm gonna
Can't
start doing that
focus.
soon. I'm gonna start doing some
Good.
live.
Yeah,
too.
listen, you and I have a lot of similar interests, and we could be friends. I'll help you do all
Definitely.
that stuff, And I want to talk to you offline about 3D printing stuff and CNC machine. I've always wanted one of them too. What a great fun toy.
I actually have 3 of those too. Maybe early Christmas will come for you, Steven. Who knows?
I never know. Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I want to thank you very much for being a guest, and I'm glad that you were okay. Some people I tell this to, like new people that I meet and I start talking to an email, I say, no, let's not talk on the phone. Just come on the show. And they're like, really, bro? I'm like, yeah, just do it. Let's see it works out, because instead of doing this privately, I got to bring my entire audience in on the conversation with us. Actually, if you have just a few more minutes, we're going to take some comments and questions. Friends, if you have comments or questions for Ron or me, please put them in the live chat in all caps, so I know that you're asking a question for Ron or me, or have a comment for Ron or me. Out of Mind is kindly reminding everybody, subscribe to Ron's YouTube channel here, so it's right in the live chat. You let me know how this works out, because listen, when I was starting my channel, very few people helped me get what I call the bump. You know, you go on a bigger channel, a slightly bigger channel, if they call you out and share the link, you're going to get a bunch of subscribers, and I really think you deserve it, you know. And people helped me, so I consider it an act of karma to help other people on my way up. Because
I'll tell you this.
A rising tide raises everybody, you know?
I just checked. I got, I think in this 2 hours, there's 12 new subscribers.
All right, great.
Which
Well, you're
is
going to
awesome.
get more than that, because the replays are going to play.
I'm
Yeah.
definitely sure of it. But that to me is awesome right there. I'm happy. So,
Yeah, I remember those days being happy when it goes up 6. You're like, yes, I'm up 6. You know, it's such the beginning is so tough. It's like pushing a boulder up a mountain by yourself, you know? It's
and
really
especially
difficult.
in this ufology stuff, you know, when you have all the going on, it's very difficult. But I'll stick around as long as you like, Steven.
Yes, I do know who you are, VCMD Propulsion. We've talked on the phone. We've spoken in email. I know about the prototypes you're working on, yes. So any questions for Ron, please put them in all caps. Otherwise, we're going to bounce on out of here. But I thought if anybody does have questions, Ryan T says...
Thank you, Out of Mind. I appreciate you putting the link.
Yeah, thanks to Mods for sharing it. She said she can't find the Angeli interview, but that's okay. Yeah, that girl Jessica saying that she's a sub now. And I know so are Marshall subbed. I want to encourage everybody, go over there and sub.
Thank you all so much. I really do appreciate
everybody's
it.
going, look at that. Look at all these people, right? They're
CNC. That's right, a CNC router. I got the little ones. I'm going to show you some stuff, Steven. We're going to have I think we're going to be friends, bud.
Yeah, I think so. An alien scientist is here as well, right? And Lauren Henson subbed. We got, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Oh, he meant, has Ron heard of VCMD, which is his YouTube channel that talks about alternative propulsion and strange science and stuff?
No, but I do now. I'm going to take a note of that.
He'll check it out. And then we have Out of Mind said, I subbed. Great show, Ron. Nice interview. Yeah, I prefer to call these conversations, but you can call it an interview as well, right?
That was VCMD, right?
Propulsion, yeah. I'll put it back up. VCMD Propulsion. I can send you the link through email as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. So we're going to bounce out of here. I'm going to throw Ron out. I'm going to play a quick bumper if he wants to stick around for a few minutes, and we'll talk off air about some other things. But you know,
thank you all so much. I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Ron. I hope you will come back. I'm going to throw you out of here and play a quick bumper, and I'll be right back to you. All right. Good night, Ron. Boy, friends, you know, sometimes some of these things surprise me, and you go, well, I don't know how this is going to go, but we'll give it a try. But Ron and I have such similar interests that he made tonight very easy, right? It's like talking to a friend that you have similar interests with. We both love UFOs. We love science-y stuff and aviation. And I think, this may be the first of more. You know, we can do some more collaboration. But I do want to make sure, please, it's tough when you're new with a YouTube channel and you're trying to get to those magic numbers that YouTube requires. So please do me a favor. The link is in the description. Go and subscribe to his channel. I guarantee you, I like his content, and if I like it, I know my audience pretty well. You guys are all UFO nuts. You're going to love his content. Please do that. You'll be glad you did. So until next time, friends, My name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Tonight, we're having a very special show. This is the UFO Report, and we have a very special guest tonight that I have had on my list to come and try to get to be a guest here for quite some time. Thanks to a show listener here. He sort of hooked us up so we can make that a reality tonight. Robert Sheaffer is somebody that I've followed for quite a while. He's an American freelance writer and UFO skeptic. Also, he's a paranormal investigator of unidentified flying objects. He's researched many sightings and written critiques on the hypothesis that UFOs are alien spacecraft. I believe it is important to hear every side of the argument when it comes to the phenomenon of UFOs. In addition to UFOs, his writings cover topics such as Christianity, academic feminism, and scientific theory of evolution and creationism. He is the author of 6 books. Mr. Sheaffer also wrote for Skeptical Inquirer, where he contributed to the regular Psychic Vibrations column from 1977 to 2017. He's written for Fate magazine and Spaceflight, and he was also a founding member with Philip J. Klass and James Oberg of the UFO subcommittee of the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, and is a fellow of that organization. He is also a graduate of Northwestern University and a member of Mensa. So without any further ado, let's welcome our guest in here tonight. Welcome, Mr. Robert Sheaffer. Good to have you here, sir.
Thank you, Stephen. It's good to be here.
I have been, you have been on my list to get on the show for quite some time.
Well, I'm not that hard to schedule, I guess. Just let me know. And
yeah, I just never contacted you. So a fellow, a show listener of mine reached out and said, you should have Robert Sheaffer on. And I said, I'd love to. And he gave me your email. Roger, yeah. So thank you very much to Roger. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know where to begin except to ask, first of all, why were you interested in UFOs at all? And then was there something that made you, after your initial interest in UFOs, go to the skeptical side of things, or what was the sequence of events like?
Well, it's a little hard to say. I was growing up, and it was the Sputnik era and the space race and all that stuff, and so I found all that stuff enormously exciting. And of course, this was also the time of NICAP. For those who know UFO history, back in the late 50s, early 60s, NICAP was pretty much the only show in town, and Major Kehoe was roaming about and saying how Air Force is covering up everything, and they have proof that saucers are real, saucers are interplanetary. One of these days, any day now, they're going to release. We're going to have disclosure. And
wait, how long ago was that? Because people are still saying that today.
I know. Oh, that goes back even further. I'm talking about like the 60s. I think the first disclosure rumor I heard was, I don't know, I think it was in one of the magazines in 1949 that supposedly the Navy would soon be releasing. The Navy had built saucers. This was, I think, U.S. News and World Report. And, this kind of nonsense has been going on for a long time. Well, but in my case, I read some of the stuff. It was obviously, sensational and so on. But as I got a little bit older and maybe a little bit wiser, and I started reading other things, I remember reading Donald Menzel and his books, especially his first book. I think it was just called Flying Saucers. And then
I have that book. Yeah.
Menzel was an astronomer,
cool.
and because when I look at it now, I can see, well, he's oversimplifying and stretching some things, but the general, the basic gist of what he was saying was correct. That we have to look at weather phenomena and birds and everything else before we say, well, this is unexplained, and so it's must be alien. So and then when I lived not that far from. I grew up in near O'Hare Field, just outside Chicago, and Northwestern wasn't all that far away. And I'd been there and I'd visited there, and I thought, well, besides being a really fine school, Alan Hynek was there, and he was a famous guy about UFOs, and so I applied, and I got in, and a very fine university and all that.
Wait, so you picked your college just based on the fact that Hynek was there and knew a lot about UFOs?
There may have been just one fact.
I love it.
Plus, I got some scholarships and so on. So there's another reason, but it looked like a very nice place, and it was a very nice place. And I took astronomy classes, and I got to know Hynek, and he was a very fair guy, trying to be very fair to everybody. But I think he was too gullible. People would tell him stories, and he'd kind of go, maybe that story really is true. It sounds sincere. He says he saw a saucer land and an alien get out. Well, yeah, maybe that, or maybe he was drunk, or maybe he's making up a story. There's a lot of things that might be the case. And I think Hynek didn't really, he trusted too much in people, I think, was what his sort of his legacy was, if you think among scientists. He was.
It's easy. Don't you think it's easy to lose your objectivity though? Like sometimes you want to believe, you know?
Yeah, of course. And some of the magazines and so on were calling him the Galileo of UFO studies because he was opening up this new realm that nobody had opened up before of UFO studies, and he would be famous and so on. And so when I saw that, then I realized, Hynek was, in my opinion, a rather gullible man. And so he, and I mean, it wasn't just UFOs. I mean, it was just sort of like the way he'd run the universe, or the observatory there, the Dearborn Observatory, and all people would kind of ask him for favors and whatever, and more often than not, they'd get them, But so I mean, not anything outrageous or anything totally wrong, but it's just sort of like he was. Let's say his reputation was not that of a hard ass, but rather kind of the opposite.
Wow, interesting. And so eventually though you started investigating cases yourself, right? Was that while you were still in college and did you meet Hynek while you were in college?
Did I what?
Did you meet Hynek while you were in that college?
I meet him? I knew I took his class. We talked a lot. I took several classes from him. We did several. He had, in fact, there was even one. It was called the Student Organized Seminar on UFOs with Hynek that I was able to take. In fact, I didn't find out about this until they had reached a limit of 15 students, whatever the limit was, and I'd heard about it. And I asked Hynek, was there some way, even though it was theoretically it was closed, was there some way I could get in? And he let me in. And he said, yeah, because you have this interest and you probably bring, useful perspectives and so on. So he was very fair to people, in my opinion.
Yeah, he seemed like a fair guy, I guess. And he had a genuine interest. And I guess he recognized that you had a genuine interest, so he wanted to include you.
Right. And of course, at the same time, I was corresponding with Philip J. Klass because he was, the best known UFO skeptic at the time. And I was frankly a bit surprised to see that Hynek was not skeptical or, I see Kel's comment here. Hynek tried to get along with everyone. Yeah.
Not everyone wanted to get along with him.
Stanton Friedman blasted him for being gullible. Well, if Stanton Friedman says you're gullible, then you must really be gullible.
Yeah.
But yeah, at the same time, I was corresponding with Philip J. Klass, and then over the next year or two, I got to meet him once or twice, and I had a chance to. He was living in Washington, D.C. I was in the Chicago area. And of course, but he traveled a lot. And so I met him once or twice when he was traveling out to Chicago. And then I had a chance to travel to Washington, D.C. once or twice and visited with him, stayed with him in his apartment, and was all very interesting. He was he was a difficult guy sometimes to deal with over even small things. He might get a bit upset about what I would consider small things, but he never made stuff up. People say, "Oh, he's a liar, he's a cheat, he's a CIA agent." No, he knew everybody in the government, or not everybody, but a lot of people in the government, because that was his job, right? His job was to, as a journalist at Aviation Week, sometimes known as Aviation Leak. They were the ones that, showed, first revealed a lot of things like the stealth bombers and, a lot of the, whatever is new in the aviation world, you're going to read about it in Aviation Week before you read about it anywhere else. And so, yes, he knew.
Unfortunately, you're getting the reveal of these things 20 years after they exist. But
yeah, well, they were doing it
tell us eventually.
Yeah, they were. I don't think they were waiting 20 years. In fact, as I understand it, FBI. There's all kinds of FBI pipers nowadays on all kinds of people. And if you look at the FBI files on Philip J. Klass, they actually were considering the possibility of an espionage charge against him, simply because of something he'd written in Aviation Week. And this was back, I don't know, late 50s, maybe early 60s. But then they decided, well, it would, even draw more attention to it if we try to prosecute him. So we'll let it slide and maybe give him a lecture or something like that. But so, yeah,
I know.
If
I know a lot
if there was a secret, he was in no way was he gonna like keep it, you know.
Oh, that's interesting. And I know a lot of older, let's call them veteran UFO researchers or authors.
Yeah.
That boy, if you mention that guy to them, they get upset. He was not.
Yeah,
he was not well liked by UFO guys, right? Because he busted so many cases as fake. You know?
Right. Well, you know, if to the extent that ufology is a religion, which for some people it is, Phil Klass is their Satan.
Oh, that's interesting. It's pretty out there, though, right? They hated him. They really did hate him that much.
Yeah, he's Satan. So I guess I'm in league with Satan, at least in the opinion.
You were corresponding with Satan there, Mr. Sheaffer. Yeah. So you're corresponding with these more class who's much more skeptical. You're taking classes with Hynek, who's much more of a believer. So I guess you got to see both sides of the argument, right?
Oh, yeah. And I got to meet a few other people. Was it Fred Beckman, I think, was one of Hynek's colleagues in the so-called Invisible College. Now, Valet was not there at Northwestern at the time. He was somewhere else, although he did come back briefly to visit, to give a talk, and I did meet him briefly, but he wasn't there. And interestingly, and this was back in, I don't know, 69 or 70, Valet said, well, when I chatted with him a bit, oh, well, I'm not doing that UFO stuff anymore. I gave up on that. Well, I don't know about that, but...
That's interesting. So there's been times where I said I'm wasting my time here. I'm chasing shadows. I should do something else. But every time I try to jump off, something drags me back in. So, here I am. So after getting to know some of these guys, you started investigating cases yourself and started seriously looking into some cases.
Well, I started, a couple of things. One was this Lucci photo, if you're familiar with the photo. It looks like it's like the full moon, and then there's this object that's kind of nebulous and hanging there, and somewhat oval shaped or something. And this was submitted to NICAP, and the NICAP photo analyst passed it as, oh yeah, this is authentic. These two boys, teenage boys, they said they were out, I don't know, getting pictures of the moon or something, and a UFO came by, and so they got this picture. And this is a famous photo that's on the cover of Incident at Exeter. And I think it also was on the cover of the Interrupted Journey. It's a very, very famous, very iconic photo.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it right now.
Klass was of the opinion that this was a genuine plasma UFO. This was his first, entry into it, to see that, well, maybe these people are seeing plasmas, which are supposedly caused.
Oh, I think we may have lost you there. Give it a moment. Maybe we've had a hiccup here.
It would be very easy to fake this. In fact, I did fake my own version of the Lucci photos and sent them to Klass and show him, a relatively easy thing to do with a flashlight and so on. And so he agreed with what I had sent him, and then he wrote in the future that that this was right. That's it. That thing on the Interrupted Journey. That's the one of the Lucci photos. It's only a little piece of it. You're not seeing the whole photo there. It's just it's a plate on somebody's hand like this. Yeah. And I found, in fact, it was like if you get one of these ice cream dishes, like from you go to one of these Dairy Queen or something, and they got a plastic ice cream container, and you put that on your hand. That gives you pretty much that.
Interesting. Yeah, and I'm always kind of disappointed at some of these photos that people tout as like evidence, because they're always so grainy and could be anything. It's kind of like seeing animals in clouds. Do people just
exactly.
see what they want to see, or what? Because this is terrible to me.
And And in fact, it is now a confessed hoax. Sometime, I think, much later, like in the 90s, one of the two brothers, maybe it was the one who took this photo, because the two boys were out there together doing this. And one of them said, "Oh yeah, we hoaxed it." He admitted it really was like a plate on somebody's hand. So, so there's no doubt about that now, but it's still considered to be a classic, iconic photo.
Yeah, interesting. And Hynek thought it was a plasma UFO? Is that what you said?
No. Class thought it was a plasma UFO.
A plasma UFO.
Hynek, I'm not sure if he said anything about this one. He might have tentatively accepted it. I'm not really sure. And I also started to look into the Trent UFOs. The famous pair of from 1950 of UFOs over a garage and an oil tank. This was one that the Condon report, William Hartman of the Condon report, had said might be all aspects were consistent with it being a large object at a distance, based on certain densitometric readings and comparisons of the brightness of the sky and the brightness of the bottom of the tank, and so on and so on. And I showed that there was another explanation of this, which is exactly, that's right. And it's what photographers call veiling glare. It's when you get your finger on the lens, or petroleum jelly, or whatever happens to be on your lens, peanut butter. It will essentially have that effect. It will scatter light from nearby bright areas to darker areas, not simply because of optical imperfection. And it turns out that that's one possible explanation, but more recently, and I have this on my blog, if you go to the Bad UFOs blog, there was a fellow named Joel Carpenter who really dug into this and did very well. He died, unfortunately, a couple of years ago. He showed that basically what we see, the Trent photo most likely is a truck mirror, like from a 1930s truck, one of these old trucks, with the hanging from the overhead wires, because you can't see it in all these versions of it, but it's the the wires. Yeah, there you go. There's the overhead wires. You can see that. Most of these usually are cropped in such a way that you cannot see the overhead wires, but in both photos you can see the overhead wires, and it's hanging from some sort of a fishing wire or something.
Yeah, and very convenient that they cut the wires.
Yeah.
They crop the wires that are right above the
Yeah,
object
to make you
out
see
to make it more believable. Yeah.
The reason that a truck mirror changes the photometric completely is because it's silvered. It's not the assumption of Hartman and the Condon report was that the underside of the object was dark and was unilluminated. But actually, if that is simply reflecting the ground, it's because it's a mirror. It's showing is reflecting the ground below it, which is in the sunlight. So that you have to assume it's in shadow. And if it's not in shadow, if it's a mirror image of something in sunlight, then that throws off all the numbers, and basically you can't prove anything about its distance. So it's just a small object. The other thing Joel Carpenter found out was the photographer basically crouched down very low to the ground to get those photos. I mean, if I'm going to see a UFO and I got my camera in my hand, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to go, take pictures like this. That's not what he did. He got as close to the ground as he could. The camera looked up. So clearly he's taking something that's very small and trying to make it look big. So if you go to my Bad UFOs blog and you just look up Trent photo or McMinnville, Trent, Trent Trent photo, and you'll see I have a lot of this. Also, somebody did a 3D, somebody who has the software, uses the software to create 3D images from two different photos, has put those two Trent photos together, and it's not perfect, but it's reasonably good. And you can see that it's a small object. It's much closer to the camera.
I found the article on your blog.
There you
great.
go. Yeah.
Special report: the Trent UFO photos, the best of all time, finally busted.
Right. You can see the overhead wires, and well, there's a lot of writing there, but there you go.
Shadows by bright cloud in the afternoon, shadow on the east wall at sunset.
Yeah.
Oh, and look, there's the truck mirror.
There's the truck mirror.
The truck. I've never seen this before. This is great. Yeah, it looks pretty similar to that object, doesn't it?
Pretty damn similar. Same thing, really.
Same exact thing.
Take it off of its mount, and it'd be the same thing.
And the guy who took Joel Carpenter had that truck mirror on his truck?
No, Joel Carpenter is the guy who analyzed it. No,
the analyzer. I'm sorry.
The guy. Yeah. So
Farmer
Trent, Paul Trent, presumably he had I mean, these old mirrors would be anywhere. You'd go to a junkyard, and you'd find it. Oh, there you go. Somebody did that as a stereo pair. So if you have like a stereo viewer, you can see the thing, or you can even kind of see it without the viewer, but it's a little better with it. But
yeah, very interesting analysis, and cool to see the truck mirror that looks exactly like the object in the picture.
Exactly.
Adamski used a piece or top of a Coleman lantern for his UFO.
That was Carpenter also who found that out. People were saying
that's what I'm aware of. Yeah.
Yeah. People were saying that it was a chicken brooder, and I don't know anything about chicken brooders, but that was another one of Joel Carpenter's analyses, was that this thing looks exactly like the Coleman lantern that was being sold at the time, the top of the Coleman lantern.
Yeah, and that would explain the portholes and things, because there's holes in those Coleman lanterns around the sides of them to let the light out and let the heat out. Yeah, interesting analysis on that one. And that's one of those that have persisted as people always. I have seen people put that picture in presentations all the time. And they may not be talking it up as genuine, but if it's in your presentation, it's easy to assume they believe the photo is genuine.
Unless they say, look at this, it's fake. But that's not what they're saying. They say, oh, here's another UFO and another one.
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, and just to be clear, this article that we've just shared is only one article. You've got hundreds of articles on all different things on your blog here. Right?
Oh, yeah. All kinds of them. Just look up, it's got the search box there, and if there's a case you want to hear about, just type it in there, see if I've got it. If it's a major case, there's a good chance it's in there.
And most recently, you've been writing about this Galileo project and Tom DeLonge's To the Stars, because he has brought on, I want to ask your opinion of this. They brought on Chris Mellon, and they hired Chris Mellon and also Lou Elizondo, I suppose, to be consultants of some kind.
Yeah, to be consultants for the, because of their expertise in UAPs or UFOs or whatever you want to call it. But, this whole thing is really kind of, it's funny. Before that, I wrote another piece about the Galileo project, which I've given my commentary. Now, I'm not against the notion that somebody might try to look for possible alien anything, whether it's in our solar system or elsewhere, if they're willing to accept the idea that their likelihood of success is, 0.0, a whole long string of zeros and maybe a 1 out there somewhere. But, if somebody wants to do it, that's fine. But what I don't understand is why these guys with the Galileo project at Harvard think that they're somehow going to do something different than what's been done before. They say, well, we're going to get telescopes. We're going to look at stuff. We're going to look at radars, use radar to find what's in orbit around. They've already got these space, what do they call them? Space surveillance radars that are finding objects that are even smaller than they claim to be looking for. And
someone suggested that they just wanted some new telescopes, these guys. I heard somebody
I'm
suggest
not even
that.
sure what, of any kind of, I'm not even sure what proposal they have that would really make their telescopes any different than those we already have. And maybe they say, well, they want to use them in different ways or something, or look at different objects. But, it's not like I say, we can do new telescopes. We're going to look through new telescopes. Well, okay. And they're going to set up cameras. We're going to go in areas where there's UFOs and set up cameras. We're going to record them and find out what they are. Do you know how many people have tried to do that? Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got that in there. Just search for Galileo in my blog, and you'll find those two. It's yeah, it's
Yeah,
kind of
I'll see if I can't find those while we're talking. Sure.
yeah, because I mean, all these different people have proposed or actually started and mounted cameras. They seem to think, well, if we see a lot of UFOs around a certain town, we'll just put our cameras up there and we'll catch the UFOs. And of course, it's never.
Yeah, and here's the article. Some thoughts
Right,
on the new Galileo project.
right? And then all the other projects here, you see that's another one of these camera projects, and then there's another one down there, and it gives all the details on these, and people have got all kinds of cameras out there. I just don't, Galileo project, yes.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was a lot more excited about it before they brought Lou Elizondo and Chris Mellon on, because
it suggests they don't really know what they're doing.
Nobody's ever explained to me, and I say this all the time. The UFO community is a big club, and I ain't in it. So, Chris Mellon won't come here and be interviewed, and neither will Lou Elizondo, despite his claims that he'll let anyone interview him and he'll come on any show. Somebody needs to ask both those guys what happened to the millions of dollars that TTSA collected. What did the investors get for it? And after all, while they were members of that organization, TTSA promised everybody that they were going to build a spaceship with a revolutionary power source that was going to change the world. And so far, all they did was publish a couple of books and make a TV show. But they didn't
make two seasons of a TV show. So I mean, maybe that's just as good as build. No, you're absolutely right. They said we're going to build a spaceship using all this advanced ufological technology that will get us literally to the stars. And I guess that didn't happen.
No, where all the money's gone.
Well, and I have another article where somebody said I think it was even in one of their filings that they had a debit of $37 million or some such thing. And then Tom DeLonge said, oh, no, well, that's just an accounting artifact. It doesn't really mean anything because we're just basing that on the hypothetical value of shares and hypothetical this and that. And so I don't know if that was ever,
and then
really happened.
I love that.
I have another, there was a guy,
sorry,
I'm trying to remember the name of the guy who was their accountant. And
he's a very creative guy.
Yeah. And he had an office over in near La Jolla, in San Diego County. And there was a question about the whether they had this a couple of different companies, and he had one. Tom DeLonge had a company called R2 Dogs, and some people were saying, and then if you look at the actual filing of R2 Dogs, it says, "What's your product line?" It says hot dogs. Okay, and but who runs it was Tom DeLonge. So then somehow R2 Dog somehow To the Stars had to give money to R2 Dogs. A number of us were trying to figure out what the hell is going on here. So I actually went to this guy's office and just tried to interview him and said, could you explain to me, please, about what the R2 Dogs are? And he said, oh, well, it's not, it was just a shell corporation or some such thing. And
I'm aware of somebody went to one of the Yeah, and somebody went to one of the addresses in the TTSA filings and found out that it was a hot dog cart.
Well, I
like they used the address from a hot dog cart in their filings.
I would love to see that because it said R2 Dogs, but and then I had the I'm trying to remember what was the name of the business thing that Dun and Bradstreet, I think, and so if you look on Dun and Bradstreet's for R2 Dogs, it says, what's the business? They're in their business is hot dogs. And then I went in to talk to the company. Oh, you can't believe it, Dun and Bradstreet. That's a lot of nonsense. Yeah, right. Oh, really? I don't believe the Wall Street Journal either, or Barron's, or any of those other publications, because they're all made up too, right? So
the guy just gave you excuses for why?
Yeah, no, he didn't
TTSA
want to
was
talk.
giving
He
them
said
money?
he'd want
He
to
didn't
talk
want
to somebody else,
about it,
talk to my lawyer, talk to Tom DeLonge's lawyer. So yeah, I tried to get some straight answers. But
Well,
of course,
a lot of
there's
people
no
have
straight answers
suggested
about that.
Yeah, and a lot of people have suggested that a lot of that money that was collected went to pay Tom DeLonge's debts down because he sort of folded a hot dog company, a T-shirt company, I believe. I'm speaking from memory, so if I'm misspeaking, I apologize. But he folded a lot of his failing companies' debts into TTSA, and I don't know. I looked at some of the financial paperwork, and I don't understand where all the money went. And he was paying his sister $100,000 a year for God knows what.
Yeah.
We don't know where any of the money went. So when people have Chris Mellon or Lou Elizondo and they're giving them more money, I feel like first they have to explain what happened to the millions that they already collected with TTSA. Where's the spaceship? And then, maybe you could talk about the money that they're making now, or collecting now. Book deals, TV deals, and and Lou Elizondo is an interesting character. Every once in a while, he drops some incredible claim, but has never provided any proof. Like he said that the government is in possession of alien biological samples. But then when pressed for proof, he starts talking about NDAs and his,
always hold secret. I can't tell you about it. I just told you about it, but I can't tell you about it.
It's so secret. I can't tell you about it, but I just did. It doesn't make any sense. If that was covered under his NDAs or his clearance, he wouldn't say the government has biological samples. He wouldn't be able to talk about it at all, right?
That's right.
I would think. Well, I don't know. I'm no expert here.
Yeah. Well, in the past, I've held security clearances when I worked on software projects, and you're right. You just can't talk about it at all.
Yeah, and he and his sister had almost all the stock. Cal Korff is chiming in. Cal Korff
maybe so.
has done a lot of research into that, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. And so, I guess it's interesting that your blog covers old historical cases, but you're also up to date on some of the latest happenings and in the crazy conspiracy world of UFOs here, right?
Well, I try to, and I try to stay on top of all the crazy stuff that's happening. And Cal Korff, he's always got something funny to say.
Yeah, Lou Elizondo is not only a remote viewer, he says Roswell is real, so
that's right.
He's now blown his left nut off. I don't know what.
Yeah, in fact, he said Roswell was not one crash; it was two crashes that occurred.
Well, a lot of people believe that there was a debris field crash, and then there was a secondary crash where the bodies were, if you believe the literature that's out there.
Yeah.
And, we did a whole series on Roswell, and I'm still on the fence because there's just a lot of things that don't make sense about Roswell. And the government's, they're on their third story explaining what really happened now.
Well, I don't think you can pay too much attention to those. A lot of, especially if you look at all those people that have it's funny. I stop and I read
You're reading the live chat,
yeah, and then I think, we got to talk about that. And if you look at the people who are doing the so-called UAP task force for the Pentagon now, and they don't even recognize out-of-focus images when they see them. They don't even understand about parallax, the so-called go-fast video. But go-fast UFO is not going fast. It's going very slowly. It's almost standing still. But the plane is moving at like 400 miles an hour. So if it's moving at 400 miles an hour and this is standing still, you're in a plane, you're going to see this thing moving behind you at a great rate of speed. But good Lord, I mean, how dumb do you have to be to not realize this? But that's an example of government analysts, good enough for government work.
That's great actually. Yeah. And I got to tell you one other thing about your blog that's pretty funny, because you have an article about Travis Walton and his girlfriend's baby getting abducted by aliens, right? And it was from a question from Theories of Everything. I saw it here.
right?
And you know, I read your blog, and it's so funny. I go on your blog around this time, a little after you posted this, and I just cracked up. Do you know why?
Why?
I'm the guy who sent Kurt all that information about Travis's second abduction with his girlfriend and the baby being, you know, I don't know, beamed out of her stomach or stolen by the aliens. So
Yeah.
I almost fell off my chair because I said, "Oh my God, the question that I sent into Kurt is in bad UFOs," and that was cool. So it was a cool thing to
Well,
see.
I'm really glad you sent that in, because that was, you know.
Yeah, Kurt's a good guy, and he realizes that there are some people out there that know, you know, a lot of the minutia that he may be missing. So he relies on me sometimes to give him some of the dirt on some of these guys he interviews.
Well, that's good.
And I send in some questions. I got to ask Lou a question, and I asked, why doesn't he just show his tax returns to prove the level of pay and the pay grade that he was getting and the leadership role that he had in this program? And he didn't like that question one bit. And I've been attacked viciously, people saying showing his tax returns wouldn't prove anything. But to me, yes, it would. It would prove his level of pay, which would prove his level of leadership or his level of non-leadership. But he won't release those tax
if you've
returns.
lived in the DC area, then everybody says, "Oh, I'm a GS this and a GS that. I'm a GS 9, I'm a GS 11, I'm a GS 13." You know,
He was supposed to be a GS 15, I believe, as I recall.
I think so. Yeah, I don't know what he would be, but the point is, the tax returns, all that they would prove was that he was a GS 15 or 14 or whatever he claimed.
I'd like him to prove at least that much. He hasn't yet.
Yeah, well, that would be. But then if you noticed, and I quoted this in the latest blog posting, James Lukatsky, who was the head of AAWSAP. You know, all this stuff about Pentagon UFO programs. They say, there you go, it's AATIP, that's supposedly Elizondo headed up, then AAWSAP, and so on. If you look at what James Lukatsky said, he was on the Coast to Coast show with George Knapp recently. And what he said was, well, he had, you know, talking about Elizondo, he had his program and I had mine. My program had $22 million budget, which we know about, and the money went to Bigelow for his, you know, his contract for his people to write about weird science. He said, my program had $22 million budget. His program had zero. AATIP had zero funding. Now,
yeah, so how do you run a whole program? Yeah, how do you run a whole program? Zero funding. You know what else is very suspect? You know what else is very suspect? There's not one piece of paperwork, not one report that we can look at that Elizondo did, not one, you know, briefing document he gave to superiors. They even deleted all of his emails, and he I believe is trying to turn that into some conspiracy.
Yeah,
I've been in touch with somebody. I've been in touch with somebody at the Pentagon who's in IT, and I'm a computer science guy. So, you know, I have a lot of friends. One of them is in the Pentagon, and he works in IT, and he told me they would never have deleted all of his emails if there was anything of governmental importance or Defense Department importance in his emails.
Yeah.
If they deleted all his emails, it was because there was nothing of any importance in all of his emails, which is another suspicious thing. Why?
Well,
why is there,
about the deleted emails, John Greenwald on the Black Vault, he went through this a couple of weeks or a couple of months ago, and he said, well, when it was first reported, he said, oh, it's very strange. These emails are missing, and it's perhaps, you know, possibilities they're trying to hide his employment or what he said or something like that, because they would have to go through all these steps to delete. And since they didn't go through the steps, therefore, you know, there was no legitimate reason. Then and I said, I still think it's more likely that it, you know, is very simply that, you know, somebody screwed up in the process, and it had nothing to do with Elizondo. It probably had to do with a lot of different people, and the process screwed up. And so then he, I guess a while later, then there was something released by the Pentagon that said, oh, we've screwed up on a bunch of these. So basically kind of validated what I was saying, that, you know, this was not anything specific to Elizondo. This was a case of some department manager or some department somehow not following procedures. So I don't really think it was anything to
Yeah.
Anything too much about that.
No big conspiracy. I mean, it would make sense that there was nothing of importance there. Because if there was anything of national security or Defense Department importance there, they don't delete the emails. They keep them for record's sake, for reference sake.
Right.
I'd like to see one report of him actually doing any kind of UFO investigation. Turns out he never did, near as I can tell, he never did a single field investigation. Near as I can tell, he never interviewed anybody. In fact, this Alex Dietrich, who was a direct witness to the Tic Tac video event, he didn't even meet her or talk to her until he had already resigned from the program. If she was a direct witness and he was investigating, if she was a direct witness and he was investigating, wouldn't it make sense that he interview her about the event? Apparently he never did.
Here's what we know, at least I think we know, is that there is no evidence that AATIP or Elizondo ever did any investigation of any case. There's not a single piece of paper. There's not a single, no evidence of any kind to tell us that this was something that actually happened, that they actually were doing anything. Who knows? They may have been looking at it and coming to their own conclusions. But, as far as you think an investigation, you write his notes, I write notes, you write notes, I'm sure. But, as far as there's nothing. And in fact, getting back to the Black Vault, John Greenwald, he just recently published.
That was a great story.
There was no, he made a Freedom of Information request for a project goals or project budget, project statement, or anything.
And there was
having
nothing.
to do with AAW, SB, and AATIP. Neither one of them had any project statement, any project goals. This is insane. So, if you've got all these a project, it's you're using
and I'd like to
loosely.
know, as a taxpayer, I'd like to know what we got for our $22 million. What did
Well,
they
we
do
got
with
38
it?
papers. We know exactly what we got. We got 38 papers on weird science. And if you go into the search box, type in 38 papers, you'll find the link to show exactly where this is. And it's weird stuff. It's written by Eric Davis and Harold Putoff and all these various people. And it's anti-gravity and, all this kind of stuff. And it's nothing that is in any sense useful or practical as far as I can see.
Yeah, it's just kind of ridiculous that $22 million got spent. And these guys
got funneled over to Bigelow somehow, because remember Harry Reid.
Yeah, sweetheart
who was
deal.
the head of the Senate at the
about,
time. He was, and he was a Democrat leader in the Senate. And then Bigelow was a large, major campaign contributor to him. And so he persuaded Bigelow to persuade a couple of his buddies to then create this AAWSAP with a budget of $22 million. And the sole bidder was Bigelow Aerospace or Advanced Aerospace or whatever nonsense. And then he just gave it to the people to write these papers, which works out to something like $300,000 a paper, approximately. Now, I could write you a really fine paper for $300,000.
Yeah, let's sign up, Mr. Sheaffer. I want to write a paper too. I write about remote viewing or something.
Yeah, remote viewing. That'll be a real good one. Yeah.
Well, one of the Eric Davis is an interesting character, and so many people think that he really knows the truth about where the bodies are and all this. Like, he's claiming that he briefed people, senators, about the alien crash retrievals and the off-world vehicles.
Right. He's claiming
and I say, show me one. Show me one senator that sat in on a briefing. Show me one, because he does the same dance. When people call him on his BS, he says, well, I have security clearances and I can't. Well, then how did you tell us you were running classified briefings about aliens, bro? It doesn't make any sense. And Davis has been called, I found an article, well, actually, a listener of mine, Victor Colliero, a great UFO researcher, he sent me, in the late 80s, Eric Davis got paid tens of thousands of dollars to write a paper on warp drive and stargates. And there's like pictures of Barney, the kid's dinosaur, and Einstein like waving at a dinosaur through a Stargate. and he charged the Air Force like tens of thousands of dollars. Then there was newspaper articles where the Air Force representatives said that what he did was crackpot science, not real science. But somehow he's supposed to be a credible guy, right? And
he has a degree.
He's an
what is
adjunct
the
professor somewhere. Yeah.
astrophysicist or something like that. Yeah, well, he was the guy who's talking about poltergeist, right? He said that a poltergeist followed him back from
Skinwalker.
from the Skinwalker Ranch at home, I guess. I hate it when that happens. You know.
Yeah, and Eric Davis just said that John from the Black Vault had dick and mouth disease.
Yeah. I wonder what he'll say about me.
Yeah, I'm about to get dick and mouth disease because I keep on saying that guy's. I'm sorry, he's a crackpot. He's written a whole bunch of wackadoo theories, nothing like real. He can't ever prove any of the statements he made. He's responsible for this Wilson Davis notes that are, going around, and Richard Dolan swears they're real based on 12 anonymous sources that nobody else is allowed to interview.
Yeah, exactly.
And the admiral said that they were a work of fiction, but that doesn't stop UFO profiteers like Richard Dolan from running around selling them, right?
Right.
Call it the UFO leak of the
Richard
century.
Dolan or your own eyes, right? Yeah.
And Davis said Roswell really happened. Hey, for all I know, it did, but it doesn't.
Yeah,
just
well,
because
not necessarily in the way that it actually did. No, it's amazing.
Yeah, somebody mentioned cash cow, and it seems to me that people like Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis have been on the taking money from people to do what it can only be called crackpot research. Hal Puthoff, his boss, declared, we could get into Amazing Randy. Hal Puthoff, Eric Davis' boss, once declared Uri Geller a real and genuine psychic with real superpowers.
Absolutely.
And what people don't know is that besides the Amazing Randy busting him for being a fraud using magic tricks, recently, I don't know if you even know this, Mr. Sheaffer, Uri Geller recently admitted at a conference of magicians that he used all kinds of magic tricks, and then he started selling books and DVDs to magicians on how to do his tricks. So Hal Puthoff said he had real superpowers. Turns out he was using magic tricks the whole time.
Those are
he
trade
spent
secrets.
millions.
He can't reveal it.
Yeah, he spent millions.
He can't reveal it to the public. He can just...
Thanks to Lee Guy for $1.99 super chat. Very kind and generous of you. He says wackadoo. Yes, there's a money button down there. If you want to throw money at me, that would be very helpful. We're a viewer-supported show. We read every super chat. Please do that. There's a money button down there in the chat. You can send as little or as much as you want. Somebody please send me $22 million in a super chat because I want to write some papers. I'll write more than 38. I promise. Yeah, so tell us about your association with the Amazing Randy, who, for those that don't know, was a magician and skeptic who busted faith healers, fake psychics, and more, right?
Yeah. Well, when I first started to get involved with Psychop and with the skeptics, the organized skeptics groups, I no longer am a member of Psychop. I formerly was a fellow of Psychop for almost 40 years. I wrote the Skeptical Inquirer, the column Psychic Vibrations, but they started getting far away from the ideals of skepticism. It started a bit even back in the 80s and the 90s, and by now they're, it's sort of like, there's this narrative, question it. If Dr. Fauci says this or Michael Mann says that, it's absolute truth, and if you question it, well, you're a conspiracy nut, and so on. Psychop didn't used to be like that. The people who originally were the founders, they were a very diverse group, and in terms of what they thought and what they believed, there was no political element to it. We'd get together and we'd talk about, Uri Geller, we talk about astrology, we talk about UFOs, this kind of thing. Now they get together and they talk about whether they have enough blacks here and enough women there, and oh well. So, but yeah, he was a great guy, and he was a very independent thinker. He didn't necessarily follow any party line or anything like that, and but he understood, because he was a good magician, he understood the tricks that Geller was doing, and he wanted to make sure that people understood this and people saw this. And so he, because at that time, Uri Geller was a big deal. And of course, the two scientists who were investigating Geller were Targ and Puthoff. Russ Targ and Harold Puthoff. Puthoff, of course, is now working with and has been working with Bigelow for decades. Puthoff has his own research group, forget what he calls it, down in Austin. Yeah, there's the movie An Honest Liar. I recommend people see that if they can. It's very interesting.
Yeah, great documentary. And I think, I got the chance to meet him a few times at the home of Gary Darwin, a magician who's since passed away, who had a museum of magic in Las Vegas. And he was very, very kind to me and gave me a lot of advice.
Oh yeah, he was everybody almost universally reports it. If you've had a chance to meet Randy, it was great. And
I went to this gathering just because Gary Darwin mentioned to me in passing, Amazing Randy, James Randy's in town and he's going to be at our get together tonight. And I didn't know this man Gary Darwin very well, but I'm like, can I come please? Just because I wanted to meet Randy, and I got to, and that was really interesting. And we talked a lot about Uri Geller, and boy, Uri Geller sued him and harassed him, and for years they had this. Yeah. And then to tell you what kind of a guy Uri Geller is, when Amazing Randy passed away, when James Randy passed away, Uri Geller basically said, "Good, I hope he burns in hell." That's what he said when the man died, Uri Geller. Really, such a spiritual psychic, right?
Well, there you go. Very, very psychic, yeah.
Yeah, but he did a lot to inform people about these fraudsters that are out there, especially faith healers and mediums.
Yeah, faith healers and the psychic surgeons and so on. There was that whole thing where Randy organized people to go after, what was the psychic? What was the name of the psychic, the so-called faith healer who was such a big guy and
Puthoff or no, not Puthoff.
No.
Peter Poppet.
That's right, Peter Popoff. That's right, Peter
Popoff. That's his name. Yeah,
he was Randy and actually it was the Bay Area skeptics who did a lot of that. Put it together. Bob Steiner. He called me several times, talked about that, invited me to join in the day-to-day of it, but I was working a whole lot of hours at that time, and I wasn't in any situation to do so. But basically, it was several of the Bay Area skeptics. It was all people that I know that went there and did this and got the goods on Peter Popoff, and the fellow Don Henvick, who did the acting of several roles and got phony healing from Peter Popoff once in drag. He was also a Bay Area skeptic, and
I did it in drag.
Oh yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah. One of the last one, he was healed of several things, and the last one, he was healed of ovarian cancer by Peter Popoff.
Without ovaries, that's a good trick, right?
Right. Well,
and for those that don't know, what Randy figured out is that Popoff was having people fill out prayer cards, and they would put whatever was ailing them, like if they had heart problems, cancer, diabetes, on the prayer cards. And then he had an earpiece, and his wife was backstage reading the prayer cards, but Popoff, would make it appear as if God was telling him, Robert Sheaffer, please stand up. Oh, I know you have a problem with cancer of the esophagus or whatever. And everybody would go, wow, like, how does he know that?
God told him.
His wife was backstage.
Yeah, he had a little earplug.
Yeah, he had a little earpiece. And Randy got a frequency. He got a radio set that could pick up any frequency. They found the frequency, and they recorded his wife feeding him all the lines. It was beautiful.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, we got a guy who was an expert in electronic surveillance to come in and do this to help us with it, and he was very good. Now this guy, Blinking Liar, says that Randy was never going to part with the $1 million. He doesn't seem to understand how this was done. It was done as a challenge. And,
it's $1 million challenge.
You would agree. Both sides would agree. Randy would say, "Well, what do you do?" And he'd say, "Well, I read cards or something like that." And you say, "How many? What percentage can you get right?" "Oh, I get 80% right." Okay, well, let's have a test then, and if you get more than 50% right, if chance is with the ESP cards, chance level is say 20% right, and if you get 50% right or more, you win. And they would both agree to this. And then if the test was held, which sometimes it wasn't, but usually it was, and of course they couldn't do it. They may have thought they could do it, but everything was agreed to in advance. Can you really read this, or can you read that, or something?
Yeah,
oh, yes, I can do it. Well, okay, let's set up a test. Can you really find water? All right, let's set up a test.
One of my favorites
People
was the
think,
guy.
Randy would never pay. Well, he'd have to pay if
the guy did it. Yeah, one of my favorites
the check was in somebody else's hands. The judge would hold it.
It was in trust.
And if the judges said yes, you pass, then the guy gets the check.
Yeah. And what was interesting to me, one of the most interesting one was the guy who was claiming that he was like turning the pages of a phone book with his mind.
Oh yeah,
but
I remember.
But it turned out that
his name.
Yeah, it turned out he was just blowing on the paper to get it to go. And so Randy put a bunch of styrofoam all around the book and said, "Do it again." And the guy couldn't do it.
Yeah, because the styrofoam would go all over, and you'd see that he was blowing on it. So
yeah. Yeah, under laboratory conditions, most of these guys fail miserably. And Randy also famously busted Uri Geller. Uri Geller was going on Johnny Carson's show, and Johnny Carson, former magician, got with Randy to devise some tests for Mr. Geller, and he failed miserably on national television. Yeah, but interestingly, it only made him more popular. It didn't kill his career, which is interesting, right?
Well, that tells you any publicity is good publicity, right?
Yeah, it's amazing that guy. He's still trying today. He said he was going to stop Brexit over in England with his psychic powers, and that didn't work out well for him, and a bunch of other stuff,
Yeah, then he was going to do something in the other direction, I forget, and help out the other, help out the right wing, and then that didn't work either. So I don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, I just found it interesting too that people were so willing to believe Uri Geller even after it came out that he was a stage magician before he was a psychic. If you were a stage magician, it's kind of like, well, maybe you're using tricks, right? But people still, they wanted so much to believe. He used chants too. Like he would say he's going to start people's broken watches over the radio, and people would report that he did, but I don't know what the source of that was.
Well, a lot of these old watches, especially not the kind with batteries, the old wind-up watches, they would stop, or they'd get a little bit of gum in the mechanism, and you'd pick them up and shake them, and they'd roar. They'd run for a short time, and then they'd stop again. And that's basically, I think, what a lot of this was happening.
And someone's mentioning Randy was the first to publicly show magic was to explain the bending spoon thing. Yeah, and to this day, that's a trick that many magicians do. I used to do it. I used to have a real cheap, thin spoons that could bend super easily. And there's all kinds of different methods to do that, but mostly misdirection. You distract somebody while you bend the spoon, and then you put it in their hand after they saw it straight. We did a demonstration of that here on the show a long time ago. Yeah, so interesting that you knew Mr. The amazing Randy,
right?
And even got a chance to work with him, right? Yeah. And interesting.
And Bob Steiner, by the way, was his accountant. Because Steiner was a CPA accountant. Bob Steiner is another magician, and sometimes Randy would come out to visit Steiner, and we'd all get together, and it was great fun.
Yeah, and don't you think that a magician is a good person to be, like busting frauds and scammers and rip-off
absolutely.
Artists?
The very best, because they're familiar with the whole question of error and misperception and deception. And so, I mean, they're the specialists, the experts in that subject. And then they see some of these amateurs in that subject, like, trying to, claim an outstanding or an amazing sighting or something. And it's very easy to, to show, you could be misled.
In my experience with fake psychics, because we've busted a few here, my favorite was we had a psychic healer here, and she claimed that she could diagnose people's illnesses through their aura, even over the phone. So I sent her a fake terminal cancer patient, and she bought it hook, line, and sinker and told him she was healing his cancer and shrinking his cancer cells and all this stuff. And he didn't have cancer. He wasn't even sick. She's threatening to sue me right now, Mr. Sheaffer, actually, for harassment because I proved her superpowers weren't real. That's a form of harassment now.
You're right.
She asked me to test her powers, and I did, and she failed miserably.
Well, she should be grateful then that you tested her, but no.
Yeah, some of these people really bother me, though, because in that girl's case, she's charging people a lot of money. She tells people she can heal their pets. You know, don't take your pet to a vet. Just put it on the phone with me, and I'll heal it.
Right.
Like, this is ridiculous, crazy. And she charged people like $300 for that.
Well, regular vets are charging much more than that. So,
yeah, maybe it's a deal if it works, but
maybe it's a deal if it doesn't work.
I'm a little suspect of it actually working, though.
If
right?
your dog is a hypochondriac, which I'm sure some of them are, or at least maybe the dog's owner is a hypochondriac for the dog, and so maybe that'll work just as well.
Yeah, and somebody's mentioning Houdini busted the spiritualists. He had a personal.
Oh, yeah,
Houdini had a personal. He had a personal vendetta against spiritualists because he was very distraught over the death of his mother, and he went to every medium he could find and found them all to be frauds.
He found they were all basically shitting him, you know.
Yeah, and then he made it a point to expose them.
Yeah, exactly. And that was just about 100 years ago. It was like in 1920 he started this campaign. He only lived for about like 6 years after that, but he sure did a whole lot in that amount of time.
Yeah. So after your association with Randy and these skeptical organizations, is there a lot more UFO cases that you looked into and found to be garbage?
Oh, well, heck, you know, I'm usually, should we say, I'm not like the first line investigator. And class always advised against trying to get into that situation because, you know, he said, you know, they can cite them a lot faster than you can explain them. And you might put a lot of time and effort into this, and it goes nowhere because everybody say, well, you had an easy case there. Why don't you take a hard one? So he would always wait, and I would tend to do this also. Wait until the UFO investigators or the UFO organizations tell you that, well, this case is amazing. You know, wait for MUFON or somebody like that to tell you that it's amazing, and then you go and look into it. No point in looking into.
So focus on the bigger. You want to focus on the bigger cases.
Exactly.
Right?
Focus on whatever is the big case of the moment. What's the biggest case of the moment? Some people are saying it's this Anjali thing where, you know, she's claiming aliens in the mountains.
I interviewed her, like and that's a whole can of worms.
Yeah, I heard some of that, and I've read some of the other stuff she's been saying. And frankly, I don't see why anybody takes her seriously because
there's nothing new under the sun. You know that, Mr.
You're
Sheaffer.
right.
There's nothing going on. So this woman came out, and everybody was like, all right, there's an alien base. And
right.
I have to say that I was very, very skeptical at first, but then I started doing background checking on her and found that her background was at least real. So I thought that she was something of a unicorn in this thing because I thought her military thing was going to be fake, or her employment with the DIA was going to be fake, or her employment was going to be fake. Turns out all that's real. So I at least said, I'll interview her. And then we found the base, or not the base, I'm sorry. We found the guy, Wayne, we believe we did, and the mountain, and also the guy who visited this coffee shop with her. So then I went, at least parts of her story are true. Let's talk to her and find out more. And everybody was talking about it. So I have to admit that selfishly, I knew it would get a lot of views. And I said, okay, let's interview her and see if we can find out more. Now, yesterday, she was just on a live stream with me as a guest on another girl's show. It's Alien Girl 111, if anybody wants to see it. And she said that she went there back to the mountain, and the guy named Wayne wouldn't let her on the property. So now her expedition to show everybody the aliens and the proof is postponed indefinitely. So everybody went like, what a big letdown, right? You know?
Oh, yeah.
And tomorrow I'm going to be doing a show at 9 p.m. Eastern time with a whole panel. And you're welcome if you want to come back, Mr. Sheaffer, but we don't want to work you too hard in 1 week, you know?
No, wait,
but we're going to do a whole panel on her tomorrow, a panel show. And we're going to have a television producer who apparently talked to this Wayne, flew drones over the site. And according to him, at least, there's no tunnel. There's nothing. So
Brian Gordon, right?
yes, Mr. Gordon, who mentioned
Yes,
you
I
and
was
being a
just
friend of
talking to
yours.
him. I was
There you
just
go.
talking to him a short time ago. Yes.
Well, I'm
And
sure
he
he'd be.
found that I mean, this so-called cave or whatever it doesn't exist in a mountain. It's like in suburban backyard, practically. I mean,
Mhm.
almost literally. And Jolly says, "Oh, it's out in the desert somewhere. It's in the Mojave Desert." I'm thinking, yes, she's going to get four-wheel drive vehicles, and they're going to go driving off to some remote spot like a Damski or George Van Tassel and the Integratron. There's lots of
Yeah,
aliens
the
out
giant
there.
rock, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot, and Giant Rock. Yeah, Giant Rock is not too far down the road. So I mean, there's lots of aliens out there in the desert if you go looking for. And her aliens are right there in this guy's backyard. I mean, oh wait a minute.
I want to thank Lee Guy for a kind and generous $4.99 super chat. He says, I feel like the CE5 thing is very similar to the Geller trick when he convinced people he fixed their electronics over the airwaves. All suggestion. Yeah, very well could be. And Patrick Sheehan with a kind and generous $4.99 super sticker. Thank you guys for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Viewer-supported show. There's a money button down there. Throw some more money at me. We love it. Praise the cash, friends. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And people can see my new background here. We're upgrading the studio so things don't have to be so tight on me, you know. And all of this studio upgrades, the lighting and the backdrops all came from the kind and generous support of our kind and generous benefactor. So thank you all very much. Yeah, so when you first heard this Anjali story, did you wonder like why is anybody even paying attention to this? Because I did, but then I realized there's nothing new. There's nothing new for years going on.
Right. That's I had that exact same reaction that I read what she's saying about she's visited by beings in her bedroom. She she sees dead people all the time, and the aliens are here to sort of help us to rise to the next level of consciousness
Space
and
Brothers.
evolution.
It's the Space Brothers.
Space Brothers, yeah.
Yeah.
This is classic New Age BS that's been around for decades. There's absolutely nothing new in that. I think the funniest part of it is she says she went to this cave and so on in the mountain, and she was teleported back to Wayne's house, whatever the guy's name is, to his house. Well, that's a pretty neat trick, to get teleported somewhere. So, but as soon as you read that, you realize this is a made-up story. This is not anything real.
Yeah, I will say this though, having spoken to her personally, Mr. Sheaffer, I feel sorry for her because she just she did this and exactly what I kind of predicted. I said if this doesn't go well for her, it's going to be devastating to her, and people are rightfully or wrongly, people are attacking her very viciously all over social media right now for being a liar or letting everybody down or telling everybody she was going to get the proof. I still feel from a human perspective that I feel bad for her because it can't be, I question her judgment for some of the things she's done. My thing was instead of holding a press conference, why don't you go back and get the proof first and then hold the press conference?
Then hold the press conference
instead of making all these wild promises and then not delivering on your promises.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, people like her. I mean, she's sincere. She's deluded. Betty Hill was like that. I knew Betty Hill. The famous so-called UFO abductee of Betty and Barney Hill. She was basically a crazy old lady. And, but she believed everything she said. And, I couldn't possibly get angry with her or anything like that. She says crazy stuff. Okay. I mean, that's how she is. But, and I suspect we've got the very same thing here with Anjali. And, but the people I get, kind of ticked off at are those who make up shit and say stuff that we know are not true. But try to, use it to build, maybe sometimes it's hard to know exactly who is sincere and who isn't, but a lot of these people are just in it for the money, and others are kind of sincerely deluded.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too. I'm glad to get to talk to somebody who's a veteran at this, like you, because it's like some things never change. The Space Brothers narrative never changed since the 50s contactees. And the profit motive, buy my book, buy my course, come out to my, conference at Big Rock, we're going to be contacting aliens telepathically and calling them in. It's like some of these things never change. They're like timeless. It's just new grifters pick up the old riffs and run with them, you know?
And the elements of religion run through this, not through the NICAP and MUFON and QFOS, you know, the people who try to analyze photos and stuff and are convinced of it, but rather through the Anyalis and the New Agers and all this kind of stuff, you know, that these are religious themes. And they have to do with human frailty and human perfection and, you know, an afterlife or an improved life somehow on the next level. These are, you know, these are fundamentally religious ideas.
Yeah, and Ryan is here and says, let's not talk about believing things people say who use fake names. Yeah, I don't know that I blame her for that, Ryan. Like, you know, she needed a cooler new age name, so she changed Angelina to Anjali.
Yeah, anybody can be.
That's kind of harmless to me, but you know, I really am worried, like, because I felt from talking to her before the interview briefly, and then after the interview briefly, and in the interview, that she was somewhat psychologically fragile. And
yes, I got the same perception.
And this new situation with being, you know, she's supposed to be on this mission to bring everybody the truth about aliens, and she made a lot of big promises, and now it's all coming crashing down, because I don't know a way that she can't legally go on the guy's property at all if he says no. So what is she going to do now? You know, and people are already theorizing, and some of her huge supporters and believers are trying to spin this, that it's a good thing because now the aliens will have to come directly to her. And that's another thing. If she talks to the aliens every day, I don't understand why she needs the mountain at all. If Wayne says no, then why doesn't she say, okay, well, meet me down the corner from Wayne's at this public park and I'll do the proof part? You know, I just, a lot of this doesn't make any sense. And, you know, we also get yesterday, which I was kind of disappointed about, but it's human nature. A whole bunch of guys came out and did like a victory lap. Like, see, I told you she wasn't going to give us the proof about the aliens. Like they had some amazing insight that nobody else had. Like 99% of the people kind of knew that she wasn't going to bring us.
Yeah, I put that on my, I said that in several comments to different people. This is not going to happen. This is something this expedition, this is simply not going to happen.
Oh, author from Melbourne. Okay. Yeah, I think I know who you mean. And, you know, I'm sorry that you guys are in some kind of tiff, but I'm trying to remain neutral because I like both those people. Both Brian and the person he's talking about, you know, I consider good researchers, you know, so I got to walk a tightrope balancing act here.
There you go.
And it's
and they're both listening to this show. Right
yes.
Now.
And, you know, people tend to be very passionate in this thing, man. People are, you know, very passionate about their beliefs, and it is what it is. Right. So what have you been doing lately since you left writing for this Skeptical Inquiry magazine and all that stuff? You said you left basically because of politics and nonsense, right?
Yeah. They're no longer really a skeptical organization. They're more of a politically oriented organization.
Wow.
So what I've been doing is, basically my own stuff. Basically, what I've been doing is I've been writing about on the blog, and so, you know, a lot of it having to do with Travis Walton, having to do with To the Stars and all this nonsense. So
it's somewhat of a circus, isn't it? It's like a circus.
Definitely.
This thing.
Yeah, it's circus and lots of clowns.
Step right up, right?
Well,
I'm one of those clowns.
Right? Yeah,
I'm one of those clowns, so I can't say anything about that.
Or one fellow said he came to ufology for the promise of aliens, but he stayed for the clown show.
yeah. Some people were calling me a clown because I did these masks of the common characters, you know. And I sat there like I was them and said stuff like, "Send me the money. I want the money," you know. But it's like a circus. It's like and it's got the carnival barkers like, come right on into this conference. This is a disclosure conference. We're going to disclose the truth about aliens. It's only $300 to come to our online conference. And like, come on, you know, it's like the guy that stands outside the nudie bar, you know, step right up, live nude girls. But in this case, it's like aliens in disclosure. Come on in. You know, this is so stupid sometimes. And sometimes you can't do anything but laugh at this stuff, right? That's how I feel about it. Like, you gotta blow off the steam.
Pretty entertaining. Yeah, I agree.
I still have a genuine interest in this, though, and I think there may be something to some of these stories and cases, but the amount of garbage that you have to go through to get to one good case with some meat on the bones is disappointing and disheartening at times.
I'm sure.
Yeah, so you're just writing your blog and stuff like that. You know, I hope that you will be good with coming back and being a contributor here, because we could use somebody of your knowledge and experience and expertise and a different perspective on some of the things that I'm already looking into, like Anjali and some of the other cases that we're following. We're doing a deep dive on these Wilson documents, and so far, what I can tell you is that Richard Dolan is relying on something like 8 or 12 anonymous sources. You know, there's an anonymous source that got the documents from Edgar Mitchell's estate. There's another anonymous source that was leaked the documents and leaked them to the internet. You know, there's another anonymous source that Richard Dolan knows that said that this Wilson was asking around about the alien projects, right? And you just have to believe him on all these anonymous sources to believe these Wilson documents. And I don't know how people can believe that many anonymous sources from a guy who's been caught using a completely, totally fake, made-up anonymous source at least once, you know?
Yeah, I don't remember which example that was.
It was the CIA deathbed confession. He actually interviewed a guy who had died in 2008 in 2014.
Oh, that well. All you need is a medium or a psychic. That's not a problem.
No, he interviewed a real guy in 2014, but the problem is that Linda Moulton Howe reported that guy died in 2008. So I'd like to know how Richard Dolan interviewed a dead man in 2014 to sell that story that was fake. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's so many of these BS, deathbed confessions or other things, or they interview somebody who's half dead, and he says, get him to say something that's absurd, and it's not.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, did you ever do any coverage of Bob Lazar? Because that one comes back around now. Because
yeah, well, I've never met him or done it first my own investigation.
Oh no, you found something that I also found.
I dug around on a bunch of stuff.
To the Stars covertly publishes Bob Lazar's book and buys metamaterials from Tom DeLonge. Great.
Right. The Bob Lazar book was published by To the Stars, and then they realized that they shouldn't let people know that, and then they kind of took down the page that said that. But if you look at the traces there, the evidence, it shows that
Tom DeLonge's sister.
Tom DeLonge is behind this.
Tom DeLonge's sister registered the website for the brand new publisher that never published any book before Bob Lazar's.
Right.
And they got caught selling the book. And interestingly, I don't know if you know this, but at least I believe Gene Huff and John Lear both said that book was not written by Bob Lazar because it got way too many details wrong. And they both believe that it was written by a ghostwriter.
Well, does Lazar, has he accepted authorship, or he's not claiming?
He is claiming authorship. Yeah, and so
then
there's never been a comment.
He must agree with the BS that it says, and if it contradicts his previous BS, well, so much the worse. But
yes, and you're covering here these arts parts, which were completely and totally debunked already.
Yes,
that's an interesting story. Linda Moulton Howe hires scientists to analyze the material. He comes back to her with a whole report that says this is just regular earthly materials. There's nothing.
Yeah,
there's nothing to this.
Basically,
it's scrap metal. Yeah, it's scrap metal. So then she fires that scientist and gets a new guy who will say that they have strange properties. Then she sells these materials to Tom DeLonge for $30,000, who then sells these materials. Tom DeLonge is running a disclosure organization. What does he do when he thinks he might have absolute proof of alien visitation to Earth? He takes those materials and he sells them to the United States Army who's never going to tell us anything about it, right? It makes no sense.
Well, actually, I'm not sure that's quite true because they signed what they call a CRADA or something, which is a supposedly it's an agreement to share testing resources and results. And in theory, if the Army does study that, they are obligated to
so they do have to
share the
publish it.
result because they don't have. I'm not aware that the Army did actually analyze anything. I think they signed this agreement that they would share materials, but I'm not aware that they ever actually did so.
Yes, and that was a whole other sort of publicity thing for Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo, that this Atom Research Project, that they had a vault somewhere, right, with all these alien materials in it, and Bigelow bought a warehouse somewhere in Las Vegas to house all the alien materials. And when you say we need a warehouse, that sort of implies that you have a lot of material. Why would you need a warehouse?
Yeah, we've been speculating about that for years because you know how when an airplane crashes and they reassemble the plane in a very huge hangar to try to see what they can learn about how it crashed and why it crashed. And I imagine a Bigelow and his people and Eric Davis and Puthoff and whoever the hell else is involved in this. I imagine them in a thing like that, and they're taking the pieces of the saucer crash and putting them together, trying to reassemble the saucer. And of course, that's not happening. So
no, and it appears to me
they could parts the size of a quarter or something. I mean,
yeah, they could house all they have in like a bank, a bank security.
In a drawer.
Yeah, bank drawer. Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. It's just, this is again with this hype and the nonsense, right? So
that was supposed to be the explanation for the $22 million. If you go back to the very first New York Times story with Leslie Kean and Ralph Blumenthal, the claim was made that the budget was partly for whatever research or something, and partly to modify buildings in Las Vegas so that Bigelow can store metamaterials or something in them. And of course, none of that.
Happened. What happened with our 22 million? Can we see the warehouse? Nobody ever did.
Yeah. No, I think somebody did find their warehouse, and it's just a warehouse, and basically nothing has happened to it, and it's just nothing.
Maybe they hid the arts parts and the alien, parts at the hot dog stand, Mr. Sheaffer.
Yeah, that's possible. But the interesting thing is, I've never found any proof that there was ever actually a hot dog stand. I don't think that was real. I think it was a joke Tom DeLonge put in, and because he seemed to have put several jokes into his filings, his business filings. So it's not clear what is to be taken seriously, if any of it.
It's crazy. And so somebody asked me earlier, and I always like to ask, especially the very skeptical guys, is there any cases, UFO cases, that you think were genuine UFOs or mysteries or actually aliens in all of your research?
Well, as far as so-called actual aliens, certainly not. There are some cases that are just kind of puzzling because it's a little hard to get enough information to know if you really have a full understanding of what's happening. But no, there's none of them that make me think, oh, maybe there really are aliens out there. And and if there were such a case that I found that I was sure was a crash saucer or some kind of something that couldn't be explained except in terms of a really advanced technology, I'd be the first to publicize it, to let people know, because
I've been following your blog, so call me disappointed.
Just think of how famous I'd be. But then get all the book deals and all that stuff, and they'd be making movies about me and whatever. But I don't think that's going to happen. And I've been an amateur astronomer most of my life, and in fact, many times Heineck took us, the students, up into the dome of Dearborn Observatory, and part of the classes was to learn how to use the large telescopes and how to do photography. In those days, there was no electronic, digital photography. It was all, film. He taught us how to use this and how to do this, and we had projects photographing things and so on. So, I mean, I have a pretty good understanding of, what's up there and what you see and what you'll find and when you take pictures and so on. So it's, but
Yeah, and
there's a lot of things people can be fooled by if they don't understand.
we're going to take some comments and questions from the live chat for you, if you don't
Okay,
mind. People
that's
are very
good.
curious, and you don't make a lot of appearances on shows like this, so we're honored to
Well,
have you
I
here.
make about as many as I've been asked to lately, but
Well, I got about 10
Uh,
shows that would love to
all right.
have you
Well,
if you
that's
really
a
want to do more.
possibility.
I
mean,
know a
I've been
lot
on
of show
Erica,
hosts that would love to have you. Absolutely.
yeah, I've been on Erica Luke's a couple times and a few others here
Yeah,
and
she's
there.
great. We've had her
Yeah,
here as well. She's great.
yeah.
Great girl. So Patrick Sheehan is asking, what is your opinion of Jacques Vallée? Jacques Vallée, is he French intel scammer or what? I guess, right?
No, he's not a scammer, and he's not an intel. I'm quite sure he's not an intel. He's just a guy who believes a lot of this stuff. If you read his, what does he call it? Forbidden Science. He has like 4 volumes, I think, of essentially it's his diary. It's his life story, and talks about all the people he meets, and talks about Hynek, and talks about pretty much all the people who were involved in ufology at the time, and it's a very worthwhile read. He's quite sincere, but he's one of these guys like Hynek. In fact, actually, if you want my opinion, he's more gullible than Hynek. He was pulling Hynek in the direction of gullibility. Hynek may have been resisting a little bit, but Vallée. I mean, now people are talking about space ghosts. That these people like Vallée and Puthoff and so on are supposedly looking for. And there's it's maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but not too far from it. He's not looking for nuts and bolts stuff. He's looking of course, now maybe he is with this latest book about the so-called saucer crash in '45. But generally, he's looking. It's all paranormal and stuff. Read some of these books. Oh, there's a book called The Invisible College. And in fact, I have a little bit of information about it on my blog. It's written by Hynek and by Vallée. I think Vallée is a principal author, and it's filled with nonsense. I mean, if you read it, you just, oh my God, he's ghosts is not a bad description of what he's talking about. He's talking about fairies and such, that they might be apparitions of aliens or something, or whatever the aliens are. The fairies were the same, and that goes back to what the passport to Mcgowan, he says, and he's a very sincere guy, but I think he's
a true believer.
Yeah, he's a true believer. He believes that the universe that we see around us isn't really what's around us, and that there's some ultimate reality that's still eluding us, and one of these days we'll find it.
Wow. Yeah, and I also found suspect. He's been touting these materials that he's claimed to be studying, and he always says pretty out there things like the isotopic ratios prove that they weren't made on Earth, and all of these things. But we never get to the scientific paper or the proof of his claims about those materials, though he's been saying that for years. I don't know. But then somebody told me it was in one of his books, some of the proof. So maybe I'm incorrect.
I don't recall. I don't recall if I've seen that. I know that there were other people claiming this. What was that guy's name? Who was Marcel Vogel? Was a guy who was a ufologist. His claim to fame, I guess, was that he worked for IBM, and in fact, he actually was a pretty important guy, like a research scientist at IBM. In San Jose, I think. And I heard him give a talk once, Marcel Vogel, and it was full of crazy stuff about crystals. He was talking about the magic principles of crystals, and if you take a healing crystal and you hold it up here like this, it makes you stronger than, and whatever. And so he published a paper claiming the same thing about some, I don't even remember whose parts it was supposed to have a isotope ratio that made it made it extraterrestrial. But then another guy who works who is a physicist and works with isotopic ratios, and also involved with the skeptics group in Los Angeles. He said, this is nonsense. He doesn't understand what he's doing, which isn't surprising.
Yeah. Another great question from Blinken Liar. He wants to know your opinion on Gemini astronaut Gordon Cooper and his claim of an event at Edwards Air Force Base. Gordon Cooper once claimed that he witnessed a flying saucer land at Edwards Air Force Base, and that there was film made of it.
I don't know if he claimed he saw it. He claimed somebody else saw it or whatever.
So secondhand.
But there's absolutely no evidence of this. And Jim Oberg has looked into this, and I don't recall the specifics. But basically, the claims you've heard about Gordon Cooper and UFOs are not really true. He was a believer, and he believed that UFOs were out there. Some people say he saw them in space, but he didn't. And now, many people have said that there was an event at Edwards Air Force Base, or isn't that where President Eisenhower supposed to have met aliens?
Met with the aliens, yeah.
Yeah, and these rumors have been going on for a long time, but there's no proof of any of them.
Interesting. And Mike Williams asked, what is your opinion of the Zimbabwe school sighting? That one has been popularized again due to James Fox's recent documentary, where they re-interviewed the children that were the witnesses of that event, and the children stuck to their stories after 25 years or 30 years.
Yeah, they're adults, not children now. But, I did write one on that, and if you put in, whatever it is, that's the school, what's the aerial school or something like that. Bottom line is the interview techniques that were used were very bad, and any psychologist looking at that would realize that the children were being interviewed together. They could hear each other's stories. They didn't separate them. They were leading the witnesses. So it's really not a very right. There you go.
Yeah, a new investigation of the 1994 aerial school case. Interesting. I didn't know that they interviewed the children together. That's kind of problematic for me.
And Dr. Mack, who should have known better, really, Dr. Mack was a psychiatrist at Harvard University. He really should have known all this stuff, but for some reason he didn't.
Yeah, and here you wrote earlier about Emily Tim, who was one of the witnesses to the incident in 1994. She spoke to the International UFO Congress in February and gave an extremely emotional account of her experience. She spoke on ET contacts and the aerial school incident. Her talk was highly emotional. She was crying as she speaks of encountering ETs floating above the ground. She said that she fell to her knees before one such being whose face kept changing between that of an alien and that of a lion. She has also had a conversation with a magic butterfly. The audience liked Mrs. Trim's talk so much that they gave her a standing ovation. This is the one who claims continuing contact, I believe, and that she has,
I think so,
been given a mission by those aliens to somehow, warn people about climate change and things like that, which is another common riff in the UFO community, that the aliens are here to warn us that we're going to destroy our ecosystem and that we have to make changes. We hear that time and time again.
Sometimes it's atomic energy they're warning us about. They're always warning us about something, or maybe it's low, maybe it's, we don't love our neighbors or something like that. But, but as you can see, but getting back to this woman, this witness, it is such an emotional thing there, and is not, clearly this is not an objective description of anything, and a magic butterfly and whatever. If this is your best UFO case, well, it's pretty questionable.
Yes, and Kepsta is asking your opinion of the Holloman Air Force Base landing and the chit chat. I believe it was Holloman and Edwards that were both claimed to be landing sites of aliens, where Eisenhower,
No, Eisenhower was supposed to be, was it Edwards or was it Holloman? I thought he was supposed to be at Edwards. Well, it doesn't matter. It's a made-up story. I don't really know anything more about that. I mean, it's the same thing. There's just no evidence of any of this being true.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Well, we're running rapidly out of time. I want to thank you for taking the time to do this. And I really hope that you won't be a stranger, because we'd like to have the perspective of a veteran researcher and writer like you here in the future. You know, we do these panel shows sometimes, and I'd like to have as many opinions as possible, especially somebody with your experience. It's
Yeah, we
it's
can
really
do that. That's
really
not a
really
problem.
well received. Yeah. So what are you up to? Are you like retired now? Do you have like a day job?
Yeah,
or-
I'm retired. I used to work in the Silicon Valley on software development, real-time software, that kind of thing, digital telephony. And I've been basically, I'm retired. I'm working, on UFO nonsense as well as,
That's a good word for it. I'm working on
other
UFO
stuff.
nonsense in my retirement.
Yeah. And also, I'm still involved in opera productions. We just finished doing Die Fledermaus up at a
Yeah, I've
small
heard,
opera
and people
company
don't know this
nearby.
about you, but I've heard that you're an incredible opera singer. Somebody
Well,
told me that about you.
at least good enough to actually get away with singing it. So
Yeah, I don't know
before a
how you
real
remember.
audience, and so
That's a lot of that's a
yeah.
lot of Italian, right? I don't know how people remember all that.
Yeah.
Oh,
well.
and Lee Guy is asking, how do you feel about UFO and nuke stories? You know, we hear
Well,
these.
that's on there too on the blog. Basically, the story as he tells it, Hastings, isn't really how it happened. And now I'm trying to have to go over that again to see if I got all the details right. But it's basically that he attributes an incident happening at place A and time A that really happened at time B, and it doesn't line up and so on. If you refer to that, it's I've got the details on there. But yeah, all these old things come back. You know, it's like ufology believes in recycling. It's probably the most efficient recycling organization that I know. They take every old story and just spin it around a little, polish it up, and then bring it as if it was new. And what year was this supposedly? Well, this was, I don't know, 1960 something or seven. No, it was 1960s, wasn't it? UFOs and nukes and oh Lord, it just never goes away. They just keep coming up with the Trent photos and all these other goodies. So yeah, that's
Yeah, and I happen to find I was searching nuclear on your website, but I happen to find this is the video you mentioned here, a 15-minute video was about to be shown of a 77-year-old man in very bad health who wanted to take the opportunity to reveal the story of what happened to him while he worked for the CIA under President Dwight Eisenhower in 1958. He wanted to take the opportunity to reveal a story of what happened to him while he worked for the CIA. X goes on to talk about how Eisenhower was so upset when he learned that there was activity going on at the base in Nevada that would later be renamed as Area 51 that the government allegedly had no jurisdiction over. Eisenhower sent X and his boss to the base to find out what was going on there. This is the man that Jeremy Corbell and Richard Dolan claimed to have interviewed in, I believe it's 2014. But the problem with that is that the original source came from Linda Moulton Howe, who's the queen of fake sources to begin with. But she reported that this same man died in 2008. So my question is, how did Richard Dolan and Jeremy Corbell interview a man in 2014 that died apparently in 2008? There was also a book written about him, Anonymous, the CIA Deathbed Confession, written by Ron Gardner, who also claimed to interact with this man in and around 2012 to 2014 after he was already dead, and then wrote a book based on a dead man's testimony. It's great. This is the circus of UFOs.
Yeah, 16 men on a dead man's chest or something. Yeah.
Lord Ludicrous Plaid with a $1.99 super chat. Love the show. Keep up the great work. My pleasure, Lord Ludicrous Plaid. Thank you for helping us to praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Yeah, your blog is interesting because I did do some searches, and it seems like anything I put a search in on, you've already written something about it, right?
Well, it goes back like 11 years, I think, or something. So yeah, it's been there for a while.
Yeah, I put in Bob Lazar. We see this article about Bob Lazar's book, and then Art's Parts. This is pretty funny too. I'm going to share this. You're here with my buddy Richard Dolan. Did you know he's a huge fan of mine? No, I think he hates my guts.
I think well, I kind of count him among the BSers,
That's a shame because
part, yeah.
don't you think that he has this shtick where he pretends to be like a college professor, kind of serious researcher?
Oh yeah, he does. And some
he
people
pretends
don't.
that, and then he
imagine why
fakes. Yeah, then he fakes stories. He's interviewing dead men, saying that they're a guy that died, and nobody's supposed to know that that guy died in 2008. And he said that he had classified information from the classified version of the UAP report. And I called him on that, saying that, he would get arrested if he was in possession of classified materials and was disseminating it to his audience. And then he had to walk that back big time, I just don't understand. And then you have an article here on Jaime Maussan, who I think is the greatest UFO fraudster.
He's a major fabricator for all kinds of crazy UFO stuff. My favorite one of Jaime Maussan. Well, of course, we're all familiar with the so-called Roswell slides from 6 years ago, and how he was you could be a witness to this if you pay the money and so on. It turns out it was a mummy of a Native American child. And,
yeah, somebody in the live chat.
Yeah,
he did a 35-minute video walking back all the stuff that he said after I said that's garbage. You'd be in prison, right? And I don't think somebody like Richard Dolan would do very well in prison, but that's just my opinion, right? Yeah. Right. So, but yeah, Jaime Maussan, for those that don't know, also was responsible for a hoax claiming that they had an alien body when it was a mummified spider monkey.
Yep.
Yeah, that's great. And also the fairies. People could look up, Jaime Maussan fairies. He had these like winged creatures, and it turns out that they were glued together from a bunch of different animal bones and stuff like that.
Oh, really? I didn't see that one, but what I saw, my favorite was he had on the cover of one of his magazines, it said, "Un caballo en el cielo." In other words, a horse in the sky. And it was like that, those old commercials for Phillips 66 or whatever with the horse flying up there. I think you were supposed to believe that somebody in Mexico got a picture of a horse flying across the sky.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that guy believes anything, right?
I don't think he necessarily believes any of them. And he has a business down there. And he sells magazines and... well, in fact, we visited him when I was in Mexico on this UFO trip in 1966. We checked out all the sightings and whatever, and he had a whole office there. They were making VHS tapes at the time. I'm sure it's DVDs now, and as well as selling books and such. And that's a big business.
Interesting. I was trying to find something about those fairies and I couldn't find it, but I'm sure that there's a researcher, a Christian researcher, L.A. Marzulli, who was convinced at first that these fairies were real, that they were some kind of demon creatures or something. And then after the analysis, unfortunately, L.A. Marzulli had to walk everything back himself, saying that I got fooled by Jaime Maussan and I should have known better because he's fooled other researchers with the Roswell slides. And yeah, he's never commented. Jaime Maussan has never commented. Apparently they made hundreds of thousands of dollars on that pay-per-view Roswell slides event. And he's never given any of the money back, even after it was determined that it was completely and totally fake. I love how they never give the money back, even when they get caught with their pants down, right?
Well, a fool and his money will soon go to Roswell event or some such thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and here's some words on Jeremy Corbell and Bob Lazar and George
just starting to get into the big deal UFO business. He had some other silly movie that he made.
Silly. Yeah, it was definitely silly. I like to remind people that I sent Jeremy Corbell a treasure trove of proof that Bob Lazar is a liar and a fraud, and none of that made it into his so-called documentary. And he once famously said to me, "Steve, if the story's fake, there's no documentary deal." That's what he told me. So, so he just, it was all about getting a deal for a documentary. Did you follow these videos that he'd been releasing, like that pyramid one with the flashing lights that matched FAA lights?
I did a lot on that. I wrote, there's a blog entry on that one too. Look up bokeh, B-O-K-E-H, which is the Japanese term for an out-of-focus image. It's a term for how an optical system represents an out-of-focus image. And the geniuses in the so-called UAP task force of the Pentagon didn't understand optics in the least. And not only is this thing, or if you can't find that, just look for.
No, I've got it.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. Right. And there we go. There's Jeremy. And yeah, see, there's out of focus image. But when an image is out of focus in an optical system, it will take the same shape as the aperture of the front. For example, in a typical camera, you've got like 6 or 8, little leaves that, close and open. And you'll see that when the images are out of focus. In this case, it's a triangular aperture, and it's because this is a night vision device. But and then go a little further. Some people have gone to the trouble of actually figuring out what we're seeing in these out of focus images, and it turns out it's actually we're just seeing an airplane moving across the star field that includes Jupiter and the stars of Sagittarius and Aquila or some such. There you go. This is a bokeh. Okay, this one.
Yeah, I know that people have reproduced that UFO pretty well.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. This and this, the green circle, and then the one below it. These are exactly the same. This is the so-called UFO, and then you got Jupiter. Then you got the stars in the constellation Scorpius. Everything matches up perfectly, just out of focus. That's all.
Yeah, and if that aperture is set a certain way, every star in the sky or light source is going to appear to be a triangle UFO.
Yeah, but see, you have an autofocus in most all modern optical systems, and so it's when it doesn't have a clear image, or when it's just like a dark night sky, autofocus isn't going to work very well. So you're typically going to see things out of focus.
Yeah, and here we see the aperture adjusted to the triangle kind of a setting, which makes every light source look like a triangle.
Right. This was considered, advanced optics or something that the so-called government, the UAP task force, just couldn't figure this out.
It makes me think that they've got a lot of people that shouldn't be working for them, right?
Well,
what did you say earlier? Good enough for government work?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't think it's more than 2 or 3 people working on this. I don't. If they had anybody do anything about photography, they would, they'd know this. But
yeah, this is great. The balloons, Batman balloons.
Yeah.
I love the Batman one, and you can even see here the
kind of almost see the Batman outline. Yeah, almost. It may not be Batman, but it's something like that.
Yeah. Metallic blimp photo almost takes on a shark appearance. Yeah.
Yes.
Look, there's a shark.
There's your shark, right? Yeah.
These guys appear like they would use anything. Like, I don't know, if it was me looking at these images, and the one in the middle here, people have suggested but people have suggested that's a reflection off of an iPhone, and that's the camera lens reflecting off of the fighter canopy. So that's not it may not be an object at all.
Whatever it is, it's out of focus.
Yeah, somebody did an analysis and determined that this is most likely the aperture, the camera from an iPhone reflecting on the canopy of the aircraft. That, so there's no image out there in the sky. It's just a reflection, or of the actual iPhone camera aperture, the little round camera on the back of a iPhone. Yeah. This one I don't know that was really debunked, but this one everybody says Batman balloon.
Yeah. No, the one on the left is the one that's supposed to be the shark, I think.
Oh, the shark. Yeah. So we've got the shark, a lens, a lens reflecting on an airplane canopy, and a Batman balloon. But to George Knapp,
to fool, it's a Pentagon UFO analyst. It'll fool them,
Yeah, and the other thing that people don't realize is just because the Pentagon says, these were images taken by our personnel, doesn't mean that they haven't already determined that these are balloons, are not threatening and not aliens.
Well, you would think they would announce that if they said that. Say, well, we looked at this and we thought they were balloons. I would think if the fact that they haven't said this, or and they've basically just released them and without comment, I think means that they don't know what it is either.
Yeah. Well, we all know how wonderful a job everybody in government does, right? I mean, I'm sure there's some good people, but if you've ever been to the DMV or the post office, you'd be cursing at government workers too, you know?
Yeah.
It just seems like they're always nasty and rude because they can't get fired. It's like, right? I don't know. They hire some real winners too. So this one, Lee Guy says the metallic blimp looks like an out of focus Airbus Super Guppy.
Yeah,
there's another possibility,
something like
right?
that. Yeah. Maybe it's a big guppy.
And Victor Caliero contributing that the 3 pics, including the Batman balloon, were all taken 30 minutes apart near Virginia Beach, which has a big problem with people releasing party balloons. They issue fines for it now. That's very interesting.
That's the explanation,
right?
Yeah. And they don't see them anymore.
And the Sixth Sense says, Robert, the search feature on your site works wonderful. Yeah. Listen, I'm going to put, it's badufos.blogspot.com. I'm going to put the blog. I'm a terrible show host. I'm going to put your blog into the description of the video here so anybody can visit it. And no matter what UFO case you're interested in, if you put it in the search bar, you may find some resources there, right?
Yes.
And Victor says,
likely the major cases.
You can see Virginia Beach in the background of one of the pictures. That's great.
Maybe. Well, that's a big Navy base, right? In Virginia Beach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Victor Collier also contributes, ask yourself why the triangle video is cut to end just at the time you'd expect the person filming would have adjusted the focus. Also very suspect. Yeah. And Mike Williams says, see no more Belgian triangle flap. Problem solved. I don't know. I think there might have been something to the Belgian flap because there was too many witnesses to different craft and different events, right?
Too many witnesses and yet not a single authenticated photo. The one photo that we have from this Patrick guy, and it's now admitted to be a hoax. And, if hundreds or thousands of people are seeing UFOs and not a single photo of it, what? Okay.
Yeah, and then that's another question I have for you, because I'd like to know your thoughts on it. With the increase in camera quality, right? I mean, there's people making movies on iPhones now.
Yes.
People have made movies
just
with the camera
quality of just a simple, very simple phone, Android or iPhone today is equivalent to what, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, you'd pay $200 and get a small camera. And, it's equivalent to that. So you really... you would expect that there could be some very high quality photos of UFOs or any strange thing is up there, but there's not.
Yeah, there was a great deal of hype surrounding these releases, both by George Knapp and by Jeremy Corbell. And again, I don't. If I was in possession of those, I would have done the work first to get them analyzed or ask image analysts or specialists what their opinion of it is before I released it, and definitely before I hyped it all up. But in this backwards world of the UFO hucksters, no, if you got something that you could sell, monetize clicks and views, you release and you worry about the fallout later, make up some excuses for why it's,
Well, but maybe, it said that Elizondo had a zero budget for his program, ATIP. Maybe he couldn't afford any photo analysts.
Yeah. Art L7 is asking if you could give your view on what happened to OSAP. Did it shut down in 2010 as cited by Lukatsky? And ATIP had no funds, was just made up program. That means the New York Times is wrong. Did Elizondo have a role in anything? I'd say I don't know.
Yeah, I say I don't know, but I would think if he did have a role, he should have been able to prove it by now. Yeah, and what he just said was it's covered in the last posting that I made on the blog about Elizondo. And Lukatsky says Elizondo had zero budget. Zero. Well, what are you going to do with that? Is that a program? How can you have a program with zero budget?
Yeah, I'm starting to get.
I think it was like a hobby. It was like a side.
I'm starting to get that feeling. Club.
Yeah.
It was a club, and Senator Harry Reid was in on it, and Bigelow was in on it, and Elizondo was in on it, and Hal Puthoff and Eric Davis. You can't
Yeah.
show me any other person that was in on this program or that has admitted to involvement with it except for Puthoff, Elizondo, and Eric Davis.
Well, there are some other authors of the 38 papers. Now, some of them you've mentioned, but there are other authors whose names I can't think of right now. But, possibly somebody might want to interview them, see what they could say.
Yeah, I'm going to put on my list of things to look into. So you're giving us some new leads and giving us an education into your vast experience as a veteran debunker. I'm going to get in trouble. You know I'm going to get in trouble for having you here. People are going to, why'd you have a skeptic on? Don't you want to know? I guess the final question, this is really the final question. I don't want to keep you too much longer, but it seems to me that some of these UFO true believers are really nasty, argumentative, and just terrible to some of the skeptics, even when the skeptics are proving that the stories are fake. Like Mick West is the one that proved this Boca and this triangle UFO was likely fake, and he got attacked very viciously for it.
Oh yeah.
Is
Well,
it just, do they just want to believe their fairy tales, so they're going to attack anybody that disproves them, or
well,
what
they
is
think
the
it's a
venom
wonderful,
about?
they think they're onto some wonderful discoveries, and the only reason that the whole world doesn't know about all this UFO proof is because skeptics have convinced everybody that it's all fake. And if the skeptics would just shut up, they could show everybody that it's true. But it's as Phil Glass used to say, they would accuse him of being a debunker. And Glass would say, a thing can only be debunked if it's filled with bunk in the first place.
That's a good way to put it. And Victor Caliero commenting that Lukatsky saw an apparition at Skinwalker that looked like the Tubular Bells album cover. Tubular Bells is the theme for Exorcist. And I looked this up, and I may have some explanation for what it is that he saw.
Yeah, I have no idea what he saw.
Oh, no, look, I'm going to share this, and then we'll let you bounce out of here. I'm sorry for keeping you so long here. This is what he apparently saw in the sky. And the thing is, when I was a child, there was something that was like this, but it was black. And you would fill it with air, and then you would lay it out in the sun in a field.
Oh,
and
yeah,
it would
solar
be
balloon.
A solar balloon, yes. And I had them when I was a child. And at times, they would look like this in the sky because they were a long, thin, a long tube made of like plastic bag material, like a trash bag. And some of the air would come out and they'd flap around in the wind and they would look like this. So I don't see that as some groundbreaking sighting that has to be aliens. But that's just my take on it, having experience with solar balloons. Could easily be a solar balloon. Yeah. And Cal Korf saying David wrote 5% of all papers. I could send you the charts. Great. And Patrick Sheehan commenting that Skinwalker is used for U.S. Special Ops for PSYOPs training. Some people believe that it's a psychological warfare test center. Could be. Anyway, I want to thank you very much for your time and all of the great insight that you could share with us today concerning your many years looking into, what did you call it? UFO nonsense.
Sometimes I say that, or ufology, because there's ufology when people are trying to be careful and somewhat scientific, and there's ufology where they just say a lot of nonsense and believe every story they hear. And unfortunately, there's a lot more of ufology than there is ufology.
Yeah, and on that note, we're going to let you go. I hope that you will return, because this has been great for me to finally talk to you after years of reading your blog. And, you have burst my UFO nonsense bubble on many occasions. And I want to thank you for that, because I don't want to believe in fake stories. I want to know the truth behind these things. So if something's fake, I want to know it's fake.
Right.
And I hope others do as well.
Exactly. All right. Well, it's been great to talk to you.
You keep up the great work, and I hope you'll come back for one of our panel shows or for a future.
We can do that at some point, I'm sure.
All right. Great. Thanks so much for your help tonight. All right. Bye-bye. Wow, friends, what a great night. Tonight I got Mr. Sheaffer off my list, and I've had him on my list for quite some time. Here we're still working on this multi-camera setup, so you'll have to excuse me if Yeah. It's like I was dreaming when I wrote this. Forgive me if it goes astray. There we go. This one has a bunch of different options, and I've got all kinds of remotes now, buttons to push. That's all I need. I can barely work the show now. And me, like a dummy, what do? I add a whole bunch more buttons and options and things, right? So, I'm sorry for any of the wonderful questions that we did not get. We did not get to ask Mr. Sheaffer, but I'm sure that tonight may be the first of many appearances from his. I'm hopeful, anyway. I think he had a good time recounting some of his experience from his very long career looking into these things. You can notice that poster is messed up. It got screwed up. I got to get a new one. But this is the obligatory. If you're going to do a UFO show, you got to have this poster. It comes with the job. I want to believe, right? Greetings and salutations, and welcome back, friends. This is a Truth Seekers UFO report, which we like to do as often as possible. The problem lately can be getting good guests. Now, we've had a lot of people that just talked about UFOs, but I thought it would be interesting to have somebody here that's actually capturing UFOs on video. And so I've been watching this unidentified S4 channel, who has also fed some of his videos into the huge monster channels like Third Phase of Moon. Yeah, he's capturing some stuff. So I wanted to talk to him about what kind of equipment he's using and how much time is he spending sky watching to catch some of these things, because he seems to be getting luckier than I am at getting things on film. Yeah, and that's just the way it goes, right? So let's bring.
Good evening. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got an echo. No headphones?
No.
let me see.
Hang on. Give me 1 second. I'll get it set, all right?
Sure. Yeah. No problem. I'm going to mute him while he finds some headphones. In the meantime, I'm going to put yeah, just bear with me. Yeah, try echo cancellation. But in the he'll be bringing his headphones. In the meantime, maybe I'll throw him out of here and I will play. I'm going to cite fair use and play one of his videos here. Just bear with me. Yeah, this one's pretty interesting. I really like this one. And this he clipped from where Third Phase of Moon played it.
We've got the UFO sightings that you've been waiting for, and our emails are piling up. Our Facebook, Twitter, people are submitting the phenomenon.
Look at that. That is pretty freaky. Looks like a door cam video
So here
almost.
we go again. A Ring camera captures something
camera.
on camera. Could this be the infamous TR3B? Well, this is questions that we need answers to, and I want to thank Anthony Esempler. He has a YouTube channel called the Unidentifieds 4, and he's allowed us permission to share this with you, and we're grateful for other YouTubers reaching out to Third Phase of Moon to get down to the bottom of this mystery. And also, this video came from Kevin Barrett, and we're appreciating Kevin for getting this footage out so people could see this. The TR3B is a mystery out there. We've been bringing this phenomenon to you for over a decade. We've had photographs and videos submitted to us from across the country. I believe the TR3B is built by us.
Okay, I guess that's enough. Anthony, welcome to the show. He's got his tech support staff standing by. We're trying to get it sorted out there, friends. Interesting video. Definitely interesting video. In the meantime, I'm going to do some shout outs here. 1 second. Let me go as far back into the live chat as I can. So we want to shout out to welcome in the show, The Urban Way. Andy Gambino is here. Moody Mongol is here. Dorothy Hawkins is here. The Sixth Sense is here. Jimmy Jin is here. Andy Gambino is here. Lee Guy, Matt Taylor, Madam Two Swords. Let's see, who else do we have here? Rebecca Turner. Shout out to Rebecca. Walt Corbin is here. Shout out to Walt. Spooky is, of course, always here. Mike Gematria is here. Welcome to the show. Single Wide Samurai is here. Heiko Sajura is here. Great to see you there, Heiko. Plan D is here. Skywatch Explorer is here. Space Exposure is here. That girl Jessica, Imperator Samnium is here. Moody Mongol, Archaic Revival, good to see you back. Marco, good to see you. Ivan Freely, Tim Elf, Out of Mind is here. Shout out to Out of Mind. Isaac Kennedy is here. Mike Jones is here. Annie Kurtz is here. F Graph 72 is here. Marco is here. Shout out to Marco and Annie Kurtz as well. Toady UK is here. And mentions, I'm here in the UK right now, this moment, watching you, and I see this clip. Amazing stuff. Yeah, hopefully we'll get to talk to Anthony about it. I think he's still trying to work out a pair of headphones or some kind of tech issue there. So we apologize for the delay in getting to the conversation. This is a live show. It happens warts and all, and these things happen, right? Heiko says, thanks, Stephen. You're one of our favorite guys in this field of nuts and crooks. Well, I'm glad that we can differentiate me from the nuts and the crooks, right? Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that you are here. M. Yeckersley, shout out to M. Yeckersley, and shout out to Pix as well. Yeah. Cheers from Bulgaria. I'm always happy to see all these different people from all around the world, right? It's always good to see people from all around the world coming here to celebrate this thing that we do here. And like I said, this is a live show, warts and all. So if you're just joining us, our guest Anthony from Unidentified S4, we're waiting for him to fix the tech echoing issues. I think we got it though, because I can put on echo. Well, we did have echo cancellation on, so maybe that won't help. So we're waiting for Anthony to join us back again. Yes. Imperior. Somnium says, longtime viewer. Well, good to see you there. And Isaac Kennedy is here from Australia. Earthling Unlimited is here. Shout out to Earthling Unlimited. Says, Glastonbury calling. Good to see you. Oh, Skywatch Explorer says, a friend of Anthony's watching from the UK. Well, you are most welcome here. Good to see you here. Oh, no. All right. Let me give you the invite again, Anthony. I sent it to your Facebook Messenger just now. But I think I have to kick the old you from the studio, maybe. So yeah, I'll kick the old you. Log back in again under the link that I just sent you, and that should do it. I would hope. Mike Gambelli is here. Shout out to Mike Gambelli. And he asks, did you ever do a show on James Rink? No, though I find the fact that this guy sits around talking about being Captain America, you know, being a super soldier with all these other people who think they're super soldiers. That is James Rink, right? The Super Soldier channel. That is a bizarro world, Mike Gambelli, and I'm not so sure what's up with that. And we'll see. I think we have Anthony here now. There you go, Anthony.
Sorry about that. I'm
No
in New
problem.
Jersey for the holidays, and the computer I'm using won't allow me to use the earbuds.
Yeah, and the Wi-Fi on some of the older ones. Yeah, no worries.
Apologies.
No worries. So we showed this this one video, and you know, I don't know. Third Phase is saying it's a TR3B, but
yeah.
I'm going to share it again, and I want you to tell me where did you come across this video? You didn't film this, but somebody sent it to you, or
No, this was sent from England, actually, by a gentleman named Matt Doherty and Kevin Barrett. They had sent it to me, and they wanted to get it out there because neither of them had a YouTube channel at the time. So they were watching my channel. They asked if I would do it for them. And once I put it up, they said, do you know anybody else with big YouTube channels you could send it to? So I sent it over to Blake and Brent, and I sent it over to Rich and, on Goofon and a couple other people, and then it just took off like lightning.
Yeah, but thanks for sending it to me, bro.
I didn't know that you played.
Yeah, sometimes I would
UFO
like
videos.
to. Sure, this is an interesting video, but you know, I disagree about TR3B. I think they just saw 3 lights and they're like, "Oh, TR3B," because they slowed it down, and over here, once it gets to the end of the frame or end of the clip, it seems like the lights move. And if that was one static craft with 3 lights on it, it would be stationary, right?
Right, like it kind of rotated. I just think it's 3 lights in formation. I'm not too sure about a TR3B because
there you can definitely see the light moving. The bottom one moves all the way up,
I believe.
Yeah, you should be able to see it, and it should blot out the sky behind it. I would assume. I don't know, but still interesting footage. What do you think it is? I mean, this could be Japanese lanterns.
I don't think it's Japanese lanterns because they usually blow all over the place. They never stay in formation. It could be helicopters, but I don't see FAA lights of any kind.
It looks too close. Yeah, it looks too close to be helicopters. It looks pretty close to this people's houses.
Too big for drones.
It's only 20 or 30. It looks like 20 or 30 feet above the lamp post here. The light
right.
post.
It's really hard to determine with the ring camera footage because they have no sound, so you can ascertain if they have, any rotor noise or any drone noise or anything of that nature. But I don't see any FAA lights on there. Do you?
No, I don't see the flashing FAA lights, so I would think it wasn't some kind of conventional aircraft at the very least.
Right. I
You know?
captured something very similar not too long ago on my channel. It was 3 lights in formation like that, and they did some pretty wild maneuvers. It was also on third phase of the moon. Most of the crafts that are up there usually do travel in 3s like that. I've been noticing that quite a bit. Last night,
that's
I
pretty
put an
interesting.
episode up with the same thing.
Oh yeah, we could see if we could share that. You have captured some, I guess, UFO footage, right?
Tons.
And how do you get so lucky? Because I tried and I don't see very much.
Well,
Maybe
when I had my regular camera, when I had my regular Canon camera, I wasn't so lucky. And then I upgraded to the Psionics, the color night vision. And you can see things with the color night vision that you can't see with your regular eyes. Don't forget, your eyes only see so far into a spectrum. So how can I explain it to you?
it's just like the night vision. Yeah.
Right. If this highlighter was your eye length, you're only seeing the tip. You know what I mean? So the psionics help you to see into a different field.
Yeah, and here's you doing some sky watching and capturing some things.
Yeah, this was last night. It was freezing. It was about 26 degrees out. It was up for about 7 hours.
You're out there freezing, looking for the aliens, bro.
I want the truth. I want the truth.
How did you get started in this rabbit hole, though?
Well, when I was 13 years old, I was an avid dirt bike rider, and I was out in the woods all day into the early evening, and it was about 5 o'clock, wintertime, just started getting dusk, and I had stopped my bike to check for gas, and I just happened to look above me, and I noticed a gigantic craft in the sky. Now, at 13 years old, the first thing you say to yourself is, wow, the military got some pretty cool technology. But the craft looked like glass, like black glass. And I never seen anything like that before. And it made absolutely no sound. I heard a very low hum, and I just stared at it for, to me, it felt like hours. But it must have been a good, I'd say, 7 to 10 minutes. And then the craft took off at a high rate of speed, and my mind was blown away. I ran home to tell my parents what I just seen, and they're like, "Yeah, you're out of your mind. You seen a UFO? Yeah, right, okay." And but that sparked my fascination with the subject, and ever since then, it's just been nothing but buying camera after camera, trying to get the best footage, and I fell in love with the subject.
Somebody asked you where you grew up at, Annie Kurtz.
I grew up in Staten Island, New York.
Gotta be New York. Yeah, I was thinking between your terrible New York accent and my terrible Philadelphia accent, people are going to think they're listening to a Rocky movie tonight.
Hey, yo, Adrian!
I grew up right in that neighborhood, by the way, in Philly, where they filmed.
You see these objects right here? There's 3 there also. So this is common on Staten Island to see. Very common.
It's definitely weird, right? Didn't you capture some stuff though, and it turned out to be those turned out to be geese one time?
No, actually, I have geese on here.
On this one, yeah.
That you could tell what geese are with this camera. So easy, they just the way they fly and everything. So I always try to throw that in because you'll always get those people that are like, "Oh, it's geese. Oh, it's this, it's that."
It's birds, it's balloons, yeah.
Theoretically, look, man. I don't know. When I say UFO, I mean the actual definition of the word.
You don't mean
unidentified flying object. To me, it's unidentified. I'm not saying it's aliens. I'm just saying to me, it's unidentified.
Yeah, and there's this other one here where it's like pulsating, this UFO.
Right. That object. Normally, I keep a laptop outside with me. I have radar going so I could tell the flight FAA flights, SpaceX, where the satellites are, the satellite
Well,
locations.
that's good. So you can eliminate all the normal stuff,
Right, I
like
eliminated all the
satellites
possibilities. At first, I thought maybe it was the ISS, but the ISS at that time was down on the other side of the world by Australia. So I have no idea what that object was, but I just stood on
Yeah,
it.
what if they are aliens, though? You think it's a good idea shining a laser beam at them? I'm just asking.
Yeah,
you know?
I want to
like imagine if you're an alien,
there, man.
right? Imagine if you're an alien and you're visiting Earth and you're trying to pilot your spaceship in some, planet you've never been to, and there's this guy, this Jo from Staten Island, shooting laser pointers at you.
Hey, what's
That
the
looks
worst
like
that
a
could
real
happen? What's the
looks
worst
like
that
a
could
real
happen?
bright one that you
Colonoscopy
got.
early?
Yeah, maybe you get anally probed, bro. You better watch it. But that looks like a pretty bright one that you got. I have one, but it's not that bright. That's crazy bright.
Beautiful. And then not too long ago, I was on the beach, and the same night SpaceX rocket went off a couple months ago, and an hour after, I captured something that was just unbelievable. Big orange light in the sky. Had no idea what it was.
And this is the flock. This is the flock of geese right here, right?
That's a flock of geese. Yeah. I mean, you can clearly tell the difference.
Yeah, and they normally have like a V formation sometimes, these flocks of geese.
Right, and then the geese are never in a perfect V formation, I noticed. They always have one straight line and one line that's a little cocked, or they're always breaking formation. But this is the season for migration to go down south, so.
Sure, yeah. So it's good, though, that you're like actively eliminating possibilities, because I know too many people that make videos like this, and they kind of swear everything they see is aliens. And, I think it's important to separate the terrestrial stuff, because I'm not interested in any of that. I'm not interested in balloons. I'm not really interested in drones, if I'm sure they're drones. And I'm not interested in Japanese lanterns, balloons, any of that, satellites, Saturn, misidentified stars, or even sometimes at my cabin, it's so high up that even a regular star sometimes can fool you.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I was just up there by Lake Monroe, and it's absolutely beautiful, the night sky. I mean, I couldn't believe what it looked like up there.
Yeah, now here you got two. This is
one's a plane.
Okay.
This one going to the left is not.
Yeah, it looked like there was two of those objects earlier in the film.
I must have missed it, but this one right here was not on any FAA flight chart.
This one I would like to see. Do you have kids?
I do. I have a son. He's in the next room.
My kids have these balloons that have a little LED in them that flash. You ever see those?
Of course.
This is the first thing I thought when I saw this, that maybe somebody blew one up with helium and let it go, and that's what you're looking at here?
You see the steady pattern that it's on?
Yeah, that doesn't look like a balloon flight path. They're more
wind
erratic.
last night had to be about 35 to 40 knots. It was very, very windy. I'm sure you can hear it on the camera at times.
Lincoln Liar wants to know. He says, I wonder how the geese feel about being lasered. Yeah, that's another thing. Could you imagine you're just a goose and you're trying to fly south? All of a sudden, like, yo, what the hell, dude?
But what I was trying to do is cause
you're like blind. You're turning geese blind, bro. That's a powerful laser. You could be hitting them in their eyeballs.
Well, hopefully I didn't hurt any animals doing it, but it's for science. I was trying to see if the laser would make them scatter, because I'm hitting the other objects, and if they don't scatter and the geese scatter, well, then I could, kind of tell the difference when I use the laser. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you're also sharing some cool videos. I love this this flying craft that you. Can you tell me a little more about this? I'm going to share it here.
Okay.
This is the Jetson 1 personal air vehicle.
Unbelievable vehicle.
The reason that I'm so interested in this is because I'm telling you the truth. I was going to build something like this, and I got as far as building the thing you sit in. And then where I got stuck is I don't know enough about motors and propellers and everything. So like buying a bunch of toy drone motors isn't going to get you off the ground if you're sitting in this thing. But this guy manages to do this. It's amazing.
Yeah. Hey, Wilcox can probably help you fix that.
Yeah, he's going to be the father of anti-gravity after
Yeah, okay.
all. I would be impressed even if Wilcock produced something like this, and he's not going to produce even something
How
like
he
this.
didn't come up with something by now is mind-boggling. Something so simple to do.
Yeah, he says it's simple. It's so simple, but if it was so simple, everybody would already have a hovercraft and a free energy device.
Very true. But I'm
the
saying,
way, the way he's talking, you're going to have a free energy device in your hover car, so you'll never need power again once you buy a hover car from him. Great. This thing is definitely fun, man. I could have a ball with that at my cabin.
Yeah, this company actually reached out to me and asked me if I would be interested running a 2-minute skit on my, on my show to show off the new stuff that's coming out. And of course, I accepted because they're just awesome.
Tell them I'll play their video every show if they give me one of those bad boys.
Oh man,
Could you imagine the fun you could have with this thing?
I'm gonna ask for one.
No, I bet you this is. Oh yeah, I bet that's a couple hundred grand probably. That's amazing though.
But they're wild. I don't think they go any faster than about 50 miles an hour, and I believe they say about 20 feet off the ground at this time.
Yeah, that's definitely fun. This could be like a lot of fun at my cabin going down the. I saw.
Absolutely.
Yeah, later in the video, they show it going down like woodland trails, and that's the first thing I thought, like flying through the trails at the
Look
cabin.
at that thing.
Amazing. And they've got this thing. Obviously, this isn't CGI. This is real film.
No, this is real deal.
This thing, right? Yeah.
Real deal. And they're not the only company doing it. There's quite a few out there right now.
Yeah, there's a few developing things like this, but some of them don't look really promising. They look like, kind of I'm sure they're all there's a lot of dudes on YouTube, just so you know, building things like this or trying to. I was watching tons of those videos when I was going to try to build something like this, but I could never get past the motors and the lift. Like, you need a hell of a motor to lift a person up.
Definitely.
And then you also need a lot of a lot of microcontrollers too to control the speed of each rotor, to do the turning and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Look at that, man. That is
unbelievable.
Amazing. It's like, it reminds me of the
land speeder from Star Wars.
The land speeders from Star Wars, yeah, from the
and what a perfect name. The Jetson 1. That's
the Jetson.
I mean, that's classic.
Yeah.
The only thing that freaks me out about this craft is, God forbid, one of those propellers came loose and went flying. There's no shielding on there.
Yeah, they should have a canopy or something to protect you. In case.
Maybe a guard around the propellers. I'm sure they're going
to
work out the kinks as they move along.
Well, they could easily put some kind of a saucer-shaped,
very easily
facade over this thing, and you could really freak some people out.
Very easily.
It looks like this would be tons of fun, though.
And it's actually pretty quiet too.
Look at that land. That's just how it lands. It just drops right in there. Interesting.
Unbelievable, right?
Yeah. That is definitely cool.
It's amazing how far the technology has come in the past 30 years. Really is.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine. I remember when I was a kid, like, I was begging my dad for like a remote control airplane or a remote control helicopter. Those were like rich boy toys back then. You couldn't get a remote control plane or helicopter for any kind of reasonable price. Now, I could buy my 5-year-old a drone for like $30, You could fly it around the house. It's amazing. Yeah.
I remember asking my dad for a dirt bike when I was 13, and they were like $3,000 back then. He was like, you better get straight A's or that thing's getting cut in half with a chainsaw. You fail anything, that kind of money.
Yeah, I don't know. My dad was cheap. He did everything. If he could, it would be flea market stuff. But he always tried to overcompensate, I know you wanted a brand new bike, but I got you 3 junky bikes from the flea market and some spray paint. All right, we'll fix it up. I'll help you fix it up. That's how my dad was. Or like busted computers. I want a real computer, Dad. No. You'll learn more. Here, we'll get you these broken ones. And you try to figure out why it's broken, try to get it working, I'm like, first of all, it's from 1975 and I don't care if I get it working, but Yeah, it's
Well,
funny.
that's your thing, right? You're a computer guy, right?
Yeah, well, I guess I was before COVID. You know, most of my business used to be fixing people's computers in house at your door service. In other words, instead of taking your laptop somewhere, they would just call my company and I would go and fix it right there and give them an invoice. But because of COVID, nobody wants me anywhere near them, you know.
Terrible.
So here we
So
are.
many
Like,
businesses went
yeah,
down
they
due to
all
COVID.
went.
It's so sad.
They all went in the trash. But honestly, it was good that happened because I started my company to be a technology company so that I could develop computers and computer products and software. And then you quickly figure out that that's a long roadmap to get to profitability doing that stuff. So I kind of fell into, well, I'm great with fixing computers. I'll just fix everybody, you know. And then it turned into I wasn't doing anything but, you know. And there's only so many laptop screens you can replace before you're sick of doing that every day, you know. So I'm kind of back to tinkering now and trying to get a product to sell, and that's going good. It's just like I said, it's a slow road to some kind of profitability. So, but I'm glad though because it gave this COVID nightmare gave me an opportunity to start the show and work on this because you know you have a channel. It takes everything and more to try to develop that channel.
That's right. You know,
Yeah.
I only started. It's not even a year yet. I have this channel up, and I've been very blessed. Thank God. A lot of people have taken. To
Yeah,
it.
you got more subs than me, bastard.
Yeah,
right. Look at that. Like
I don't know. I don't know how many subs I have or anything, but I mean,
I think I have 3,700, but you're at like 4,700.
I got like probably like 1,000
yeah.
more than you.
Yeah.
Yeah, people love UFO footage.
Yeah, you're right about that. You know, I thought about putting a lot of UFO footage on my channel, but I just decided against it because I'm not sure that there's a lot of value in some of the stuff if you can't prove what it is, you know. But you're right, it's still mysterious and still people like to watch it. It's like something that's just like that 3 lights video. What the hell is that? It's just cool. Who knows what it is?
Who knows what it is? It's a UFO. That's what it is. It's an unidentified flying object.
Yeah, and I guess I don't understand the other people saying UAP all the time now. To me, it's always.
I will never say UAP. I mean, that's a government term. To me, it'll always be UFO. What about you?
Yeah, I just grew up with UFO. What's wrong with that term?
What's wrong with that term is right.
Yeah, I don't know why, but they came up with this whole new term, and you're right. It's the government that uses that term UAP. Like they want to differentiate.
The government changes the nomenclature on things like they change toilet paper. They just don't want the public to know what they're talking about, so they're constantly changing it, you know?
Yeah, did you see that new program? And it's got a big, long acronym. And I thought the same thing somebody else tweeted, like, just what the UFO community needs, another acronym. And it's some big, long one, too. It's like 4 or 5 letters, you know? Like, I don't recall what it is offhand. So do you think they're going to do anything useful with that program? Or are they going to just waste $20 million again?
Well, I heard that sometime the end of this month, we're supposed to get some big news. And if we do get big news, I think it's going to be one or two things. Either the Space Force is going to get some technology that they can actually use in space, or we're going to try to beat China on a hypersonic rocket if we have not already done it. That might be one of the two things that come out within the next month.
A hypersonic rocket. Can you explain what that is?
China developed a hypersonic missile. It traveled around the world, and I believe 9 minutes. I may be wrong.
9 minutes. I think I heard about that. Yeah.
And it worked, which is very frightening. And it makes me think to myself, who allowed them to fly this thing around the world? God forbid it fell out of the sky and it failed, and it crashed into a country. And that country had no idea that this thing was even up in its airspace. You know, that's pretty scary to think about.
Yeah, I'm really, and I used to be very interested in rockets. When I was a kid, I would build them, and I even built my own engines. You know, it's funny, like stump remover and sugar. They call it rocket candy.
familiar with it.
Yeah, you make it and you jam it in the tube, and it's so funny, you can't even buy the supplies to do this. I have kids, so I was thinking, oh, I'm going to make some rockets and shoot them off with my sons. And I went to try to get fuse cord. You can't get, since 9/11, you can't get fuse cord. They're like, no fuse cord, bro. So I have to use those electronic detonators that are expensive, it's just a detonator you stick in a 9-volt battery like the models use. But I used to be really interested in rockets, but then it's just kind of like boring technology after a while. It's basically like sitting on a firecracker. It doesn't interest me as much as it used to. I'm more interested in more exotic things, right?
Like the Jetson 1.
Like the Jetson 1, or what the government may have, or, some of these alternative propulsion that may be out there that we don't know about. We're not supposed to know about some of this stuff, right?
I would love to know a fraction of what the government has in their arsenal. Just a tiny fraction of what our tax dollars are going to. Just give us a little something, Meta propulsion, let us know what you're working with. Let us feel safe now that we know that China has that hypersonic rocket.
Well, not only that, but
just give us a little something.
She used to talk to Jeremy Rise, the alien scientist, about some of this electrogravitic technology, and even ion wind. It's amazing that in the 50s, everybody was convinced that they were going to have electrogravitic propulsion any day. It was all over all of the technology magazines, airplane magazines or periodicals at the time. There was newspaper articles, propulsion of the future would be electric. And then it all disappeared. It all disappeared and went into the black world and black budget projects. And now nobody knows.
And that's the problem.
Yeah. And the technology that is known of that stuff is from 1950. The experiments that were publicly done, T. Townsend Brown and all these other things. So I'm always curious, why did that technology that everybody thought was so promising, and we had Boeing, Lockheed, all the major aircraft companies, Hughes Aircraft, they were all Skunk Works, they're all working on electrogravitic technology, and then it all just disappeared.
Well, I actually believe they came up with something. Didn't they come up with the Aurora?
Yeah, but that's still not
Isn't that electrogravitic?
A lot of people claim that, and it also has sort of pulsed jet.
Right, because
technology.
The smoke plume.
It's like rings.
Like rings.
Right.
So that would be your basic electrogravitic stature when it's taken off. That would be his signature, from what I understand.
Yeah, and I don't know, but the Aurora is often talked about but never proven to exist. But I'm sure that it has to, because they didn't mothball the SR-71 and then not make something else.
Absolutely not.
Even with the advent of satellites, which made spying a lot easier, they still need to direct an aircraft where they want it to get certain intel and information. So I'm sure that something like an Aurora has to exist. We just don't know about it yet.
Right. It's going to stay in black budget projects until the time comes where they got to pull it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's really aggravated me though so much is that the same 10 faces are always on the news. You got your Jeremy Corbell, you got your Dave Wilcox, you got your Nick Pope, the joke. I mean, you got all these people out there, all these bullshit artists. That's why I got into the field. I said, you know what? If I can show the real deal, and I could show everybody that I'm not going to show fake stuff. I'm going to show real stuff. Maybe I could be the next guy when these older guys retire, Maybe I could be the next guy to get up there.
Yeah,
maybe
knock those old losers right out of the poll. Yeah,
I think it's time. It's time to get fresh blood.
I think it's time. I think it's been time for a lot of these guys to go. They made enough money. Some of them have made hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And what have they done?
Nothing.
What have they produced?
They lied to the public.
Nothing.
What they did.
Yeah, that's what they all do, I guess. And what sucks is that you and I have this kind of handicap called morals, right? And ethics. Like, I've watched a bunch of your videos, and you're never like you could, for some of these UFO videos, tell people it's a scout ship, it's a mothership, like some of these other clowns do,
and get 100 times more views if you embellished a little more about what
But I
you're doing.
won't.
But you're very fact-based, and here's the night that I recorded this, and here's what's going on, and I want to share this with you guys. And that's it. It's not like a hyped
Cut and
up
dry,
bunch
the
of,
truth.
yeah, it's not a hyped up bunch of nonsense. And see, that's a handicap though, because these guys that are willing to just lie through their teeth are the ones making 100 times more money than either of us.
But you know what? It's not about the money. That's the problem. It's really not about the money. It's about getting the truth out there. That's what I'm all about. I want to get the truth out there. I want to open the eyes to the world and say, this is what it is. We really do have other beings living on other planets. This is real. You know what I mean? I want to figure that out. I want to bring that to the world.
Yeah, so when we have somebody asking for you to expand on real stuff instead of the malarkey, I think people are probably sick of me. It's like I beat a dead horse here. These people already know that it's funny though. Sometimes I'm like, God damn it, David Wilcock, he just made another 4-hour video and I got to listen to all 4 hours of it. Why? So I could go to my show and tell people who already know he's a liar that he's a liar again or still. It's kind of ridiculous.
Somebody they should just sue him and get it over with. He's clearly committing fraud. So,
yeah, I've
nobody sued him.
I've long thought that he's got to be connected to the government somehow, and they're letting him go with these scams because they like him spreading this alien garbage. I mean, after all, the latest is that there's a secret space war and what is it? Reptilians and Greys want to eat us.
Yeah.
There's meat wagons.
They're lifting us up and bathing in our flesh meat. Flesh meat soup they're bathing in.
It's so crazy, right? It is. It's crazy that he has a huge following, though.
Look at the extent some of these liars go to, though. Look at what's his name that cut his fingers off.
Phil Schneider. Yeah,
Phil Schneider. Look at the extent that he went to tell a story, a bullshit story. Good story. He would have made more money selling comic books. But I mean, you cut your fingers off to say you had an alien war. The minute he said there was,
but we don't know that he cut his fingers off
down there, and all this
we don't know that he
bullshit,
cut his fingers off. We don't know that he cut his fingers off just to tell the story, or that he cut his fingers off for whatever reason, and then years later thought, well, this would be a good. It was like his super duper prover maneuver.
Right.
He would tell the story, and he would hold his hand back. He wouldn't show his hand. And then when he got to the part of the story about the battle with the aliens, he would say that the aliens shot him with an energy weapon and melted his fingers off and hold up his, fingerless and thumbless hand. Yeah, the claw.
They waved their hand in front of the alien.
I'm telling you, you can hear it in one of his videos. There's audible gasps from the audience when he did that.
Yeah, of course.
It was like, here's the super duper prover maneuver,
And how many people bought tickets to those shows? How much money did that guy make?
Yeah, and the funny thing is like I said, these conference organizers are in on it. They're in on it. Of course. They're in on it. They know. This people who book Nick Pope, they know that he lied and he never ran any UFO program, but he puts butts in the seats.
No, he was a glorified secretary, wasn't he?
Yeah, but people want to hear him talk about aliens, so they give him a job. I mean, imagine that. That dude must be making bank. $50 for a 4-minute Skype session, right?
$50?
Yeah, for a 4-minute Skype, you can ask him a question.
One question.
$50.
I may just do that, record and ask him why he's a phony.
I'll go halves. I'll give you 25. He gives you a recording, so. Yeah, I don't know. He blocked me because I asked some questions, and I asked the questions respectfully, like.
Yeah, and Jolly blocked me too. She's another one.
Yeah, and people are sending me all kinds of stuff about that, and all I can say is my defense is, I was kind of right where I'm at now, like just all bitter and jaded. Too much of this stuff is all fake, and I don't care about this anymore. And then this story comes along, and everybody's talking about it, so I go, all right, let's look into this one. But I knew how it was going to turn out. Now
we all did.
Kicked the can 5 more. What does she say now? It's 2027. There's going to be some solar event.
Right.
And people are saying that she's starting a doomsday cult. I don't know if that's true. It is
Well,
what
they
it is,
started
though.
the Blue Chicken cult. That Corey Good was a bullshit artist, so why not Aunt Jolly start something? It's all bullshit. It's all BS. You know, that's what it comes down to. Because if you really knew that there was aliens in a cave, I don't care who you are, you would be there tomorrow showing the world.
I know you wouldn't wait 3 years. I couldn't wait
You
three.
would be
I couldn't
there the
wait 3
next morning
days.
showing
I
the
couldn't
world.
wait 3 days. I could not wait 3 days. I'd be at the
I
alien
wouldn't be
cave
able to
earlier.
sleep.
Yeah, it's amazing though that like this, there seems to be these cycles, right? Of like, oh no, a lot's going on, and just like you said earlier, no offense, but you said earlier, this people always say this. There's big news dropping soon. In UFOs, it's always, you know, this field goal is right within reach, and we're going to get this big drop soon, and then it comes and it's always a letdown.
Yeah.
And then people come up with these new things that say, you know, Corbell was pushing, oh no, there's going to be a super clear. Remember, we heard there's going to be HD government videos that are super clear. We never get them.
Never get them.
People are hyping that up. I'd love to see some HD.
I'm still waiting to see Elizondo's 23-minute long video.
You know, I wouldn't hold your breath though.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
First of all, the military has the best technology in the world. And you're telling me that we get...
They get the potato cameras, yeah.
Yeah, really. We get these... the cameras I'm using are better. They get better footage than what the military showing us. So it's all crap.
Yeah, Lee Guy says, UFO drop, high noon, monetize your curiosity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, some of that Jeremy Corbell footage to me was pretty laughable. Yours is more compelling.
A lot of it is out of focus airplanes. What it is this storming the Russell? Rich Giordano from Goofon does it the best. I crack up every time.
They're storming the Russell. Yeah.
Yeah. Some guy.
Lord Ludicrous Plaid said that Corbell was on TMZ yesterday and they called him a UFO expert.
I seen it. I almost fell out of my chair.
He's an expert. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. Talking trash about that guy never gets old. But
the guy doesn't even wear socks when he's doing his videos.
He looks like a sandal hippie guy to me.
The guy's sockless through half the thing.
Oh, that's gross. Yeah, and hi to Transkari, who's over in the Twitch chat, probably by herself. Poor Twitch. Twitch isn't doing good. What can I say? I want to remind people you can search for Truth Seekers on Odyssey now, though, and we're figuring out how we're going to be live streaming to Odyssey soon as well. And that girl Jessica says it was garbage. I think referring to Corbell's footage. I mean, you know, what gets me is that when he gets this pyramid video that gets clearly shown to be nothing out of the ordinary, that the light signature matches with FAA lights.
100%.
100%. He doesn't come out and say anything. He just lets it ride and talks about this new drop video that he's going to have. And I also want to know, how is Jeremy Corbell getting videos that the government owns? Can I sign up?
That's
he's selling monetized views on videos that he claims he's getting from the government. Why does he get them and not me?
I wonder if Jeremy Corbell is hooked up with some black budget program and he's telling them that, hey, look, if I put this footage on YouTube and we got a couple million hits, we're going to make a lot of money that can go in to get funding that the government's not going to trace. And that's probably how he's getting his footage. I wouldn't put it past him.
I just think it's not fair. How is he able to legally sell on he's making money with monetized views on his YouTube channel of footage that he claims is from the United States government. So it belongs to taxpayers.
That's right.
To me, he shouldn't have a right to make money off of that. I own that. You own that. We all own that.
That's right. I want my footage, damn it.
Actually, that reminds me. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to copy those videos off of his channel, try to take the watermark off, and then I'm going to monetize them and put them on my channel. Have you done that already? Oh, yeah. Well, see, then that's fair. If he can make money off of that, all of us should.
Why not? Who was he? He don't own it. It's government property. We all pay taxes.
I like this idea. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what do you think? Have you followed this Galileo project? Because I'm a little behind. Maybe you can help catch me up.
The Galileo project?
Yeah, I know this Avi Lieb, is astronomer, and he's the guy that with that, space rock that he thought might have been an alien probe or spacecraft.
He's trying to get together like I think it's $100 million to try to find out about alien life elsewhere. I believe that's what the project is. And the one thing I don't like about it is you got veteran scientists that have been trying to do this for 40, 50 years, and they get no funding whatsoever. And then you got Brigham coming in, and he's like, hey, join me.
Let's talk about the aliens. I thought he just want to buy new telescopes. I thought he just wants to buy new telescopes, really expensive toys, and get somebody else to pay for it. And he could say, well, we're looking for UFOs, so donate. But now he's got Elizondo and Mellon on his team, which
because that's the new TTSA. Those guys. That's Elizondo's new clique. It's going to be what Avi now.
Yeah, and I never understood why nobody asks or holds either Mellon or Elizondo responsible for the money scam, grub scam that was TTSA. Like, they just get a pass. They go on all these shows. Nobody asks them about it. But,
And what happened to Tom DeLonge? Tom DeLonge was like the best thing since sliced bread when Elizondo had him. Now you don't even hear about him no more.
Yeah, I think
cut him out to the wind.
I think he embarrassed them when he was like on Joe Rogan, showing Joe Rogan fake videos and not being able to, and saying ridiculous stuff. Like Tom DeLonge said that they have some kind of material that they could shoot, with electrons and it becomes lighter than itself, or basically that they have alien technology or something. And then we never see it. We never see it. We hear stories, but we never see it. They had and they had that whole warehouse that was going to be for storing these alien crashed materials.
Right. But they're worried about Tom DeLonge. You got Emery Smith saying he dissected 3,000 aliens. I mean, give me a break. Really?
Yeah. Oh, no, 3,000 tissue samples.
Yeah,
right?
That's when he flipped it. And, that's when he flipped the script. Initially, it was 3,000 alien parts and body parts. That
he did. He walked that back.
Yeah,
he also said
quite a bit.
He also said that he was a NASA astronaut.
Right. And his girlfriend said he was a piece of garbage.
Mm-hmm. And most recently, he said that he was a disabled vet, which is a new claim that I've not heard from him before.
Really? Well, that's very easy to find out. You can get anybody's DD-214. It's public information. It's like $50. You can find out anybody's classification in the military, down to even if they were Navy SEALs.
If he truly was a disabled veteran, he'd be getting a disability check. And I got to wonder,
100%.
How does disability feel about him making thousands and thousands of dollars talking about aliens on the internet in addition to his disability, if he is getting a check? Because if you're getting a disability check, you can't just go, well, I'm too disabled to work, but I'm going to work on the internet and sell alien bullshit stories for thousands of dollars.
Very true. Yeah, I highly doubt it, because if he's getting any kind of disability, even like Social Security or anything like that, once they find out there's some kind of major income coming in, they cut you right off.
Yeah,
that's the way they work.
Yeah, I knew a PI he worked for insurance companies, and that was part of what he did. Is he went around like stalking people, taking pictures of them, working construction when they were supposed to be disabled with a bad back and stuff like that. It happens. People double dip.
They have a whole division allotted to that. All they do is sit outside your home and take pictures all day long.
Mike Gambelli says, "Take the money and run." That's how I feel. This whole thing is, and me and you are doing it wrong, right? We are doing it wrong.
But we're being honest about it, and I think that's the most important.
I think that if you stay honest as you can be, you'll have long-term staying power. These people. That doesn't end well for the Corey Goods.
It doesn't.
Any of these people.
Like I never want to be David Wilcox. I never want to be called out like that guy. I would be so embarrassed that half the world can't stand that guy for the things that he's done. I couldn't live with myself. So I rather
I think that's why That's why I keep checking in with that guy though, because it's like, what the hell is this clown going to say next? It just gets more and more ridiculous. Now he's the father of anti-gravity, and
Right.
the archangel Michael told him that,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
gave him all these new prophecies, and he's pivoting away from aliens. Now it's angels that he's talking to.
Yeah, I see angels every day, but they're tattooed to my arms.
Nice ink. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't know how these guys and somebody that's in the game, right, explained this to me. Said, you know why they ignore all the critics and they just keep going? They're desperate to just keep it going. They, no matter what happens, they got to keep it going.
That's it.
2012 came and nobody got superpowers. Let's go away for a few months. Hope everybody forgets that bullshit I said, and I'll come back with new bullshit.
Because they know that they got steady followers that are lonely old ladies and just steady people that are going to follow and keep sending the money. And they know that money train will never end, so they got to keep the BS rolling.
That's
and they will.
Somebody, a few people told me that. That's Wilcox crowd. It's old hippie chicks. Old.
It's the same thing with the church themes.
Yeah.
You know, give. When you see those pastors on TV.
Yeah,
and then you catch up with him, and the pastor's driving a brand new Rolls Royce, and he's like, I gotta drive this Rolls Royce. I gotta look good for my church. But then you got some poor old lady that can't even feed herself. It's crazy.
Yeah, even on a lower level, like I remember growing up, my father's good friend was a minister, and somebody gave him a car. And it wasn't the greatest car, but it ran and it was decent. He sold it and then used that money and some of his own money to buy like a Cadillac because, I'm a minister and I have to have a respectable car. Like, he just rode a donkey, bro. He rode a donkey. He didn't care about the appearances. I don't know. I don't get religion.
I went to Catholic school my entire life, and half the priests and brothers were driving bicycles to school.
Yeah, me too. I went to Catholic school. We must have had a similar torturing.
My knuckles still hurt.
Yeah, those nuns used to smack the crap out of us, man. That's how it was when I grew up.
If it wasn't the yardstick, it was an eraser,
Yeah, so this back to this Galileo project. I'm predicting a big nothing burger from that.
I don't know. I don't know. Avi's got a lot of back. He's got a lot of people backing him right now. A lot of money rolling in.
Yeah, and people are saying he's just looking for publicity to sell his books.
That 100%. I mean, who isn't looking for something in the end? The guy's writing a book. Of course, he's looking for as much publicity as he's going to get. Every podcast you see him on, he's got to be the center of attention because the more attention that he gets, the better it looks for him, or so he thinks. But I mean, he's been battling on about Oumuamua for the longest time. The thing was just a space rock. It wasn't a UFO. It was just a chunk of debris.
I'm still on the fence about that. I don't know.
Yeah,
some of that stuff is like it's a little compelling. I think I want to believe that it was more than that.
Well, we all want to believe that it was an unidentified craft. But if they got close to Earth, don't you think they would have given us some kind of signal?
Yeah, and he's the only well-known or major astronomer that thought that. Everybody else that said no, it's a space rock.
It's because the Harvard title that makes him credible. If it was Jeremy Corbell saying Oumuamua was a spacecraft from 100 million years ago passing the Earth, people would have been like, this guy's a quack. Because it's somebody with the Harvard title before his name, well, this guy could be credible, And that's
the scam that Puthoff and those guys used to do. They formed that thing and they called it the Stanford Research Institute, even though it had nothing to do with Stanford University. Right. They just named it that so that it would sound credible. So they're like, I'm the head of the Stanford Research Institute, and people went, oh, that's
right, because they had
credible.
The name in the title, Stanford. Everybody thought like what it was, but
meanwhile he wasted millions of dollars studying psychics and claiming that they had real superpowers, like Uri Geller, who was using magic tricks to fool them.
You're talking about the spoon bender?
Yeah, Uri Geller he was a stage magician before he was a psychic, and later in life, more recently, he started working magic conventions
and selling a very expensive how to do all his tricks DVD to other magicians. So he basically admitted that he doesn't have psychic powers. It's all magic tricks and conjuring tricks from ages ago that he's using. But Hal Puthoff swore that he had superpowers and spent tons and tons of money on studying his superpowers.
The last thing I heard about him was he got in the Guinness Book of World Records for the world's largest spoon, Ben Spoon. Did you see that?
Yeah, he's always looking for publicity for himself. He said he was going to stop Brexit with his superpowers and other stuff.
Sure he is.
Yeah, Uri Geller is a hack. I wanted to believe in him growing up, though. But then it just became clear after a while that he was using magic tricks like everybody else. And James Randi, if you look up James Randi, Uri Geller in Google, you'll find a treasure trove of stories of James Randi just busting him out the wazoo for all of his fakery and fraudery. And Randi revealed what he was actually using to accomplish some of the stuff, It's just amazing.
But back to ufology, what I can't seem to wrap my head around is why is CNN and Fox and all these major networks putting all these phonies on? Why does Gaia, everybody on Gaia TV is a
If they're on Gaia, they're fake.
I mean, why are people flocking to that? I can't wrap my head around it. Why is Fox News putting people like Jeremy Corbell on air and making him an expert? What expertise does he have?
Well, he told them that he's a UFO expert, and that's good enough for a lot of these producers that don't check or vet anybody. Look at how many, like Nick Pope lied to Larry King TV show and said, hey, I ran this British government UFO group. They didn't check. They just went, oh, okay, we'll have you on as a guest. Nobody checks.
I like to think I'm an expert in a lot of things. Throughout my career, I worked in law enforcement. I have multiple certifications from the federal government, from FEMA, and just different things, how to clean up radio and biological waste and all kinds of things. And guess I'm an expert in those subjects, but I'm not an expert per se in ufology. Why? Because a UFO never landed in my backyard. I never took the thing apart. I never met aliens, so and neither has any of they. So how can you give them such a title? It's asinine.
I know, and unfortunately, we have these UFO circle jerkers that I talk about all the time, and I try not to let it bother me. But every once in a while, somebody will point me to somebody's show or channel, and then I look at the subscribers that they got, and I lose my mind. And then I look at their guests, and then I listen to some of it, and I go, you didn't even ask this guy about all of his lies over the years.
Nobody asked the hard questions.
Nobody asks no hardball questions. They just do the UFO circle jerk, give everybody what they want, and their numbers go up and up and up because it's like a big psyop game that everybody's playing. Like, let's all get together and talk about UFOs, but we'll ignore all the elephants in the room. And this girl's going to come on and tell us about her child molester friend that was abducted by aliens. And this guy's going to come on and pretend to be the British Fox Mulder. It's a bunch of LARPers and people that are living a fantasy life, and nobody will talk about this.
Who was it that they said they had UFOs picking them up in the backyard of their house?
That's Corey Good.
Corey Good, that's right. Yeah, the blue chicken cult guy. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, none of his neighbors. Oh, you reported that none of his neighbors ever seen any UFOs landing back there picking the chap up, right?
He claimed that this little DART spaceship was landing in his backyard. So I got the satellite maps and all the addresses of where he lived at the time, or claimed that happened. And we talked to all the neighbors. Nobody saw a spaceship land in his backyard. And his backyard was so tiny that when you saw how tiny his backyard was, it's like, really, dude? You're telling people that a spaceship landed here in your backyard? That's like, it looked like no bigger than some people's deck, or maybe like two of some people's deck. That was his whole backyard. I'm like, really, dude? A spaceship is landing here? But, he doesn't think that anybody will actually check on these claims.
One thing I know about Corey Good is he crafts all of his stories so that you can't fact check anything he says. But once in a while, he slips up and he does say something you can fact check. And when those times come, everything he says is a lie. You know, he was pulling this scam for a while, claiming the FBI was involved, you know, because he's getting cyber stalked and harassed. And really, it was people saying this guy's a wackadoo. His stories are fake.
Well, the
But he
FBI
claimed-
does get involved for cyber stuff.
Yeah, but it never
But
happens.
not to
Yeah.
the
We
extent
called
he's talking.
FBI field offices that he claimed were, you know, investigating all of his critics, and they never heard of him. He never filed any complaints. You know, it's all just theater for his stupid. The few people left that still believe him.
I'll tell you what, my wife Janine and I, we just bought a house. We're moving in February.
Oh, congratulations, bro!
Thank you very much. And I told her we have a fully finished basement. So right now I'm in a condo, so it's kind of hard to do things in there. But since I got the fully finished basement, I'm turning that into a full studio, and I'm going to start doing podcasts myself every now and again. And I'm going to ask the hard questions. I'm going to get to
just what I need. More competition. I'm against this plan.
No. I'm
No,
not saying to take any food off anybody.
No, good for you. Go for it, bro. I gotta tell you,
because I want to ask these people the questions that nobody else is asking. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna start off all nice and hey, yeah, blah 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 blah.
And you might be able to get away with it. Before people knew about me, they didn't know that I would ask them hard questions. So I got a few people that agreed to an interview and kind of regretted it when they realized, like, uh-oh.
But I'm going to tell you what, they're going to think they're going to be talking just to me, and then the hard questions are going to come out, and holy shit, where did Stephen Cambion come from? And where did Rich from Goofon come? I thought it was a one conversation. You know,
yeah, and we can see,
people, man,
we can see
some.
Out. We could see some examples of what happens to some of these guys when they do get forced to answer a question from somebody like me. They lose their shit. It's so funny.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I got to find more show hosts that have an open mind, because I've asked people. I've asked 10 different show hosts. Like, look, just ask I see he's going to be on your show. Just ask him this one question for me, please. They give me excuses, and they do the circle jerk. They won't even ask one question from me, these cowards.
Right, because some people are afraid they'll never get them back on their show again. But why would you want somebody like that back on your show again? You know,
the guy is lying or making up his stories. It has no value. So to
the whole purpose is to get these bullshit artists out of the field.
I would just burn all the liars to the ground, and who cares? Burn all those bridges. Don't let them be here anymore. They've made enough money lying to people, selling fake garbage, you know?
Well, I give you a ton of credit, Stephen. I mean, you are I call you the ufology detective, man. You go out there, you investigate, man, and you tear people apart. I love it.
We have a good time, though, but somebody's got to do this. Somebody's got to do
the dirty work, man. And you do it very well.
Yeah, well, I guess I just see through deception too easily, though. I used to not. Amazingly, I was like shocked when I started looking into some of these guys, because I thought, well, he said he was an astronaut. He wouldn't say that if he wasn't a real astronaut. That would be a crazy thing to do.
Yeah, you gotta have nerve to call yourself an astronaut.
And then you look it up, because there's a list of all astronauts that have ever been. It's public.
It's
and you
public knowledge.
Gee, he's not on the list. I can't believe this guy just lied about something that big, you know?
Yeah,
they do.
And then when you catch him in the lie, he's like, yeah, you know, I got thrown out day 3, but I was still an astronaut for 3 days.
No, they sealed my records because I was working on classified space shuttle missions. Right?
No, but nobody's records get sealed. That's all bullshit.
Yeah.
It's classified. Yeah. Okay.
So I want to know, like, how you're capturing a lot of strange things. Like, if you go to film, like, let's say you went out to film tonight for 4 hours, would you for sure get something or not?
I have no idea.
Really?
I get satellites all night long. But I mean, I'm outside for 10 to 14 hours sometimes filming. I got cameras set up sometimes all night long. Sometimes I go through 70 to 80 hours worth of footage just to get one thing.
All right. Well, I feel better now then, because I thought you were just.
You know, it's not that
I thought you were Stephen Greer in these things. You know, like,
no.
Come in aliens, and then you get your camera out and they're there.
Vector them into my over my home. No, it's not like that at all. You know, sometimes I go out for a week at a time and I don't see anything at all. And sometimes I may
All
get
right, I
two
feel better
things.
now then.
Yeah, no, it's nothing like that at all.
Yeah, and I hope you'll keep us on the list. If you get some good footage, you can send it to me.
Now that I know,
play it.
absolutely.
Yeah, we'll play
100%.
it. I want to do a little more of that, but I'm leery of that because you see some guys that put something on their channel and they're even honest. They're like, I don't know, I'm not sure what this is, but isn't this weird? And then like months later, you find out what it is, and everybody attacks the guy. Like, it's a strange situation. Like
My personal footage is the footage with the night vision psionics camera. Other footage that's on my channel, a lot is sent in, but I have to scrutinize it. I have to put it through filters. I have to make sure nothing's CGI and editing, because I try my damnedest not to put anything fake on my channel. I just don't believe in it.
Yeah, and some channels have been built on fake stuff and they don't care, which is
and
unfortunate.
people love it.
People love it. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at the guy that hoaxed the TR-3B on the aircraft carrier on the History Channel.
Oh, yeah. That guy got millions of views, right?
Millions of views. And that guy, I couldn't believe the History Channel didn't pick up that. The guy actually put that was CGI. And nobody picked up on that. And the History Channel still put it up. And then they rectified it a few months later.
Yeah, but by that time they've already gotten the clicks and
they already got the views. They already got the money.
Yeah, so who cares if it's fake? It's kind of like this alien autopsy hoax. By the time that got outed as totally fake, that dude made millions and millions of dollars. So he didn't care. He was like, "Yeah, it's fake. Thanks for the money, suckers. It's fake,
thanks, sucker."
Yeah. Yeah, now the guy's cashing in again. Or did you hear he sold an NFT of one frame of that he claims was from the real original one for $1 million or something?
Really?
Amazing. Yeah.
I'll tell you, now I got my son involved every night. Dad, we're going out. We're going to film. He loves it. He's hooked. He loves the subject.
My son could care less. He's like,
how old is your son?
5. The one that would care.
Okay, so he's still young. My guy's 17, so now he's out there. He wants to play.
I started having kids way too late. I should have started really early, and then I'd be done already. They're killing me.
Yeah,
they're home for Thanksgiving. It's been snack bitch all day, bro. All day. Like, I want some cookies. Getting the cookies as soon as you sit down. The other one's like, "Can I have some chips, Dad?" Then I gotta get up.
Sit down, get the juice.
Yeah. Well, can we have a drink? Yeah.
Those days are over, thank God.
Oh,
for
man.
me, anyway.
My wife gets mad at me. Sometimes I just put out a trough. I just put out a buffet. Like, don't bug me. There's crackers, cookies, chips.
Daddy's
pretzels.
working. Everything's here that you need. Don't call me. Don't call me unless you're bleeding.
Yeah. I joke with my wife. I'm like, I don't care if they play with knives as long as you're quiet. She worries sometimes.
I seen a photo of your cabin. It's beautiful, man. You did a great job.
Yeah. I'm still working on it. I got so much to do. I got to try to hurry up before the snow comes. I got a little bit of cement work in the back to do and a little more insulating to do. But the good news is that middle room, I don't even need a fire in there anymore. I just need a little electric heater, and it heats the whole room. Because it's so well insulated. It's like
you got in there, wood burning stove?
Yeah. I have 2. I have a wood burning stove in the living room. That's like a potbelly wood burning stove. And then I have a kitchen stove with an oven that's a wood stove. An actual stove. Yeah. What's that? Oh, yeah.
It's warm in there, no?
Yeah. But I figured out that it's so well insulated that I don't need it anymore. Well, sometimes, if it's like 40 or 30 outside, I don't need it. But if it gets 0, I would light a fire in there. Yeah. It's just so well insulated, that middle room, that just a little electric heater. It's like one of those heaters that's more like, it's like a hair dryer, it just blows out hot air. But just that is enough.
We had propane up in our cabin, but it keeps it warm.
I got a propane fireplace in the living room, but I'm cheap, so I never light it. 25-pound tank is good. Well, no, if I get there and it's cold, I light it while I get the wood stove to start, and then I turn it off as soon as the wood stove gets going.
It was cold when I was up there last week, man. I was walking through the woods. I was about 16 miles out, and it was cold, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you were only a half hour or so from my cabin, I think.
Yeah, I'm right by Lake Monroe.
That's a half hour from my cabin. Yeah, yeah. You can come visit sometime. Bring
Awesome.
pizza
I'd love to.
and beer.
Awesome. I'll teach you how to film some UFOs.
Yeah, bring your stuff. I would love to look up at the skies around the cabin with those night vision things, man. I always wanted to do that.
Best spot in the world is up there to look, man.
That elevation is so high that you see a lot of stuff in the skies.
Right over Lake Monroe, you get that on a clear night. You get the effect of the stars on the water. It's beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, but it's definitely cold up there. I think it's going down to the 20s this weekend. So I think I'm bailing on this weekend because the following weekend it's going to be in the 40s.
Yeah, before you know it, it'll be snowing.
Yeah, and I hate that because my cabin's on a dirt road. So sometimes it's like, am I even going to be able to get in from the main road?
So's mine. It's dirt and like little pebble rock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You know?
yeah. But so I always am nervous. Like, do I even want to drive 2 hours and then find out that I can't get into the cabin? But I keep forgetting I want to get like a sled because I could always just park at the main road and sled my ass in if I have to. For the
You can always get a quad too. Get yourself an ATV to drive around when you get up there.
Yeah, that's another option. That's another option. A lot of my neighbors have golf carts, but that's no good in the snow.
No.
But then the
you
summer,
need a good Can-Am to get around up there in the snow.
There's different like little fishing ponds and the beaver dams, so people drive around and they go fishing at this place and then that place around the dirt roads that we have there and the trails that we have. But in the winter, you know, you should have a 4-wheel drive car to make it through there, but I don't. I just have traction control, which is worthless. So what do you have a cabin up there or you rent one or something like that?
We had property we just sold over by Camelback Mountain. My grandmother had me. She just passed away not too long ago. May she rest in peace. She had about 3 acres that we just sold. And we got rid of that. And now I'm looking at new property up there, but we Airbnb it.
Oh, that's a good way to do it though.
You know, you make pretty good money. For 4 nights, you get about $600.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You know?
I was interested in buying another plot of land somewhere near my cabin and doing a new cabin that's just for that. Because yeah, people come in from New York, they're more than willing to spend $150 a night for like especially if it was something cool like a log cabin, you know.
Sure. Especially something like yours.
Yeah, they're paying for the novelty of it.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
real men build their their log cabins.
They don't buy them like bitches. Yeah, it's funny.
Bitches have them built.
I've been going on that thing for 3 years, and I still got another. I got to get a second wind because I got to build one more room out the back. That's going to be like a bedroom because I feel bad. My wife's in there in the kitchen room, and it's got a pull-out couch, but you know it's just too tight with all the kids and all this stuff, and nobody likes the sleeping loft. So I'm going to build a bedroom out the back and a front porch and finish the sunroom, and then that whole cabin will be done.
Yeah.
And it can't come too soon because that thing was like a 10,000 piece puzzle, you know? Somebody's asking me if I caught a fish there. Yeah, there's a fishing pond right near the cabin, and there's 3 lakes within a 10-minute drive from the cabin. So go fishing as much as I can.
By me, Lake Monroe's loaded. Loaded with fish. Loaded.
Yeah, is that a public lake though, or is that a private lake?
It's a private lake, but there are public entrances, but you need a permit.
You need a permit just for the lake or a fishing permit?
To fish. You need a permit to fish.
Just fishing lake. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I go to the state parks near the cabin. Like my cabin doesn't have a lot of land, but there's tons of state parks and state hunting lands all around the cabin. So if you want to go hiking or whatever, you know.
How far are you from Camelback Mountain?
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't know offhand. It's close though, I think. I'd have to like.
Yeah, if you're by me, you're not too far from me, so you're not too far from it.
Yeah, I think it's a half hour or something.
Yeah, about
like
a
that.
half hour.
If you know, there's that place, Kalahari. It's like a water resort. I'm right by that.
Yeah.
42 minutes away from Camelback Mountain. Actually, that's closer to my house than it is to the cabin almost. Or no, it's just, you know, it's more south than I am.
Okay.
Yeah, my cabin's right in I don't know, Mount Pocono is probably the place that everybody knows, near the Tobyhanna. It's near the Tobyhanna military base as well. So there's all this military land that nobody uses. People hunt on.
Really?
And yeah. It's just there's just lakes and
I love the way that you situated the logs on your cabin. You did them the opposite way instead of long ways.
Yeah, there's a reason that I did that is because I'm building that whole place by myself.
Right.
And to build a cabin that big with logs, you need machinery. You
need lifts and winches and everything else.
Yeah.
They weigh
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I almost just doxed myself, so let me get that out. I almost doxed myself showing a map because I was going to show you just like the overhead of there's so many of these. There's so many. This is right around my cabin. So look at all the lakes and everything.
Yeah.
It's just there's lakes and there's also streams and
just
small
like by me,
creeks
lake streams
everywhere.
all over the place.
It's just everywhere.
Yeah.
Within a 20-minute drive of my cabin is just all these different lakes. It's just everywhere. So yeah, I finally got a fishing license this year. I didn't used to have a fish. I never had time, but this year I was like, no, I'm getting a fishing license.
What did they hit you for? Would they hit you for $50?
I don't know. It was like 30 or 35 with the trout stamp, and I just got the trout stamp because there's trout in one of the lakes nearby that they stock with trout. So I knew that would be like, worth the extra couple of dollars. It's so stupid. You need a license to catch fish. Oh, and this other fish, you have to pay us extra.
Yeah, it's better than the $300 ticket from the game warden.
I know, and the reason that I get it is because they watch, they look at people at the state park, and if you don't have a license, they take your rods.
Yeah.
And they give you a big ticket too, so it's kind of stupid. But then I heard at least in my local municipality, if you pay, they let you off the hook. Like you'll go to court and they'll say buy a license, and you buy the license, and then they go get out of here. Don't fish without one. But it's like a couple $100, And then there were some foreigners that were fishing with nets. The game wardens got them. You can't.
I think
fish
that's illegal.
Yeah, you can't fish with nets. They were pulling in like 80 fish. And the game warden's like, what are you doing, bro? Where's your rods? We don't have rods. We're using nets. You can't use nets to fish in a state,
Pulling in 100 fish at a clip.
They busted those guys. Yeah. Yeah. And, what I will say is if somebody's truly hungry, I would never begrudge them a fish. You can take as many as you want, But I don't know why they were fishing with nets, but yeah. Well, back to UFOs. So, what are your plans for the future? You're gonna move in your new house, and then you're gonna start a studio and do like a live stream show.
Maybe once or twice a week, I'll do a live stream like a podcast, and try to get some guests that everybody wants to have outed and ask the hard questions. And I'm gonna
good luck. Oh, good luck.
I don't care if they never.
You know what you can do? You can go.
Again.
You know what you can do? You can get them in, and then you can go, I have a special guest that would like to ask you a question. And then I'll show up.
Cambion.
Oh, man.
Get him, Steve.
This stuff is so funny. Some of this.
By the way, Dave, Steve Cambion's been trying to get you for 10 years. So I'm just going to let you have 15 minutes with him real quick.
Yeah. Good luck. I don't think he goes on any show unless you have 1 million subs,
Really?
That guy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He was on Edge of Wonder, which had like 100,000, I think, or something crazy. And then this Mike Adams has a huge following. So
Elizondo goes on if you have like 300 subscribers, I noticed.
Only if you're going to do the circle jerk. I know at least 3 or 4 guys. He won't go on goof on. He won't go on my show.
If you get him on your channel, what's he going to do? Hang up on you and leave you hanging and look like an idiot? No, he'll just never come. He'll answer the questions and he'll never come back on again.
Yeah, in my case, he'll never come on. I asked him 10 times, and I think that's funny where he says he'll go on any show. Apparently not.
Apparently not. You're on the blacklist.
Yeah, a few people are. And then what's interesting is that a few people are on
I love
A
the
few people are
subject,
on the
man.
game list, you know, the guys that are willing to play the game. Just let me come on your show, say whatever I want. Don't ask me any hard questions. Those guys get the bigger guests. But
I'm so sick and tired that Steven, I don't want to play that game. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to deal with it. Either come on the show and ask the questions that everybody wants, to have answered, or don't come on the show.
yeah,
That's it.
I'm okay with it. What I decided, if anybody's afraid of questions or afraid to come here, you know, it's their loss, because I do a pretty good interview. If people are, interested in what somebody has to say, I research all the guests. I really try hard to try to put on a good show. These guys that won't or don't want to come on, they have a reason, because I'm not fitting in with their agenda of whatever garbage they're selling.
Right.
And I don't think it's too much to ask. Like I said, some of these people are they live in a delusional fantasy land where it's like, oh, cover your ears when somebody says that these people are liars, even if they are, because we don't want to hear it. We like their stories about aliens. Tommy T's asking what happened to the Edge of Wonder dummies. They had their YouTube channel deleted, and also their Facebook groups deleted because they were using bots. I'm not sure in the case of the YouTube videos. I think they got deleted for talking about medical disinformation from YouTube. And now they're, I don't know where they are. But if you're not on YouTube, you're nowhere. And Edge of Wonder is interesting because they were funded by a Chinese cult. And these guys pretended to be independent YouTube creators. And they started their show with like 10 cameras, super high production quality. So I knew something wasn't right. They had serious backing. Yeah. And now they've gone away. And God knows what a Chinese cult would be doing, paying people to start a channel to talk about UFOs. But that's what happened. It's
very odd.
It's the strange, crazy world that we live in.
Sure is.
Is there any of the UFO guys that you do like and think are credible left, though?
Any of the UFO people that I do like? Well, I mean, I like mainstream or just anybody in general?
Yeah, let's start there. Let's start with the mainstream people.
No, not really, to be honest with you.
Kate Snyder's here.
Not
really. Okay, how about some of the more underground people?
The underground people, I happen to like the Cousins brothers very much.
Really?
Your channel. I find that we all flock to each other, which is really cool, But everybody else, Stanton Freeman, may he rest in peace. He was a really awesome ufologist.
I miss him, especially when I got a big scoop, because I used to call him up when I found some really good nugget of information that nobody knew and talk to him about it. And he would always be like, "I'm all ears, kid. What do you got?"
That's awesome. I wish I would have got that.
Yeah.
But definitely Stanton and Dr. J. Allen Hynek, I would have loved to have spoken to back in the day.
Too. Yeah, absolutely.
But other than those two guys, I don't think anybody out there today can hold a candle to them, to be honest with you. Mainstream wise, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting the cultural differences, because it was a different time back then. And coming off of World War II, people really trusted the government. So they had a real battle to convince people that, no, the government can't be trusted. They lie to us all the time. Back then, people were more patriotic and believed that the government really, really could be trusted. Now, I don't think anybody trusts the government at all anymore. It's
unfortunately,
just going downhill.
I happen to trust the people that are boots on the ground. And my good friend, I don't know if he's still in the chat room, my friend Mick from the UK, Skywatch Explorer. He's out in the field all day. He camps out, man, in the wilderness in England. He's out there all the time filming. We're constantly throwing things back and forth to each other. He's got a great channel, Skywatch Explorer. Yeah, and I love the fact that he's out there in the field doing the work. And that's what it's all about.
Sixth Sense is sharing your YouTube channel where everybody can find, or sharing your Twitter, but also just put unidentified S4 in the search bar. I'm a terrible show host. I'll do that now, and I'll put the link to your YouTube channel in the description of this video.
Yeah,
Just
it's the
didn't
same
do it.
name for everything. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. It's all unidentified S4.
That's interesting. What are your thoughts on Bob Lazar? You use that S4 thing. That's kind of UFO mythology, right? The S4 base
Right,
is
I
where
put
they work on the aliens.
Originally it was just unidentified, but you couldn't find the channel for the life of me on YouTube. Nobody could find it because you know how many unidentified are out there. So then I said, you know what, S4 is pretty popular. Let me add S4. That's nostalgic to ufology. So I added the S4, and that helped out quite a bit. But I would love for the S4 facility to be real. As far as Bob Lazar goes, you know, when I was young in the 90s, I thought the guy was the best thing since sliced bread. You know, I thought when he came out with the story with the sports model, and he took George Knapp out there and a couple friends, and on Wednesday nights, I think it was Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays or whatever it was, and those UFOs flew over the exact times and days that he said they were. I mean, I was enamored by the guy. You know, I thought it was awesome. And then as time went by, I mean, his story never felt, you know, never deferred from his story. But, you know, when he brought Jeremy Corbell on board, and I don't know, he put a bad taste in my mouth after a while. You know what I mean? But then when they discovered Element 115, then I said to myself, wow, maybe this guy really is credible again. You know, how would he know that was going to end up on the periodic table of elements all these years later, you know? So that was a vindication.
Yeah, I thought that too, until I learned that element was predicted and even on the elemental table
for 20 years
in books on chemistry from the 1970s forward. So it was kind of like they knew eventually they're gonna crack it and get it.
So he could have knew that back then. And I mean, the only thing that I like about the guy is he built rocket cars. I mean, I think that was awesome about Bob Lazar. But the whole story, I just can't swallow it in good faith, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like Bob Lazar did his last big cash in, getting a big book deal from Tom DeLonge. And nobody's heard from him since.
And every time you see Bob Lazar, he's like, I made no money off this. I make no money off that. Yeah, okay. That guy, he did how many movies? He's making money. I don't want to know nothing.
You know, I love the YouTube monetization. They keep saying limited. Apparently, you and I are limited because our content was identified as not suitable for most advertisers. Just putting that out there.
Oh, they put the yellow dollar sign.
Yeah. It's like, you're not even done the show yet. How do you know it's not? What did we talk about that was so controversial that most advertisers would, you know? I think they just have blackballed this whole topic. You can't.
We talked about Lou Elizondo and Jeremy Corbell.
That's what it is. Yeah, they're giving us the truth tax.
You got to be so careful with YouTube today, unfortunately.
You can't make any money if you're telling people the truth, you know. But meanwhile, all these liars, they're
making a fortune.
Yeah, I thought it was funny too. Somebody sent me a screenshot. They were watching some expose that I did on Bob Lazar being a liar, and the advertiser was Gaia TV advertising the Bob Lazar documentary. I thought that was funny.
Is that not ridiculous? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I don't know. I can sometimes I do that. What do they call that, where you could request a review?
Oh yeah, you can request a review. You got to go in the
I did
to do that.
I will.
Because I mean,
I will when the show's over, though. Like, I don't know how they decide this before the show's even over.
Well, because it's not a person that's doing it; it's a computer system that's doing
it. My life is in the hands of an AI algorithm.
Right. AI. Just like me the other day, I put music on one of my videos, and it was copyright-free music for YouTube from YouTube, and I got a copyright strike thing. Like, this is not a copyright strike, but you can't monetize the video because the music. And I wrote them a letter. I was like, I got the music from you, so what are you talking about? It's your music that you gave me to use.
I know. You know what's even worse? You know what's even worse? This is a big deal with YouTube. People sell what's called music construction kits, and you can buy them at producer websites and stuff like that. But they give you a bunch of loops. Like they'll give you drum loops, guitar loops, bass loops, synthesizer loops, and these are construction kits, and you put them together to make music. You know, and if you buy that construction kit, it's supposed to be royalty free.
Right.
But if somebody buys that construction kit and then they copyright a song with the same loops that you bought, YouTube will flag your song. It's hard to explain. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, it makes sense. But I'll tell
if
you
I
what,
use the same construction kit that some other guy did, YouTube is flagging me, even though I bought it and I'm supposed to have the rights to use it royalty free.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna just start doing my own music. I'll put the light on here for a second. Watch your eyes, everybody.
Oh, look at that.
I got the whole studio ready to go back here, man. Drums, guitars, everything.
Oh, your wife must love you.
We could do it all.
Your wife
Just better
must
off doing it by yourself, you know what I mean?
Your
Then you ain't gotta worry about
wife
anything.
must love you. Yeah, that's what I do for a lot of it. But I got to be careful. I can't even use some drum loops because somehow that will get you flagged.
What's
'Cause
that?
somebody else, you can't even use some drum loops. It's ridiculous because that could get you flagged because somebody else
Owns the rights to them.
owns the rights to the
That's the problem.
construction kits. Yeah.
Or if you make a beat that sounds like something
Mhm.
that's already out there, they'll flag you for that too. Hey, what's up, Rich?
Yeah, and there's something new they're doing now. If you talk over a piece of music that they say is copyrighted, they give you half of the money because then they say that's a cover somehow. Like, okay, you know,
It's true.
yeah, they don't make it easy here, you know, to make a couple of bucks. It's rough, you know.
It's true. And I mean, I don't even really do anything right now where I get the super chat or anything like that. You know what I mean? Again, I make a couple bucks off the AdSense account, which is like nothing. The best is when people hit me up and they're like, you're making all this money off YouTube. I'm like, really? Am I? I'm making pennies on a dollar right now.
Yeah, fractions of pennies even.
You know, I'm doing this because I love the subject. That's why I'm doing it. It's not about the money.
Yeah, that's how it is for me. I consider it a self-sustaining hobby because, like, you know, every once in a while I get a couple of bucks. I can buy another microphone or buy another webcam or something else that we need here. That's all we do here.
Make the channel that much better.
Yeah, but it is better than working at Taco Bell.
100%. 100%.
Yeah, that pandemic, you know, this health crisis screwed everything up. So
it really did. It's sad, man. It screwed everything up. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. Think about it you used to make, and now you're down to this, and you're like, whoa, you just got to adapt and overcome, though, I guess, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Improvise, modify, adapt, and overcome.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's a holiday weekend, and tomorrow is Thanksgiving. And so I think we're going to bounce on out of here.
All right, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
I'm glad that we got to do this. Had a nice laid back night and just had some fun. I hope you will come back again. Yeah.
Thank you so much for having me. It'd be my pleasure.
Talking about your drums. All right, I'm going to throw you out of here. I put the link to Anthony's channel in the description.
Thanksgiving to everyone. All right, guys.
All right, thank you,
Take
Anthony.
care, brother. Thank you very much for having me. We'll talk again.
Sure. Yeah. Well, there we have it, friends. And that girl Jessica says, great guest. And I agree. What can I say, friends? Tomorrow is Thanksgiving. I have many things to be thankful for. And I got to meditate on that, right? It's easy to get bitter and angry with the world for whatever reason. It's hard sometimes to remember to be thankful. I'm always thankful for Thanksgiving because Thanksgiving really does remind me of how blessed that I am and how lucky that I am. You know, realize that right now there are homeless people. Right now there are starving people. There are suffering people all around the world. Count your blessings if you're not one of them. So I'm going to have a big turkey dinner tomorrow, courtesy of my wonderful wife, Sharon, who is, I think she's cooking now already. Yeah. And I hope that you have a wonderful Thanksgiving as well. What can I say, friends? Thanks for spending some quality time with us here.
I'm always happy when there's an audience. Thank you for coming here tonight and being a part of mine. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Happy Thanksgiving.